Time is how you experience reality. This is when the year changes. Mass compliance ritual, and you participate every year. So they've got you worshipping linear time, checking clocks compulsively, and annually synchronizing to centralized time authority. But the darkest part? They're using time itself to drain your life force. Let me show you how. New Year's Eve triggers a universal thought. Another year gone. This thought carries a specific frequency. Loss. Where did the year go? What did I accomplish? Am I closer to my dreams? Or further away? For most people, the answers create regret, disappointment, anxiety. This is an energetic emission, not metaphorical. Actual electromagnetic field around your heart. The HeartMath Institute has measured this. Emotions create measurable fields. Negative emotions create chaotic field patterns. Positive emotions create coherent field patterns. New Year's Eve? Billions of people emitting chaotic fields of regret, simultaneously, globally. This creates a massive low-frequency energy field across the entire planet. Question: what feeds on this frequency? And it's not just New Year's Eve. They've set up harvests throughout the year. New Year's, hope and failure harvest, Valentine's Day, loneliness and inadequacy harvest if you're single, pressure and expense harvest if you're coupled, Easter, guilt and resurrection cycle, summer, body shame harvest, swimsuit season, back to school, anxiety and stress harvest, Halloween, fear harvest, obvious, Thanksgiving, family conflict and obligation harvest, Christmas, materialism and debt harvest. Every major holiday creates a specific emotional frequency. None of them promote peace, contentment, presence, sovereignty. All of them create desire, lack, pressure, obligation, guilt, fear. These are scheduled harvests, like agriculture, planting, growing, harvesting on schedule. But the crop is human emotional energy. And New Year's is the biggest harvest because it harvests time itself. Every moment you spend in the past is a moment stolen from now. Every moment in regret is a moment stolen from presence. Every moment you spend in the future is a moment stolen from now. Every moment in anxiety about what's coming is a moment stolen from presence. New Year's pulls you both directions simultaneously. Review the past year. Regret your failures. Plan the next year, anxious about the future. Both directions take you out of the present moment. And the present moment is where your power actually exists. Past? Can't change it. Can only learn from it. Future? Doesn't exist yet. Can only prepare for it. Now, this is where action happens. Where life happens. Where power exists. They want you anywhere but here. Anywhere but now. Because here, you might wake up. Here, you might realize you don't need their systems. Here, you might access true power. So they create rituals that pull you into past and future. New Year's is a masterclass in this. The entire ritual is about not being present, and the final harvest is the most disturbing. Another year gone means another year closer to death. This is the underlying anxiety of New Year's. Birthdays trigger it individually. New Year's triggers it collectively. Time passing equals life diminishing. Linear time model equals march toward death. Every New Year's reminds you, you're dying. You're running out of time. This isn't morbid truth. This is a control mechanism, because fear of death is the ultimate control. People who fear death are more compliant. Don't take risks. Don't rebel. Don't question authority. People who fear death are more consumer-driven. Accumulate wealth and possessions before death takes them. People who fear death are more desperate. Running out of time means making poor decisions under pressure. People who fear death are more controllable. Will do anything to extend life, to feel secure, to avoid the inevitable. New Year's reinforces scarcity of time. I'm running out of time. I've wasted so much time. How many years do I have left? This fear drives entire behavior patterns. Midlife crisis is time anxiety peak. Retirement savings is time anxiety commercialized. Anti-aging industry is time anxiety monetized. New Year's Eve is the annual reminder that time, and therefore you, is running out. So they've programmed you to fear time, worship time, and let time control your every action. But here's the most empowering thing I can tell you. Time is an illusion, and you can break free from it. Let me show you how. Time, as you experience it, is constructed. Not objective reality, perceptual reality. Einstein proved this. Time is relative, not absolute. It bends, it stretches, it changes based on velocity and gravity. Your experience of time changes based on emotional state. Time flies when you're having fun. Time drags when you're bored. It changes based on age. Years feel shorter as you get older. Remember how long summer felt as a kid? It changes based on attention. A watched pot never boils, but lose yourself in a task and hours vanish. It changes based on consciousness state. Meditation slows perceived time. Flow states alter time perception completely. This means you control your time experience, not the clock, not the calendar. You. January 1st has power only because you give it power. By believing it's significant, it becomes significant in your reality. By withdrawing belief, you reclaim power. This doesn't mean ignore time. Time is useful as a tool. Use it for coordination, for planning, for structure. But don't worship it. Don't serve it as master. Use time as tool. Don't let it use you. Here's how to actually implement this. Practice 1. The January 1st neutralization. Instead of making a New Year's resolution, make this declaration. January 1st is an arbitrary date on a Roman calendar. I do not recognize its authority over my life. I change when I'm ready, not when a calendar dictates. I am the author of my timeline. Write it down. Say it out loud. Feel it in your body. Every January 1st from now on, read this instead of making resolutions. This breaks the spell of the date having power over you. You're withdrawing consent from the ritual. Practice 2. The continuous improvement model. Instead of yearly resolutions, practice weekly micro-improvements. Every Sunday evening, or whatever day works for you, identify one small thing to adjust next week. No big promises, no public declarations, no pressure. Just quiet, private, incremental change. Examples. Next week I'll drink 1 extra glass of water daily. Next week I'll read for 10 minutes before bed. Next week I'll text one friend I've been meaning to reach out to. Small, achievable, sustainable. This builds self-trust instead of destroying it. By December, you've made 52 tiny improvements. That compounds into massive transformation. No New Year's resolution required. Practice 3. The present moment return. Every time you notice yourself regretting the past, say this. The past happened. I learned from it. I'm here now. Every time you notice yourself anxious about the future, say this. The future isn't here yet. I'm prepared. I'm here now. Then use a physical anchor. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice your breath. This pulls you into the present moment where your power actually is. Do this 10 times per day. You'll rewire your brain away from past-future dwelling. By the time New Year's comes, you're no longer susceptible to the pull. Practice 4. The natural rhythm attunement. Start paying attention to natural cycles instead of calendar dates. Moon phases, new moon equals fresh start. Full moon equals release and letting go. Seasons, spring equals renewal. Fall equals letting go. Your body, energy cycles, hunger signals, sleep needs, creative peaks and valleys. Your own internal knowing. When change feels right from inside, not because external authority says so. This reconnects you to actual reality instead of constructed time. Indigenous peoples lived this way for millennia. You can reclaim it. When you change, because nature says it's time, internal or external nature, the change lasts. When you change because a calendar says it's time, the change fails. Practice 5, the celebration reclamation. You don't have to become isolated. You don't have to refuse all celebrations. You can participate consciously. Go to the New Year's party, but don't make resolutions. Enjoy champagne, but don't toast to New Year, New You programming. Count down to midnight as a silly game, not a sacred ritual. Spend time with loved ones for connection, not obligation. The difference is awareness. You're not being manipulated. You're choosing to participate in cultural tradition without being enslaved by it. Consciousness transforms ritual from control to choice. But what about teaching the new generation? Because if you have children, this is how you break the cycle. Don't lie to them about New Year's being magic. Tell them the truth. People celebrate January 1st because a Roman emperor chose that date a long time ago. It's a tradition, but it's not actually the beginning of anything except a number. Real change can happen any day. Don't make them make resolutions. Instead, teach continuous improvement. We improve continuously, not once a year. Every day is an opportunity to be a little better than yesterday. Show them natural cycles. Spring is when nature renews. We can plant seeds, literal or metaphorical. Fall is when nature releases. We can let go of what doesn't serve us. Teach clock reading as a tool, not a master. The clock tells us when to coordinate with others, not when we're hungry or tired. Always listen to your body first. By teaching this, you free them from the time prison you were raised in. Now let me give you the final practices you can implement starting today. Practice 1. The calendar audit. Look at your year ahead. Identify every should that's calendar-based. I should lose weight by January. I should have X accomplished by end of year. I should achieve Y by my birthday. Cross out the deadlines. Replace with, I'll do this when I'm genuinely ready and have the resources to sustain it. This removes pressure, which causes failure. This allows authentic readiness, which creates success. Practice 2. The resolution graveyard. Write down every past New Year's resolution you've ever made. Look at them. Notice how many failed. Notice whether failure made you better or just more guilty. Notice whether these were truly your desires or conditioned shoulds from outside. Then burn the list, safely. Ritual release of guilt, shame, failure identity. Declaration, I am not my broken promises to a Roman calendar. I am a sovereign being who changes on my timeline. Practice 3. The Midnight Rebellion. On December 31st at midnight, if you're awake, don't count down. Don't make resolutions. Don't toast to New Year. Instead, go outside. Look at the stars. Same stars as yesterday. Same as tomorrow. Breathe deeply. Say, I am here. I am now. I am free. This breaks the collective ritual. Your consciousness is not participating in the spell. You're outside the grid for that moment. Practice 4. The time fasting. Once per month, practice time fasting. Remove all clocks from visibility for one day. Cover wall clocks. Turn off your phone's display or put it away entirely. Avoid screens. Spend the day by feel, not by time. Eat when hungry, not by clock. Sleep when tired, not by clock. Work until task is complete, not for X hours. This rewires your relationship with time from external authority to internal authority. You'll notice you function just fine without constant time checking. You'll realize the clock isn't as necessary as you thought. Practice 5. The etymology of awareness. Every time you use time-related language, recall the true meaning. New Year equals arbitrary Roman date. Resolution equals dissolving something again, implies you'll fail and need to resolve it. Deadline equals line of death. Threat-based motivation. Time management equals managing the unmeasurable. You can't manage time, only attention. Wasting time equals impossible. Time isn't a resource you consume. This linguistic awareness breaks automatic programming. Words shape reality. Changing how you talk about time changes how you experience it. Practice 6, the eternal now practice. Daily practice, 5 minutes. Sit quietly. Notice that past is memory, future is imagination. Only now is actually real. Notice you've never experienced anything except now. Even memories are remembered now. Even plans are made now. Feel into this. There is only now. This is deeply liberating. If there's only now, you can't waste time. There's only this moment. If there's only now, you can't run out of time. There's always now. If there's only now, you can't be late for your life. You're living it right now. New Year's loses all power when you live from now. Practice 7, the value alignment check. Before making any commitment, including resolutions, ask yourself, does this align with my actual values or conditioned shoulds? Am I doing this for external validation or internal truth? Does this serve my sovereignty or my compliance? Am I ready now, or am I forcing it because of a calendar date? Only commit if the answers serve you, not the system. This prevents self-betrayal, which is the source of broken self-trust. Practice 8, the community of sovereignty. Find or create community that doesn't worship the calendar, that supports continuous improvement over yearly resolutions, that lives by natural rhythms, that questions time-based control systems. Could be online groups, local friends, family members you trust. Share your practices. Support each other's sovereignty. When culture is pulling you toward New Year's madness, community holds space for a different path. This is how movements grow. One sovereign being finding another. New Year's isn't what you thought it was. It's not a fresh start. It's a reset button on your prison cell. January 1st is an arbitrary date on a Roman calendar, imposed globally through empire and colonization. It has no astronomical, agricultural, or natural significance. It exists to control your perception of time. New Year's Eve, celebrating the original deception, the original fall. You're taught to worship Janus, the two-faced god of transitions, looking backward with regret, looking forward with false hope. Neither face looking at now. Resolutions are designed to fail. 92% never happen. This isn't your fault. This is the design. You're supposed to confess inadequacy, promise change, fail, carry guilt, and repeat annually. This cycle harvests your emotional energy every single year. The ritual programs you to worship linear time, scarcity, urgency, death, anxiety. To outsource change to calendar authority. To destroy self-trust through broken promises. To consume products to fix inadequacy the system created. To fear death, the ultimate control mechanism. Billions participate simultaneously, creating the largest annual mass consciousness event. Broadcasting I am not enough into the global field. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. Time is an illusion. Change doesn't require New Year's. You are sovereign now. You don't need permission from a calendar to improve your life. You don't need to wait for January 1st to make changes. You don't need to make public declarations of your flaws. You don't need to fail 92% of the time like everyone else. The real fresh start is this moment, right now, reading this, breathing, alive. You have everything you need right now to begin living aligned with truth, not the Roman Empire's calendar. January 1st is just a day. It has the power you give it, and you can withdraw that power instantly. The spell is broken the moment you see it. You can participate in celebrations without participating in the control system. You can enjoy culture without being enslaved by it. You are not a subject of the calendar. You are a sovereign being temporarily inhabiting a body in space-time. Act like it. The calendar doesn't own you. The clock doesn't control you. January 1st has no authority over your life. Welcome to your time sovereignty. The spell is broken. You are free. Let what you heard settle before you try to turn it into a new program. The point is not to win an argument about calendars. The point is to notice what you consent to and how that consent shapes your inner state. Choose one practice from the transmission and live it for a week, not as a performance, as a private return to sovereignty. If you want structure for integration, there is an optional workbook available that turns the practices into a daily process: reflection, rewiring, and real-world implementation. Come back to this when the ritual pressure rises. Not to resist, to remember. Thank you for listening. You're about to listen to Everything is Energy, Mastering Your Frequency. This audiobook explores a simple but often misunderstood truth: that energy is not a metaphor, it is a structure. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred and transformed. Which means you are not a body that has energy. You are energy expressed through a body. Most people are not struggling because they lack discipline or motivation. They are leaking energy through unconscious emotional loops, fragmented attention, and environments that constantly pull their nervous system out of balance. In this transmission, we break down frequency as a practical mechanism, not a belief system. You will learn how attention shapes energy, how emotional cycles restart themselves, how perception filters reality, and how to regain control of your internal state. This is a framework for stabilizing your nervous system, reclaiming clarity, and learning how to operate from coherence rather than reaction. Let's begin. Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. That's what Einstein said, and he was right. See, energy can't be created, nor can it be destroyed. It only transforms. And that means you are not a body that has energy, but that you are energy in human form. See, when your body dies, it doesn't mean you stop existing. It means that you simply shift forms, like heat into light, like sound into music, like breath into wind. You are the signal, not the machine. But here's the problem. Most people are bleeding energy and don't even know it. Right now, you are broadcasting energy and leaking it. You're sending it out through your emotions, and it's being siphoned back by people, systems, and technologies designed to drain you. See, just how everything is energy, your attention is currency worth more than gold. And your focus is fuel. And if you don't control it, someone else will. Or rather, someone else will steal it from you. Because energy can't be destroyed, only transferred. So if you're losing yours, that means someone's collecting it against your will. This isn't just a theory, but real. Let me prove it to you. Think about your parents. Their mornings started with sunlight through the window, not a screen blinding them at 6 a.m. They had silence, space, time to think, healthy food to eat, and when they wanted connection, they looked someone in the eye. When they felt overwhelmed, they stepped outside, not into another algorithm. No endless notifications. No scrolling until they forgot what they were looking for. But now, look at us. We wake up to a device demanding our energy before our feet hit the floor. We measure our worth in likes, shares, and unread messages. We try to focus while fighting 37 open tabs, in our minds and our browsers. We're fed crisis, drama, and comparison before breakfast, which is processed as well. Then wonder why we feel behind, hollow, or numb. See, your parents didn't fight a 24/7 spiritual war on their nervous system. We do. And the price? Our energy, our clarity, and our peace. And it's all happening under the radar through the one thing you stopped noticing, your own body. Let me show you how deep this goes. Right now, without thinking, you just took a breath. At least that's what your mind did. You weren't aware of it until I mentioned it. But the moment I mentioned it, you took control. Now take a breath, but deeper this time. Do you notice that? You just switched from unconscious to conscious control in less than a second. Easy, right? So let me ask you this. Why are you still letting your life run on autopilot? Because that same switch works for everything. Your breath isn't the only thing that follows commands. Your energy does too. The thing you've been broadcasting right now into the world. You've probably noticed the moment when you walk into a room and instantly sense the vibe. Even when nobody speaks. You just have this feeling. But if you're here, I've got good news. In the next 45 minutes, you'll learn how to shift your energy deliberately. Using real neuroscience, quantum principles, and ancient hermetic laws. You'll get the science, the tools, the protocols, and a free guide to help you seal your energy, tune your frequency, and rewire your reality from the inside out. And if you're still wondering whether energy is real, ask the animals. They sense earthquakes before they happen. They know storms are coming before radar does. They operate on vibration, not logic. Just like bees can see colors we can't. Just like dolphins navigate with sonar. Just like light exists beyond our visual spectrum. Just because you can't see a frequency doesn't mean it's not shaping your life. The birds you see daily migrate using Earth's magnetic field. We think we are better than birds. But can we do that without technology? See, you live in a sea of energy, most of which your senses are blind to. That's proven. And one man understood this better than anyone, Nikola Tesla. The genius who lit the modern world once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." He was building devices to tap into the Earth's natural resonance and broadcast energy wirelessly through the air. But his work didn't fit the narrative. He wasn't just inventing, he was decoding the blueprint of reality itself. Now listen to that again. Energy, frequency, vibration. Sound familiar? Because quantum physics says the same thing. Reality isn't solid. We don't predict reality, we collapse it through observation. Consciousness bends probability. It's a field of probability collapsed by observation. And even scripture said, "In the beginning was the Word." And that word was vibration, meaning frequency, meaning creation. See how it's all pointing to one idea, that you're not here to observe reality. You're here to generate it. But if energy is everything, and everything responds to frequency, then the only thing standing between you and the reality you want is the signal you're sending right now. So let's change that with this one first practice. The first practice is called the 90-second reset. And before you think another breathing exercise, let me show you why this one's different. Scientists discovered something fascinating about your nervous system. Every emotional wave, every stress response, every spike of anxiety runs its natural course in exactly 90 seconds. That's it, 90 seconds. Unless you feed it with your thoughts. See, when you feel anger rising, your body releases a cocktail of chemicals: cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine. These chemicals flood your system, creating that feeling of heat, that tension in your chest, that urge to react. But here's what they don't tell you. If you don't add thoughts to it, if you don't create a story around it, that chemical reaction completes itself in 90 seconds and dissolves the problem. We never let it complete. We think, why did they say that? What's wrong with me? I need to respond. This always happens. And boom, you've just restarted the 90-second cycle again, and again, and again, until 90 seconds becomes 90 minutes, or 90 days, or 90 years of carrying the same anger, the same fear, the same pattern. So here's the 90-second reset. Close your eyes, or keep them open if you're driving or working. This works either way. Step 1. Notice where you feel energy in your body right now. Not what you think, what you feel. Maybe tension in your shoulders, tightness in your jaw, a knot in your stomach. Just notice it. Step 2, don't try to change it. Don't try to relax it. Just watch it like you're a scientist observing an experiment. What does it feel like? Does it pulse? Does it move? Is it hot or cold? Heavy or light? Step 3, breathe into it. Not to fix it, just to be with it. Imagine your breath flowing directly into that sensation. In for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 6. That longer exhale activates your vagus nerve, the main highway of your parasympathetic nervous system. Step 4, keep watching, without judging, without creating a story. Just pure observation for 90 seconds. And here's what happens. The sensation changes. It might intensify first. That's normal. Your nervous system is finally allowed to complete its cycle. Then it softens, shifts, sometimes dissolves completely. That's energy moving. That's you taking back control from autopilot. That's the difference between being a victim of your energy and being the master of it. Now I know what some of you are thinking. This sounds too simple. Good, because the most powerful things usually are. Your parents didn't need a 12-week program to feel peaceful. They had space, silence, time for their nervous system to regulate naturally. We don't have that luxury anymore, but we have this. 90 seconds, anywhere, anytime. But here's where it gets interesting. That practice, it's just the surface, because the real question isn't, how do I manage my energy? Right now, as you're watching this, your brain is performing an invisible magic trick. It's filtering out thousands of sensations every single second. The feeling of your clothes against your skin, the pressure of your body on whatever you're sitting on, the subtle sounds in the background, the temperature of the air around you. Foundation, the neuroscience of filtering. Let's start with what's actually happening in your brain right now. Your brain processes about 11 million bits of information every second. But here's the catch. Your conscious mind can only handle about 40 to 50 bits per second. That means your brain has to filter out 99.999% of reality just to keep you functional. Think about that. You're only experiencing 0.001% of what's actually happening around you. The rest, filtered out, deleted, never reaches your awareness. Concrete example, number 2. Remember learning to drive? At first, everything demanded your conscious attention. The pedals, the steering wheel, checking mirrors, signaling. You were overwhelmed, but after a few months, you could drive while having a conversation, eating food, and thinking about what you're doing later, all at the same time. What changed? Your brain automated the driving process. It moved those skills from conscious processing to unconscious processing, freeing up your attention for other things. This same process happens with everything. Your brain is constantly deciding what deserves your attention and what gets filtered out. And here's where it gets interesting. What your brain chooses to show you is based on what it thinks is important to you. The ancient Buddhists understood this 2,500 years ago. Buddha said, anything that arises in the mind starts flowing as a sensation on the body. He knew that our thoughts create physical, energetic experiences. Our perceptions shape our reality. But now we have the neuroscience to prove it. Your brain has something called the reticular activating system, RAS. It's like a filter that decides what information gets through to your conscious awareness. And here's what's wild. Your RAS is programmable. It learns from your beliefs, your past experiences, your focus, and your emotions. Concrete example. Number 3. Ever bought a new car and suddenly started seeing that exact model everywhere? The cars were always there, but your RAS wasn't filtering for them. The moment you bought one, your brain decided that information was relevant, and boom, now you see them everywhere. That's your RAS in action. This is the foundation of energy control. Because if your brain is already filtering reality based on what it thinks matters, you can train it to filter for different things, better things, opportunities instead of obstacles, abundance instead of scarcity, possibilities instead of limitations. The ancient philosopher Hermes Trismegistus wrote about this in ancient Egypt. He called it the principle of mentalism. The all is mind, the universe is mental. What he meant was that reality is shaped by consciousness, by thought, by attention. Modern neuroscience just proves what the ancients already knew. Exercise 1. Breathing awareness. Let me show you how powerful this is right now. Close your eyes for a moment. Just focus on your breathing. Don't try to change it. Just observe it. Notice how each breath is slightly different. Some breaths are deeper, some are shallower, some feel warm in your nostrils, some feel cool. Just observe without judgment. Keep doing this for about 30 seconds. Now here's what's happening. By simply observing your breath, without trying to control it, your breathing naturally starts to slow down. Your nervous system begins to shift from stress mode to calm mode. You didn't force it. You didn't try. You just brought awareness to it, and your body responded. That's energy control in its simplest form. Awareness creates change. And Aristotle said it perfectly. The energy of the mind is the essence of life. He understood that consciousness isn't separate from physical reality. It's the driver of it. Think about the last time you walked into a room and immediately felt the tension. Maybe it was an argument that just happened. Or maybe someone was angry. You couldn't see it, but you could feel it. That's because emotions create energetic fields. Your nervous system is picking up on the electromagnetic frequencies that other people emit. Science backs this up. The HeartMath Institute has measured the electromagnetic field produced by the human heart. It extends up to 3 feet outside your body. When you're feeling stressed, that field becomes chaotic and irregular. When you're feeling calm and coherent, it becomes smooth and rhythmic. And here's the wild part. Other people's nervous systems can detect these fields and synchronize with them. This is why you feel drained after spending time with certain people. They're not taking your energy in some mystical way. Their chaotic electromagnetic field is causing your nervous system to desynchronize, which costs you energy to regulate. And it's why you feel energized around other people. Their coherent field helps your nervous system find balance. This isn't woo-woo. This is measurable biology. Exercise 2. Feeling energy in your hands. Let's make this experiential right now. Hold your hands in front of you, palms facing each other, about 6 inches apart. Don't touch them together. Just hold them there. Now slowly move them closer together and then farther apart. Close, then far. Keep doing this slowly. After a few seconds, you might start to notice something, a tingling, a warmth, a slight magnetic feeling, like there's something between your palms. That's not your imagination. You're feeling the electromagnetic field generated by your own body. The more you practice this, the stronger the sensation becomes. Your brain is learning to tune into frequencies it normally filters out. That sensation you're feeling, that's energy. That's what we're learning to master. Now let's go deeper, because if everything is energy, and we can influence energy with our awareness, then we need to understand the mechanism. Enter quantum physics. In 1927, physicists discovered something that broke their understanding of reality. They found that subatomic particles don't exist in a definite state until they're observed. This is called the observer effect. Let me explain this simply. Imagine you have a coin spinning in the air. While it's spinning, it's neither heads nor tails. It's both possibilities at once. But the moment you catch it and look at it, it collapses into one state, heads or tails. Your observation forced it to choose. That's essentially what happens at the quantum level. Particles exist as probability waves, multiple possibilities at once, until they're measured. Then they collapse into one definite state. Now, before you think this is just about tiny particles in labs, let me show you how this applies to your actual life. The physicist David Bohm proposed something called the implicate order. He said that visible reality, what we see and touch, is just the unfolded version of a deeper hidden order. Think of it like a hologram. Every piece contains information about the whole, and what appears separate is actually all connected at a deeper level. What this means practically is that your focused attention isn't just passively observing reality, it's actively selecting which possibilities become real. Let's say you're going into a job interview. Before you walk in, there are multiple possible outcomes existing as probabilities. You get the job, you don't get the job. They create a new position for you. They refer you somewhere better. All of these are quantum possibilities. But your mental state, your energy, your beliefs, your confidence starts collapsing those possibilities towards certain outcomes. If you walk in believing you're not qualified, your body language shifts. Your voice tonality changes. You make less eye contact. You answer questions defensively. The interviewer picks up on all of this unconsciously, and suddenly the probability of you not getting the job increases dramatically. But if you walk in knowing your value, genuinely believing you'd be an asset, your entire energetic presence shifts. You make eye contact. Your voice is clear. You answer with confidence. And now different probabilities start becoming more likely. Your internal state isn't just affecting you, it's affecting the entire field of possibilities around that interaction. This is what the ancient texts meant by mind creates reality. They didn't have the scientific language, but they observed the same phenomenon. Now let's talk about vibration, because this is where ancient wisdom and modern science intersect perfectly. Everything has a frequency: sound, light, emotions, thoughts. In ancient Egypt, Hermes Trismegistus recorded the vibrational patterns of sound. Some of the hieroglyphic designs on temple walls are actually visual representations of sound frequencies. When those notes are played, they create specific tones that were used in healing and consciousness expansion. One frequency that's been preserved through history is 432 Hertz. This is considered the natural tuning of the universe. It resonates with the Schumann resonance, the electromagnetic frequency of the Earth itself, which is about 7.83 Hertz. When you play music tuned to 432 Hertz instead of the modern standard of 440 Hertz, people report feeling more relaxed, more connected, more in flow. This isn't just subjective. Studies have shown that listening to 432 Hertz music reduces heart rate and lowers cortisol levels, the stress hormone. Your body literally resonates with certain frequencies and becomes dissonant with others. This is why certain music makes you feel energized, while other music makes you feel agitated. It's not just the melody or lyrics, it's the frequency itself. Now here's where this gets really practical. Your emotions are frequencies too. The philosopher Immanuel Kant explored how the mind actively shapes the reality it perceives. He argued that we don't experience the world as it is. We experience it through our mental framework, our categories of understanding. What he was describing in modern terms is that our emotional frequency filters what we perceive. When you're in a low frequency emotional state, fear, anger, resentment, shame, your brain literally filters reality to confirm that state. Your RAS looks for threats, for problems, for evidence that you're right to feel bad. Think about the last time you were really angry. Maybe someone cut you off in traffic. Suddenly, everything became annoying. The red light was too long. The person in front of you was driving too slow. The coffee you bought tasted wrong. Nothing actually changed in the external world. Your frequency changed, and your brain started filtering reality through that frequency. But when you're in a high-frequency emotional state, joy, gratitude, love, excitement, your brain filters for opportunities, synchronicities, and positive experiences. This is why gratitude practices work. Not because you're magically attracting good things, but because gratitude is a high-frequency emotion that literally reprograms your RAS to filter for more things to be grateful for. Lao Tzu, the ancient Chinese philosopher, understood this. He said, "Watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny." He was describing how frequency compounds over time. Your thoughts create emotional frequencies. Those frequencies shape your actions. Your actions create patterns, and those patterns become your life. Let's make this concrete with money. If you constantly think thoughts like, "I never have enough," "money is hard to get," "rich people are greedy," you're vibrating at a frequency of lack. And your RAS will filter your reality to confirm this. You'll notice bills more than opportunities. You'll see obstacles more than pathways. You'll feel resentful when spending money instead of grateful for what it provides. But if you shift to thoughts like, "Money flows to me easily," "I create value and receive value," "Abundance is natural," you're vibrating at a frequency of abundance. Your RAS starts filtering for opportunities. You notice a job posting you would have scrolled past. You have an idea for a side business. Someone mentions an investment opportunity. The information was always there, but now you're tuned to receive it. This is exactly what the book, The Black Protocol of Wealth, explores. It breaks down how wealthy people maintain a frequency of abundance that literally attracts more wealth. Not through magic, but through how their nervous system and attention are trained. Exercise 3, the Observer Effect Practice. Let's practice this right now. Think of something in your life that's currently frustrating you. A problem you're dealing with. Maybe it's money, a relationship, your health, or your career. Got it? Good. Now, instead of thinking about the problem, I want you to imagine observing yourself thinking of the problem. Like you're a scientist watching your own mind. Don't try to solve it. Don't try to change it. Just observe. Notice what thoughts come up. Notice what emotions arise. Notice where you feel tension in your body. Just observe, like you're watching someone else. Do this for about 30 seconds. Now here's what just happened. By shifting into observer mode, you changed your relationship to the problem. You created space between you and the thought. And in that space, the emotional charge starts to decrease. The problem didn't change. Your frequency around it changed. This is practical quantum physics. You're training yourself to consciously choose which state you collapse into. Exercise 4, shifting your emotional frequency. Now let's learn to consciously shift your frequency. Think of a moment in your life when you felt completely at peace. Maybe you were in nature. Maybe you were with someone you love. Maybe you just accomplished something meaningful. Really recall it. See it in your mind, feel what you felt. Now, place your hand on your heart. Take a slow breath in through your nose for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Exhale through your mouth for 6 counts. Keep doing this while holding that peaceful memory in your mind. Do this for about 1 minute. What you're doing is called heart coherence. You're synchronizing your breathing with a high-frequency emotion, and your heart's electromagnetic field is becoming smooth and rhythmic. This isn't just meditation. This is measurable energy shifting. The HeartMath Institute has shown that 5 minutes of this practice can improve your immune function, increase your cognitive performance, and literally change your heart rate variability in ways that last for hours. You just shifted your frequency in real time, and with practice, you can learn to do this instantly in any situation. Part 3, the applications. Application 1, relationships. Now let's take everything we've learned and apply it to your actual life. Starting with relationships. The ancient philosopher Lao Tzu wrote extensively about harmony and flow. He understood that resistance creates friction, while alignment creates ease. In relationships, this plays out through energetic resonance. Here's what's happening at the neurological level. Humans have something called mirror neurons. When you interact with someone, your nervous system literally mirrors theirs. If they're stressed, your nervous system starts adopting patterns of stress. If they're calm, you start feeling calmer. Think about the last time you had a tense conversation. Maybe with a partner, a family member, or a coworker. You can probably remember the moment it started escalating. Their voice got louder, so yours did too. Their body language became more closed off, so yours did the same. You were mirror neurons in action, creating a feedback loop of tension. But here's what most people don't know. You can intentionally break that loop by shifting your own frequency first. Next time you're in a tense conversation, try this. Instead of matching their energy, consciously lower your volume. Slow down your speaking pace. Relax your shoulders. Take deeper breaths. What happens? Within 30 seconds to a minute, their nervous system will start mirroring yours. Their voice will naturally lower. Their breathing will slow down. The tension will decrease. Not because you convinced them of anything, but because you changed the energetic field of the interaction. This is practical energy manipulation, and it works because you're working with biology, not against it. But let's go deeper. Why do you attract certain people into your life and not others? Jean-Paul Sartre, the existentialist philosopher, talked about how we're condemned to be free, meaning we're constantly choosing who we become through our actions and beliefs. Every choice you make broadcasts a frequency, and that frequency resonates with similar frequencies in others. If you're vibrating at a frequency of self-doubt and people-pleasing, you'll attract people who take advantage of that. Not because they're evil, but because your frequency is a vibrational match for their pattern. You're unconsciously signaling, I'll prioritize your needs over mine. And certain people unconsciously respond to that signal. But the moment you shift your frequency, the moment you start valuing yourself, setting boundaries, honoring your own needs, the people who were attracted to your old frequency start feeling uncomfortable around you. They'll either rise to match your new frequency, or they'll naturally fall away. And new people who match your higher frequency will start appearing. This isn't mystical, it's pattern recognition. Your energy is information, and people unconsciously read that information and decide whether they resonate with it. Exercise 5, energy awareness in relationships. Let's practice this awareness. Think of someone in your life right now. It could be anyone, a partner, friend, family member, co-worker. Now honestly assess. When you're around this person, does your energy increase or decrease? Do you feel more alive or more drained? Don't judge it. Just notice it. If your energy increases, this person is matching or elevating your frequency. That's a resonance relationship. If your energy decreases, one of two things is happening. Either their frequency is chaotic and your nervous system is working hard to regulate in their presence, or you're suppressing parts of yourself to maintain the relationship, which costs energy. This doesn't mean you need to cut people out of your life, but it does mean you need to be conscious of the energetic exchange, and you need to ask, am I willing to keep paying this energetic cost, or do I need to shift something, either my own frequency or the nature of this relationship? Awareness is always the first step. Step by step, raising someone else's frequency. Here's a powerful technique for consciously raising someone else's vibration. Step 1. Ground yourself first. You can't raise someone else's frequency if yours is unstable. Take 3 deep breaths. Do a quick heart coherence practice if needed. Step 2. Enter their presence with genuine curiosity, not judgment. Your intention matters. If you're thinking, I need to fix this person, they'll feel that energy as superiority, and they'll resist. But if you're genuinely curious about their experience, they'll feel safe. Step 3. Match their energy first, then gradually lead them higher. If they're speaking fast and agitated, start there. Mirror their pace for 30 seconds. Then slowly start slowing down your own speech. Lower your volume slightly. Their nervous system will naturally follow. Step 4. Ask questions that shift their focus from problem to possibility. Instead of, what's wrong? Try, what would feel better right now? Or, what's one small thing that could shift this? Questions direct attention, and attention creates reality. Step 5. Hold space without trying to change anything. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is just be present with high coherence yourself. Your nervous system becomes an anchor point that their system can synchronize with. This is advanced energy work, but it's completely practical. You're not doing anything to them. You're creating an energetic environment that makes higher frequencies accessible. Now let's talk about manifestation, because this is where most people get it wrong. They think manifestation is about visualizing what you want and waiting for it to magically appear. That's not how this works. Manifestation is about reprogramming your RAS, your reticular activating system, to filter reality for the opportunities that match your goals. Remember, your brain is already filtering 99.999% of reality. The question is, what is it filtering for? Immanuel Kant argued that we don't perceive reality as it is. We perceive it through our mental categories. Our mind imposes structure on experience. In practical terms, this means your beliefs about what's possible literally determine what you perceive as possible. Here's the car phenomenon again, but let's go deeper. You buy a red Honda. Suddenly you see red Hondas everywhere. But here's what's interesting. If you had bought a blue Toyota instead, you'd be seeing blue Toyotas everywhere. The cars aren't changing. Your RAS is. Your brain decided red Honda is relevant information, so now it filters for it. Your RAS doesn't distinguish between what you want and what you expect. It just filters for what you focus on. So if you're constantly thinking, I want money, but I never have enough, your RAS filters for evidence of lack. You notice bills, you notice prices, you notice how much things cost. All confirming, see, never enough. But if you consciously program your RAS to filter for abundance, everything shifts. Let me give you a specific protocol. Let's say you want to earn an extra $5,000 in the next 90 days. Most people would visualize having the money and stop there. Wrong approach. Here's what actually works. Step 1. Get specific about what $5,000 would give you. Not just more money, but what specifically would change. Would you pay off a debt? Take a trip? Invest in something? Feel less stressed? Get specific. The more specific, the more your RAS knows what to filter for. Step 2. Ask solution-focused questions before sleep. Your brain continues processing while you sleep. Before bed, ask, what's one way I could create $500 this week? Don't try to answer it consciously. Just ask the question and go to sleep. Your subconscious will work on it, and often you'll wake up with ideas you didn't have before. Step 3. Prime your RAS every morning. Right when you wake up, before checking your phone, ask, what opportunity could show up today that moves me closer to my goal? This programs your RAS to filter for opportunities throughout the day. Step 4. Take action on micro opportunities. When your RAS starts showing you possibilities, a random conversation, an email, an idea, act on them immediately, even if it seems small. This trains your brain that when it filters for opportunities, you actually respond, so it keeps filtering for more. This isn't magic. This is neuroscience applied to goal achievement. The book Aware of Deception goes deep into how society programs your RAS to filter for scarcity and fear. It's designed that way to keep you consuming, working, and compliant. But once you understand the mechanism, you can reprogram it for your own goals instead of someone else's agenda. Exercise 6. Programming your RAS. Let's do this right now. Think of one goal you have, something specific you want to achieve in the next 90 days. Got it? Now, I want you to write down, or just think through, 3 questions. What would achieving this goal give me? Be specific. Go beyond the surface answer. What's one small action I could take today that moves me toward this? If opportunities related to this goal were appearing right now, what would they look like? These 3 questions just programmed your RAS. Your brain is now looking for answers. For the next few days, pay attention. Notice what shows up: a conversation, an email, an idea, an article. Your brain will start filtering reality differently. The key is, when you notice something, act on it, even if it's small. This creates a feedback loop that makes your RAS even more effective over time. Application 3, energy manipulation. Now we're getting into advanced territory. Let's talk about consciously manipulating energy, yours and your environment's. Aristotle said, "The energy of the mind is the essence of life." He understood that mental energy could be directed intentionally. And while he didn't have the scientific framework we have now, he observed the effects. Here's what we now know. Your body generates measurable electromagnetic fields. Your heart generates the strongest one, about 100,000 times stronger electrically and 5,000 times stronger magnetically than your brain. And these fields don't stop at your skin. They extend into the space around you. When you walk into a room, you're not just a physical presence, you're an energetic presence, and you can learn to consciously shape that presence. Concrete example. Number 16. Think about someone you know who just has presence. When they walk into a room, people notice, not because they're loud or attention-seeking, but because they have a coherent, powerful energy field. They're not scattered, they're not anxious, they're centered, and that coherence is palpable. You can develop this. Concrete example number 17. Here's a morning energy ritual that takes 10 minutes but changes your entire day. Step 1, 2 minutes. Before you get out of bed, place your hand on your heart. Take 5 deep breaths. On each exhale, imagine releasing any tension, worry, or heaviness from yesterday. Visualize it leaving your body like smoke. Step 2, 3 minutes. Still lying down, bring to mind 3 things you're grateful for. Not generic things, specific things. And really feel the gratitude in your chest. This raises your baseline frequency immediately. Step 3, 3 minutes. Set your intention for the day, not your to-do list, your energetic intention. How do you want to show up? Calm, focused, open, powerful? Choose one word and imagine what it would feel like to embody that quality all day. Step 4, 2 minutes. Stand up, stretch, and do what I call an energy circulation. Rub your hands together vigorously for 10 seconds until they're warm. Then slowly move them apart and back together, feeling the magnetic sensation between your palms. You're activating your awareness of your own field. Do this for about a minute. When you complete this protocol, you're not just feeling good. You're literally changing the coherence of your electromagnetic field, and that field affects how you move through the world for the next 12 hours. Concrete example number 18. Now let's talk about clearing a room's energy before an important meeting or conversation. Physical spaces absorb and hold energetic patterns. If an office has been the site of constant stress and conflict, that pattern lingers. New people entering the space will unconsciously pick up on it and feel tense without knowing why. But you can shift this. Step 1. Before the meeting, arrive 5 minutes early if possible. Stand in the room alone. Step 2. Take 3 deep breaths. Center yourself using the heart coherence technique we practiced earlier. Step 3. Imagine the space filling with light or fresh air, whatever image feels natural to you. You're not doing this for mystical reasons. You're doing it because your intention creates coherence in your own field, and your field influences the space around you. Step 4. If you can, open a window. Fresh air literally changes the ions in the room. Negative ions, which come from moving air, plants, and water, actually improve mood and cognitive function. There's science behind this. Step 5. When people enter, your coherent energy becomes an anchor. The room doesn't feel tense anymore because you've shifted the baseline frequency. Again, this isn't magic. This is energy work based on biology and physics. The book, Aware of Deception, talks about how governments and corporations use these principles unconsciously to manipulate energy in spaces. Corporate offices are often designed to create low-level stress, fluorescent lights, no windows, sterile environments. This keeps people compliant and focused on tasks, not questioning the system. But once you understand the mechanism, you can work with it intentionally instead of being a passive recipient of someone else's energetic design. Exercise. 7. Energy circulation technique. Let's practice this circulation technique right now because it's one of the most powerful tools for maintaining high energy throughout the day. Sit comfortably. Place your hands on your knees, palms facing up. Take a slow breath in. As you inhale, imagine energy coming up from the earth, through your feet, up your legs, into your core. Hold for a moment. Now exhale slowly. As you exhale, imagine that energy moving up from your core, through your chest, down your arms, and out through your palms. Inhale again. This time, imagine energy coming down from above, entering the top of your head, flowing down through your spine into your core. Exhale. Feel it flow from your core, through your chest, down your arms, out your palms. Keep this going for about 2 minutes. Inhale. Energy in. Exhale. Energy out. Circulating. Flowing. What you're doing is training your awareness to direct energy. And the more you practice this, the more control you'll have over your energetic state in real time. This is a technique that martial artists, meditators, and energy healers have used for centuries. It works because you're aligning your breath, attention, and intention. 3 of the most powerful tools for energy manipulation. Part 4. The Awakening, the Red Pill. Now we need to talk about something deeper, something that might make you uncomfortable. But if you've stayed with me this far, you're ready. The moment of awakening hits each person differently. For some, it comes like a bolt of lightning, sudden and shocking. For others, it creeps in slowly like the morning sun breaking through clouds. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Think back to all the times you felt something wasn't quite right. Those little doubts that popped up when you watched the news. That gut feeling that the story didn't add up. Those weren't random thoughts. They were your inner compass, pointing toward truth. Here's what most people never realize. We've been taught since childhood to accept what we're told. School trained us to memorize rather than question. Media feeds us pre-packaged views rather than raw facts. The system rewards compliance and punishes independent thinking. But why? Jean-Paul Sartre explored this in his philosophy of existentialism. He argued that society creates bad faith, a state where people deny their own freedom and hide behind roles, rules, and expectations to avoid the responsibility of choosing their own path. We pretend we have no choice because having choice means having responsibility. And responsibility feels heavy, so we give our power away. To authority figures, to experts, to systems, we say, they know better than me. And in doing so, we stop thinking for ourselves. But here's the truth. We are born free. Not just legally free, but free in mind and spirit. No one has the right to control your thoughts, limit your potential, or force you down a path you didn't choose. Yet that's exactly what happens through subtle manipulation every single day. Concrete example number 19. Look at how we live now. We wake up to alarm clocks, already starting the day in a state of stress. We rush to jobs that often don't fulfill us. We buy things we don't need because advertising has convinced us we're incomplete without them. We watch shows and scroll feeds that numb our minds. We go to bed exhausted, only to repeat it all again tomorrow. We're told this is normal, this is success, this is life. But is it really? Or have we been programmed through frequency manipulation, through repetitive messaging, through fear and scarcity conditioning, to accept a reality that serves someone else's agenda? This is where energy control becomes more than just personal development. It becomes an act of liberation. Because the people who understand frequency control, governments, corporations, media conglomerates, they use it on you. They know that fear vibrates at a low frequency and makes you compliant. They know that scarcity thinking makes you compete instead of cooperate. They know that distraction keeps you from looking too closely at the systems that control you. The book, Aware of Deception, breaks this down in detail. It shows how everything from news cycles to social media algorithms to the layout of grocery stores is designed to keep you in a low-frequency state where you're easier to manipulate. But here's the good news. Once you understand the game, you can stop playing by their rules. Reclaiming your power. So how do you reclaim your power? The truth is simple. We have far more power than we've been led to believe. Our thoughts create our reality. Our focus shapes our experience. Our choices determine our path. But we've given this power away, bit by bit, until we forgot we ever had it. Reclaiming it starts with one simple step: questioning everything. Not from a place of paranoia, but from a place of honest curiosity. Ask yourself, why do I believe what I believe? Who benefits from me believing this? What would change if I believed something different? These questions crack open the shell of illusion and let light stream in. Concrete example number 20. Let's take a common belief. I need to work hard for 40 years, save money, and then I can retire and enjoy life. Why do you believe this? Where did it come from? Who benefits from you believing this? The corporations that get 40 years of your labor, the banks that hold your retirement accounts, the system that depends on you staying productive and compliant. What would change if you believed something different? If you believed you could design a life you don't need to retire from? If you believed work could be fulfilling and wealth could come from aligned action instead of grinding sacrifice? I'm not saying the first belief is wrong and the second is right. I'm saying question it. Think for yourself. As you start asking questions, you'll notice patterns. You'll see how fear is used to control behavior, how artificial scarcity creates competition, how distraction keeps us from looking too closely at what really matters. The pieces start fitting together. But here's what they don't want you to know. Awakening isn't just about seeing what's wrong. It's about recognizing what's possible. When you break free from mental chains, you tap into creativity you didn't know you had. You find strength you forgot existed. You rediscover your true self. This awakening comes with responsibility. Once you see the truth, you can't go back to sleep. You become responsible for your own growth, your own choices, your own path. No more following blindly, no more accepting without questioning. Some people will resist your awakening. They'll call you crazy, tell you to stay in line, try to pull you back into the old patterns. This is normal. Change makes people uncomfortable, especially when it challenges their own beliefs. Stand firm in your truth, not with anger or judgment, but with calm certainty. The truth doesn't need defending, it simply is. Exercise 8. Identify where you gave power away. Let's make this practical. Take a moment and think about these areas of your life: your career, your relationships, your finances, your health, your beliefs about yourself. For each area, ask, where did I give my power away? Maybe you let someone else decide your career path. Maybe you stayed in a relationship longer than you should have because you were afraid of being alone. Maybe you believed someone else's opinion about your worth. Maybe you accepted limitations that were never really yours. Just notice. Don't judge yourself. This is about awareness. Now ask, what would reclaiming my power in this area look like? Not some massive overhaul, just one small step. One decision, one boundary, one choice that honors your truth instead of someone else's expectation. Write it down if you can, or just hold it in your mind. That's your next step. Take it. Exercise 9. Power Reclamation Ritual. Here's a powerful practice for reclaiming your energy. Find a quiet moment. Stand up, feet shoulder width apart. Take a deep breath. Now say out loud or in your mind, I reclaim my power. Say it again with more conviction. I reclaim my power. One more time. I reclaim my power. Now think of a specific situation where you gave your power away. See it in your mind. And now imagine that energy, that piece of yourself you gave away, returning to you. Visualize it as light, as energy, flowing back into your chest. Feel it returning. Breathe it in. Say one more time. I reclaim my power. This might seem simple, but don't underestimate it. Your subconscious mind responds to clear declarations of intent. You're quite literally reprogramming your energetic signature. Do this practice daily for a week. Each time, reclaim power from a different situation or person. Watch how your entire presence shifts. Part 5. Mastery and Integration. The complete system. Now let's put everything together into a complete daily protocol, because knowledge without application is just entertainment. You need a system. Here's your 24-hour energy mastery schedule. Morning, first 30 minutes after waking. 5 a.m., energy activation, 10 minutes. Hand on heart, 5 deep breaths. Release yesterday's tension. 3 specific gratitudes. Set your energetic intention. 1 word, calm, powerful, open, focused. Energy circulation practice. Rubbing hands, feeling the field. 5:10 a.m., RAS programming, 5 minutes. Ask your morning question. What opportunity could show up today? Visualize one goal as already achieved. Feel it. Don't just see it. 3 solution-focused questions for your subconscious to work on throughout the day. 5:15 a.m., physical grounding, 15 minutes. Movement. Yoga, stretching, walking, or any physical practice. This isn't about fitness, it's about connecting consciousness with body. While moving, maintain awareness of your energy field. Midday, around lunch, 12 p.m. Energy check-in, 3 minutes. Pause whatever you're doing. Close your eyes. Do a quick body scan. Where is there tension? Where is energy stuck? 3 deep breaths. Release tension on the exhale. Reset your intention for the afternoon. Afternoon, around 3 to 4 p.m., when energy typically dips. 3 p.m., frequency shift, 5 minutes. This is when most people reach for caffeine or sugar. Instead, do a heart coherence practice. Hand on heart, breathe 4-4-6. Recall a high-frequency memory. If possible, step outside for 2 minutes. Natural light and fresh air recalibrate your system. Evening, before dinner, 6 p.m. Gratitude practice, 3 minutes. Write down or mentally note 3 specific things that went well today. Include at least one small thing you normally wouldn't notice. This trains your RAS to filter for positive micro moments. Before sleep, 30 minutes before bed. 9:30 p.m. Evening release, 5 minutes. Do the energy circulation practice again. But this time, on the exhale, consciously release anything you picked up during the day that isn't yours. Other people's stress, environment's heaviness, accumulated tension. Imagine it flowing out of your palms into the earth. 9:35 p.m. Subconscious programming, 5 minutes. Ask 3 questions for your subconscious to work on while you sleep. These should be solution-focused questions related to your goals. Don't try to answer them. Just ask and release. Your brain will process them during REM sleep. 9:40 p.m. Sleep preparation, 20 minutes. No screens. The blue light disrupts your circadian rhythm and lowers your frequency. Read something uplifting or educational. Or practice a body scan meditation. The goal is to enter sleep in a high, peaceful frequency. This determines the quality of your sleep and your state when you wake. Troubleshooting common issues. Issue 1. I feel other people's energy too much and it drains me. Solution. Practice what's called energetic boundaries. Before entering a crowded or tense environment, visualize a sphere of light around you. Not to block everything out, but to filter what comes in. You're permeable, not porous. You can be open without being overwhelmed. And practice the evening release every night without fail. Don't carry other people's energy to bed. Issue 2. I can't maintain high frequency throughout the day. I start strong but crash. Solution. You're trying to maintain one static state. That's not how energy works. Energy is dynamic, it flows. Instead of trying to stay high vibe constantly, practice surfing the waves. When energy dips, acknowledge it. Do a 90-second heart coherence reset and let it rise naturally. Trying to force high frequency is still control, and control creates resistance. Issue 3. People in my life don't understand this work, and it's isolating. Solution. You're going through what's called awakening isolation. It's temporary. As you stabilize at a higher frequency, one of two things happens. Either the people around you rise to meet you, because your coherent field makes higher frequencies accessible to them, or new people who match your frequency naturally appear. Trust the process. Don't try to convince anyone or convert anyone. Just embody it. Your example is the message. Issue 4. I understand the concepts, but I'm not seeing results in my actual life. Solution. Understanding is step 1. Application is step 2. But there's a step 3 most people miss. Persistence. Your RAS was programmed for decades to filter reality a certain way. Reprogramming takes consistent practice. The protocol I just gave you needs to be done daily for at least 30 days before the shifts become automatic. Most people give up after a week. Be the one who doesn't. Exercise 10. Full energy control practice. Let's do one complete practice right now that integrates everything you've learned. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Step 1. Ground, 30 seconds. Feel your body in contact with the chair or floor. Feel gravity pulling you down. You're connected to the earth. Step 2. Center, 30 seconds. Bring your awareness to your heart center. Place your hand there if it helps. Take 3 slow breaths, feeling your hand rise and fall. Step 3. Activate 1 minute. Begin the 4-4-6 breathing pattern. Inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 6. While you breathe, recall a moment when you felt powerful, peaceful, or joyful. Let that feeling build in your chest. Step 4. Expand 1 minute. Now imagine your energy field expanding with each inhale. It moves beyond your skin, filling the space around you. You're not contained by your body, you're an energetic presence extending outward. Feel how large your field can become. Step 5. Direct, 30 seconds. Choose one intention for this field. Maybe it's calm, maybe it's confidence, maybe it's openness. Whatever you choose, saturate your field with that quality. Every cell, every thought, every breath. Step 6. Release, 30 seconds. Now, on your next few exhales, release anything that doesn't match this intention. Doubt, fear, tension. Just let it flow out. Open your eyes. That was a full energy control practice. 3 minutes. You just consciously directed your energetic state from scattered to coherent, from reactive to intentional. Do this every morning, and I promise you, within 30 days, people will ask, what's different about you? They won't know what it is, they'll just feel it. Living as energy. So here we are. You now understand something most people will never grasp. You are not a solid body living in a physical world. You are energy, vibrating at a specific frequency in a universe that's entirely made of energy. And now that you know this, you have a choice. You can go back to living as if you're powerless, as if reality just happens to you, as if your thoughts and feelings don't matter. Or you can step into mastery. This isn't just about personal success. This is about how you show up in the world. Because every person who wakes up, who takes responsibility for their own frequency, who stops being manipulated by fear and scarcity, that person becomes a beacon. In the movie Inception, the characters learn to manipulate reality by changing the rules of the dream. But the real Inception is this. The rules you've been living by your entire life were someone else's dream. And you can wake up from it. In The Matrix, Neo doesn't gain power by trying to break the Matrix from the outside. He gains power by realizing the Matrix is a mental construct, and mental constructs can be reprogrammed. That's what you're doing here. You're not trying to escape reality. You're learning to consciously participate in creating it. Now, this comes with responsibility. You can't use these tools to manipulate or control others. Well, you can. But if you do, you'll create karmic debt, energetic resistance, and ultimately, you'll collapse your own frequency.
Do you want to know how creators are using simple stickman animation videos to earn $10,000, $20,000, or even more every month? Then pay close attention.
Use them to create value. Use them to be a positive force in other people's lives. Use them to build the reality you actually want, instead of the one you inherited. And as more people wake up to this, as more people reclaim their power and raise their frequency, we collectively shift the baseline frequency of our entire society. This isn't just self-help. This is cultural transformation. And you're part of it. If you've made it this far, you're not here by accident. Something in you knew you needed this. So here's what I want you to do. Comment below "I am energy" if you're committing to the 30-day protocol. Not just watching this video and moving on, actually applying it. Because information without application is just entertainment. And you didn't spend 90 minutes here to be entertained. You're here to transform. Thank you for trusting me with your time and attention for the past 90 minutes. That's a rare gift in this distracted world, and I don't take it lightly. You are energy. You are powerful. You are limitless. Now go prove it. I'll see you in the next one. You now have the framework. What matters next is integration, not intensity. Awareness, repetition, and consistency are what recalibrate your system. Treat this as training, not performance. Choose one practice, apply it daily, and let stability build naturally rather than forcing results. If you want structure for applying this over time, the optional 30-day workbook provides daily prompts, tracking tools, and simple practices to support consistency. Use it as a container for practice, not as something to rush through. Close this session with one conscious action: a breath, a pause, a clear intention. Then return to your day and let your state do the work. Thank you for listening. You're about to listen to Seasonal Rituals: Why Christmas Hijacks You Every Year. This audio transmission is for anyone who notices the same emotional pattern arriving on schedule each December. Nostalgia, obligation, spending pressure, family dynamics, and a strange distortion of time, and who wants to understand why it happens, even when you do not choose it. You are about to hear a deconstruction of Christmas as a seasonal ritual, how repetition, symbolism, and collective emotion shape the nervous system, how childhood imprints reactivate through songs, smells, and icons, and why participation matters more than belief. This is not an attack on celebration, and it is not a debate about theology. It is pattern recognition, focused on how solstice timing, ritual architecture, and mass synchronization influence identity, how nostalgia and guilt can become behavioral conditioning, and why January often becomes post-ritual collapse, followed by renewed selling of fresh start programs. You will move through the deeper structure beneath modern December traditions, including Saturnalia and solstice symbolism, the Santa archetype as surveillance and conditional reward programming, the way memory reconstruction can regress you into earlier emotional states, and the way collective coherence can override individual intention. You will also hear a practical awareness protocol you can implement immediately, including naming triggers, symbol fasting, conscious giving resets, a solstice identity check-in, and a January timeline lock that stabilizes your energy instead of scattering it. Let's begin. Christmas has a very dark origin, and I'll prove it's still controlling you today. What if I told you that everything you celebrate on December 25th was designed to program your subconscious? And what if the people who created these traditions knew exactly what they were doing? There's a reason Santa is an anagram of Satan. It's not coincidence, it's etymology. And before you dismiss this, let me show you something that'll break your perception forever. Look at the word Christmas. Christ Mass. A Mass for Christ. But which Christ? Because the Jesus of the Bible wasn't born in December. Every scholar admits this. So whose birthday are you actually celebrating? And why does Santa, this red-suited figure who sees you when you're sleeping, knows when you're awake, judges if you've been bad or good? Why does he sound exactly like an occult description of Saturn? Here's what they don't tell you. The words, the symbols, the rituals you repeat every December were specifically designed to keep you locked in an ancient frequency. A frequency of materialism, commercial worship, childhood programming that follows you into adulthood. And here's where it gets disturbing. In ancient Rome, they celebrated Saturnalia, the worship of Saturn, the god of time, limitation, and control. The dates, December 17th to 25th. The traditions, gift-giving, feasting, decorating trees, role reversal where masters served slaves for a day. Sound familiar? They didn't replace it. They just rebranded it, changed the name, kept the frequency, and every year you participate in an ancient ritual without knowing what you're actually invoking. Listen, I know this sounds heavy right out the gate, but stay with me, because what I'm about to walk you through isn't conspiracy theory. It's observable pattern recognition, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. So, here's the thing nobody talks about. Every December you change. You become a different version of yourself, more emotional, more nostalgic. You spend money you didn't plan to spend. You feel things you didn't choose to feel. You slow down. Time feels weird. You connect with people you've ignored for 11 months. And then January hits, and you set all these intentions, new year, new you. And by March, they're gone, completely dissolved. And you've been told this is just the holiday spirit, right? Cultural tradition, family time, the magic of Christmas. But here's what messes with people when they really start paying attention. Your body doesn't respond to spirit. Your body responds to ritual. Your nervous system treats December like an emergency broadcast. Childhood memories flood back without permission. You feel generous, guilty, lonely, hopeful, all at the exact same time. And it happens every single year, like clockwork. Same patterns, same emotional peaks, same exhaustion in January. You never questioned why. Nobody told you that collective emotion collapses reality faster than individual intention. Nobody explained that when billions of people feel the same thing at the same time, it creates a massive electromagnetic field effect. Nobody mentioned that ancient civilizations specifically used seasonal rituals to lock timelines and reset populations. You thought you were celebrating. You were participating. And I mean, think about this for a second. Christmas lines up with the winter solstice. The exact moment when Earth's axis tilts farthest from the sun and human consciousness becomes most receptive to suggestion. That's not poetry. That's neuroscience meeting ancient technology. The darkest day of the year, maximum darkness, maximum biological vulnerability, and right there, right at that moment, humanity has put its biggest ritual. Every culture that understood consciousness put something massive at the solstice. Every single one. That's not coincidence. That's design. Rituals work through repetition, plus symbolism, plus emotion. Do something once? It's an event. Do it every year for your entire life. That's identity programming. Add symbols that bypass your logic, trees, lights, gifts, blood red colors, and you're speaking directly to the subconscious. You're writing code into the operating system. Here's what the elite understand that you weren't taught. Memory plus emotion plus symbolism equals subconscious overwrite. Every December, your childhood imprints reactivate. The songs, the smells, the movies, they don't remind you of Christmas. They are Christmas. They encode it into your nervous system year after year after year. And when billions of people synchronize around the same symbols at the same time, reality bends. Timelines reset. The collective field rewrites itself. This is why January feels like a new beginning, even though it's literally just another month on a human-made calendar. The ritual completed, the frequency shifted, your reality got rebooted, and you didn't even know you agreed to it. So after this video, you're never going to experience Christmas the same way again. I'm not saying that to be dramatic. I'm saying it because once you see the ritual clearly, not with paranoia, but with clarity, you can't go back to unconscious participation. You're going to stop powering traditions you didn't choose. You're going to notice when nostalgia hits and recognize it as a trigger instead of a truth. You're going to watch the symbols appear and understand what they're designed to do. You're going to feel the emotional pull and realize this isn't random magic. This is ancient technology, and it's still running, still working, still extracting. And look, this isn't about rejecting Christmas. This isn't about ruining December or making you feel bad for enjoying yourself. This is about seeing what's actually happening. Christmas is frequency engineering. It's consciousness architecture. It's a reality collapse mechanism disguised as cultural tradition. Once you see it, once you really understand how rituals work, how collective emotion shapes reality, how symbolic repetition programs the subconscious, you can never unsee it. And that's not a loss. That's freedom. Because rituals only control you when you don't know you're inside them. All right, so let me take you back. Way back. Before Christianity. Before Jesus. Before any of the stories you were told about December 25th. The winter solstice has been humanity's most significant moment for tens of thousands of years. And I mean, when you really think about it, of course it was. You're living in a time before electric lights, before central heating, before you could just flip a switch and make darkness disappear. The sun is your only reliable source of warmth and light. And every day after the summer solstice, the sun sets a little earlier. Days get shorter, nights get longer, it's getting colder, darker. And there's this moment, this one specific day, where the sun reaches its lowest point in the sky. The shortest day, the longest night. December 21st, give or take. To ancient people, this was the moment when the sun might just keep dying, when darkness might actually win. And on a biological level, they were right to be terrified. Because without the sun returning, everyone dies. Crops don't grow, animals don't survive, civilization collapses. So what did they do? They created rituals. Massive, elaborate, emotionally intense rituals designed to, and I'm being literal here, convince the sun to come back, or honor its return, or celebrate its rebirth. The ritual changes depending on the culture, but the timing, always the same, always the solstice. The Egyptians celebrated the rebirth of Horus. The Persians celebrated Mithras, the sun god, born from a rock on December 25th. The Norse had Yule, burning logs, bringing evergreen trees into the home to remind themselves that life persists even in death season. The Celts lit bonfires. The Romans had Saturnalia, which we already talked about. And here's where it gets interesting. Christianity shows up. Jesus becomes the central figure of a new religion. But the people spreading Christianity had a problem. You can't just erase rituals that have been embedded into human consciousness for thousands of years. You can't tell populations, hey, stop celebrating the solstice, it's pagan now. So instead, they did something way smarter. They layered their story on top of the existing ritual. They said, Jesus, light of the world, was born on December 25th, even though he wasn't. Even though every biblical scholar will tell you the shepherds in the field, the census, the historical timeline, it all points to spring or fall, not winter. But December 25th wasn't chosen for historical accuracy. It was chosen for psychological effectiveness. They took Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, the Roman holiday on December 25th, celebrating the sun's victory over darkness, and they said, that's Jesus now. He's the light. He's the rebirth. He's the sun that never dies. And it worked, because the ritual was already there. The emotional infrastructure was already built. The symbolism was already embedded. All they had to do was change the name. Christmas didn't start with Jesus. Christmas is the continuation of something way, way older. A technology for resetting collective consciousness at the most psychologically vulnerable moment of the year. And here's the thing that made my stomach drop when I first researched this. The early Christian church knew this. They wrote about it. St. Augustine, one of the most influential church fathers, literally said they chose December 25th to align with pagan festivals so conversion would be easier. They didn't hide it. They just waited until most people forgot. So now you've got this ritual that's been running for thousands of years. Same time, same symbols, same emotional beats. And every year, billions of people participate without ever asking why. They just do it. Because that's what you do in December. That's how deep the programming goes. Okay, so let's talk about Saturnalia specifically, because this is where it gets wild. Saturn was the Roman god of time, agriculture, wealth, and, this is key, limitation. He represented the golden age that once existed and then disappeared. A time when humans lived without labor, without struggle. And every December, the Romans celebrated this lost golden age by flipping reality upside down for a week. Masters served slaves. Social norms collapsed. People gave gifts. They decorated with greenery. They feasted and drank and partied for 7 straight days, from December 17th to December 23rd, sometimes extending to the 25th. And here's the part that's eerie. The way they described Saturn is almost identical to how we describe Santa, an old figure with a long beard. Associated with judgment and time, he sees everything. He knows if you've been good or bad. He rewards the deserving and punishes the wicked. Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, Father Christmas, Kris Kringle. All different names for the same archetype. And that archetype is way older than Christianity. It's the elder judge, the overseer, the one who watches and records and distributes justice based on your behavior. And I know, some of you are already thinking, okay, but Santa is just a fun story for kids. It's harmless. And yeah, on the surface, sure. But let me ask you something. Why does Santa live at the North Pole, the literal top of the world, the place where he can see everything? Why does he have a list? Why does he check it twice? Why is the entire mythology built around surveillance and judgment? Because that's the function of the archetype, to teach children that they are always being watched, that their behavior is always being recorded. that rewards and punishments come from an external authority figure who sees and knows everything. You're teaching kids to internalize the concept of constant observation, and they carry that into adulthood. You don't believe in Santa anymore, but the pattern is already installed. The belief that someone somewhere is keeping track, that you're being judged, that you need to be good to deserve rewards. That's not child's play, that's behavioral conditioning. And Saturnalia didn't disappear. It just got rebranded. Same gift giving, same feasting, same role reversal. Now we call it the season of giving, where the wealthy are expected to be generous to the less fortunate. Same decorations, same time frame, same emotional beats. They didn't replace the ritual, they just changed the mascot and told you it was something new. Now here's where this gets into something even deeper. Because it's not just about history. It's not just about symbols. It's about what happens to you biologically and psychologically every single December. And this is the part that most people feel but never name. Every year, like clockwork, you experience emotional states in December that you don't experience any other time. You feel nostalgia so intense it almost hurts. You feel generous in ways that don't make logical sense. You're giving to people you barely know, spending money you don't really have, exhausting yourself to make others happy. You feel lonely even when you're surrounded by people. You feel hopeful and resigned at the same time. And here's what's crazy. So does everyone else. At the exact same time, billions of people, all feeling variations of the same emotional cocktail, synchronized across the entire planet. That's not culture. That's mass entrainment. You know how when you're at a concert and everyone's moving to the same beat? How your heartbeat actually starts syncing with the people around you? How the crowd becomes one organism for a moment? That's entrainment. That's collective coherence. Now scale that to 2 billion people, all listening to the same songs, all looking at the same symbols, all performing the same rituals, all feeling the same emotions. What do you think that does to collective consciousness? In the late 90s, Princeton University ran something called the Global Consciousness Project. They set up
So a lot of people have been asking about workbook discount codes. Welcome to the Awakening broadcast. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has followed this page.
Now is the best.
If you take too long, chaos. 2 people can see the same opportunity, and one won't even register it.
turns on. You eat by the clock, not by hunger. Lunchtime is 12 p.m., whether you're hungry or not. You work by the clock, not by energy or task completion. 8 hours. Doesn't matter if you're productive. Clock says 8 hours. You exercise by the clock. 30 minutes. Doesn't matter how your body feels. Clock says 30 minutes. You sleep by the clock. 8 hours. Doesn't matter if you're actually tired. Clock says 8 hours. Your entire life is dictated by an external timekeeping device. This is modern worship. Worship means giving ultimate authority to something outside yourself. And the clock has ultimate authority over your daily life. Pair up hearing, I'll be home for Christmas. I thought I was just a softie. But then, one December, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, I was standing in a Target. Middle of the afternoon, December 18th or something. And I'm walking through the store, and the Christmas music is playing, and there are decorations everywhere, and I'm getting that feeling. You know the one. That warm, nostalgic, slightly melancholic feeling. And I had this thought. I should buy something for my mom. Something nice. Something she doesn't need but would make her happy. And I stopped, right there in the aisle. And I asked myself, do I actually want to do this? Or do I feel like I have to? And I couldn't answer. I literally couldn't tell the difference between genuine desire and programmed compulsion. That's when it hit me. This isn't mine. This feeling, this generosity, this nostalgia, this whole emotional state, it activates on schedule every year whether I want it to or not. That's not sentiment. That's programming. And here's what really messed with me. I study consciousness for a living. I teach people how to break conditioned patterns. I've spent years learning how to observe my own mental and emotional processes. And even I didn't see it until I stopped and asked the question. If this got past me, it's getting past everyone. Because the ritual is so normalized, so culturally embedded, so emotionally reinforced, that questioning it feels like attacking something sacred. Like being ungrateful, like missing the point. But what if questioning it is exactly the point? What if conscious participation starts with seeing the mechanism clearly? I started tracking my behavior, December to December, year over year. And the patterns were undeniable. Same emotional arcs, same spending spikes, same exhaustion in January, same resolution setting followed by the same fade out by March. And it wasn't just me. Everyone I knew was running the same program, different details, same structure. That's when I started asking, what is a ritual, really? And why does it work even when you don't believe in it? Because here's the thing about rituals that most people don't understand. You don't need faith for a ritual to work. You just need participation. Rituals function through repetition plus symbolism plus emotional engagement. You can be a complete atheist and still get tears in your eyes watching It's a Wonderful Life for the 20th time. You can reject all religious meaning and still feel different in December. The ritual doesn't care what you believe. It cares what you do. And what you do programs your subconscious. Think about it like this. If I asked you to brush your teeth every morning for 30 years, that becomes automatic, right? You don't think about it. You just do it. Your body knows the routine. Your mind disengages. It's a habit. Now add meaning to that habit, add symbolism, add emotion, add collective participation. Now it's not just a habit, it's a ritual. And rituals go deeper than habits because they're encoding identity, not just behavior. Every time you participate in Christmas, you're reinforcing the neural pathways associated with Christmas. The sights, the sounds, the smells, the emotions, they all fire together, and neurons that fire together wire together. That's basic neuroscience. Do this once? Negligible impact. Do this every year for your entire childhood and then your entire adult life. That's identity-level programming. And here's the kicker. Rituals that happen annually are more powerful than rituals that happen daily. Why? Because annual rituals mark time itself. They become identity checkpoints. Every December you ask yourself, consciously or unconsciously, who am I compared to last year? What's changed? What's stayed the same? The ritual forces self-evaluation. It creates a before and after. It makes you measure yourself against your past. Christmas isn't a day. Christmas is a reality checkpoint, and checkpoints determine what gets locked in for the next cycle. So now let's talk about what happens when you scale this up, when you go from individual ritual to collective ritual. Because this is where it gets into something that sounds impossible until you look at the actual research. collective emotion doesn't just feel powerful. It measurably affects physical reality. We already talked about the Global Consciousness Project, but let me go deeper. In 2008, researchers at the HeartMath Institute did studies on group coherence. They had people meditate together, focusing on the same intention, syncing their breathing and their emotional states. And they measured the electromagnetic fields being generated. Individual hearts produce electromagnetic fields that extend separately beyond the body. That's measurable. That's not simple. But when groups synced up, when they achieved coherence, the field strength didn't just add up, it multiplied. The collective field was exponentially stronger than the sum of individual fields. Now think about a stadium full of people. 70,000 people watching the same game, feeling the same tension, erupting in the same celebration at the same moment. You can feel the field. You know when a crowd is into it versus when they're not. That's not imagination. That's a measurable energetic phenomenon. Now scale that to Christmas. Not 70,000 people, 2 billion people, all over the planet, synchronized through the same songs, the same symbols, the same emotional narratives. That's not just a field, that's a reality engine. Quantum physics tells us that observation collapses probability into reality, the observer effect. Your attention literally shapes what becomes manifest. That's not philosophy. That's been demonstrated in lab after lab after lab. The double slit experiment, quantum entanglement, wave function collapse. So what happens when 2 billion observers sync up? When they're all looking at the same symbols, feeling the same emotions, expecting the same outcomes? Reality doesn't just shift, reality locks. And this is why December feels so different. It's not just cultural conditioning. You're swimming in a collective field that's so strong, so coherent, so synchronized, that it overrides individual consciousness. You become part of the wave. Your personal frequency gets absorbed into the collective frequency. And here's what nobody tells you. That collective frequency isn't neutral. It's not just holiday cheer. It's a specific mixture of emotions deliberately designed to make you more suggestible, more compliant, more willing to work in systems that don't serve you. Nostalgia makes you long for the past that never existed. Guilt makes you spend money to prove you care. Loneliness makes you seek connection through consumption. Generosity makes you give even when you're depleted. Hope makes you set intentions you'll abandon by February. Every emotion serves a function. And when those emotions hit simultaneously across billions of people, you get a population that's predictable, manageable, and economically exploitable. That's not an accident. That's architecture. Now let's talk about why memory's the real weapon here. Because this is the part that disturbs me the most. Rituals don't just affect your present emotional state, they rewrite your past. Every December, your childhood Christmas memories get reactivated. The smell of pine, the sound of silent night, the taste of gingerbread. And when those sensory triggers hit, you're not in the present moment anymore. You're transported backward. You're 5 years old again, you're 10 years old. You're experiencing Christmas through the eyes of a child who didn't have critical thinking yet. Memory isn't storage. Memory is reconstruction. Every time you remember something, you're not pulling up a recording. You're rebuilding that memory in real time. And every time you rebuild it, it changes slightly, gets rewritten, gets infused with your current emotional state. So every December, when you smell pine and hear carols and see lights, you're not just remembering Christmas. You're re-experiencing the emotions you felt as a child and blending them with what you're feeling now. Past and present collapse into each other. And here's why this matters. Children don't have the same critical filters adults do. When you were 5 years old and you believed in Santa and everything felt magical, you absorbed Christmas uncritically. It went straight into your subconscious without passing through your logical mind. That imprint is still there. And every December, that imprint gets refreshed, gets reinforced, gets reactivated. You're not just feeling nostalgic, you're being temporarily regressed to an earlier version of yourself. A version that was more open, more suggestible, more willing to believe. And when you're in that state, when you're operating from that childhood imprint, you're vulnerable. You'll spend money you don't have. You'll participate in traditions you don't even like. You'll feel obligations that don't make sense because you're not making adult decisions. You're running childhood programming. Memory is the gateway. Control the memory. Control the person. And Christmas controls memory better than any other cultural ritual because it starts so early. Before you have language, before you have critical thinking, before you have any defense against symbolic programming. Your first Christmases are pre-verbal. You can't remember them consciously, but your nervous system remembers. The lights, the sounds, the emotions in the room, all of it gets encoded before you have the ability to question it. By the time you're old enough to think critically, the pattern is already installed, and the culture around you reinforces it every single year. This is why grown adults tear up during Christmas commercials. This is why hearing, "I'll be home for Christmas," hits you in the chest. This is why you feel compelled to recreate traditions you don't even enjoy. You're not responding to the present. You're responding to every Christmas you've ever experienced simultaneously. The memories layer on top of each other. They compound. And the emotional weight becomes overwhelming. That's not sentiment. That's manipulation at the deepest possible level. All right, let's talk about Santa again, because the Santa archetype is one of the most brilliant pieces of social programming ever created. Think about what children are taught about Santa. He's an all-seeing, all-knowing authority figure who monitors your behavior year-round. He keeps a list, he checks it twice. He knows when you've been bad or good. And based on that surveillance, he rewards obedience and punishes disobedience. Now think about what that teaches. You are always being watched. Your behavior is always being recorded. An external authority determines your worth. Obedience equals reward. Disobedience equals punishment. That's not a cute story. That's training children to accept surveillance states and hierarchical authority systems. And here's the genius part. Kids eventually learn Santa isn't real. They grow up. They stop believing. But the pattern doesn't stop. It just transfers. The same kids who believed Santa was watching them grow up to accept that God is watching them, or that the government is watching them, or that their employer is tracking them, or that social media algorithms are monitoring them. The specifics change. The structure stays the same. Constant observation, behavioral judgment, reward and punishment based on compliance. Santa was practice. The real system comes later. And I know some people are going to say, but Santa teaches generosity. Kids learn to think about others. They learn the joy of giving. Do they? Or do they learn that love is transactional? That you have to earn presents through good behavior? That your value is determined by how well you follow the rules? Because most kids don't experience Santa as pure generosity. They experience Santa as conditional approval. If you're good, you'll get presents. If you're bad, you'll get coal. That's not teaching generosity. That's teaching children that they need to perform to be loved. And then you grow up and wonder why you tie your self-worth to productivity, why you feel like you need to earn love, why you're terrified of being bad or making mistakes. Santa was just the beginning. The pattern's been running your whole life. And here's another layer to the Santa thing that gets dark. The red suit, the workshop at the North Pole, the elves, the reindeer. None of that is arbitrary. Red has always been associated with power and blood and sacrifice. The North Pole, the Axis Mundi, the top of the world. the point where heaven touches earth. Elves, originally from Norse mythology, supernatural beings who exist between worlds. Reindeer, animals associated with shamanic journeys and altered states. Santa Claus is a mashup of pagan symbolism dressed up as a children's story. And every year, kids are taught to write letters to Santa, to make requests, to state their desires to an unseen authority figure who may or may not grant them. That's ritual magic. That's petitioning an entity for favor. That's training children to participate in ceremonial practices without understanding what they're doing. And before you think I'm reaching, go look up the origins of Saint Nicholas. The actual historical figure was a Christian bishop in Turkey who supposedly performed miracles. The mythology around him got blended with Norse gods like Odin, who also had a long beard, rode through the sky, and gave gifts during Yule. Santa is an amalgamation of ancient archetypes, and those archetypes have always represented the same thing: authority, judgment, reward, and punishment. So now, let's talk about December 25th specifically. Because this date is not neutral, this date has been significant for thousands of years across multiple cultures, and it's not because of Jesus. December 25th is 3 days after the winter solstice. The solstice is December 21st or 22nd, depending on the year. That's the shortest day, the longest night, the moment of maximum darkness. And for 3 days, December 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the sun appears to stand still in the sky. It doesn't move north or south. It just sits there. Ancient people didn't have the astronomical knowledge we have today. They didn't know the Earth's axial tilt causes this. They thought the sun was dying, stopping, possibly never coming back. And then, on December 25th, the sun starts moving again. It begins its journey back north. Days start getting longer. The light returns. Symbolically, the sun is reborn on December 25th. Which is why so many sun gods throughout history have their birthday on December 25th. Horus in Egypt, Mithras in Persia, Sol Invictus in Rome, and eventually, Jesus. Jesus wasn't inserted into this date randomly. This date already meant the return of the light. Christianity just gave it a new name. And here's where it gets interesting. The 3 days the sun stands still, that's where you get the death and resurrection motif. The sun dies for 3 days and then is reborn. Sound familiar? Jesus dies, stays in the tomb for 3 days, then resurrects. That's the same pattern, same time frame, same symbolism. I'm not saying Jesus didn't exist. I'm not arguing theology. I'm pointing out that the narrative structure of death and rebirth at the winter solstice predates Christianity by thousands of years. It's a solar myth. And Christianity adopted it because it was already embedded in human consciousness. The ritual was already there. They just changed the central character. And this is why December 25th feels significant, even if you're not religious. Because the date carries thousands of years of accumulated meaning. It's been marked as sacred for so long that it exists in collective consciousness as a threshold, a turning point, a moment of transformation. You don't need to believe in Jesus for December 25th to affect you. The programming runs deeper than religion. It's astronomical, biological, and psychological all at once. So here's the question you should be asking at this point. If Christmas is this ancient, this powerful, this embedded into human consciousness, who benefits from keeping it that way? Because rituals don't persist for thousands of years by accident. They persist because they serve a function, and somebody somewhere benefits from that function. Let's start with the obvious. Economics. Retail businesses make 30 to 40% of their annual revenue in November and December. 40%. Almost half of their entire year happens in 2 months. If Christmas disappeared, the economy would collapse. And I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean global economic systems depend on Christmas spending. In Entire industries are structured around it. Shipping, manufacturing, retail, advertising, media, all of it peaks in December. So you've got corporations, governments, and financial institutions with a vested interest in making sure Christmas stays emotionally compelling, making sure people feel obligated to spend, making sure guilt and generosity and nostalgia all hit at the same time, so you buy more than you can afford. They don't care if you go into debt. They don't care if you're stressed and exhausted. They care that you participate, that you spend, that you keep the machine running. Now let's go deeper. Christmas reinforces social hierarchy. Family structures reactivate. You go back to your parents' house, and suddenly you're not an adult anymore. You're the child again. You defer to authority. You fall back into old roles. You participate in dynamics you've spent the rest of the year trying to escape. And this happens across millions of families simultaneously. Social hierarchy gets reinforced. Generational authority gets reaffirmed. The structure holds. Christmas also reinforces cultural obedience. Shared rituals create shared reality. When everyone's participating in the same tradition, when everyone's listening to the same songs, when everyone's following the same script, it creates cohesion, and cohesive populations are easier to manage. You don't question the ritual, because everyone's doing it. You don't opt out because opting out means social exclusion. You go along with it even when it doesn't serve you, because resistance feels worse than participation. And here's the part that's really disturbing. Christmas creates predictable emotions. Every December, they know exactly how you're going to feel. They know nostalgia will peak. They know generosity will spike. They know guilt will intensify. They know loneliness will hit people who are isolated. And once emotions are predictable, behavior is predictable. And predictable populations are controllable populations. Every December, you become emotionally vulnerable in ways you're not the rest of the year. Your defenses drop. Your critical thinking softens. You're more open to suggestion, more willing to spend, more compliant with social expectations. That's not an accident. That's the function of the ritual. They need you predictable. They need you vulnerable. They need you participating. Because if millions of people suddenly stopped engaging with Christmas, if they stopped spending, stopped conforming, stopped synchronizing their emotions, the entire system would destabilize. Christmas isn't maintained because it's beautiful. Christmas is maintained because it works. And now let's talk about what happens after. Because the ritual doesn't end on December 25th. The real impact shows up in January. Every year, January feels like a reset, a fresh start. New year, new you, clean slate. And culturally, we're taught to set resolutions, goals, intentions. We're told this is the perfect time to transform your life. But think about what just happened to you. You spent October, November, and December in an escalating emotional state. Nostalgia, guilt, generosity, stress, obligation, exhaustion. You drained your emotional and financial reserves. You performed rituals. You participated in a massive collective event that synchronized your consciousness with billions of other people. And then suddenly it stops. December ends. The decorations come down. The music stops playing. The lights go off. And you're supposed to immediately transition into this high-energy, goal-oriented transformation mindset. But you don't have energy. You're running on empty. The ritual just extracted everything you had. So you set resolutions. You make promises to yourself. You're going to eat healthier, exercise more, be more productive, finally finish that project. And by February, 92% of people have already abandoned those resolutions. That's not a willpower problem. That's a ritual completion problem. December doesn't just end. Your emotional field collapses. Your identity gets reset to factory settings. You're disoriented. You're exhausted. And in that disoriented, exhausted state, you're highly suggestible, which is why January is when they sell you the next program. The diet plans, the gym memberships, the self-improvement courses, the productivity apps. You're told you're not enough, but if you buy this thing, follow this plan, adopt this system, you can become who you're supposed to be. And you believe it, because you just came out of a massive ritual that rewrote your subconscious. You're operating on autopilot. Your critical thinking hasn't fully come back online yet. So you buy in, you commit. And then by March, you're done. The energy's gone. The motivation disappeared. You're back to your baseline, wondering what happened. What happened is you tried to run a marathon immediately. After running a different marathon, you didn't even know you were running. January isn't a fresh start. January is post-ritual collapse. And the reason New Year's resolutions fail isn't because you're weak. It's because you're trying to start something new when you haven't recovered from what just ended. The system is designed this way. They need December to drain you, so January can sell to you. It's a cycle. And most people never see it, because they're inside it. All right? So now that you see the mechanism, now that you understand how this works, what do you do about it? Because here's the thing. You can't escape Christmas. It's everywhere. It's in the music, the decorations, the commercials, the conversations. You can't just opt out entirely without socially isolating yourself. And I'm not suggesting you become a hermit in December. What I'm suggesting is conscious participation, awareness instead of autopilot, choice instead of compulsion. So here's what you do. Starting right now, before December even begins, you implement the December Awareness Protocol. Here's how it works. When nostalgia hits, when you feel that warm emotional pull, don't immediately act on it. Pause. Take 3 breaths and say out loud or in your head, nostalgia trigger. That's it. You're not suppressing it. You're not fighting it. You're just naming it, labeling it, creating space between the feeling and your response. When guilt arises, when you feel like you should buy something, do something, be somewhere, same thing. Pause. 3 breaths. Guilt programming. When generosity feels compulsive, when you're about to spend money you don't have on something you don't really want to give, pause. 3 breaths. Is this mine, or is this ritual? Naming breaks the spell. Rituals work through unconscious participation. The moment you label what's happening, you step outside the automatic response. You create awareness. And awareness is power. You're not rejecting the emotions. You're not pretending they don't exist. You're just seeing them clearly. And once you see them, they lose their grip. Because here's what I noticed when I started doing this. Most of the emotions I thought were mine weren't actually mine. They were triggered by external symbols. Christmas music in a store, lights on a neighbor's house, a commercial showing a family reunion. The emotion would hit, and I'd think it was coming from inside me, but it wasn't. It was a response to a stimulus designed to trigger that exact emotion. Once I started naming it, nostalgia trigger, guilt programming, compulsion. The emotions stopped feeling overwhelming. They were just sensations, and sensations pass. So that's practice 1, awareness, observation without absorption. Practice 2 is symbol fasting. And this one's going to sound extreme, but hear me out. Limit your exposure to Christmas symbols. Not completely. Not to the point where you're miserable, but intentionally, strategically. Here's what I mean. Christmas music is designed to trigger emotional responses. The same songs, the same melodies, the same lyrics year after year. They're encoding the ritual into your nervous system through repetition. So instead of passively absorbing every Christmas song that plays everywhere you go, choose 1 or 2 songs you actually enjoy. Songs that feel meaningful to you. And listen to those. Let yourself have them. But mute the rest. Skip the radio stations playing non-stop Christmas music. Turn off the TV when commercials get heavy in December. Walk through stores quickly instead of lingering in the decorated sections. You're not avoiding Christmas. You're reducing the repetitive symbolic reinforcement. Same with decorations. If you genuinely love putting up a tree, put up a tree. If it brings you joy, do it. But don't do it because you feel like you have to. Don't decorate just to meet expectations or because everyone else is doing it. Choose 1 to 3 symbols that actually mean something to you. Let those be your Christmas. Don't drown yourself in 1,000 symbols that are just reinforcing patterns you didn't choose. Because here's what happens when you reduce exposure. You get space, mental space, emotional space. You stop being constantly triggered. You stop running on autopilot. And what you'll notice is you feel calmer, more grounded, less compelled. You're not missing out. You're just not being programmed as intensely. Practice 3 is the conscious giving reset. And this one might make some people uncomfortable, but it's necessary. Before you buy anything in December, before you give anything, before you commit to anything, pause. Ask yourself this question. Do I want to do this? Or do I feel like I have to? If the answer is, I feel like I have to, don't do it. I know that sounds harsh. I know it might create conflict, but here's the reality. Guilt-driven giving depletes you. It drains your energy. It reinforces the pattern of obligation over authenticity. Giving from obligation isn't generosity. It's tribute. It's you participating in a system that extracts your resources in exchange for social acceptance. Real generosity feels light. It feels easy. You want to give. There's no guilt, no pressure, no internal conflict. You're giving because it aligns with who you are, not because you're trying to prove you're a good person. So this December, give intentionally. 1 meaningful gift instead of 10 obligatory ones. And if people push back, if they make you feel guilty for not participating the way they expect, here's your script. This year, I'm being more intentional with my energy and resources. I'm focusing on meaningful connection over material exchange. That's it. You don't owe anyone more explanation than that. You're not being selfish. You're being honest. And most people will respect that more than you think. What you'll notice when you start doing this is how much lighter you feel, how much more present you are, how much energy you have left after December instead of being completely drained. Practice 4 is the solstice identity check-in. And this is where you reclaim the ritual for yourself. On December 21st, the actual winter solstice, sit in darkness for 10 minutes. No phone, no distractions, just you and the dark. And in that darkness, ask yourself, who do I want to become in the next cycle? Not, what do I want to achieve? Not, what are my goals? Who do I want to become? What version of myself do I want to embody? And write down 3 identity statements. Not goals, not resolutions, identity. For example, I am someone who protects my energy. I am someone who gives from overflow, not obligation. I am someone who participates consciously instead of automatically. Identity statements are more powerful than goals because they change how you operate at the core. Goals are about doing. Identity is about being. When you write these on the solstice, you're using that threshold energy consciously. You're creating your own reset instead of letting the collective ritual reset you. And here's why this works. The solstice is still a powerful moment. It's still a turning point. The light still returns. But instead of unconsciously absorbing the collective programming, you're making your own meaning. You're deciding who you are instead of letting the ritual decide for you. You're not resisting Christmas. You're redirecting it. You're using the same threshold energy for your own transformation instead of letting it be used on you. Practice 5 is the January timeline lock. And this is how you protect yourself from the post-ritual programming. January 1st through 3rd, revisit your solstice identity statements. Read them, feel them, reconnect with who you decided to become. And then create one simple daily practice that reinforces that identity. Not a massive overhaul, not a total transformation. One small thing. If your identity statement is, I am someone who protects my energy, your practice might be, I check in with myself twice a day and ask if my energy is mine or if I'm leaking it. If your identity statement is, I am someone who gives from overflow, your practice might be, I only say yes to requests when I genuinely have the energy to follow through. One practice, one reinforcement, daily. And here's the critical part. Avoid all New Year, New You content. All of it. Don't watch the videos. Don't read the articles. Don't buy the programs. All of that content is designed to make you feel inadequate, so you'll buy solutions to problems you didn't have before they told you that you did. You already decided who you're becoming. On the solstice, you locked your timeline before the collective programming intensified. Now you just reinforce it through your daily practice. What you'll notice in January is how stable you feel compared to previous years. How immune you are to the should messaging. How little you care about typical New Year's chaos. You're operating from your own frequency instead of absorbing the collective frequency. And that's freedom. So let me bring this all together, because here's what you now understand that most people never see. You didn't lose your power in December. You gave it away unconsciously. You participated in a ritual you never chose. You were activated by symbols you never decoded. You ran emotional patterns you never questioned. And now you see it. You see the solstice timing. You see the pagan origins. You see how Saturnalia became Christmas. You see the symbol system, the trees, the lights, the red and green, the gifts, the surveillance archetype of Santa. You see how memory is the real gateway, how childhood imprints get reactivated every year. You see how collective emotion creates field effects that shape reality. You see the economic extraction. You see the social control. You see the January reset that's designed to sell you the next program. You can't unsee this now. Every December from now on, you're going to notice the patterns. You're going to feel the triggers. You're going to watch other people unconsciously participate in real time. And you're going to choose. Not resistance, not rejection, choice. You can still enjoy December. You can still appreciate the lights and the music and the connection. But now you're doing it consciously. You're participating because you choose to, not because you're compelled to. You're giving from genuine desire, not guilt. You're connecting from authenticity, not obligation. Christmas doesn't control reality. Unconscious participation does. Rituals only work when you don't know you're inside them. Now, you know. And here's what that means going forward. You get to decide what December means to you. You get to choose which traditions serve you and which ones don't. You get to participate without surrendering your energy. You get to use the seasonal threshold consciously instead of being used by it. The elite don't avoid Christmas. They participate with full awareness. They understand the mechanism. They use the collective energy surge without being drained by it. Now you can too. Let what you heard settle before you try to turn it into a new program. The point is not to win an argument about holidays. The point is to notice what you consent to and how that consent shapes your inner state. Choose one practice from the transmission and live it for a week. Not as a performance, as a private return to sovereignty. If you want structure for integration, there is an optional workbook available that turns the practices into a daily process, reflection, rewiring, and real-world implementation. Come back to this when the pressure rises. Not to resist, to remember. Thank you for listening. You're about to listen to You Planned This Life, the blueprint you forgot. This work is for those who have always felt that their life carries intention beyond chance. For those who sense that certain patterns, skills, encounters, and challenges were not random, but designed. This is not a belief system and not a comfort narrative. It is an exploration of pre-birth planning, soul memory, and the mechanisms through which lives diverge from their original design. What follows lays out the ancient witnesses, the structure of the blueprint, the reasons it was forgotten, and the precise ways souls drift off course after incarnation. You will also be guided through the protocols used for course correction, not to escape this life, but to realign with what you chose before entering it. If you want to return to this transmission on your own time, or go deeper with the companion workbook, you can access both through the Service Plus icon below. It's the orange square with the white triangle at the bottom, or through the link in the bio. Once you're on audiobooks, workbooks, full archive, and explore more. That's where you'll find discount codes. You can stream the audiobooks and workbooks on the site, or download them directly. Listen as if you are remembering something you once knew. Let's begin. You were chosen, not after you were born, not during some pivotal moment, before. Long before your first breath, your entire life was designed. Every person you would meet, every challenge you would face, every gift you would carry, all of it mapped. And I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to remember. Because right now you've experienced at least 3 of these. A skill that came unnaturally easy, like you'd practiced it in another lifetime. Knowing things seconds before they happened, not anxiety, but certainty. Meeting someone and feeling instant recognition, like coming home to a soul you've known for thousands of years. Surviving something that statistically should have ended you. Impossible timing, unexplainable luck. Knowledge you were never taught. Topics that just make sense. Wisdom that doesn't match your years. Homesickness for a place that doesn't exist. Longing for something you can't name. These aren't coincidences. They're signatures. Proof that you existed before this life. That you planned this life. That you chose this life. And for over 2,400 years, 7 ancient sources have been trying to tell you this truth. Plato documented it in 375 BCE. The Vedas described it 3,000 years ago. The Tibetan Book of the Dead mapped the exact journey. Ancient Egypt taught it in mystery schools. Kabbalah preserved it in secret. Carl Jung rediscovered it through psychology. And a forbidden manuscript from 823 AD, the Codex Anime, synthesized it all, then was hunted, burned, nearly erased. Why? Because if you knew you chose this life, you'd stop being controllable. You'd stop seeking salvation from external authorities. You'd stop living in fear. You'd remember what you've always been, an eternal soul on a deliberately designed journey. But here's what nobody tells you. Planning a life before birth is one thing. Actually living it after you forget everything, that's where it gets complicated. Because between the blueprint you created and the life you're actually living, something went wrong. And today, I'm going to show you not just the proof that you planned this life, but what happened between the planning and the living. The 3 mistakes souls make before birth. The exact points where your life diverged from your blueprint. And most importantly, how to course correct and get back on track. This isn't just about understanding your past. It's about reclaiming your future. Chapter 1. You already know this is true. Let me show you something you've felt your entire life but couldn't name. That restlessness inside you. That sense you're meant for something specific. That pull toward a purpose. Where does that come from? Society didn't program it. Usually society tells you to ignore it. Be realistic. Play it safe. Your family might not understand it. Your culture might suppress it. Yet it persists. Like a song you can't forget but never learned. That's not hope. That's not ambition. That's your soul remembering the plan. And here's how you know this is real. You have patterns in your life that repeat with mathematical precision. Different people, different circumstances, same lesson. Maybe you keep attracting relationships where you're undervalued. Different partners, same abandonment, same wound. Why? Because you're learning something. Something your soul chose to master in this lifetime. And it will keep presenting itself. Different faces, same essence, until you get it. Or jobs where your talents go ignored. Different companies, different bosses. Same experience of being invisible. That's not bad luck. That's curriculum. Before you were born, you looked at your past lives and saw this lesson incomplete. So you designed this life to give you repeated opportunities to learn it. The relationship pattern? You're mastering self-worth independent of external validation. The career pattern? You're learning to value yourself first, trust your gifts regardless of recognition. The boundary pattern? You're breaking generational people-pleasing cycles. You chose these challenges the way a student chooses a course, not for punishment, for mastery. And here's evidence you can't deny. You possess knowledge you were never formally taught. That moment when you picked up an instrument and your fingers already knew where to go. When you started learning a language and the grammar felt like remembering, not studying. When you understood complex systems without training, it just clicked. Everyone dismisses this as natural talent. But genetics don't encode piano technique. DNA doesn't store healing knowledge. Your genes don't remember languages you've never heard. This is cellular memory, soul memory. You did this before, in another life, and you chose to bring it forward because it's essential for your mission here. Think right now. It's your unexplainable skill. That thing you're good at that doesn't match your environment, your upbringing, your formal education, that's not random. That's something you encoded before birth. Then there are the synchronicities, impossible timing that defies probability. You think of someone you haven't contacted in years. They call within minutes. You need specific information. You randomly open a book to that exact page. You change your route for no logical reason. Later, you discover you avoided disaster. You meet the exact right person at the exact impossible moment who changes everything. These moments feel different. They carry weight, meaning, like invisible hands guiding you back to a path you can't see but somehow recognize. That's because there is a path. You mapped it before you were born. Key moments, certain people, specific redirections. When you drift too far from the blueprint, synchronicities activate. Course corrections. That person who appeared at the perfect time? You made an agreement with their soul before birth. That book that caught your attention? Your higher self directing you. That inexplicable knowing to turn left instead of right. Your soul remembering the plan. And here's the deepest proof. You recognize certain souls instantly. Not everyone, but some people, the moment you meet them, you know. Reunion, not introduction. Remembering, not discovering. Or the opposite, someone triggers you immediately. Instant discomfort, but you know they're significant. Both are soul recognition. Before birth, you didn't plan this journey alone. You coordinated with other souls, your group. Consciousnesses you've traveled with across lifetimes. Sometimes as family, sometimes as friends, sometimes as enemies who teach your hardest lessons. You take turns, different roles, mutual learning. Your spouse in this life might have been your parent in another. Your rival might have been your teacher. When you meet someone from your soul group, recognition happens beneath words. That's why some relationships feel destined, because they are. You made agreements before birth, to meet, to teach each other, to grow together. Look at your life right now. The people who have impacted you most aren't random. They're contracted souls fulfilling agreements made in a realm beyond time. This is how you know. Not because I'm telling you, but because something inside you has always known. You're not learning new information. You're remembering. Chapter 2. The 7 Ancient Witnesses. Now let me show you why this truth has survived the thousands of years. 7 sources, completely independent. separated by continents and centuries, all describing the exact same process. Ancient Greece, 375 BCE. Plato documented a soldier named who died in battle, visited the space between lives, and returned with a truth that shattered philosophy. Souls standing before the fates. But the fates didn't assign destinies. They offered choices. Souls selected their next lives from possibilities. Some chose wealth and learned corruption. Others chose poverty and found wisdom. Plato wrote, "The responsibility lies with the chooser. The divine is blameless. You chose. Not the gods. You, the souls who chose wisely, had learned from past incarnations. This wasn't philosophy to Plato. This was witness truth. And he died mysteriously shortly after. The knowledge was too dangerous." Ancient India, 1500 BCE. The Vedic texts describe this with scientific precision. As a person, new ones, so the soul discards worn-out bodies and enters new ones. But deeper texts describe what happens between lives. The soul reviews every action from its previous incarnation and feels the consequences from every perspective. Hurt someone? Experience their pain. Brought joy? Feel their happiness. Not punishment. Information. Based on this review, the soul gravitates towards circumstances that balance what needs balancing. Cruel in one life? Choose conditions that teach compassion. Greedy? Select scarcity to develop generosity. This is karma, not cosmic revenge, but intelligent self-design. Tibet, 8th century. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes 49 days between death and rebirth with clinical detail. 3 bardos, 3 intermediate states. In the third, Sidpa bardo, you prepare for rebirth. The soul watches potential parents and feels magnetically drawn based on karmic resonance. Unresolved authority issues. Choose authoritarian parents. Need to learn patience? Select chaotic circumstances. Breaking generational trauma? Pick a family lineage carrying that wound. The text describes the moment before birth. A flash of resistance before accepting physical limitation. Then consciousness compresses. You forget you're born. Ancient Egypt, 3000 BCE. Before birth, the soul appears before Ma'at. Cosmic order, not judgment after death, but planning before life. The Book of Coming Forth by Day describes souls reviewing multiple potential incarnations. Each life shown as a vision, challenges, relationships, duration, purpose. The soul chooses, knowing it will forget. Egyptians called this the sacred forgetting, essential for the journey to feel real. Jerusalem, 200 CE. In Kabbalah, the angel Layla has one function. Before birth, Layla tours the soul through its upcoming potential pathways, challenges it will face, souls it will meet, lessons it will learn. The soul understands everything. Then, just before birth, Layla touches the soul above the lip, creating the philtrum, the indent between the nose and upper lip every human has. And the soul forgets everything. Why? Knowledge without experience is hollow. The soul must live the lessons. Kabbalists teach you can access what Layla showed you. Déjà vu, dreams more real than reality. Sudden knowings, Layla's teaching breaking through the veil. Vienna, 1950s. Carl Jung wasn't mystical, he was a scientist. But he discovered people living out patterns they never consciously chose. Archetypes, inherited blueprints in the collective unconscious. Jung proposed something radical. What if these patterns were chosen before birth? Patients described dreams and visions of their lives before conception. Selecting parents, designing traumas, programming gifts. Jung called this the unchosen life script, a paradox. The script feels unchosen because we forgot choosing it. Becoming who you truly are isn't about creating yourself. It's about remembering what you chose to be. You're listening to You Planned This Life, the blueprint you forgot. If you prefer to listen without interruption or revisit this transmission later, the full version and companion workbooks are available by tapping the Service Plus icon below. It's the orange square with the white triangle at the bottom, or through the link in the bio. 823 AD, the Forbidden Synthesis. A secret order called the Custodes Animarum spent 40 years documenting over 2,000 testimonies. Through deep meditation, people accessed memories of pre-birth planning. All described the same process: reviewing past lives, meeting councils of wise beings, choosing parents, bodies, challenges, gifts, making soul contracts, crossing the veil. The Codex Animae wasn't religious, it was systematic research, and it was declared heretical by every institution. Vatican ordered it destroyed. Islamic scholars banned it. Royal courts suppressed it. Why? Section 4 stated, "The soul chooses its suffering, and in choosing transforms all pain into purpose. No external authority can grant salvation." If people knew this, institutional power would collapse. Most copies burned, but fragments survived, hidden, preserved. 7 witnesses across 4,000 years, all saying, "Before birth, you planned this life." Show you exactly how you did it. According to the Codex Animae, every soul passes through 8 chambers before incarnation. This isn't theory, this is the process you went through. Chamber 1, the call. It begins with readiness. In the space between lives, souls exist at different frequencies. Some rest, some learn, some guide. But at a specific moment, a call goes out, not a voice. A frequency your soul recognizes. When you hear it, you know, time to grow again, time to return. This isn't forced. You respond because your soul craves evolution, like lungs crave air. Chamber 2, the Great Review. Before designing forward, you look backward completely. You experience a total review of your most recent life, often many before it. Not judgment, but radical empathy. You feel every action from the perspective of those you affected. Hurt someone? Experience their exact pain. Brought joy? Feel their happiness. This is where karma is understood. Not punishment, consequence, information, balance. The review shows what's unresolved, what lessons remain, what gifts you've developed, and what shadows you carry. Perfect preparation for what's next. Chamber 3, the Council. Now you meet beings of extraordinary wisdom, guides, masters, elders. They don't command or judge. They help you clarify intention. What did I learn last time? What patterns am I repeating? What does my soul want to master? This is where your mission crystallizes. One teaching describes a soul wanting to do deep trauma healing. The Council showed 2 paths. Path 1, stability and ease, formal training, technical skill. Path 2, severe trauma, nearly destroyed, but depth to truly heal others. The soul chose path 2. Why? The first path makes me skilled but shallow. The second breaks me open, gives me lived experience. When I say, I understand, they'll know I do. It's harder, but it makes me the healer I came to be. The Council helps you see the deeper implications of each choice. Chamber 4, choosing the vessel. Now the controversial part. Choosing your body, genetics, parents, circumstances. Every variable considered with precision. The soul observes potential parents, feeling karmic resonance. Which family provides the exact friction needed for growth? Why would anyone choose poverty, abuse, disability? Because the soul doesn't optimize for comfort. It optimizes for evolution. Poverty teaches resourcefulness, gratitude, detachment from materialism. Difficult parents force boundaries, break generational cycles, build inner strength. Challenged bodies cultivate power, compassion, and the knowing that you're not your form. You choose what will forge you. One will for physical limitation. Why? In my last 3 lives, I defined myself by physical strength, became arrogant, looked down on limitations. I need to learn my value isn't in my body. That soul became a renowned teacher. The limitation became their platform. Nothing is punishment. Everything is curriculum. Chamber 5. The soul contracts. You don't plan alone. You coordinate with other souls playing major roles. Contracts, agreements about relationships, lessons, mutual growth. Your parents, you chose them. They chose you. Mutual teaching. Your soulmate, you planned to meet before either of you was born. Your antagonist, often your deepest contract, a soul agreeing to play the difficult role. Your children, they chose you as their parent, as you chose them as your teacher. Even brief encounters, strangers saying exactly what you needed, are contracted moments. One teaching. A soul whose abusive parent appeared in a past life as their beloved child whom they'd abandoned. They switched roles to experience abandonment from both sides, to heal the pattern completely. These aren't bondage. They're collaboration, working together across lifetimes to help each other evolve. Chamber 6, encoding your gifts. Now you select specific talents to bring forward, precisely calibrated tools for your mission. Natural empathy, encoded because your work involves healing. Analytical brilliance, selected because your mission requires innovation. Creative ability, embedded because your purpose involves new perspectives. The Codex calls this the soul's inheritance. Abilities developed across lifetimes, brought forward because they're essential. That skill that feels effortless, that subject you grasp instantly. You chose to bring it forward. It's in your blueprint. Chamber 7, designing your challenges. Here you deliberately select obstacles, losses, pain, not punishment, catalysts. The Codex, the soul chooses suffering the way a sculptor chooses stone, as the medium through which form emerges. You choose heartbreak that will teach self-love. You select failure that will humble ego and reveal resilience. You program illness that will force inward spiritual awakening. You design loss that will show what truly matters. Precision instruments for transformation. One teaching. A soul choosing to die young. Why? My brief life will shatter my father's materialism. He'll spend his life seeking spiritual answers and eventually help thousands find meaning in loss. My death has purpose. Another. Choosing severe addiction. Not as failure, but as complete ego death, allowing awakening and a mission helping others recover. Your challenges aren't punishments. They're training programs designed by your own wisdom. Chamber 8. The veil. The final chamber. Most crucial. You stand at the threshold. You know everything. Past lives, soul contracts, mission, challenges, and now you agree to forget it all. Layla touches your lip. Consciousness compresses. You forget your past. The council, the contracts, the plan. Why? If you remembered, the journey wouldn't be authentic. No stakes, no growth, no discovery. The veil ensures every decision is real, every emotion genuine, and every lesson earned. But forgetting isn't total. The veil thins in places. Dreams more real than waking. Synchronicities, déjà vu, meditation, crisis wisdom. Your soul leaves signs. The veil makes the journey real, but it's thin enough to remember when you're ready. Chapter 4. The 3 mistakes souls make. Now here's what the ancient texts rarely mention, but it's the most important part for you right now. Because knowing you planned this life is one thing. Understanding why it doesn't feel like you're living it? That's another. Between the blueprint you created and the life you're actually living, something happened, and it's not your fault. Because before birth, souls make 3 critical mistakes. Mistake 1, underestimating the veil. Before birth, you're pure consciousness. You see your whole life clearly, every chapter mapped. You think, I'll remember. When the moment comes, I'll know what to do. You believe the veil will be like a light fog, easy to see through, simple to navigate. So you don't build in enough reminders, enough signposts, enough emergency protocols. Then you incarnate. And the veil isn't missed. It's a total blackout. You don't just forget the plan. You forget you made a plan. You forget you're eternal. You forget you chose this. You forget everything. And without that memory, you default to programming, your parents' expectations, your culture's definition of success, your trauma responses, your survival patterns, none of which match what your soul actually chose. So you spend decades, sometimes your entire life, living someone else's blueprint, following paths you never chose, playing roles that don't fit, pursuing goals that mean nothing to your soul. Meanwhile, your real blueprint sits dormant, sending distress signals you can't decode. That restlessness, that's your soul saying, this isn't the plan. That dissatisfaction despite external success, you're off blueprint. That feeling something's missing. You forgot what you came here to do. Most people dismiss these signals as ingratitude, depression, or a quarter-life crisis. But they're not psychological problems. They're navigational alerts from your soul. There is a difference between hearing an idea and recognizing a signal. When something in this transmission feels familiar, pause to reflect on that. That may be one of the places your blueprint is trying to reach you. If you want to return to this slowly, the full You Planned This Life audiobook and companion workbook are available through the Service Plus icon below. It's the orange square with the white triangle at the bottom, or through the link in the bio. Use the Explore More tab for discount codes, bundle options, and full archive access. Now, let's continue. Mistake 2, choosing too much. In the pre-birth realm, you feel invincible. You're not in a body, no pain, no exhaustion, no limitations, no fear. So you look at your potential life and think, I can handle that challenge, and that one too. Actually, let me add 3 more for maximum growth. You pack your blueprint with back-to-back initiations. Difficult childhood for resilience. Toxic relationship for boundaries. Career failure for humility. Health crisis for spiritual awakening. Loss for compassion. You design a life that would challenge an enlightened master. Then you incarnate into a fragile human body, with a nervous system that gets overwhelmed, emotions that flood, energy that depletes. You forget you're eternal. You forget you chose this, and you wonder why everything feels so hard, why you can't catch a break, why when one thing resolves, 3 more problems appear. It's not bad luck. It's overambitious soul planning. You chose a PhD-level curriculum and showed up with amnesia thinking it's kindergarten. The ancient texts describe this as the burden of the courageous soul. Before birth, courage looks like choosing more challenges. After birth, courage looks like surviving what you chose. Most souls underestimate how difficult it is to be human, how heavy the body feels, how loud the mind is, how overwhelming emotions become. In the pre-birth realm, you can hold the perspective that all suffering serves growth. In a human body, suffering just hurts. And when you're carrying a blueprint packed with challenges you don't remember choosing, it can feel like life is punishing you. But it's not. You're just experiencing exactly what you selected, too much of it. Mistake 3. Not accounting for free will interference. This is the mistake that derails even the most carefully planned lives. You create a beautiful blueprint. Perfect timing. Ideal soul contracts. precise challenges. You plan to meet your soulmate at 25, your mentor at 30, your business partner at 35. You design moments where specific people will say specific things that trigger specific awakenings. But here's what you forget. You're not the only consciousness with free will. Every person in your life has their own blueprint, their own contracts, their own choice points, and they can go off script. Your soulmate might choose fear instead of love and never show up at 25. Your mentor might get so lost in their own trauma that they miss the meeting point at 30. Your business partner might choose the safe path and never take the risk at 35. Your parents might deviate so far from their own blueprint that they can't provide what you needed. One person going off script creates ripples in your plan. Dozens of people going off script. Total chaos. Suddenly, the life you meticulously designed looks nothing like what you're living. The person who was supposed to guide you never appeared. The opportunity that was supposed to open got blocked by someone else's fear. The relationship that was supposed to heal you turned toxic because the other person chose their wounds over growth, and you're left feeling like you're in the wrong timeline. Like somewhere there's another version of you living the life this you was supposed to live. And you're right. There is another version, the blueprint version, but you're living in the reality version, where free will interference, the veil of forgetting and overambitious planning collided to create a life that feels off. Not completely wrong, just misaligned. Like you're 15 degrees off course. Not catastrophically lost, but not where you're supposed to be. And every year you stay off blueprint, the gap widens. Chapter 5, the signatures of being off blueprint. So how do you know if you're off blueprint? Here are the 7 signatures that reveal you've diverged from your soul's original plan. Signature 1, dormant gifts. You have talents you're not using, not hobbies you haven't gotten around to, actual encoded gifts that your soul brought forward for your mission, but you keep them locked away because they're not practical, or won't make money, or people will think I'm weird. Maybe you're a natural healer, but you work in corporate finance. Maybe you're a gifted teacher, but you're stuck in administration. Maybe you're meant to create, but you've convinced yourself it's just a hobby. These dormant gifts create a specific kind of suffering. Not dramatic pain, quiet desperation. A sense that you're wasting your life, even when you're successful by external standards. That's your soul screaming, "This isn't what we came here to do." Signature 2, misaligned relationships. You're in relationships that feel off. Not abusive necessarily, not terrible, just wrong. Like you're with good people, but they're not your people. You're playing a role in someone else's story instead of living your own. This happens when soul contracts don't activate properly. Maybe your actual soulmate chose fear and never showed up. So you settled for someone who fits on paper, but doesn't fit your soul. Maybe your soul group members are still finding their way. So you're surrounded by people who love you but don't understand you. These relationships aren't bad. They're just not what you planned, and your soul knows it. Signature 3, repeating obstacles. You keep hitting the same wall, different circumstances, same barrier. You overcome it in your career. It shows up in your relationships. You heal it in your relationships. It appears in your health. You address it in your health. It manifests in your finances. This happens when you're trying to learn a lesson your soul chose, but you're approaching it the wrong way, or you're learning it in the wrong domain. Your soul encoded a specific challenge to develop a specific quality. But because you forgot the plan, you're encountering the challenge in different forms, not recognizing it's the same lesson. Signature 4, dream life disconnection. You have recurring dreams about a life you're not living. Places that feel like home, but you've never been there. Work that feels purposeful, but you're not doing it. Relationships that feel right, but you're not in them. These aren't fantasies or escapism. They're your soul showing you the blueprint. During sleep, the veil thins. Your consciousness reconnects with your higher self, and your higher self shows you, this is what we planned. When you wake up and that life isn't your reality, you feel grief, not for a fantasy, for a plan you forgot. Signature 5, purposeless success. You've achieved things, maybe a lot of things. Good career, nice home, financial stability, relationship, family, everything society says should make you happy. But it doesn't. You feel empty despite the achievements, restless despite the security. This is the signature of living someone else's blueprint. You accomplished what your parents wanted, what your culture values, what your conditioning programmed. But none of it matches what your soul actually came here to do. So you have success without fulfillment, achievement without meaning, recognition without purpose. Signature 6, chronic almost. You keep getting close to something, but never quite reaching it. Almost landed the dream job, almost met the right person, almost started the business, almost moved to that place. Almost. This happens when you're approaching your blueprint, but free will interference keeps blocking the final step. Or when you're trying to activate your mission, but you haven't cleared the blocks preventing it. You can feel you're close. Your soul knows you're circling the right territory, but something keeps preventing completion. Signature 7, the homesickness. You feel homesick, but you're already home. Like you're in the wrong timeline, wrong version of your life. Not depression, not dissatisfaction with what you have. A specific knowing that somewhere there's a life more aligned with who you really are. This is your soul remembering the blueprint. Before birth, you saw the ideal version of this life. Now you're living the actual version, impacted by the veil, over-ambitious planning, and free will interference. And your soul can feel the gap. If you recognized even 3 of these signatures, you're off blueprint. Not catastrophically, but enough that your soul is sending signals. And here's what's crucial to understand. Being off blueprint isn't failure. It's normal. Almost every soul diverges from their original plan. The veil is stronger than we expect. The challenge is harder than we planned. The interference more disruptive than we anticipated. But here's what changes everything. You can course correct. You don't have to blow up your life. Abandon everything. Start over. You just need to realign. Make precise adjustments that bring you back to your soul's original design. And that's exactly what I'm about to show you. Chapter 6, the Course Correction Protocols. The Codex. Animi doesn't just document pre-birth planning. It contains rescue protocols, emergency navigation for souls who went off blueprint. Because the ancient mystics knew planning is one thing, living is another, and every soul needs course correction. Here are the 5 protocols for realigning with your original blueprint. Protocol 1. Blueprint recovery through pattern analysis. Your current life contains clues to your original plan. Even off blueprint, fragments of your design are still visible. Take out paper. Draw a timeline from birth to now. Mark every major event, every relationship, every challenge, every turning point. Now look for patterns. What keeps showing up? What themes repeat? These repetitions aren't random. They're your soul trying to complete what you planned. Maybe healing appears constantly. Different forms, physical, emotional, relational, but always healing. That's probably your core mission, what you encoded before birth. Maybe teaching shows up everywhere. You're always explaining things, helping people understand, translating complexity. That's likely your encoded gift trying to activate. Maybe loss is a recurring theme. People leaving, opportunities ending, chapters closing. That's probably a specific lesson you chose. Learning non-attachment, developing inner stability, understanding impermanence. The patterns aren't problems to fix. They're breadcrumbs leading back to your blueprint. You're listening to You Planned This Life, the blueprint you forgot. If you prefer to listen without interruption or revisit this transmission later, the full version and companion workbooks are available by tapping the Service Plus icon below. It's the orange square with the white triangle at the bottom, or through the link in the bio. If this broadcast is resonating, tap the screen. Share it, repost it, comment and follow. It helps reach others on their awakening journey. Write down the 3 strongest patterns in your life. Those are your soul's primary intentions for this incarnation. Now ask, am I honoring these patterns or fighting them? If you're meant to heal, but you're in finance, you're off blueprint. If you're meant to teach, but you're hiding your knowledge, you're off blueprint. If you're meant to learn non-attachment, but you're clinging to relationships that ended, you're off blueprint. Pattern recognition reveals the plan. Honoring the patterns realigns you with it. Protocol 2, soul contract renegotiation. Some contracts didn't activate because the other person went off script. Your soulmate chose fear. Your mentor got lost. Your collaborator played small. You can't force them back on path. Their free will is sovereign, but you can call in replacement contracts. Before birth, you didn't just plan one soulmate. You planned multiple potential partners from your soul group. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. If Plan A chose differently, Plan B is still out there. Same with mentors, business partners, friends, teachers. Your soul group is vast. Multiple members can fulfill similar roles. Here's how to activate replacement contracts. Identify which contracts haven't activated. Who was supposed to show up but didn't? What relationship was supposed to form but hasn't? What collaboration was supposed to happen but got blocked? Then consciously release the original person, not with resentment, with understanding that they made their own choices. Say it out loud. I release name or role from our soul contract. They chose their path. I honor their choice, and I now call in the soul who is ready to fulfill this contract. Then pay attention. Within weeks, sometimes days, a new person appears. Not the person you expected, but someone who can fulfill that role. This is how you work with free will interference instead of being victimized by it. Protocol 3, challenge recalibration. Remember mistake 2? Choosing too much? You can't remove challenges you already chose, but you can recalibrate how you engage them. List your current challenges, the big ones you're facing right now. Then ask for each one. What quality is this teaching me? Difficult relationship. Probably teaching boundaries, self-worth, or discernment. Career obstacle? Probably teaching persistence, creativity, or trust. Health issue? Probably teaching presence, surrender, or self-care. Financial stress? Probably teaching resourcefulness, faith, or detachment from security. Once you identify the quality, you can learn it intentionally instead of through prolonged suffering. If your toxic relationship is teaching boundaries, you don't need to stay in it for 10 years. You can learn boundaries now, set them, enforce them, and complete the lesson in months. If your career obstacle is teaching persistence, you don't need to bang your head against the same wall forever. You can develop persistence through consistent action in a slightly different direction. The challenges won't disappear, but their duration and intensity can shift when you engage them consciously. You accelerate the curriculum instead of prolonging it. Protocol 4, dormant gift activation. Your encoded gifts are still there, even if you haven't used them. They're waiting for permission to activate. Make a list of 3 gifts you know you have, but aren't expressing. Maybe it's healing, teaching, creating, leading, connecting, visioning. Choose one, just one, and commit to expressing it in the smallest possible way this week. If it's healing, offer to listen deeply to one person. If it's teaching, Share one thing you've learned with someone who needs it. If it's creating, make one thing, anything, and share it. If it's leading, take initiative in one small situation. Here's what happens. The moment you give your gift permission to express, energy shifts. Synchronicities increase. Opportunities appear. The right people show up. Not because you're forcing it, because you're aligning with what your soul encoded. Your blueprint starts reactivating. Start with micro-expressions, one small act, then watch what unfolds. Protocol 5, the pre-birth reconnection meditation. This is the most close to your original blueprint. Find a quiet space. Close your eyes. Breathe until your body fully relaxes. Imagine moving backward through time. Past this morning, past yesterday, past this year, through your life, past childhood, past birth, past conception. Keep moving backward until you're in a space of pure awareness. No body, no time, just consciousness. You're in the pre-birth realm. Feel yourself in that space where you existed before incarnating. Now imagine you're with your council, the beings who helped you plan this life. They're here, surrounding you with unconditional love. Ask them, what did I originally plan for this life? Don't force an answer. Just listen. Images, feelings, knowings may arise. Where have I diverged from the plan? Stay open to what emerges. What's my next step to realign? Whatever response comes, trust it. Show me the life I came here to live. Let them show you, not in detail, just the essence, the feeling, the direction. When you're ready, thank your counsel. Feel them with you, always guiding you back to the plan. Slowly return, through time, through the veil, into this moment, into your body. Open your eyes, write immediately, everything you experienced. This meditation gives you glimpses of your original blueprint. The more you practice it, the clearer the plan becomes, and the easier it is to course correct in your daily life. Chapter 7, Living the Corrected Path. Now you understand 3 things. You planned this life before birth. You went off blueprint through the 3 mistakes, and you can course correct using the 5 protocols. But here's what actually matters. What do you do tomorrow? Because knowledge without action is just entertainment. Here's how to live the corrected path. 1. Daily blueprint alignment check. Every morning before you start your day, ask, is what I'm about to do today aligned with my soul's blueprint? Not is it productive? Not will it make money? Not will people approve? But is this what I came here to do? If the answer is no more than 3 days in a row, something needs to change. You're drifting off blueprint again. 2. Honor the signals. Your soul sends constant signals. Restlessness, dissatisfaction, excitement, peace, synchronicities, dreams. Most people ignore these in favor of logic, practicality, and fear. Stop ignoring them. When you feel restless, ask, what wants to change? When you feel dissatisfied, ask, what's misaligned? When you feel excited, ask, what wants to activate? When you feel peace, ask, what am I doing right? Your signals are navigation. Trust them. 3. Express gifts, regardless of outcome. You encoded specific gifts for your mission. Use them. Even if they don't make money yet, even if people don't understand, even if it feels impractical, your soul doesn't care about practicality. It cares about expression. The healer who works in finance but never heals anyone is living off blueprint. The teacher who has wisdom but never shares it is wasting their encoding. The creator who keeps everything private is betraying their mission. Find ways, any ways, to express what you came here to give. 4. Complete the lessons, don't just endure them. When challenges appear, they're not punishment. They're curriculum you chose. Don't just survive them. Learn from them. Extract the lesson. Develop the quality. Integrate the wisdom. Then the challenge can complete instead of repeating. 5. Choose alignment over comfort. Sometimes realigning with your blueprint means uncomfortable changes. Leaving relationships that don't serve your soul. Quitting jobs that use the wrong gifts. Moving to places that match your energy. Starting things before you're ready. Your soul didn't incarnate for comfort. It came for evolution. Choose alignment over comfort every time. 6. Remember you're eternal. When life feels overwhelming, when you feel off track, when you think you've wasted years, remember you're eternal. This life is one of many. One chapter in an infinite book. You can't fail. You can only learn. Even going off blueprint taught you something. Even the detours added wisdom. Nothing is wasted in the soul's journey. You now know what empires tried to erase. 7 ancient sources, from Greece to Tibet, from Egypt to Jerusalem, preserved the truth. Before birth, you existed as pure consciousness. You reviewed past lives, met with wise guides, chose your parents, body, circumstances, challenges, gifts. You made contracts with souls you've known for lifetimes. You designed a blueprint for your evolution. Then you crossed the veil and forgot. And between the forgetting and the living, things went wrong. You underestimated the veil, chose too much, encountered free will interference. And now you're living a life that's 15 degrees off the original plan. But today, that changes. Because you now have the 5 protocols. Pattern analysis to recover your blueprint. Contract renegotiation to call in new soul group members. Challenge recalibration to accelerate your lessons. Gift activation to express what you encoded. Pre-birth reconnection to access your original design. This isn't just about understanding your past, it's about correcting your future. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are not failing. You're just off blueprint. And now you know how to get back on. Every person who challenges you, part of the design. Every gift you haven't used, waiting to activate. Every signal you've ignored. Navigation back to the plan. Every pattern that repeats. Your soul trying to complete its mission. Your life isn't random. It's recognizable. Not suffering, curriculum, and not chaos, course, correction. If this resonated, comment, I remember below. Not just words, a declaration that you're ready to realign, ready to activate what you encoded, ready to complete what you came here to do, ready to live the life you planned before birth. You've just finished. You planned this life, the blueprint you forgot. Let this integrate slowly. This knowledge is not meant to be used impulsively or performatively. It is meant to be embodied. If you want structured support for practicing coherence, tracking results, and stabilizing your field over time, the workbook is available as an optional next step. You can access the full You Planned This Life audiobook and companion workbook through the Service Plus icon below or through the link in the bio. Use the tabs at the top of the site. Audiobooks, workbooks. Explore more. That's where you'll find discount codes, bundle options, and full archive access. You can stream it or download it directly. Move deliberately. Power matures through discipline, not intensity. Thank you for listening. Welcome to the Awakening broadcast. You're about to listen to Flip the Wealth Switch, training your nervous system to receive. This is not a motivational talk. It's a transmission about the nervous system, identity, and the internal set point that decides what you allow yourself to receive. As you listen, do not rush to agree or disagree. Just notice what your body does when money is mentioned. Tightness, resistance, calm, curiosity. Because the shift begins there. Not in your ideas about wealth, but in your capacity to hold it. If you want the full impact, listen once for understanding, then listen again for integration. And if you want to return to this transmission on your own time, or go deeper with the companion workbook, you can access both through the Service Plus icon below. It's the orange square with the white triangle, or through the link in the bio. Once you're on the site, use the tabs at the top: Audiobooks, Workbooks, and Explore More. That's where you'll find discount codes, bundle options, and the full archive. You can stream it or download it directly. Now, let's begin.
What if I told you your financial struggles aren't random, they're programmed, and one hidden system decides everything? Not based on IQ, not based on hard work, not based on connections or luck or being born into the right family, but on whether this internal mechanism is active or dormant. And here's the part that should make you sit up. You have it. You were born with it. Every single human being has this organ. But somewhere around age 7, maybe earlier, yours got switched off. Not by accident, by design. In 2019, researchers at University College London did a study that should have made headlines, but didn't. They tracked neural activity in subjects while they made financial decisions. What they found was disturbing. Wealthy individuals and struggling individuals showed completely different brain activation patterns. Not slightly different, completely different. Like they were running different operating systems. Wealthy brains light up for possibility before opportunity even appears. Struggling brains light up for danger before anything goes wrong. Same opportunity, same information. Two completely different internal responses. The researchers called it neural wealth programming. The press ignored it. The financial industry buried it. Because here's the implication. If wealth is determined by neural patterns, and neural patterns can be changed, then the entire story we've been told about money, that it's about working harder, being smarter, getting lucky, falls apart. Ancient cultures knew about this. The Egyptians encoded it in their hieroglyphics. Taoist masters trained it for decades. Kabbalistic teachers passed down its activation methods through oral tradition for centuries. The Greeks had a word for it. The yogis built entire systems around awakening it. And then somewhere along the line, that knowledge got buried, suppressed, removed from the curriculum, replaced with something far more useful to the system: compliance. Today, you're going to learn something that will change how you see money forever. This isn't about positive thinking. This isn't about vision boards or scripting or hoping harder. This is about a biological circuit inside you that determines, right now, whether wealth flows toward you or runs the other way. By the time this ends, you'll know exactly how to flip the switch yourself. Tonight, tomorrow morning, not someday, now. Because here's the truth no one wants to tell you. The wealthy are not smarter than you. They're not more deserving. They don't work harder. They simply have this mechanism running while yours sits dormant. And you're about to change that. Let me be clear about something before we go any further. When I say organ, I'm not talking about something you can find on an anatomy chart. You won't see this in a medical textbook. No surgeon has ever held it in their hands. But it's real as your heartbeat, as real as the anxiety you feel when you check your bank account. What I'm talking about is a psychobiological wealth circuit, a network of neural pathways and emotional coding that operates like a single organ with one job, determining what you allow yourself to receive. Read that again. What you allow yourself to receive. Not what you earn, not what you deserve, what you allow. Here's something that will change how you think about this forever. In 1998, a study at Harvard Medical School discovered something they weren't looking for. They were studying heart disease, tracking patients' physiological responses to various stimuli. But they noticed something strange. When patients were asked to imagine receiving large sums of money, their bodies responded in one of two ways. Some patients showed relaxation responses. Heart rate lowered, blood pressure dropped, muscles softened. Their bodies said, "Yes, I can hold this." Other patients showed stress responses. Heart rate spiked. Cortisol flooded their systems. Muscles tensed. Their bodies said, "No, this is dangerous." The researchers followed these patients for 10 years. The ones whose bodies said yes to imagined wealth. Their actual income increased an average of 127% over the decade. The ones whose bodies said no, their income stayed flat or declined regardless of education, effort, or opportunity. Your body votes on your financial future before your mind even gets a say. This wealth organ controls 4 critical functions. First, risk tolerance. How much uncertainty can you sit with before your nervous system screams retreat? The average millionaire makes major decisions with about 60% of the information they'd like to have. The average person waits for 90% certainty and misses 90% of opportunities. Second, self-permission. Do you feel allowed to have more? Not logically, emotionally. When you imagine yourself wealthy, does your body relax or tighten? Does it feel like home or like trespassing? Studies show that 73% of people experience physical discomfort when asked to visualize themselves wealthy. Their body literally rejects the image. Third, decisiveness. How quickly can you act on opportunity? Researchers at MIT found that wealthy individuals make financial decisions 4.7 times faster than middle-income individuals. Not because they're smarter. Fourth, expectation of return. This is the big one. When you put energy out into the world, whether that's money, effort, time, or trust, do you expect it to come back multiplied, or do you brace for loss? Brain scans show that wealthy individuals show dopamine activation when they spend money. They expect return. Others show cortisol activation. They expect loss. Same action, opposite neurochemistry. These 4 functions operate together like a single system, like an organ. And right now, yours is probably running at about 15% capacity, maybe less. Let me tell you something about John D. Rockefeller that was never in your history books. Rockefeller kept detailed journals his entire life. After his death, researchers analyzed them looking for patterns. What they found wasn't about strategy or connections or market timing. It was about internal state. Rockefeller had a practice he did every morning. He called it assuming the feeling of wealth. Before he made a single business decision, before he read any financial report, he would spend 15 minutes feeling wealthy. Not thinking about wealth, feeling it, in his body, in his nervous system. He wrote in 1903, "I do not pursue money, I make myself into the kind of man that money pursues. This is a practice of the nerves, not of the mind." A practice of the nerves. In 1903, Rockefeller understood what neuroscience wouldn't confirm for another 100 years. Your nervous system determines your financial ceiling. Andrew Carnegie had a similar practice. He called it mental rehearsal of success. Every morning, he would imagine his current ventures succeeding, feel the feeling of that success, and only then begin his day. These men weren't positive thinkers. They were nervous system trainers. They understood the organ. They knew how to activate it. And here's what's wild. They rarely talked about it publicly. When asked about their success, they gave the standard answers. Hard work, good timing, calculated risk. The real mechanism, the internal technology, they kept private. Why? Because if everyone knew how to activate it, the game would change entirely. Now let's talk about why your switch is off in the first place. Because it didn't happen by accident. You walked into school as a child with this mechanism intact. Kids are natural receivers. Watch a 3-year-old. They don't hesitate to ask for what they want. They don't feel guilty about having. They don't apologize for existing. They reach for things. They expect the world to respond. That's the wealth organ operating at full capacity. And then education happened. Here's something that should make you angry. In 1906, Woodrow Wilson, then president of Princeton, gave a speech to the New York City School Teachers Association. The speech was called "The Meaning of a Liberal Education." In it, he said this: "We want one class of persons to have a liberal education, and we want another class of persons, a very much larger class of necessity, to forgo the privileges of a liberal education and fit themselves to perform specific difficult manual tasks." Hear that? The President of the United States, one of the architects of modern education, openly stated that the system was designed to create two classes, thinkers and workers. And the workers, the much larger class, were specifically meant to be trained for compliance, not creation. This wasn't a conspiracy. This was policy. And it worked exactly as intended. The modern education system was built during the Industrial Revolution. Factory owners needed a specific type of person, someone who could follow instructions, tolerate repetition, suppress their own desires for 8 to 12 hours a day, and accept delayed gratification that often never came. So they built schools that trained exactly that. What did they reward? Obedience, sitting still, waiting for permission, following rules, memorizing what authorities told you was true. What did they punish? Initiative, questioning, moving before you were told to move, trusting your own judgment over the teachers. Look at the structure. You sit in rows. You raise your hand to speak. You wait to be called on. You're told when to eat, when to play, when to learn, when to stop. You're graded on compliance. And every single day, that structure sends one message to your wealth organ. You are not allowed to act until someone gives you permission. Here's the part that will really cook your brain. In 1971, a psychologist named Philip Zimbardo conducted the Stanford Prison Experiment. You've probably heard of it. But here's what most people miss about its implications. Within 24 hours of being assigned roles, guards became authoritarian and prisoners became submissive. Not because of personality, because of structure. The environment they were placed in literally rewired their behavior, their identity, their sense of what was possible for them. You were placed in an environment called school for 12,000 plus hours of your most neurologically plastic years. You were assigned a role, student, which meant wait for instruction, seek approval, fear punishment, suppress initiative. What do you think that did to your wealth organ? It didn't just teach you information. It rewired your fundamental relationship with receiving, risk, and self-permission. By the time you graduate, that message is hardwired. It's not a thought anymore. It's a reflex. It's encoded in your nervous system as surely as flinching from a hot stove. Here's what they should have taught you but never did. The wealthy don't wait for permission. Their internal system grants it automatically. The wealthy tolerate uncertainty. Their nervous system doesn't flood with terror when they don't know exactly what will happen. The wealthy expect a return. When they spend money, give energy, or take risk, their body expects multiplication, not loss. None of this was in your curriculum. None of this was on the test. None of this was rewarded. Instead, you were trained to work for certainty instead of creating through uncertainty. Seek safety instead of building capacity for risk. Please authorities instead of trusting yourself. And here's the crazy part. The children of the wealthy, they weren't in those schools. They were in different schools with different structures, smaller classes, more autonomy. Emphasis on leadership, initiative, and independent thinking. The wealthy train their children's wealth organs from birth. You were trained for the factory floor. different education, different nervous system, different financial ceiling. And now you're 35, 45, 55, even 65 years old, wondering why your relationship with money feels like a fight instead of a flow. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility, because the switch can be flipped. You've heard the statistics. 70% of lottery winners go broke within 5 years. Many end up worse off than before they won. Some lose their families, their health, their lives. But here's the part nobody talks about. It's not the money that destroys them. It's the gap between their external reality and their internal capacity. See, when someone wins the lottery, their bank account changes instantly. But their wealth organ doesn't. Their nervous system is still calibrated for struggle. Their self-permission level is still set to just enough to survive. So, what happens? Their internal system, which believes at the deepest level that they're not safe to hold wealth, begins a systematic process of rejection. They overspend not from greed, but from discomfort. The money feels wrong. They need to get rid of it. They trust the wrong people because they don't trust themselves to make decisions. They feel guilty, so they give it away to anyone who asks. They sabotage because on the deepest level their identity is struggling person. And having money doesn't match that identity. The money didn't change them. It revealed them. It exposed the gap between what they had and what they could hold. You're listening to Flip the Wealth Switch. Train your nervous system to receive. If you prefer to listen without interruption or revisit this transmission later, the full version and companion workbooks are available by tapping the Service Plus icon below. It's the orange square with the white triangle at the bottom, or through the link in the bio. If this broadcast is resonating, tap the screen, share it, repost it, comment and follow. It helps reach others on their awakening journey. Now, here's the flip side. Studies of self-made millionaires show the opposite pattern. They build wealth slowly because their internal capacity expands in pace with their external resources. By the time they have millions, their nervous system can hold millions. There's no gap, no rejection, no sabotage. This is why get rich quick rarely works and get rich gradually usually does. It's not about the speed of the money, it's about the expansion of the organ. And here's the insight that changes everything. You can expand your internal capacity before the money arrives. You can train your nervous system to hold wealth before you have wealth. The wealthy do this instinctively. They assume the feeling of wealth, as Rockefeller called it. They expand their container before the contents show up. And when the contents arrive, there's room. The system says yes, the money stays. Let me tell you about Paul. Paul is 58, worked in logistics for 31 years. He's not lazy, he's not stupid. He's been the guy who shows up early and stays late. The guy who covered other people's shifts. The guy who never complained, never asked for more than he was given, never made waves. And he's broke. Not starving broke, but the kind of broke where you're always calculating. The kind where unexpected expenses feel like punches to the gut. The kind where retirement feels like a cliff you're walking toward instead of a horizon you're moving into. Paul doesn't understand it. He did everything right. He followed the rules. He worked hard. He saved when he could. He didn't take big risks. He was responsible. And yet, here's what Paul doesn't know. His wealth organ was deactivated decades ago, not by a single event, but by 1,000 small ones. When he was 9, he asked his father for a toy, and his father said, "Money doesn't come easy. You'll learn that someday." That landed in his nervous system, not as words, as code, as programming. When he was 12, his mother stressed about bills within earshot, and he absorbed the signal. Money is danger. Money is scarcity. Having it means losing it.
When he was 16, he wanted to start a small business selling baseball cards, and his uncle laughed and said, "That's not how the real world works. Get a job." His initiative was punished. His wealth organ learned, "Don't try." When he was 23, he got a small raise at his first real job, and immediately felt guilty, like he'd gotten away with something, like he didn't deserve it, like something would come and take it back. Every single one of those moments was a signal to his internal system. Shut down. Don't receive. Don't expect. Don't allow. And Paul has been living inside that shutdown system ever since, working hard inside a container that can't expand. Here's the brutal truth. Paul could work twice as hard and still not get ahead. Because the problem was never effort. The problem is capacity. His internal container for wealth has stayed the same size for 40 years. The wealthy don't have bigger paychecks because they work harder. They have bigger paychecks because their internal container can hold more. Their wealth organ is online, expanding, allowing. Paul's container is locked at exactly enough to survive. And survival is what he keeps getting. Maybe you recognize Paul. Maybe you are Paul. Maybe you've lived this exact pattern and never had words for it. Now you do. Let me explain exactly how this mechanism works. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. And what you can see, you can change. The wealth organ operates through what I call the expectation permission reality loop. Here's the sequence. Step 1, emotional state. Before anything happens externally, something happens internally. You feel something. Safe or unsafe, expansive or contracted, open or closed. This emotional state is broadcasting constantly like a radio signal. Step 2, expectation field. Your emotional state creates an expectation field. This is the range of outcomes your nervous system considers possible. If you're in fear, your expectation field narrows. Only survival outcomes seem realistic. If you're in openness, your opportunities become visible that fear couldn't see. Step 3, decision behavior. Based on your expectation field, you make decisions. If the field is narrow, you hesitate, avoid, play small. If the field is expanded, you act, reach, move toward. Step 4, reality result. Your decisions create results. And those results appear to confirm whatever you already believed, which reinforces the original emotional state. This is the loop. And it runs constantly whether you're aware of it or not. Here's something that will blow your mind. In 2012, researchers at Yale conducted a study where they showed participants identical business opportunities. Same numbers, same risk profile, same potential return. But before showing them the opportunity, they primed one group with feelings of abundance, using visualization and physical exercises. They primed the other group with feelings of scarcity, using stress-inducing scenarios. The abundance group saw opportunity 64% of the time. The scarcity group saw opportunity only 23% of the time. Same opportunity, completely different perception, based solely on emotional state. The scarcity group wasn't being cautious. They literally couldn't see the opportunity. Their narrowed expectation field filtered it out. Their nervous system said threat, and their brain deleted the possibility. This is why two people can look at the same investment, the same business, the same market, and see completely different things. They're not looking with their eyes. They're looking with their nervous system. And their nervous system is filtering reality based on their internal state. The wealthy aren't optimists. They're not seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. Their nervous systems are calibrated for opportunity instead of threat. They literally perceive a different reality. And the wildest part? This calibration is trainable. You can change what you see by changing what you feel. Let me make this even more concrete. Your brain has something called the reticular activating system, or RAS. It's basically a filter that determines what gets through to your conscious awareness and what gets deleted. Here's how it works. Have you ever bought a new car and then suddenly seen that car everywhere? The cars were always there. Your RAS just started letting them through because you marked them as important. Your wealth organ programs your RAS. If your organ is set to scarcity, your RAS filters out opportunity and highlights threat. You see expenses, risks, problems. If your organ is set to abundance, your RAS filters for opportunity and minimizes threat. You see investments, possibilities, solutions. Same world, different filter, different life. And here's what the wealthy understand that you were never taught. You can consciously reprogram your RAS by retraining your emotional baseline. Change the filter, change what you see. Change what you see, change what you do. Change what you do. Change your results. Here's something almost nobody in the West knows about. In Japan, there's a practice called Kanemochi no Kokyu, which translates roughly to the breathing of the wealthy. It's been passed down through merchant families for over 400 years. The practice is simple but profound. Before any financial decision, before any negotiation, before any investment, these merchant families would do a specific breathing pattern designed to shift their nervous system into what they called the receiving state. The breathing pattern activates the vagus nerve, which regulates the parasympathetic nervous system. It literally shifts the body from threat response to openness response, from survival mode to receiving mode. Western researchers discovered this in 2008 when studying why certain Japanese business families maintained wealth across 15+ generations, while Western families typically lost it within 3. The answer wasn't strategy or discipline. It was a nervous system regulation passed down as family ritual. These families were training their children's wealth organs from birth. The breathing practice was taught as soon as kids could follow instructions. By adulthood, their nervous systems were permanently calibrated for wealth reception. Meanwhile, in the West, we were teaching our children to fear money, stress about scarcity, and distrust their own judgment. Different training, different nervous systems, different financial ceiling. The good news? The practice works at any age. Neuroplasticity doesn't expire. Your nervous system can be retrained at 25, 45, 65, or 85. The Japanese merchant families proved the method. Western neuroscience confirmed the mechanism. All that's left is for you to apply it. Before I show you how to flip the switch, you need to know where you currently stand, because you can't fix what you won't face. Here are the signs your wealth organ is dormant. Sign 1. You hesitate on opportunities. When something good shows up, your first response is doubt instead of curiosity. You ask what could go wrong instead of what could go right. You wait for more information until the window closes. Here's a test. Think about the last significant opportunity you passed on. How long did you deliberate? If it was more than 72 hours, your wealth organ was applying the brakes. Wealthy individuals report making major decisions in under 48 hours, often under 24. Their system says yes or no quickly. Yours says wait, which usually means no. Sign 2. You feel guilt around money. When you spend on yourself, there's a tightness. When you think about having more than others, there's discomfort. When you receive gifts or unexpected money, you immediately think about how to get rid of it or who else needs it more. A study at Northwestern University found that 68% of middle-income individuals reported guilt when making purchases over $200 for themselves. Only 12% of wealthy individuals reported the same guilt. The wealthy don't feel guilty about receiving because their internal system says they're allowed. Your system is saying you're stealing. Sign 3. You subconsciously cap your goals. When you think about how much you could make, there's a ceiling. Maybe it's 6 figures. Maybe it's a specific number. But there's a line,
And past that line feels unrealistic, dangerous, or not for people like you. Here's something spooky. Researchers found that people's actual income tends to hover within 15% of their imagined ceiling, regardless of opportunity. Your subconscious won't let you exceed what you're allowed to have. If your ceiling is set at $60,000, you'll sabotage anything that might take you to $80,000. Your organ is enforcing a boundary you didn't consciously set. Sign 4. You overthink purchases and investments, even small ones. The mental energy you spend calculating, worrying, second-guessing far exceeds the actual stakes. 20 minutes debating a $50 purchase. That's not wisdom. That's a nervous system in scarcity mode. Wealthy individuals report spending about 90 seconds on purchasing decisions under $500. They decide, they act, they move on. Their nervous system isn't treating every expense as a survival threat. Yours is. Sign 5. Your body tightens when you think about money, not just stress. Actual physical contraction. Shoulders rise, jaw. This isn't happening in your mind, it's happening in your nervous system. And your nervous system is running the show. Try this right now. Think about your bank account. Notice what happens in your body. Do your shoulders lift? Does your stomach clench? Does your breathing change? That's your wealth organ broadcasting danger. Every time you feel that, you're reinforcing the pattern. Sign 6. You talk yourself out of raises, charges, and opportunities. You have conversations in your head where you convince yourself it's not the right time, you're not ready, people won't pay that, the economy is bad. Before it happens, and use that rehearsal as evidence. This is your wealth organ trying to protect you from disappointment by guaranteeing failure in advance. It learned this was safer than risking rejection, but safety has become your cage. Sign 7. You feel like money is happening to you instead of through you, like you're at the mercy of circumstance, like wealth is something outside that either arrives or doesn't, and you have no control over which. If you recognize 3 or more of these signs, your wealth organ is significantly offline. And here's what I need you to understand. These aren't character flaws. They're not evidence that you're bad with money or that you don't deserve more. They're regulation failures. Your internal system is stuck in a survival pattern that was installed decades ago, and it's been running the same outdated program ever since. When you were a child in an unpredictable environment, that program kept you safe. It taught you to be small, to not expect too much, to avoid risk, to stay under the radar. But you're not a child anymore. The threats that program was designed for don't exist anymore. And the very thing that protected you then is now the thing that's limiting you now. It's time to update the operating system. Some people will hear that and move on. Others will recognize this is not something to hear once. It has to be repeated, returned to, worked through. If that's you, the full Flip the Wealth Switch audiobook and companion workbook are available through the Service Plus icon below or through the link in the bio. Use the Explore More tab for discount codes, bundle options, and full archive access. Take what you need. Now, let's continue. Here's what you've been waiting for. The actual protocols. The things you can do tonight, tomorrow morning, this week that will begin to flip your internal switch. These aren't theories. These are practices that work on the nervous system directly. They bypass the thinking mind, because the thinking mind isn't where the problem lives. Your wealth organ needs to hear that you're allowed. Not once, repeatedly, until the new message overwrites the old programming. Here's the neuroscience. Your brain strengthens whatever neural pathways get used most often. If your I'm not allowed pathway has been running for 40 years, it's a superhighway. The I'm allowed pathway is a dirt road. Not understanding. Repetition. Your brain doesn't care if you believe what you're saying. It cares how often you say it.
Here's how you do it. Look yourself in the eyes and say these words aloud. I give myself permission to receive. I'm allowed to have more than enough. Money flows to me because I am open to it. My capacity for wealth expands today. Don't whisper it. Say it like you mean it.
For Sky now do our
Your
lowest
subconscious
ever broadband
responds
price
to conviction,
from $27.99
not
a
volume,
month with no
but
setup
volume
fees.
creates
That's Sky's
conviction.
lowest price
Then
ever,
do this.
exclusively online.
Place your hand on your chest.
Sky do broadband.
Feel your
You
heartbeat.
do you.
And say, my body is safe to hold wealth. This part is crucial. Your body has to feel safe. If your body believes wealth is dangerous, it will sabotage every opportunity. We're rewiring safety into your system. Do this every single day for the next 30 days. Don't skip days. The repetition is what creates the new neural pathway. You're not just saying words, you're installing new software. Here's
Why
what
does
you'll notice.
hiring for your construction
The
business
first few
feel like an
days, it feels
emergency
ridiculous.
every time? Why does it seem
Your
like you
mind will
only
argue.
start looking for help
Your
when
inner
somebody
voice
quits,
will say,
when your
this
team is
stupid,
maxed
or
out,
this isn't
or
working.
when you finally hit the
That's
breaking
the old
point and realize you
programming
can't
fighting for
keep
survival.
doing everything
It
yourself.
doesn't want to die.
And what if the real issue
going.
is that there aren't good people
day
out
7,
there? What
something
if the real
shifts.
issue is something else?
The words
And
start
what if the
landing
bigger
differently. Your
problem,
body
the
begins to
underlying
respond.
problem, is the
By
way
day
you're
14,
thinking
you'll catch
about
yourself
hiring
thinking
in the
differently
first
throughout the
place?
day. The new
You're
pathway
listening
is
to
forming.
the Construction
By day 30,
Leading Edge
the new pattern is
podcast
installed.
from
Not
ConstructionLeadingEdge.com.
complete,
My name is Todd
installed.
DeWalt. I'm your host.
The
And we're all about
foundation is laid. This is the
systematizing
technique
your
I mentioned from
construction
the
business
Japanese
to
merchant
maximize
families.
freedom,
Modified
impact,
for Western
and
nervous
wealth.
systems,
My
but
team and I
preserving
here
the
at
core
Construction
mechanism.
Leading Edge have helped hundreds
Here's what
of
it does.
construction business
It
owners
directly
put
activates your
systems in
vagus
place
nerve,
so they can
which
eliminate
shifts your
chaos,
nervous system from
grow their
sympathetic,
profits, build
fight
stronger
or
teams,
flight,
and get their
to
lives.
parasympathetic.
In this episode, I'm
rest
talking
and
with
receive.
Justin
You
Landry.
cannot
He's the founder
receive
of
in fight
JL
or
Talent
flight.
Solutions.
Your system
Justin
is
has
defending,
spent the last
not
decade
accepting.
helping high-end
This breath
construction
flips the
companies
switch. Here's the
across North
protocol.
America
Sit
make better
comfortably.
hires,
Close
use
your eyes.
data instead
Place
of
one
gut
hand
feel,
on your chest,
and build
one on your
performance
belly.
systems so the right people are not just
Inhale
hired,
slowly
but they're
through
set
your
up to
nose
succeed.
for 6 seconds.
I've known Justin for
Feel your
several
belly
years. A lot of our
expand
clients
first,
have used him.
then
I've
your
worked with him
chest.
personally for my business.
This is called
And
diaphragmatic
we're going to talk
breathing.
about a trap that
Most people
keeps
breathe
construction
shallow into
business
their
owners
chest, which keeps them in
hiring
low-level
out of
stress.
desperation. One
Deep belly
shift
breathing
you
signals safety.
can make to help you stop
for 2
hiring
seconds
only
at the
when
top of
something
the breath.
breaks, and why the person you
Exhale
think you
slowly
need
through
may
your
not
mouth
actually
for
be the
8
person
seconds.
who solves the real problem.
Make the exhale
We'll also
longer
get
than
into
the inhale.
culture fit, assessments,
This is the key.
scorecards, and a more systematic way
exhale
to identify
activates
whether
the
somebody
parasympathetic nervous system.
really is
You're
the
telling your
right
body
fit
we're safe.
for the
We can
role, the
receive.
team, the future of
As you
your
exhale,
business.
mentally
And
say,
be sure
"I
to stick
receive."
around because Justin shares
Do this
a
for 5 minutes,
5-step
10
hiring
breaths.
framework
When you
you can use
finish,
to start building a stronger
for
pipeline
another
of
minute with your
candidates to
eyes
filter out
closed.
candidates more effectively.
notice how
and
your
make
body feels.
better hiring decisions
relaxation,
without relying on instinct,
openness,
hope,
the
gut,
absence of
or
tension.
a good handshake.
This
So if you've
is
ever
the
thought,
receiving state.
I need better
This is what the
people, but I
wealthy
don't have
feel
time
as
to
their
find
baseline.
them, or I can't
Do this
afford
practice.
to hire right now, or
Every morning after
all
your
the good
permission
people are
statements,
taken. This conversation with
Before
Justin
any
Landry
financial
may
decision.
challenge the way
before
you're
checking
looking
your
at
bank
hiring,
account,
team growth,
before
and
asking
your
for a
own
raise
time as
or
the owner.
setting a price.
So,
Anytime
before we get
you
into that,
notice
let me ask you
your
this.
body
Are
tightening
you
around money,
stuck in day-to-day
you're training your
operations
nervous
of your
system to
construction
associate
business?
money with
Do you feel like you're
openness
wearing too many
instead of
hats,
tension.
spending too much
Over
time on
time,
job sites,
this
that your
becomes
days
automatic.
are consumed with low
The wealthy aren't
level
relaxed about
activities,
money
low
because they
rent
have more.
activities, and
They have
firefighting?
more
If so,
because they're
I want to invite you to go
relaxed
watch
about
my
money.
free masterclass,
Your
How
wealth
to
organ has been
Escape
trained
from
to avoid all
Day-to-Day
risk because your
Operations,
system
how to
learned to
find the
associate
escape
risk
hatch
with death.
from day-to-day
Not literal
operations.
death,
You
but
can
nervous
watch that
system
for
level
free by
threat.
clicking the link in the show
To
notes,
reactivate it,
or just go to
you have to teach your system that risk is survivable.
constructionleadingedge.com/.
you do this through small, controlled exposures.
ESCAPE.
This is called
Now,
stress
let's get to
inoculation.
my conversation.
It's the same principle
Justin Landry.
used to train
Justin,
special forces
welcome
operators,
to the podcast.
first responders,
Give us a
and
brief
astronauts.
intro.
Small
The name
doses
of your
of controlled
company,
stress
the problems
build
you help
tolerance.
construction
Tolerance
business owners
builds
solve,
capacity.
and it's probably a pretty good place to
builds
start this
performance.
episode.
My name
Every
is
single
Justin
day,
Landry, and
take
I'm the
one
owner and
small
founder
risk,
of JL
not
Talent Solutions.
reckless.
small.
the last 10 years, I've been in the
Here's how this
HR,
shows up in real
recruiting,
life.
and performance management
Ask
space
for a discount you
with
normally
high-end construction
wouldn't
companies
at a
across
store,
North
at a
America.
restaurant, anywhere.
We help companies make
Not because you need the
data-driven
discount,
hires
but because you're
throughout all
teaching your
segments
nervous
of their
system that asking
organizations.
doesn't hurt you.
After those hires have
Send
been
that
placed,
email you've been
looking on
comfortable,
performance
the one
management,
where
key
rejection is
performance
possible.
indicators,
Hit send anyway.
and other systemic
Your nervous
tools to
system
make sure that
learns,
our
"I
expectations
survived
of our
this."
employees
Apply for
are
something you
commensurate
think
with
you're not
those
ready
from
for.
the beginning of
A
their
job,
signing.
a contract,
Gotcha.
a program.
And we have some
Something that
mutual
scares you
clients
just a little.
that we've worked with. We'll talk
Your body
about
needs
some of their
proof that
success
stretching isn't
stories
dangerous.
before we're done today to hear
Say no
what
for the first
sort of
time in
results
places you've
people
always
have
said
gotten.
yes
I
out
think
of guilt.
we've known each
With
other
your time,
for
money,
several
or
years
energy.
now. We've been referring clients
what
back and forth
happens.
to each other
Nothing
for quite some
Just
time.
freedom.
I like the way you operate.
your
It's
system
very
learns.
systematic, which
Again,
not surprisingly is
Buy
what
something
we're all
small
about here.
without
So
spiraling over
let's
the
jump
decision.
into it. We want to give
Coffee,
these
a book, a
folks
simple
listening
luxury.
some really practical
Decide in under
advice.
60
Let's start with this. A lot of people
Body that spending isn't a
feel stuck
threat.
and
Charge
they have
more
trouble
than
with
you normally
hiring.
would.
And there's a lot of talk
Even
about,
once.
well, you can't find
Raise
good
your
people
rate
out
by
there. There's a
20%.
skilled labor shortage.
See who still
and
says
all the
yes,
good people are gone.
and realize you
all
were
that sort of stuff.
underselling
You call it the
yourself the
reactive
entire
hiring
time.
trap.
Have
What
a
is
casual
that? And why does
conversation
it
with a
keep
successful stranger
construction
about
business
money.
owners
Not
stuck?
begging for
Can you
advice.
explain that?
Just listening to how
Absolutely, Todd.
differently they think.
Over the last 10 years,
Let your
one of
nervous
the
system
things I've
unlearn
seen
its
most
fear of money
resoundingly
conversations.
is that
Because the
construction
action
owners
doesn't matter.
look to make a
Pattern
hire
does. Your nervous system
only
is hearing
when
the same message
absolutely
over
necessary.
and over. I took
only
a risk.
when the project manager says I
survived.
quit, or
I
the
took a
office
risk,
manager
and I
says, hey,
survived.
I'm pregnant
I
with
took
my
a
next
risk,
baby
and I
and I'm not
survived.
going to be able to make it in
After
next
20,
week. Or when the
30, 50
subcontractor
of
says,
these
you know what, I
experiences,
disagree and I'm
something
no longer
shifts.
involved.
Your hesitation
In these
starts
places of
shrinking.
desperation, so often we
Comes
find
biological.
contractors aiming to make a
You
hire
start moving
and then
before
getting
certainty
stuck in this
shows up.
desperation
Because
trap
your
of
body has
thinking
learned that
I need
uncertainty
to hire for
isn't death.
skills
This
rather
isn't
than
how
for
you
fit.
train the wealthy mind
And that by
through
hiring for
affirmations.
skills rather than
This is
fit,
how you train the wealthy
solving a
nervous
short-term problem,
with small
but not really
acts
solving
of
the
controlled
long-term
bravery until
So
bravery becomes
again
your
and again,
baseline.
I've seen contractors
And your body is not just
solve
a
the
vehicle
skill
for your
problem,
brain.
but not fit.
Your body
the
is
people
running
problem.
programs constantly.
Which really talks
And
about
those
culture.
programs affect everything,
Let's talk about
including how much money
culture.
you allow yourself
One
to
of the questions
receive.
people have might be,
The wealthy don't just
how,
think differently.
how do I
hold
find the
themselves
person who's a
differently.
good fit for our culture?
Most of
And
us have been walking
which
around
begs
in
the
a
question,
scarcity posture.
what is our culture? How
Shoulders
do we
forward,
even
chest
know that?
collapsed,
So
breathing
how
shallow,
would you advise
taking up as little
somebody,
space as possible.
like one or two
And then we
practical
wonder why money
tips you
doesn't
would
flow
give them
toward us.
figure out
Here's the practice.
how to hire for
3
a
times
culture
per day
fit?
for 2 minutes
First
each
and
time.
foremost, so many
Assume what I call the
professionals
wealth
out there
posture.
are going for a gut
Stand
fit.
tall. Feet
And we're talking
shoulder
about what
width
are the
apart.
personality
Shoulders
traits,
back
what are
and
the
down,
cultural
away
traits
from your ears.
that are appropriate for
Chest
me.
lifted, like there's
What
a
I would
string
encourage
pulling
that
from your
we do
sternum.
is
Chin
think like the
slightly
U.S.
raised.
Department of Labor
Arms
and
away
use
from your body.
KSAO.
Palms forward.
What
or
are the
resting on your
knowledge,
hips.
skills,
Breathe
ability,
slow
and other
and deep.
attributes
Then
that
say,
are the right things
this is
for
how
the
a
right
wealthy man
position.
stands.
Rather than our gut
This is
fit,
my body now.
let's bring in some of
Your
that
nervous
kind of more
system doesn't know
systemic
you're
brain
practicing.
fit.
It thinks you're
And then we
already in
can
that
harmonize
state.
the brain
Because
and the
posture
gut fit
communicates
together
identity to
to
the
talk
nervous
about a
system
concept called
faster
right
than
fit.
thought ever
So
could.
those would be the
So your
concepts that I would think
chemistry
about when we
adjusts to
move from
match.
this idea of gut fit
Now here's
to
the
right
advanced
fit.
practice.
And the tools
Hold
that we
this
use
posture when you
internally
think
are
about
assessment
money.
tools to do so.
Most people
Yeah.
collapse when
I
financial
think
stress
any of
hits.
us who have
Their
hired
shoulders rise.
more than a few
Their
people
breathing
would say,
shortens.
yeah, we've
Their body
probably made a
contracts
hire
into
based on
protection
gut
mode.
feel. We met the
You're going to
person,
break
got
that
a good
pattern.
handshake.
Every time you check your
I
bank
like
account,
the eye contact. They
First,
seem like a go-getter.
take 3
Seem
slow
like a good
breaths.
fit. I've certainly
assume
made
the wealth posture.
a few, at
Relax
least a
your
few
body.
gut
Then
hiring
look.
fits.
You're teaching your
That
nervous system
didn't work out at
something
all. It turns
crucial.
out I was not
Money
right. This is
doesn't
one of the
mean
things
danger.
that we advise
Money
our
means
clients on
calm.
is
Money means
to,
safety.
before you hire somebody,
when that
take a strategic
association is
approach
rewired,
and start with
Money stops
what do you
feeling
want
like a
the
threat.
organization to
Starts
look like.
feeling like what it was always
Let's start with
meant
the
to be.
design of the organization.
Natural
How
part
do
of your
you
life.
divide up responsibilities
This one is
between
deeper.
sales,
This one takes more
pre-construction
time.
operations, and then
But it's
what
the
will
most
this
powerful.
role, what skills,
Somewhere along
and
the line, you
knowledge,
fused your
abilities
identity with your
does
income.
this this role require?
You started believing that your
And
bank
that's a great
account
place to
measures
start.
your worth.
So you don't end
That
up
how much you
where
earn
I had a conversation with
reflects
a
how
young
much you
lady
matter.
years ago. We were doing
This
a deep
fusion
dive with a custom
is
home
the
builder.
deepest wound.
This young
And
lady
it's
had been
what
with
keeps
this
the
company
wealth organ locked.
for
Because here's the
several
paradox.
months, and
When
she
your
said
worth
these exact
depends
words:
on money,
I have
you
no
can't
idea
receive money
what I'm supposed to
freely.
be doing.
Every
One week it was marketing,
fluctuation
one week it was
becomes an
helping with
existential
permits,
crisis.
one week it was selections.
Every opportunity
And
carries the
that
weight
is
of
not a
your
good place to
entire
be.
self-image.
So a lot of people would
stakes are
say,
too
all right,
high.
that sounds great.
The nervous
I
system
get
freezes.
the fact that
The wealthy have detached their
knee-jerk
identity from
reactive
their income.
hiring is
They know that their value
is
as a
not
human
good,
being is
but
not determined
why
by
would
their net
I
worth. This
why would I
allows them to
recruit
take risks freely,
when I
receive freely,
don't have any
lose
vacancies?
freely,
You know,
and
if
keep
all the
moving.
seats are filled,
You're listening
why would
to
I be recruiting? What
Flip the Wealth
would you say to
Switch.
those people
Train
who are,
your nervous system
who are
to
asking
receive.
that question?
If you
Well,
prefer to
when we
listen
look
without
at
interruption
the Fortune
or
500,
revisit this
when we look
transmission
at
later,
any other
the full
sustainable
version
business,
and companion
recruitment is
workbooks
an
are
ongoing
available by
function
tapping the Service
within
Plus
those
icon below.
ecologies
It's
to
the orange
assure
square
that
with
the
the white
right
triangle at the
individuals
bottom,
not only are in the
or
right
through
seat,
the link in the bio.
but that the right challenges and the right
Here's something
individuals are
fascinating.
flowing through the work
Studies of
ecology.
serial entrepreneurs
I think there's
show
a
that they
belief
have
that once we get
remarkably
into a
stable
position, we're going to
self-esteem
stay
through
in
both
that
massive wins and
position.
massive losses.
And we've seen
Their sense of self
generationally
doesn't
in our
fluctuate with their
lifetimes that
bank account.
change.
They have detachment.
So if we look at
Meanwhile,
that tone of
studies
the
of financial
times
anxiety
in and
show
of
the
itself,
opposite.
it's
Every
clear to
market
say there's
dip,
a
every
meaningful
unexpected
adjustment there
expense,
and how these
every
things
income
fit.
fluctuation triggers
So how
an
do we
identity
engage
crisis.
employees and how do we work with employees
Because the money
is going
and
to
the self
evolve.
are welded
And with
together.
that evolution,
Here's
we have
how
to
you
really
practice
consider those
detachment.
things. So from a
Every
human
evening before
resources
sleep, say
perspective,
this.
we're
My
thinking
income is
about
not
how do
my
I
value.
inspire and engage
I
team
am
members
worthy
in the
whether I
level
have
that they're
money
at,
or not.
and how do I give them the
I
skills and
release the
challenges
belief
to
that my
grow
bank
within the
account measures my
organization.
soul.
I hear
Then
resoundingly
sit
from
with this
owners,
question.
I
If money
am doing
disappeared
so much
tomorrow,
of the business.
who would I still be?
I don't think they
Don't
know what I'm
answer
doing.
with
I don't
your
think they
roles.
understand this
Not
part of
husband,
the business.
not mother,
I can't let
not
go
employee.
of this.
Go deeper.
So for business owners that
What
are saying,
remains
hey,
when all the
I already
external
hired
markers are
so-and-so
gone?
and we're done,
That's
I
your
would say, well,
core.
think about all the other things
That's
that
the
you're
part
doing.
of you that
Think
exists
about all the other
before
things
and
you
beyond
could be
money.
doing for your business.
And that's the part that has
and
to be
using that
secure before
EOS
money can flow.
entrepreneurial operating system
Most people
concept
only use money in two
of
ways.
delegate and elevate.
Spend it and
Let's
feel
really
guilty,
extrapolate
or
where the
save it
company is and where the
feel
company
terrified
could
to
be.
lose it.
I've sat
This
with a few
ritual
of our own
introduces a
mutual
third, more
clients
powerful
before, Todd,
path.
and
Pure
said, hey, I
overflow.
think you're hiring this project
Here's how it
manager
works.
to
Get
solve a
physical
problem
envelope.
that you
Not
think exists.
digital.
I think
Physical.
this is the problem, and this
Your nervous
superintendent
system responds
might
more
solve that
strongly to
problem.
tactile reality
To have
than
clients
digital
come back to me and say,
abstraction.
Justin, I
Label
haven't
it
thought about that way.
Overflow.
Because we'd lost a
Every
project
time you
manager, I thought I
receive money,
needed a
any
project
amount,
manager.
Take 5
So
to 10%
sometimes I think it's
and place
repetition,
it in
and we
this
just get kind of
envelope.
caught in a
Do
loop.
not touch it.
And that's
Do
why
not
I
save
think
it
people
for
think, well, I
emergencies.
lost the
Do not
project
plan
manager, I
what
need a
it's
project
for.
manager.
Just let
And
it
if we were
build.
just constantly looking,
Here's
we
what you're
could kind
doing.
of more
You're
assume
creating
to the
physical
tone of the
evidence
times.
that
My
you have
father-in-law
more than enough.
retired
You're teaching your
8 or 10 years
subconscious
ago.
that you're not in
He
survival
started
mode.
with
You're in
his
overflow
company
mode. Most people's nervous systems believe every
50
dollar is the last
some years
dollar.
ago, and
This
he worked
envelope
for the
proves
same
otherwise.
company for
As it grows,
40
hold it
years,
periodically.
never left. And that was the
Feel
gold
the
standard.
weight.
That was the expectation
Say,
50 years ago.
I am the kind
It's
of
very
person
different
who
now.
has more than enough.
And if
I am in
we're still
overflow.
thinking people will stay
Your
in an
nervous system
organization
will resist
their
at
entire
first.
career,
You'll
probably
want
ain't
to
gonna
spend
happen.
the envelope on
I'm also
something
reminded
important.
of a conversation
Will
I
tell
had
you
with
you're being
a
irresponsible,
college basketball coach.
that you
This
need
coach
that money,
started recruiting
that
my
this is
son,
frivolous. That's the
when
old
he was a
programming
sophomore in high
fighting
school.
for survival.
and
envelope
I
is proof
chatted with him about
that you're
his
not
approach to
controlled
recruiting,
by
and
it
he said
anymore.
something that stuck with me.
After a few
He said,
months,
it's my
the
job
envelope
to know
effect
every
takes
good
hold.
basketball player
Your
within a
baseline
100-mile
feeling around
radius
money
of this school.
shifts.
I thought, well,
You
if a
stop
college basketball
operating from
coach took the
scarcity
same approach to
and start
recruiting that
operating
most
from
construction
expansion.
business owners
Not because
did,
you're rich yet.
when somebody
because you've proven
graduated
to yourself
and
that
left the
overflow
team,
is
that's when they would
possible.
go look for
And once your
a
nervous
replacement.
system
They would
believes
only be
overflow
thinking
is
about
possible,
one-for-one
it starts
replacements.
creating more
You also
of
bring
it.
up a good point.
This is
So
the
many
loop
times we think of
working in
recruiting
your
just to
favor.
replace people,
Let me
but
explain what's
isn't the
happening
idea to
under the
grow
hood
your
so
people
you understand why these practices
and
are so
grow
effective.
them into the next level? So
Your brain contains
it's not
mirror
only
neurons.
recruiting
These are
to
cells
replace
that
people
fire
who leave
both
your
when you do
organization, but
something
for
and when you
people
imagine
who
doing
grow up to the next level.
To your nervous system,
So you could constantly
vivid
be
imagination is nearly
feeding
indistinguishable from
the entry
reality.
level of
This is
your
why
business.
athletes
Yeah, just a completely
visualize.
different
This is why
mindset
trauma
from that
causes ongoing
handling stress even when you're safe.
All right, somebody quits.
Your brain
I need
reacts
to go
to
find
mental
a
rehearsals
body
if
with a
it were
pulse to replace
The
them and
permission
do
repatterning
exactly what they
technique
were
uses
doing.
this mechanism in
Completely,
your favor.
completely different approach.
When you declare
You know, this
permission with your
idea of
body
delegate
engaged,
and elevate,
your mirror
Todd, I think
neurons
it really
fire,
stands out.
as if permission has been
And
granted
one of the
from
things that our
outside.
systematic approaches, I think,
The
aligns
message
on
lands at the
is
subconscious
buying
level.
back owner's time.
You're not pretending.
So many times when I'm
installing.
working with a client,
Your brain also
that's
runs
really
on dopamine
where my
prediction
focus
systems. It
lies.
tracks what you
Hey,
expect
we
to
hired
happen
this project
and
manager, now
adjusts
we
your
can take on
emotional
more
state
work.
accordingly.
What's on
If
your
you
plate,
expect
owner?
loss,
What can we
your
do to
system
buy back
prepares
your
for
time?
loss.
And I
If you
use a
expect
silly little
return,
joke
your
sometimes
system
and say, hey,
prepares for return.
when we finish this campaign
The
with each other, I
micro-risk
want you to come out here to
protocol
Hawaii. I
retrains
live in
your
Hawaii.
dopamine prediction.
And let's have some Mai Tais
Every
together.
time you take a small risk
Sometimes
and survive,
I think it's important for
your
us
brain
in the
updates
industry
its
to
model.
understand that,
Risk
to smell
becomes
the roses, to
associated
see
with
the grass,
survival
to enjoy
instead
the
of
hard
death.
work that we've accomplished. I
After
mean,
enough repetitions,
we all deserve a pat
your
on the back,
prediction system
listeners
starts
especially.
expecting
This is a hard
positive
industry,
outcomes,
so
and your emotional state shifts
that counts
to
too.
match.
There are people probably listening
Your
thinking,
vagus
I can't
nerve
afford to
connects your
hire
brain
somebody.
and body and regulates your nervous
And I would
system
tell you,
state.
if somebody's doing
Slow
work
breathing
on your
directly
team,
stimulates
or
the
if you're
vagus
doing
nerve and shifts
work
you out of fight or flight into
in your
rest
business,
and receive.
you can have somebody do it for less than $1,000
This is
an
why
hour
the
and you're
receiving
losing
breath
money because your
works.
time as a
You're not
construction business
pretending
owner
to
is
be
worth
calm. You're activating
$1,000
the
an hour.
biological
If you spent your
mechanism that
time on your
creates
highest
calm.
and best use,
And
selling,
identity
growing your
detachment
team,
works because it
networking,
addresses
business
the deepest
development,
layer, your survival programming.
you can invest
When
10
your
hours
identity is
in
fused
one of
with
those
money,
activities
every
and
financial
generate
event triggers
$100,000
existential
profit.
threat.
And
Detaching
your
the
time
identity
is worth
short-circuits
$1,000.
this
You could
response.
pay somebody
Money becomes
$50 an
data
hour
instead
or
of judgment.
$100 an hour
Opportunities
for.
become options
If you're
instead of
doing those
tests
things,
of your
you're
worth.
getting hit with that
These aren't
opportunity
mystical
cost. So
concepts
that's a
dressed up in
different way of
language.
thinking.
They're
Most people think, well, I'll just do it
neurobiological
myself.
realities.
It's cheaper to
Your
do it
nervous
myself.
system learned
No,
certain
no, no.
patterns.
You can't afford
Your nervous
to be
system
doing
can
things
learn
that you
new
can
ones.
delegate
You
to
have far
somebody
more
else. You should be
control
spending
over
your time on
internal
those things
state
that only
than
you
were
can
ever
do.
taught.
Because as a
The
business owner,
ancients knew
your
this.
time is one of
They
your
built
company's most
practices around
valuable
it.
resources.
They
Your
understood
team
that
is
the inner
depending on
world
you
creates the
to
outer
maximize
world.
your time. And
Now,
they're
you
depending
have
on
the
you
science to
to
back
be
it up.
strategic and do the
And
things
more
that
importantly,
only you can do.
you have the
So that's a
protocols
different lens
to change it.
that I believe
Before I let you go,
if you
there's
look at these
something you need to
entrepreneurs who
hear.
grow large
mechanism
organizations
doesn't
and they
stay
scale,
static.
that's
it's
the way
either
they
growing
think about
or decaying.
growing their team. That's
Every
the way
day
they
you
think
either
about their
strengthen the
time.
wealth
It's
signal or weaken
how
it.
can I delegate
When you
as much
practice
as
these
possible? How can I
techniques,
grow
you're
my
building.
people? How can I grow
When you
this
skip them,
this
you're
team
eroding.
to be able to
When you
support
fall back into
more
old
customers and be able
worry,
to even support
hesitation,
more
guilt, self-doubt,
employees and give them
you're
a good place to
reinforcing
work.
the old
Here's the
wiring.
question: why do too
The
many
wealthy didn't
construction
become
business
wealthy
owners
and then
treat
stop doing
hiring
the
like an
internal
emergency?
work.
What's behind
They keep
this?
doing it.
I think if we came
It
down
becomes
to
automatic.
the psychological
who they are.
concept of kind of like a
And the broke
scarcity
don't
or an
become broke
abundance
all at once.
mindset,
It happens
I think there's
slowly.
some role to play that
One
there's a kind of a
skipped practice,
scarcity
one
mindset.
ignored opportunity,
Todd, I think you spoke
one
a lot
return
to that.
safety.
Hey, I'm going to carry
And
it
over
and shoulder
years,
it
the organ
myself,
shuts down completely.
and I'm going to be
Here's a
Atlas,
study
and I'll
that should
carry the
terrify
world.
you. Researchers
a lot of that exists
tracked
in the
individuals
industry.
who won moderate
And if we're
lottery
honest, I mean,
amounts
there's a lot of
between
strong, hardworking,
$50,000
badass guys in
and
the construction industry
$150,000.
who are prideful and don't want to
Not
say no. A
life-changing
lot of
money,
those are reasons
but
that I see
significant.
with the clients
Within
that I
3
interface
years,
with.
82%
But the biggest
were
and
back
most
to their
heavy
pre-lottery
one is I don't
financial
want to let them
baseline.
down.
Some
I
were
don't want
worse
to let
off.
my friends
They
down. I
didn't
don't want
just
to let my
lose the money.
family down. I
They
don't want to let
returned
the
to the
guys
set
down. I
point.
don't want to let the team down.
Why?
So the owner takes
Because
on
they
more
never
and more and more.
changed their
And
internal
when I
set point.
go into my initial
The money
visit
shifted,
call with a
but the organ stayed
initial
the same.
client
And the
and
organ
ask them,
always
can you
wins.
share with me the
It
list of
pulls
all
your
the things
external
that you're
reality
doing?
back to match your
Several
internal
times I'm
program.
sitting with an owner that has 3
This is why you
positions,
cannot
2
win the money
positions.
game through external
And I'm
means
thinking, how do you
alone.
have time to do any of the
You can
things that
budget,
you started to do?
save, invest,
You started in this
hustle.
industry because it was
But if your
joyful
internal
for you.
set point stays at
We
struggle,
get to do things you and
you'll
I, Todd, that
return
were
to
joyful
struggle.
about every single
Every
day.
time.
And that's a gift. It's a gift
The
from
only
God.
permanent
That's one of the
solution
things I'm the
is
most
to change
proud
the
of
set
about
point
working in the
itself,
construction
to
industry.
rewire the organ,
Is seeing people
to
who
raise
chose
your internal
positions,
ceilings so your
chose the
external
life they
reality has
chose,
room to
because
expand.
it does come from their
You've
heart.
been given the keys.
And then, for
But
some
keys
reason
don't
or
open
another
doors.
along the
You have to
way,
use them.
some story
Here's what I
was
want you to
populated of
understand.
why that's no longer
The
true.
next 30 days will
And
determine
the work
the
that
next
we've done over the last 7,
30
8 years
years.
working together to
The patterns you
repair
set
that
now
story,
will compound.
to create the
The
systems and then
practices you
empower
build
the
now will
people.
become your default.
That's what I see as the first
There
thing,
is
is
no
this
neutral.
abundance and
There
scarcity
is no
mindset
maintenance.
and overcoming
You're
it.
either activating
The second
or
part of it is
deactivating,
a definitely
growing
more
or
of a
shrinking,
fiduciary
opening or
mindset.
closing. The system
It's not
wants you
profitable to
closed.
hire people.
The
People
programming
cost
you
me
inherited
money.
wants you small.
The more people I have, the more
The voices in
expensive
your
it's
head
going
want
to
you
be.
safe.
I'm sure
Which
you and I have
means
found, I can
stuck.
speak for myself, I have
But you
found
didn't
quite the
watch
inverse.
this video by
accident.
As my team has grown,
Some part
I
of
have
you
more
knew it was
profit.
time.
As my team has
Some part
grown,
of you
I
is
have more
ready to
time
flip
for
the
myself.
switch.
It's exciting to have an
Honor
8-hour
that
day
part.
again. Oh my gosh,
It's
to have an
wiser
8-hour work day
than you
again, guys.
fear.
What could that feel like?
Remember Paul,
To have a team member that says
the
thank you
logistics
so
worker
much.
who
Like,
did everything right
these
and
are
still ended
abundant
up calculating
beliefs
every
that don't
expense
really
at
exist.
58.
So
Let me
I
tell you what
understand
happens
that I'm
next.
compassionate to owners that are working
Paul
14
watches this
hours
video,
and have this
or something
scarcity
like it.
mindset. But
He
Todd, that really
recognizes
is it. It's
himself,
this
and
psychological
something
concept.
inside him cracks
Quick break
open.
for something that might hit close
Not
to home.
breaks.
If you are a custom home
Cracks
builder,
open.
remodeler, or a
He
commercial
starts the
GC,
permission
and your
practice
business
the next morning.
basically lives in your head,
Feels ridiculous at
this is
first.
for you. I was on a
Does it
business
anyway.
evaluation call
By day
recently
4,
with a builder
something
doing
shifts.
multi-million-dollar
The
custom
tightness in
homes
his
and big
chest when he
renovations.
thinks about money
On paper,
loosens
from the
slightly.
outside, everything looks great.
He
But in
starts
reality,
the
he was
receiving
working
breath.
60 to 70 hours a week.
Before
And
checking his
when
bank
we looked at
account,
it, he
he does
admitted
10
that he
breaths.
was spending about
For the first time in
75% of his
decades,
time
he looks at his
in
balance
reactive
without
mode,
his
putting out
stomach
fires
clenching.
on low-rent
He starts
activities.
taking micro risks.
When we talked about
Asks
his
his supplier
handoff
for
from the
better
office to the
terms.
field, he graded it
Something
at
he'd
like
never
a
done in
C
31
minus
years.
or a D plus. You see, they were starting
them.
jobs before the
Applies
scope was
for a
nailed
consulting
down,
gig on the
subs
side.
weren't clearly
Something
lined
he'd
up,
always
material
thought was the
selections
smarter
were
people.
half-baked,
Gets
and there
the
was a lot
interview.
of we'll figure it out
He starts
as
the
we
wealth
go.
posture.
Classic just enough
3
to start
times a day,
trap
2 minutes
stuff.
each.
And that led to costly mistakes,
His wife
delays,
asks why he's
and there were a couple of
standing
near
differently.
disasters on
He says he's working
high-profile
on
projects that he
He starts the
absolutely could
overflow
not afford
envelope.
to screw up. And then when
First
we went
month,
through the
he does
evaluation, we
$47.
found hundreds
He
of
holds it
thousands
and
of
says the
dollars a
words.
year in hidden
nervous system
profits
starts to
between the
believe something new.
rework, giveaways, lost
2
productivity,
years later,
schedule delays,
Paul has a side
and then the
income he never
opportunity
imagined.
cost. And
Not
the
because
common
he got
thread
luckier.
was a weak
Because he got
pre-construction and
internally
handoff
His
process.
container
There was a
expanded.
pre-construction
His organ
deficiency.
came back online.
And that call is
3
what I
years
would
later,
like to
Paul
invite you
retires
to
early.
today. It's a
Not
free,
rich
about
by magazine
45-minute
standards,
business
but
evaluation
free.
call with my team.
Free from the
We'll walk through a
calculations.
simple
Free
diagnostic
from the
to
tightness.
grade
Free
your
from the
office to field
decades-old fear
handoff.
that
We'll
had been running his
quantify the
financial
hidden
life.
profit that may be
Paul
in your
isn't
business.
special.
And then
Paul
we'll map
isn't
out what a
uniquely
real
gifted.
operating
Paul
system
just
for
decided
your
to do the
business would
work.
look like so it
And
can
that's all
run
that separates
without
him from the version
everything
of Paul
going
who
through
stays
you.
stuck forever.
Then if it looks like
One
we can help,
decision,
we'll schedule
then
a
action,
second call to go
then
through the
repetition.
implementation program
Here's what I
that
want
fits
you to leave
your
with.
specific situation.
The wealthy are
If
not
it's not a
smarter
fit,
than
you'll
you.
still walk away with
They're not
clarity
more
and
deserving
a
than you.
concrete plan.
They don't have
But here's the
access to
deal: this
secret
is not for
information.
everybody.
They have
It's for
simply
companies
been
doing
emotionally
over $1 million
trained to
a
receive.
year in revenue, and
Their
we only have
internal
capacity to
system
take
says
on a
yes, while yours
handful
says
of
wait.
clients
Their
each month.
nervous
So,
system
if you
says
want your
safe,
business to look
while yours
real
says
different
danger.
12 months
Their
from
wealth
now,
organ is online.
now
while
is the
yours
time to
buffering.
take action.
Now you
to
know.
book your business
know what it
evaluation
is.
call, you
You
can
know why
click
it
the
got
link in the show
switched on.
notes or simply go
You
to
know how to turn it back on. The only question left is,
constructionleadingedge.com/apply.
will you? I'm not going to pretend
APPLY
it's easy.
and book
It's
your
not.
business evaluation.
You'll forget.
You're listening,
You'll fall
thinking
back.
scarcity. That's
You'll have days where
I
the
think
old
maybe I
patterns
have
feel stronger
scarcity
than
brain.
the new ones.
You need to read
But
this
every time
book,
you practice,
Scarcity Brain,
you're
by
building.
Michael Easter.
Every permission
It's
you
one of the
grant
books that I
yourself
read,
rewires
and
the
I
circuit.
remember looking up, thinking,
Every small risk compounds.
this is what's wrong with my
into
brain.
larger
This is what's
capacity.
wrong with me. It's
And one day
scarcity
you'll look
brain.
back at
the
this
tricky
moment
thing
as the
about
turning point. The day you
scarcity
stopped hoping
brain
and
and
started
the things that
activating.
keep people stuck is
So
they
here's what I
sound
want you to
so
do right
logical,
now.
and they
Comment
sound like
below with
they
one
are
word.
prudent,
Activate.
responsible
Not
things
because
to
it's
do.
magic,
Like, you can't afford
because
to hire someone.
declaration
Another
creates
one is,
commitment.
what if I hire this
Your
person
brain
and it doesn't
registers
work out?
what you say
I'm going to be letting
publicly
my
differently
team down.
than
What if I
what you
hire this
keep
person and then
private.
I run out of work?
Say it.
And they come to work
Lock
for
it
me
in.
with their young family,
Let your nervous
and then
system
I have
hear
to
you
lay them
claim it.
off. All these
Then
what
start
ifs.
tonight.
And
One
it
permission
seems
statement. One slow
responsible
breath. One small risk.
to just do
That's
nothing.
all it takes to
But
begin.
that's what keeps
Your
people
wealth organ
stuck.
has been
So many
waiting.
people,
You were born
I've
with
done
it.
at live
It never
events,
left.
we've talked
It just
about
went dormant.
what's the
Time to
problem
wake
with
it up.
finding skilled
you for
people.
your time.
And before
Until the
long,
next
we
one.
came up with an entire
You've
list
just
of
finished.
fears.
Flip the wealth switch.
It has nothing to do with
Training your
people.
nervous
It's
system to
all
receive.
of these fears. That's the real
Now
problem.
the only
So
thing that matters
if you're
is
thinking the problem's
repetition,
out there,
not
you
motivation.
think you might have scarcity
Not
brain, go
intensity.
read this book. It's fascinating.
Repetition.
Book,
For the next
very
30
enlightening.
days,
We could spend an
keep
entire
it
episode
simple.
talking about that mental
Permission
malware,
statements
the
daily.
scripts that run.
The receiving
but I
breath
have an episode
daily.
called Mental Malware.
One
You may
micro
wanna-
risk
if you guys are
per
listening, you may want to go check that
3
one out.
posture checks.
So let's get
and one
practical.
moment
You
each
talked
night
about
to detach your worth
the higher
from your
right
numbers.
framework, and
Move
you've got
slowly.
a step-by-step
One day
process
at
that
a
people can
time.
follow. Walk us
This was
through your
designed to
your
help train
higher
your nervous
right
system.
framework.
Whether you continue with the
Absolutely.
workbook, return to this
after
audio,
meeting with a client,
or observe your body's
they've got a
reaction in
need.
daily
The
life,
first thing I'm going to
the
do
work continues
is
there.
step 1 in the higher
If
right
you want to
framework is
access
the
this
magnet.
transmission
We need to
or
get
go deeper
applicants
with the
into our
companion
pipeline.
workbook, both
The
are
magnet
available through the
means
Service
we're going
Plus
to make sure
icon
that an
below,
open seat never
through the link
starts
in
from
the bio.
0. We're going to have
Use
a
the
warm
tabs at the
pipeline
top of the site.
candidates coming in.
Audiobooks,
There's more than one way to attract
workbooks.
candidates out there right now.
Explore more.
There's organic
That's where
traffic,
you'll find discount
and there's
codes,
active traffic.
bundle options,
Organic
and
traffic
full
is when I post a
archive
job ad
access.
and people come in.
You can stream it
Active
or
traffic is when
download
I
it
sponsor
directly.
or pay for a job ad.
Thank you for listening.
So there's more than one way to post and get
You're
traffic
about
in.
to listen
In addition to that,
the
we
Jesus
do things like
control
referrals.
system.
The goal is
Believe
to make sure
and
that we have
obey.
a strong
This is not a
magnet
sermon,
out there saying,
and it
hey,
is not a call to
this
join
is who
a
I
new
am and
belief
this is what I
system.
do
It is an
before I need the
evidence-based
talent.
examination of how a
There's a
freedom
marketing
teaching
concept being
became a
top of
control
mind.
structure. How
How do we
historical
make sure we're
narratives
top
were
of mind in
curated
our
by
market
power,
and
and
make
why
sure that that
believe
magnet is
and
attracting the
obey
top talent in
replaced
our market?
seek and know.
When I'm working with clients, I have a
You
few
will hear a
tools on the back
timeline
end. I
that
use a
moves
little bit
from
of
Roman
AI,
occupation
and I'm very
and the
heavy on
execution of
Indeed,
Jesus as a
ZipRecruiter,
political
and
threat,
LinkedIn
to the
to make sure that
reshaping
our
of the
magnets on
movement
those
through
portals are
institutional
strong.
authority,
We would
theology
strongly
by
encourage
vote,
looking at
and the
NAHB
suppression
and
of
NARI portals
alternative
as well,
texts.
and feeding them into
We'll
your
look at why
HR
certain
ecology,
gospels were banned,
having this
what
magnet
the surviving
constantly
writings
feeding
actually
you good
emphasize,
candidates
and why
creates
knowledge
you
was
as a
treated
position
as
of
a threat.
renown and as an employer,
This is
top
also
10
a
top of mind
psychological
employer.
study of obedience.
Those places give you an
Not
abundance
obedience
to
as
think from. I go,
morality,
wow, I've got a lot of
but
candidates.
obedience as
This
relief
gives me a
from
real ability
responsibility.
to think about what's next.
You will hear why most
Once
people
we have a
choose
magnet,
certainty
we can really
over
start
freedom,
to, be a little
how
bit more
authority exploits
abundant,
fear and
if you will.
reward,
Okay.
and how inner sovereignty
When you say a
is
magnet,
neutralized.
what is
when
that? Is
truth
this a
is
job
outsourced.
posting or is it something else?
As you listen, do not
I'm
rush
glad
to
that you asked,
agree
Todd.
or disagree.
The reason that we
Track
use
the
the
pattern.
term magnet is,
Ask
yes,
who
while we
benefits
do
from
job
each version of
postings
the story,
in this market,
and notice
as I'm
where
sure
your
many
own
listeners
mind
are
reaches
finding, it's
for
hard to
comfort
find great people
instead
out
of
there.
understanding.
So not just a
Let's begin.
job listing, but posts on social media,
Listen to me
putting
very
things onto
carefully
your
right now,
webpage, linking
because
to
what I'm
your
about
career
to share
page,
with you in the next
linking
hour
to other portals
is going to
on the
completely
internet.
shatter everything
All of
you
those
thought
things
you
are
knew
tools that
about
we would
one of the
do
most
in
famous
our
people
magnet
who ever
stage.
lived.
And what I
need
found
you to
is in the
understand
last
something
10
before we
years,
go any
where
further.
10 years ago I could throw an ad
In
onto
2019,
Indeed and people would show
a
up.
Chinese professor
Now
stood in
that's
front
not
of a
such the
classroom
case,
and gave a
particularly
lecture
not in
that
our
went
industry.
viral almost
The
overnight.
magnet requires a multi-timbral approach.
Something really strange
So,
happened.
yes, there are job ads
The university
involved, and yes,
removed
there
it
is
from
some
their official
marketing on,
channels.
I would say if you're going to
Foreign
spend one marketing
translations
source
started
anywhere,
disappearing
I'd spend
from
it
the
on
internet.
LinkedIn.
And Professor
It is
Jiang
definitely
stopped
the
giving
best
public
single
lectures
source
completely.
for attraction.
Now, I want you to
Okay,
think about
so
that for a second.
The goal is to be
What
top
could a
of mind,
literature professor possibly say
maybe
that
for
would
people
cause
who
that
aren't
kind of
even
reaction?
looking for a job.
What kind of
because
knowledge could be
most
so
of your
dangerous that
best candidates
institutions
are
would
currently
actively work
employed.
to
So if you
bury
put a
it?
job posting out,
Well,
the
I'm
best
going to tell
candidates
you exactly
maybe
what he
won't even see
discovered.
it because they're not looking
And I
for a
need you
job.
to stay
So,
with
yeah,
me,
makes complete
because
sense.
by the
Okay.
end of this,
So step one
you're
is the
going to see
magnet.
the
But what's the
world
next step?
completely differently.
Step 2 would be the
In
filter.
1945,
The
there was
filter
a
is a
farmer in
screening
Egypt,
system. In my
just a
team, what we
regular
use
guy
is we
digging
use
for
a
fertilizer near some
psychometric
cliffs,
assessment
and his shovel
from a
hit
company
something
called
hard.
Preview.
When he pulled it out of the
Preview
ground, he
measures your
found these
IQ,
ancient
your
jars,
EQ, and your
sealed shut,
AQ.
almost 2
IQ
feet
is your
tall.
intelligence,
Now, in
EQ is your
Egyptian
emotional
folklore,
intelligence,
jars
and
like that were
AQ
believed to contain
is what
jinn,
motivates you,
demons,
or action
so he was
quotient.
actually afraid to open
Once we
them.
have that assessment
But he
data,
was
a
also
team member
poor,
from my team will
and
reach
he
out
thought
to an
maybe,
applicant
just maybe,
and
there
we'll
might be
ask them,
gold
hey, why are
inside.
you looking for a new job?
So he smashed
Why are you
one
leaving your old
open.
job? What are you looking
what he
for
found
money?
inside changed
What are your
everything.
biggest strengths and weaknesses?
Inside those jars
and
were 13
making sure that we can
leather-bound
sort
books,
out
ancient
those key
texts,
qualifiers that an
over
individual might
1600
or might
years
not
old,
have.
Christian
Would be
writings
the second
that had been
stage in
buried,
any recruitment
hidden
process.
away from the world.
Particularly if the
And when
magnet
scholars
is
finally
working
got their
well,
hands on these texts
we are going to
and
expect a
started
large
translating
volume
them in
of
the
applicants.
1950s and 60s,
And in a fairly
discovered
efficient
something
sort of way, we need to
absolutely shocking.
identify right
these
fit, wrong
texts
fit.
told a completely
So the
different
filter is
story about
designed to
Jesus
both on an
than what you've been
IQ and
taught your entire
EQ
life.
perspective and
The
on a
Catholic
do you
Church
have
had
the right
spent
job
16
fit and
centuries
attitudinal
hunting down
perspective,
every single
filter
copy
out
of these books and
those
burning them.
individuals. And I have
They
a
made it
guide for
punishable by
applicants and
death
for
to
clients
even
that are
read
working
them.
through our system, a guide that
And
they
now
would check
I
off
need you to ask
to
yourself a
complete.
question.
I'll just go ahead and share the link. You're going to
Why?
provide a scorecard
Why would an
and a
institution
checklist.
go to such
and
extreme
if you're
lengths to
interested in
destroy
that, and you're
these
like, I
texts?
need to get this going
What
right now, there's a
possibly be
link in the
written
show
in them that
notes
was so
where you can go get
threatening,
your hands
so
on
dangerous that they needed to be erased
Interesting.
from
Okay,
history?
so you got the magnet, the
Here's what
filter.
you need to
What's
understand right
next?
now. What I'm about to show
Third
you
part,
isn't
now
about
we get
religion.
into the blueprint.
This is about
The blueprint
evidence.
is where we're going to use
This is about historical
the
documents.
assessment data.
This is
We're
about
gonna maybe
asking
even
one
ask
very
them to
simple
come in
question.
and do
If what they teach
deeper,
in churches all over the
more
world is the
visceral
absolute
interview.
truth,
This is
why
where
did
we're
they
going to
spend
sit down and have them
1600
go through
years
Colby.
hunting down and
And we're not
burning
going to just
every
look at
text
them.
that
We're
said
going to
something
actually ask
different?
for some sort of practicum.
Think about that
If
logic
they're a
for
lead
second.
carpenter or a project manager,
your
I might ask
story
them
is
out to a
solid,
job site
if your version of events
and
is
say, hey, can we
unshakable,
talk about
why
kind
do
of
you need to
what can
murder
you do
people
on a
for
job
reading
site?
alternatives?
I've done with
Why
several
burn
project
the
managers
evidence?
where I leave them with
And
a set
here's
of
what you're going to
blueprints
discover.
and say,
in the
hey,
next
look at this for half an
55
hour.
minutes.
And when we come back,
You're
we'd like
going
to
to
talk
see
about what a
documented
2-week look
proof
ahead
that
might be.
Christianity,
So in
as
the
you know
blueprint
it,
perspective, we're
as
now
2
taking the
billion people
assessment
practice
data
it
that we've
today,
collated
was created
and
by the
looking
same
at all
empire
of the data on this
that
individual and
executed
saying, hey,
Jesus.
is this linear?
You're going to
Does
see
this
the
fit?
very texts
Do we
that
have a good
survived
fit here
and
or
what
not?
they actually
Do
say.
they fit the
And I
blueprint of
promise
the
you,
position
it's
or
the
not?
complete
So we
opposite
call it
of
the
believe and
blueprint because we're
obey.
using assessment
You're going to
data
see
and practical
mathematical,
data to
astronomical
line down
proof
and say, does this
that
person really, really
Christianity
fit?
is repackaged sun worship from
You
ancient
mentioned the
Egypt and
Kolbe,
Babylon.
which is
You're going to understand what
Kolbe. For
Jesus
those who aren't
actually
familiar
taught,
with that, can you give
and
a
why
brief
that teaching
overview
was
of
so
what the
dangerous to
Kolbe
power
is? I think there
structures
may be even a
that
couple of
they had to
flavors of
bury
that.
it
But can you
under
talk about that a
layers
little bit?
and
Yes,
layers
for anybody
of
that
mythology.
is familiar with Gino
And most
Wickman's
importantly, you're going
Entrepreneurial
to
Operating
understand what
System,
this
or
means for your
EOS.
life, for your
Kolbe,
freedom, for your
Kolbe, is
power,
the partnered
starting
assessment
right
to
now,
EOS.
today.
Kathy
But I need
Kolbe
to
and
be
Gino
completely
Wickman
honest
were
with you
long
about
fast
something.
friends. And
Most
as a
people will
Kolbe
never
trained
know what you're
consultant
about
man,
to
did we
learn.
get some fun
They'll
stories.
go their entire lives
Call me anytime
believing
if you want
a
to hear the
story
Kathy
that was
Kolbe
created by
stories.
politicians,
Kolbe is a
not
system
prophets,
based out of Arizona
by
State
empire,
University
not by
brain
truth.
science data
And that's okay,
that talks about not
because
how
not
one
everyone is
thinks,
ready for this.
nor how
Not
one feels,
everyone wants
but
to
what
question
one
what
does.
they've been taught
It's a
since they
motivational
were
assessment
children. So
that
right
breaks
now,
things down into
I'm going to
4
ask you a
quadrants.
question,
How you gather
and I
facts,
want you to answer
how you
it
deal with
honestly to
change,
yourself.
how you deal
Are
with
you strong
organization,
enough to handle the
and
truth?
are you more tangible or
do you prefer the
concrete in the way you think
comfortable
about
lie?
things? So I found it
Because once you
extremely
see what I'm
powerful
about
in
to
having
show
the
you,
concept of are you in
you
the right
can't
seat
unsee
or
it.
wrong seat on the bus.
Once you
And we're
understand
talking
the
about
evidence,
individuals growing
once you
into
connect
other
the dots,
spaces in the
there's no
organization.
going back to sleep.
I find Kolbe to be of
So if you're
paramount
ready,
efficacy.
if you're one of those rare people
Is
who values
one of the
truth over
categories on
comfort,
Kolbe
who values
quick
freedom over
start?
security,
Is there a
then stay with me.
so? For
Because I'm
example, if
about
you're
to show
wondering
you
how in the
exactly
world would I
what
use
they
this,
buried and
I've
why
gone through the
they buried
Kolbe
it.
and
Let's
I
go.
have my results here
Before we
somewhere,
expose
but
the
it's really
cover-up, before we
interesting
dive
to
into
look
those hidden
at.
texts, you
One
need
of
to
the
understand who
categories
did
is
this
quick
and
start.
why.
Are you high on quick
Because the
start?
villain in
Are you
this
low on
story
quick
isn't
start?
the
And someone
devil.
who's high on quick
It's not
start, they're
some
like, ready,
supernatural
fire,
force of evil.
aim, let's go.
The villain in this
Lots of
story
big ideas,
is the Roman Empire.
but not so great
And
on
I need you to
follow-up.
really
Somebody
picture
who's
what that
low on
means.
quick start, like
I
myself,
want you to
pretty
transport
methodical,
yourself back
do
to
the
the year
research
30 AD,
before they
to a
jump
region
into
that's under
anything.
complete Roman
And
occupation.
it's really important that you
And when I
match
say
the
occupation,
role
I
with
don't mean some
those
peaceful
results.
agreement.
So
I
if you
mean
want somebody,
brutal,
you
systematic,
probably don't want,
terrorizing
let's
control.
say,
The Romans
an
didn't just
estimator
conquer
who's
territories.
super high on
They
quick
broke
start and
They
low
would
on the
crucify
details.
criminals along
I
the
strongly
highways
agree
as
with that,
public
Todd.
warnings.
Yeah, so this is the
Imagine
importance
driving down the road
of
and
doing
seeing
these
dozens of people
assessments. I
nailed
want to talk
to
about what
crosses,
you said
dying
about
slowly
the
over days.
practicum. I call
And
this
that's
the
normal.
Missouri
That's just
principle.
Tuesday.
Missouri is the
They
show me
enslaved
state.
entire
So it's one thing to
populations.
say,
They treated human
you
beings
could,
like cattle,
to use the
like
example you
property,
said,
like resources.
you're interviewing for a project manager
extracted and
role.
used.
Are you familiar with
And they
putting together a
controlled
2-week look
people
ahead
through
schedule? And you
two
would say,
very
of
specific
course.
weapons.
Now, what does that mean?
first weapon
Are you familiar with it?
was
That
fear.
could mean I've
Pure,
prepared a 2-week look ahead
visceral
every
fear.
day for the last
The message was
12
simple.
years on 5
Obey us,
projects
or
at a
we will
time.
kill
Or
you in the most
it could mean,
painful way
yeah, I
we
think
can
I saw
imagine.
one once
And they meant
that a
it.
superintendent prepared.
The second weapon
So,
was reward.
You can
Obey us,
go with
and we'll
the
give you
tell me,
status,
or you can go
money,
with the show
security,
me.
a
And I
position
really
in the
like the
system.
show me. It's like,
We'll
I
make
love
you
your idea.
comfortable.
I've shared the same
We'll give you just
concept
enough that you
with
won't
other
rebel.
clients.
Now I want
Give
you
them
to
a set
put
of
yourself
plans
in that situation
and
for a moment.
have them come up with a material
Imagine you're
list, a
living under
2-week
that
look
kind
ahead
of oppression.
schedule,
You're a
find the
good person.
discrepancies,
You try to live
show
righteously.
me that
try
you
to do the
know
right thing,
how to read blueprints,
you're
show
poor.
me that you
You're
know how
powerless.
to schedule, show me
You watch bad
that you
people,
understand
cruel
job
people,
trade. So
evil
I think
people
that's
rise to the top
fantastic.
and thrive
It's
while
one
good
thing-
people suffer.
it's risky
You watch
to
injustice
ask
happen
somebody,
every single day, and there's nothing
can
you
you
can
do
about
this?
it.
It's much,
How do
it
you stay
reduces
sane
that
in that
risk
world?
to to say,
How do you
"Show
find
me
meaning
that you
when
can
the
do that."
system is
I love
designed
that.
to
What's
crush you?
next?
The next
How do you
step in the
maintain
process
hope when
is the
evil seems to
walkthrough,
always
where we
win?
go in with our team,
That
and I
was
do
the spiritual
recommend that we have a
crisis
team
of first
involved,
century
and we
Palestine.
do a structured
People were drowning in
scorecard-based
despair,
interview.
in helplessness.
One of the handouts that we're
in this
offering today is a
overwhelming sense
scorecard
that
to help
the
with
world
those
was
interviews.
fundamentally
Any
broken,
listeners who'd like to
and there
bring
was
more
no way to
structure to
fix
their
it.
interviews,
And
this
into that
structured
darkness,
interview is designed
a
to
teacher
do that.
appeared.
This is
His
qualitative
name was
methodology.
Jesus.
I'm sure one
And
of
he
my
wasn't born in
professors
some
back at university
isolated
is
backwater
crying that I
village
even
like you've
remember
been
these
told.
concepts. This is
He was
really
born
the
in
core.
Galilee,
When I learned
which was
from
a
the
major
powerhouses
crossroads
in
of
HR,
civilization.
what they said to me is just in a
Trade
structured
routes from
interview
all
with
over
the
the
same
ancient world came
questions
through there.
that gives a clear signal
Greek philosophy,
and then a scorecard that reduces
Zoroastrianism,
bias. This is best
Buddhism,
practice. Our stage
Jewish
4, the
mysticism,
walkthrough culminates all of
Egyptian
the
mystery
information that
schools.
we've gathered from our
All
magnets
of
and
these wisdom
filters,
traditions were
from the
flowing through
blueprints,
that region.
and puts it together into
So from
a really
childhood,
structured
Jesus
interview.
would have been exposed to
A
the core
systematic
teachings of
interview, if
every
you will.
major spiritual
And I use a
philosophical
thing called the
system
5
on Earth.
pillars.
Think
The
about
5
what that
pillars
means.
that I recommend
He wasn't
are,
isolated.
do they have the right
He was
job
cosmopolitan.
skills?
He was
Do
educated.
they have the right computer
He was
skills?
synthesizing ideas
Do
from
they have the right
multiple
communication
sources.
skills?
And we know from
Do they have the
historical
right
records that his
personality?
teacher was a man
And
named
do they have
John
the right
the Baptist,
presentation?
who was what scholars call
And then measuring
an
those
apocalyptic
things in my
preacher.
mind in a
John's
scorecard,
message was
and then
essentially
saying to
this:
my team, hey
the
team,
end times
what
are
were
coming.
your scores?
The day of
And
judgment
now we can
is
have
near.
a very
God
substantive
is going to return
conversation
to
about,
earth and destroy
there's
the
a
wicked.
4 here and a
So you
5
need to
here and a
change your
3
life
here and a
right
2
now.
here.
You need to repent.
Much more powerful
You need to be
conversation than I
baptized.
liked them.
You
I
need to
didn't like
prepare
them.
yourself
I
for
thought
what's
they were a
coming.
good fit. I
And
didn't
Jesus
think they
was one
were
of
a
his
good
students,
fit. So
one of his
that's where
disciples.
stage 4 takes
But at
all
some
of the
point,
data that we've collected
something
up until
shifted.
now, and
Jesus
the rubber
broke away
truly
from
meets
John
the road.
and started teaching his own message.
This
He started
seems,
gathering his
wow,
own
very
followers,
systematic.
which means he wasn't just repeating
Some
what he'd
people
been
may be
taught.
thinking,
He
culture
wasn't just a
fit
copy
is
of his teacher.
such a.
He evolved beyond it.
This
He
seems like
developed
it's
his own
difficult to
understanding,
measure culture
his own
fit.
vision, his own
It's all,
interpretation
we're talking
of what was
about
happening and what people needed to
presentation,
do.
communication,
And what he started
computer
teaching
skills.
was absolutely
Is this like
revolutionary. He started telling people, Rome can
squeezing
kill
out
your
the
body,
human
but they
component?
cannot
How is
touch your
this
soul.
helping to
Their power is an illusion.
identify the best
The
culture
material
fits?
world they control.
We've come to find
wealth,
that, with
the
DISC,
status, the
Myers-Briggs,
fear,
and the
actually
personality
matters.
assessments out there,
you don't
there's
need
a
them.
generally set
And I
16
want you to understand
cells
what that
of
message
personality
means
data.
in that context.
And data
the entire
scientists,
Roman system
industrial
of control
psychologists, some
was
of my
based on
favorite
those two
people on
weapons,
earth,
fear
have really
and
looked into
reward.
this and identified what
But if someone comes along
satisfies
and teaches
motivates
people that death doesn't matter,
And that's
wealth
where
doesn't
the
matter,
assessments that I've
that
chosen,
status
where
doesn't
Preview
matter,
and Colby really
then
dive
suddenly
in.
Rome has
And that's where my
zero
work I'm the
leverage.
most passionate about.
They have no power
Is really
over
about
you.
what motivates
You know what
people.
happened
That
next.
to me is
Rome
the
panicked.
heartbeat of
They
all of
arrested
this. Is
him.
about finding
And they used
within
their
an
most
assessment
brutal
or within a
execution
tool,
method to kill
how do
him.
we motivate people and get
Crucifixion.
into that motivational element?
Now I need to describe
People
this to
don't
you because
just
the
show
method
up to
matters.
work to earn money.
It tells you everything about
People
how
show
Rome
up to work
saw
because
him.
there's a deeper mission.
They would take
And
a
when we can
person
harness
and nail
those
their
two
wrists
things,
to a horizontal
money and
wooden
mission,
beam.
that's when we're really talking
Not the
about
palms,
what work is
the
about.
wrists.
I think
because
that's the
nails through the
missing
palms
story
would
that's
tear
going
right
on in
through.
the world right now.
Then they'd
If
nail
we
the
can
feet to the
harness that
vertical post.
in our process,
Then they'd lift the whole
I think we're
thing
going to
up
have a
and
much
just
more
leave you
solid
hanging
team
there.
and a much more solid
And
workflow.
here's what most
20
people
years
don't
ago, I remember
understand.
going through a disc
You don't
assessment
die
with a
from blood
team.
loss.
I was
You die
working
from
at a
suffocation.
large
Because when you're
company,
hanging by your arms,
and we
your
went through the
body
disc
weight
assessment,
pulls
and there was
you
one thing
down,
that stood out to
and your
me.
lungs can't
If you're
expand
this,
properly.
whatever,
can't breathe.
I don't remember what it was.
So if you
but
want to take
if you
a breath,
do if you're one of these
you have
people,
to push
the
yourself up
categories
on the
is this,
nails that are driven through
you
your feet.
probably
Imagine that.
before you forward
Imagine
an
having
email,
to
you go
impale
through and
yourself
you,
on
you
nails
fix
just to get
the
air into your
grammatical
lungs.
errors and you fix
And you
all
do
the
that
typos
over
and make
and
sure it's
over
good
and
before
over
you
for
forward
hours,
someone
sometimes
else's
days,
email on to
until
somebody
finally your
else. And I
leg
remember
muscles
thinking,
give out and you can't
that's
push
insane.
yourself up anymore.
Why would anybody else
you
do
slowly
that?
suffocate.
And there was a guy named Jay on the team
It's one
who
of the
was
most
like,
agonizing
"You mean nobody
deaths
else
human
does
beings
this?
have ever invented.
I thought everybody
And the Romans reserved
cleaned
this
up
method
other
for two
people's
specific
grammar on every
categories of
email before they
criminals.
forwarded it."
The first
And I remember
category was
thinking,
thieves.
that's crazy.
The absolute
but
lowest
we're
scum
so
of
different.
society.
So when you
The
talk
second
about
category was
motivation,
political rebels,
unfortunately, most people
people who were seen
project
as
their
threats to
motivation
Roman
onto everybody
authority.
else.
People who were
And
trying to
they're
overthrow
like, you
the
just
system.
said something like, what do you
Jesus
mean? People
wasn't
are
a thief,
listening like,
which means
this
Rome
Justin guy said not
categorized
everybody's
him
motivated
as a
by money.
political
I'm
rebel,
motivated by money.
as a
What else
threat
could
to the
somebody be
empire,
motivated by? So
not as some religious
what are
heretic,
some of
but as
those
someone
other
who threatened their
things
power
that
structure.
motivate people?
So they killed him around the year
When we talk about it from a
30
psychological
AD.
perspective, we're talking
Problem
about
solved,
intrinsic
right?
and
They
extrinsic
eliminated the
motivational
threat.
factors.
But something
the
unexpected
extrinsic
happened.
motivational
His
factors are
message
the
started
money
spreading
ones.
anyway. His brother
other term we
James
use
took
is
over
mission.
the movement in Jerusalem.
So I
More
really
and more
believe in
people
what this
started
company
following
is
these
doing.
teachings.
We serve
And
a
Rome
community
realized
that I'm really
something
passionate
terrifying.
about.
You
This
cannot
is a
kill
thing
an
my
idea
father and my
by killing the
grandfather have
person who
done,
speaks it.
and I'm carrying a legacy
Ideas are like
forward that will
seeds.
endure.
Once they're planted,
These are all
they
things that
grow.
are intrinsic.
Once they spread,
Todd, what
they
you
multiply.
do is
And
inspirational.
Rome was watching
I
this
need to be a
movement
part of
grow and grow
That's
and
an
grow.
intrinsic motivation.
And they understood that killing
And
more
when we look
people
at human
would just create
resources,
more
all the way from the
martyrs,
Fortune
would
500
just make the
down
movement
to the
spread
mom and pop,
faster.
This is the
So they
real
did
role
something absolutely
of human
brilliant
resources,
and absolutely
is the conversion of
evil
people
at the same
from
time.
extrinsic to
They didn't try to
intrinsic
destroy
motivational
Christianity.
factors, to get our
They
team
bought it.
focused on our mission.
They took it over
so
from
we
the
can all for
inside.
one and one for all.
And over the next
And those
300
teams that are the most
years,
duplicitous
they
and the least
completely
successful
rewrote the story.
are team members where everyone is singularly
Let me show you
money-focused.
exactly how they did it.
So HR
Step
has
by
always
step,
been
because
focused all the
this
way
is
from the Fortune
documented
500
history.
down
This
on
isn't
this conversion
speculation.
from intrinsic to extrinsic.
This is the historical
and
record.
deeper than that,
Watch
I
this
would say
timeline
culture is
very
also
carefully.
about efficiency.
Year 30
People want to
AD,
show up to work, they
Jesus
want to
is
high-five
executed
each
by
other,
Rome.
they want to be proud of the work
From the
they
year
do,
30
they want to get
about
fair money, and they
50
want to go
AD,
home.
His brother
There's
James
only a
is
small
leading the
segment of
movement
us
in
called
Jerusalem.
entrepreneurs
And
who
what were they
enjoy
teaching?
working
They were
ridiculous
teaching that you
hours
have the same
for
potential
ridiculous rewards.
Jesus had.
Much of
that
the
you don't
population
need
has not chosen
intermediaries,
this.
that
And
the
for us
truth is
entrepreneurs, it's
inside you,
important to remember
that
that.
transformation comes from
Ecology
within.
is Greek.
Then
and the
in
Greek
the year
is
50
echo
AD,
and logia,
a man appears.
way of
His name
living.
is Paul.
We have different ways
here's
of
what you
living,
need to
and
know
human
about
resources
Paul.
helps us
He never met
elucidate
Jesus,
individuals'
never heard
ways
him
of
teach,
living.
never saw him
And I
alive.
use assessments and these
He was
tools
actually
and
a
my
Roman citizen
gushy
who had been
nature
persecuting
to elucidate that
Christians.
from individuals
But he
and then
claims he had
empower
this
business
vision on the
owners
road to
so
Damascus,
they understand the head and the
this
heartbeat of
mystical
team
experience
members.
where he
lest they
encountered the
digress.
risen
One of the
Christ.
big takeaways
And
here
suddenly
for
he's
those of you
preaching a
listening is
completely different
not
version
everybody
of
thinks
Christianity.
like you do.
Let me show you
If
the
you're a
difference,
business owner,
because this is crucial.
they're not wired.
The
like
original teaching from James
are.
was transform yourself,
They're not motivated
from the
by the same
inside out.
things you are.
Do the
The people
work.
on your team
grow.
are not
evolve.
all motivated by the
Everyone
same
has
thing.
the
They don't
potential
all
for
think
divine
the same.
consciousness.
And maybe
Paul's
one of the
version
worst
was
things
just
you could do is to
believe.
have a team of
Just
people
accept
who are
that Jesus
motivated
died for your
just like
sins
you are
and you'll
and
be
think like
saved.
you are.
That's
That would
it.
probably be a
Belief is
disaster
all you
if
need.
you had a bunch of
The original teaching was
entrepreneurs. What you've done is just
everyone has
created
divine
a nest
potential.
of
We're all capable of
chaos for the
enlightenment.
most part. Step 1 is the magnet. Step
version
2 is the filter.
was only
Step 3 is the
Jesus
blueprint.
is
Step
divine.
4 is the walkthrough.
Only he is special.
What's
You
next?
are not.
Step 5,
The
final
original
step,
teaching
is
was
the close.
question and learn, seek knowledge,
Making
think
sure
for
that we have
yourself.
the right clear
Paul's
communication.
version was
Something
obey
like,
and have faith.
Hey,
Don't
applicant,
question.
I really
Just
appreciated
believe
all the
what we
time
tell
and
you.
dedication you've put into
The
this
original
so far.
teaching was
I see a vision
don't
for
need a
you in the
church.
project
The truth
manager
is
position, and we're
inside
really
you.
excited to offer you this
Paul's
offer
version
moving
was
forward.
you need the
Please
church
review
to
your
be
emails
saved.
and check out your offer.
You cannot access God
And the
without
offer
us
would be smart.
as the intermediary.
When I say a smart offer,
Do you see the
I
switch
say
that just
precisely that
happened?
about
One
their
version
personal
creates
needs.
independent thinkers.
What do they need economically?
People who question.
What do they need
People
in
who
their
seek.
family life?
People
What
who
do
grow.
they need to grow themselves as a
The other
professional?
version creates
So
dependence on
holistically, what
authority.
does that offer provide?
People who obey.
Many times I've
People who
gone to
believe
an
what they're
applicant
told.
and said,
People
hey,
who need
applicant,
the institution.
I don't think
And
numerically
here's the part
we
they
can
don't
line
teach
up
you in
on day
Sunday
one.
school. Paul's
But if you're
version,
willing to work
spread
hard,
faster.
I'm willing to give you more
Way
than your original
faster.
salary expectation.
Why?
Based on the fact
Because
on this
it's
training
easier.
component or this
Believing is
OSHA
easier than changing.
certification or
Accepting a
this
story is
builder
easier
trend
than doing
cert
the
that you need to
internal
get.
work.
And Todd, what I've heard
Following rules is
resoundingly throughout
easier
the
than
marketing,
thinking for yourself.
I'm glad to
And
put
by
in
the
what I
time we
need to
get
put
to
in to
year
earn my space.
313
I'm glad to do what I
AD,
need to do.
Something
So
massive
I don't think there's an
happens.
entitlement space there, and our
Emperor
offers are
Constantine,
designed to
who was
open
ruling
that up
the Roman Empire,
and create the
same empire
challenge
that
for new
crucified
hires.
Jesus 300
So
years
in the
earlier.
offer, we're trying to
He
create a
legalizes
space,
Christianity.
a breadcrumb
And then
trail,
in
if you will, and saying,
325
hey,
AD,
here's some low-hanging
calls
fruit
the
where you'll be
Council
able
of
to
Nicaea.
succeed. And then
He
here's some
gathers
big
300
challenges.
bishops in one room.
And here's where
And they
business
have
owners
a
can
meeting,
create a powerful
not to
offer
receive divine
that
revelation,
doesn't need to be
not
top
to channel
dollar.
the Holy Spirit.
I think a
They
lot
had
of
meeting
people
to
in the
vote.
market right now
They
think
voted
if
on
I don't
theology.
give someone
Is Jesus
$100,000 plus, if
or
I
is
don't
he
go
just a
top of
prophet?
market, I can't
Let's
hire
vote on
top
it.
talent.
Should we accept the Trinity
And
or
Todd,
not?
people right now, they want hope.
Let's vote.
With the market
Which
the way
books
it
should be
is, with
included in the Bible?
geopolitics the way they
Vote.
are, what
Which
I'm hearing
books should be
resoundingly from
excluded and
applicants is,
destroyed?
I want hope.
Vote.
If
I
you
need
can
you to
offer
sit
me a
with that
job
for
where I'm going to
second.
be here a year
They
later,
voted on whether
you're going to
Jesus
invest
is
in me,
God.
I'm going to invest in you.
It wasn't revealed
I'm
truth
willing
that
to
came down
invest in
from
that.
heaven.
So
It
in
was
our
political
last step to
consensus.
close, it's
300
not just a
bishops
formal
in a room raising
CHRO
their
certified
hands.
human resources
And it
officer
wasn't
letter.
even unanimous.
There's some narrative
There was
to it.
serious disagreement.
Hi, thank you for the time.
But
We really care about who you are.
Constantine needed unity.
Here's the vision that
He
I see
needed
and how
one
you'll be able to
official
grow in the
version that everyone
organization
would follow.
and what the organization can
voted.
offer you. That
And
hope.
then,
Based on that,
Constantine
now we
issues
place
a
the
decree.
close and the offer.
Any text
And with that, we've been
contradicts
very
our official
successful in
version must be
2026
destroyed.
in bringing in people
Anyone
under
caught
market
reading these
salary,
forbidden texts will
using
be executed
KPIs and
as a
performance
heretic.
metrics to grow
And what
those
were the
team
texts
members.
they voted
So
to
yes, our
destroy?
final step is the close, and I
Gospel
think
of
it really
Thomas,
brings it all
gone.
together in our
Burn it.
holistic
The
five-step
Gospel
process.
of Mary Magdalene,
Good
gone.
stuff.
Burn it.
You mentioned
Gospel
something I
of
want to
Philip,
touch on.
burn it.
There's another
All the
misconception,
texts
especially
from
among
the Ebionites, which was
smaller
Jesus' brothers
businesses. When I
group.
say smaller businesses,
The
this
original
would be
followers, all of
businesses
those
doing under
texts.
$10 million a year
Destroy
in
them.
revenue. There's
Any
this
teaching that
misconception
said you are
that there's
divine,
no way
any
I can
teaching that
ever
said you don't
attract
need
a
a church,
good
any
fill in
teaching
the
that
blank.
said Jesus
All of the
was
good
human
ones
and you
are
can
already
achieve
taken.
what he achieved.
They're working for
all
the
of
big
them.
companies. They
Systematically
just
destroyed.
assume people
For
working at these
1600
big companies would
years, if you were
never
caught with one
want
of
to
these
come work
texts,
for
you
this
would be
little company.
executed.
So they don't even
Think
try.
about that.
And
They were murdering people
I've
for
seen
reading.
it, maybe
And if
even
you're paying
with some of our
attention,
mutual
you should
clients,
be asking
when
yourself
they've
right now,
gone through this
If the
process
church's version
and
was the absolute
created
truth, if their story
a
was
compelling
unshakable,
offer and they've gotten
why
over
did
their
they
mental
need to
malware,
burn all the
they've been able to
alternatives?
attract some
Why
great
kill
people
people for
who have
reading different
left
perspectives?
much larger companies.
Because that's what you do
And
when
those
you're
larger
hiding
companies,
something.
they don't offer the
That's
mission.
what you do when
So
your
many times
story
I've heard
can't stand up to
superintendents
scrutiny.
saying, I'm tired
And
of
they did one more
traveling, I'm
thing
tired of
that
just
was
being a number on a
absolutely evil
spreadsheet,
genius.
and I want to work
They
in my
rewrote Who
hometown, and I
Killed
want to be
Jesus.
part of the community. So
In the version of the
what
Bible
you're
that
offering
made
as
it
a
through
small
the Council
business
of
is actually
Nicaea,
very
it
compelling.
says that Jewish priests
Even
plotted
in
against
many
Jesus.
cases, more compelling
It says that
than
Pontius
what a big
Pilate, the
company
Roman governor,
offers. So
didn't really
if you're
want
dealing
to
with
kill
that mental
Jesus.
malware, let me just
He
put
washed
that
his hands
to rest. Your
and said, "It's not
offer
my
is much
fault. The
more,
Jewish people demanded it."
very much,
this
could be
makes
much more
zero
compelling than you think it is.
historical
That's
sense.
keeping you from even trying.
Let me give you 3 pieces
so
of
you
evidence
don't really
that
know
prove this
until
is
you
a
put it out there.
fabrication.
Let's talk about what does this
Evidence
look
number
like?
1.
You've
In
been
Jewish
working
tradition,
with a lot
debate
of
is encouraged.
construction business owners,
Disagreeing with
many of
religious
whom
authority
are
is
mutual
normal.
clients.
It's
Can you
actually
tell us
part
about
of
some
the
of the
culture.
results that
Even today,
clients have
if you go
seen
to Israel,
working with you and going
people
through
are
this process?
constantly arguing
One of our
about
mutual
religious
clients who was
interpretation.
glad
It's
to
not a
share,
crime.
Andrew,
It's
over at
expected.
GDG Custom
So
Home,
the idea
reached out
that
and said, we
Jewish
need a
priests
construction
would have
manager,
someone
and we need
executed
somebody quick.
just
I could
for
hear that
disagreeing
Andrew,
with them
after
doesn't
completing
fit
the
the historical
SYCB process,
Evidence
wanted
number 2.
someone and wanted a
There's an
data-driven
unwritten law
system.
in Jewish
We were
communities.
able, using our
You do not
assessment
betray a
tools
fellow
and an
Jew to
existing
foreign
network of
occupying
candidates that I had
forces,
in the market, to
especially
make
not to
space for
Rome,
him very quickly.
who is actively
And their
oppressing
new
your
hire,
people.
Chrissy,
There's no
in Andrew's
historical
words,
record
is
of
a
this
unicorn.
happening for religious reasons.
Why that was able to
It
happen,
would be seen as the ultimate betrayal.
praise to G2G,
Evidence
was they
number
were able
3,
to move quickly
Jesus'
through the
brother
5-step
James
process.
stayed in
On
Jerusalem
the
after Jesus
collect
was
side
killed,
of things, we
and he was
gathered
protected
everything
by
we needed
Jewish
to do. The
authorities.
magnet worked
He
perfectly.
continued teaching
And
the
the
same
blueprint
things
assessments were
Jesus
sent out,
taught.
and Andrew followed up
If
right
Jesus'
away.
teachings
And
were
said, hey,
so
applicants, I
heretical
need
that
you to do
Jewish
this thing
priests
for me.
wanted him
To
executed,
get this done for me, I'd like to
why
take
would
you
they
out for
protect
coffee.
his brother,
That
who was
warm,
teaching the
kind of
exact
friendly
same
environment where he's
message?
like, hey, can you
It
take
makes
this
no
assessment
sense.
for me?
The
When I
truth is
talked
much
to the new
simpler.
hire, they said to
The
me,
Romans
when Andrew
killed
called me on the
Jesus
phone and said, take
because
the
he was a
assessment,
political threat.
I was excited right away.
He was teaching people that Roman power
So it
was
just
an illusion.
feels so good to know that,
That fear
after
of death was
Andrew
meaningless.
saw the value in
That
the
material
assessment,
wealth
he was
was
able to then
empty.
have a powerful interview
That
with this
message is
individual.
dangerous to empire.
And now this person
So
is
they killed
literally
him.
taking weight off of
But then,
Andrew's plate.
300
It's
years
in the
later,
construction
when the
management
Roman
software
Empire
as of
created
today.
the official version
My
of
admin
Christianity,
team is in there
they
making sure the
shifted the blame
KPIs
to
are
the
going,
Jews.
Todd, and we're seeing
Why
boxes
would they
check
do
off,
that?
which makes me
Think
giddy
about
in a
the
weird kind of
psychology
way.
for a second.
So very excited
If
that
Christians
Andrew's been
believed
able to
that
do
Rome
that.
killed
But I think
Jesus,
one of the other
they
things that
might
we did
resist
there
Roman
is we assessed
authority.
internally.
They might see the
So
empire
we knew
as
what
the
already
enemy.
existed
But
within
if they
the
believed
GDG
Jews
ecology
killed Jesus,
and brought in another
then Rome
team
is
member
innocent.
that had similar
Rome
personality,
becomes the hero
had
who
similar
legalized
intellect, but
Christianity.
different motivations.
And you have a permanent
So
scapegoat.
that this team member wouldn't
You
be
can channel
waltzing
people's
on
anger
toes with
toward
the
a
other
minority
team
group
members, would
instead
be
of
motivated
toward
to
the
do the
power
different
structure.
things,
It's a classic
particularly the
control
data stuff
tactic.
nobody loves to do.
Divide and conquer.
So this is a way
Create
that
an
we can
enemy
bring
that isn't you.
additive skills
And it worked
that
for
are also
2,000
going to be,
years.
you
But
know,
the texts they tried to bury,
beneficial
the
for
ones that
everybody.
Farmer
So
found in
Andrew
those
and
jars in
GDG,
1945,
praise to them,
those texts
really pleased
survived.
they were able to find
And what they
their
say
construction manager
will completely change
and
how you see everything.
are able to move forward as fluidly
December
as they
1945.
They're a great team. I
Nag
like
Hammadi,
Andrew. He went through our
Egypt.
SYCB
A farmer
program
is
and is
digging
now
for
in our
fertilizer
CEO
near some
Alliance.
cliffs, and his shovel hits something hard.
They are great implementers.
When he digs it out, he finds
they
these
just
sealed
get
jars,
stuff done.
almost 2 feet
There's an
tall.
old saying in sales,
And he's
time
terrified because
kills
in the local
deals.
folklore,
Does that also
jars
apply in
like that
recruiting?
are believed to contain jinn.
It really
demons.
does. Particularly with
But he's
applicants
also desperately poor.
in the market as we see
And he
them right
thinks
now.
maybe,
The market,
just maybe, there's
particularly
gold
summer
inside.
market 26, is
So
a
he
very
smashes the jar
duplicitous
open.
market.
And inside
It's
he
not that
finds
there aren't great
13
applicants out
leather-bound
there, but they're
books,
moving very
ancient
quickly.
texts
I had
written
a
in
situation
Coptic,
at the beginning
which
of
is an
the
ancient
year
Egyptian language.
where I had an
He has
owner
no idea
named
what he's
Jeremy.
found. He doesn't
And
know
Jeremy
what
had
these
become the
are.
bottleneck in his own company.
But within a few weeks,
He was doing all the
word
things. He was
starts to
estimating.
spread.
He was doing sales.
Antiquities dealers
I mean,
hear
there were
about it.
places
Scholars catch wind
where
of
he
it.
was literally
And very
working
quickly,
and living
people
from the
start
office.
to realize what this
Like we've all
actually
been there,
is.
but like it was like I was
This is
almost
the
going to make a
library of
one-bedroom
Christian
in the back of the
texts
office.
that the Catholic Church ordered destroyed
And we were able to find
1600
him
years
a
ago at the
new
Council of Nicaea.
estimator, and that
These are the
estimator has
forbidden
now given
Gospels,
him the ability to
the
now go back
banned
to home.
writings, the texts
What stood out to me
that
on
were
this
supposed to be
hire
erased from history
was
forever.
that his wife reached
One
out
of those texts
and was like,
is
I get
called
to
the
see my
Gospel of
husband again.
Thomas.
Thank you.
It's 52
His
pages
office manager,
containing
who's his
114
sister-in-law,
sayings
was like,
attributed
thank you.
to Jesus.
We get him back.
no
We get
birth
Jeremy
narrative,
back.
no miracles.
So for all of you guys out
no
there who are
resurrection
working the
story,
70 hours
just
a week,
teachings,
know there's
just
hope.
wisdom,
Know there's
just
people out
sayings.
there that want to do
And
the
when
things that you
scientists
don't like to
carbon
do
dated this text,
and get meaningful
they
amount of
discovered
joy
something
out of it.
shocking,
And that
It's
for less
potentially
dollars
older
per
than the
hour than
Gospels
you'd
in your
imagine,
Bible.
happiness could be yours.
which means
That was Jeremy's
it might be
experience, and
closer
one
to
of the
what
things
Jesus
this year,
actually
Todd,
said.
I'm the most proud of.
the Gospel
And
of
getting
Thomas
to
opens
know
with
about
this
Jeremy,
line,
seeing
and I
how
want you
bogged
to
down
really
he
hear
was,
this.
watching him get rid of this head
These are the
trash,
secret
and now seeing
sayings
him
of the
live the
living
life he's
Jesus.
wanted to live for 10 years.
Whoever discovers
And
the
it gives me all the
interpretation
reasons
of
of
these
why I do
sayings
what I
will
do.
not
So
taste
yeah,
death.
big
Not
successes
whoever
with
believes
Andrew
in Jesus
and with
will
Jeremy.
be saved.
I don't know Jeremy, but I can
Discover the
attest that
interpretation.
Andrew is incredibly
Figure
intelligent.
it out
If you were
yourself.
listening to this, I would say he's
It's
incredibly
presenting itself
attractive,
as a puzzle,
resourceful,
as something you have to
inspirational.
decode through your own
Just a
thinking,
fantastic
your own
guy.
contemplation.
While that's
your own inner
true,
work.
those qualities are not what
The church
made
says
him
we'll tell you
successful,
what to think.
right? What they did
Just believe what we
was
say.
they
This
took the
text
first
says think
step.
for yourself.
I mean, if we wanted to
Discover
summarize
the meaning. Do the work.
my notes here,
Which one do
step
you think an
one,
empire
recognize
prefers?
your head trash.
Which one creates
That's holding you
obedient
back.
citizens and which one creates
Is
dangerous
it true?
free
Is it
thinkers?
speculation? Is it mental malware?
Let me show you some of the
You
actual
gotta
sayings from
recognize
this
that
text.
stuff. You can't
And you
defeat
tell
what
me
you don't
why
define.
they tried to burn
So
every
if your
copy.
biggest enemy
Here's
is
saying
truly the
number
head
3.
trash and the mental malware, you
Jesus
need to
said,
define that.
If your
Take a
leaders
good
say
hard
to
look in
you,
the mirror
look,
and then
the kingdom
follow a
is in the
process.
sky,
And you have two
then
options.
the birds of the sky
for
will
this.
get there before
Actually,
you.
you have three options.
If they say to
Option
you it is in
one
the
is
sea,
do nothing.
then the fish
Just
will
keep
get there
struggling
before
through it. Work harder.
Rather,
work more
you.
hours.
The kingdom is within
Take
you.
pictures of your kids to
and
give
it
to
is
your
outside
wife
you.
so they can remember what
come
you
to
look
know
like
yourselves,
while you
then you
just
will
work
become
more
known,
hours. And
and you will
they're
realize
probably
that
get
you
hair
are
plugs
sons
because you're
of
losing
the
your
living
hair just by
Father.
bigger pants because the stress
But if you
from
do
the
not know
cortisol makes you
yourselves,
fat.
you dwell in poverty.
That's option one.
And it is
You
you
just
who are
work
that
harder,
poverty.
do nothing. Option
Stop
two
and
is you
think
could
about what that's
DIY
saying.
this stuff. And you can be
Religious
like, well, I'm going to
authorities
come up
are
with a
telling you the
magnet. I
kingdom of
can
heaven is somewhere else.
piece
It's up in
together
the
this
sky.
kind of system
It's
that
after you die.
Justin's been talking
in some
about
distant
and
place
try
you
to
can't
DIY,
access right
which
now.
is what a lot of contractors
But this
do.
text
Or
is saying no.
option
The
three is you
kingdom
just
is
find a
within
proven
you right
system
now.
that gets you the results you want,
It's your consciousness.
and you go do what
It's your
you're good
awareness.
at, what makes you money.
It's your inner being.
Those are the options you have.
And when
If
you
you're
come to know
stressed
yourself,
and
when
strained,
you do
and
that
you know
inner
you need
work,
to do, you need to hire
when you
somebody to
explore
feel
your
like
own
you do.
consciousness,
Those are your three options.
then you will
It's
realize
that
that
simple.
you are sons of the living
Or
Father.
option four,
Not Jesus
maybe your best
is the
option
Son
is
of
to
God
shut the
and
whole
you're
thing
not.
down and go to work for somebody else.
You are sons of the
That's-
living Father.
That's true for
Yep.
some
Plural.
people.
All
that,
of you.
that is the best
Every single
scenario for some
person
people.
has that
So it's really that
divine
simple.
spark,
Do something.
that divine
Take some
potential.
action. Do something
You
different
don't need a
because
priest to access it.
continuing to do
You
the
don't
same
need a
thing and
church
expecting
building.
results is
You don't need an
it's the
institution.
definition of insanity.
The truth
All right,
is
so you've got
already
some
inside you.
resources to
You
share
just have to discover
with
it.
our audience.
Do
What
you
you got,
understand how
Justin?
But
revolutionary
that higher right
that is?
system scorecard
Do you
is a
understand
gift
why
for
an
everyone
institution whose
listening today.
entire power structure
Bring some
depends on
systematic
being the
methodology
intermediary
into
between
a
you and
hiring
God
process.
would want to
Anybody that's going through a
destroy
hire right now
that
and
message?
wants a systematic
If
way
everyone can access
to
the
kind of
divine
see
directly,
where we
what do you
stand,
need
this is a
priests
great
for?
place to kind of
What do
look
you
at
need a
your
church
system,
for?
see
What do you
what's
need the
working, see what's
institution
not
for?
working.
You don't.
We've given kind of a roadmap
Here's
on kind
another
of how we
saying.
built the
Number
early
39.
stages of what we've built in our
The
own system.
Pharisees and the scribes
So for anyone
have
who's looking
taken
to
the keys
DIY
of
it, this is a
knowledge
great
and
place
hidden
to
them.
start and look at how
They
you could
themselves
DIY
have
it.
not entered.
If one was to
nor
identify,
have they
hey,
allowed
I've tried
to
to
enter
DIY
those who
this
wish
and it
to.
isn't working,
You,
gives you kind
however,
of the
be
structural
as wise as
methodology to work
serpents
with a firm
and as innocent as
and what
doves.
working with a firm might look like.
Now, wait a
So the
second.
idea here is to kind
Be
of
wise as
be a
serpents.
groundwork and a safe place
The serpent in the
for
Garden of
Construction
Eden,
Leading Edge
the
podcast
one who told
listeners
Eve to eat from the
to have
tree of knowledge.
step one
The church
in
says the serpent
systematizing
was
their recruitment
Satan,
process.
the embodiment
embodiment
The
of
same
evil,
way that we can systematize our
deceiver.
construction business, I
But
think it's
Jesus
important that
is
we
saying,
systematize our
be
recruitment
like the
process.
serpent.
So
Be
as a gift to all the
wise like the
listeners
serpent.
today, I wanted to provide
Why?
that first
Because
effort
the serpent
to
told
systematize
humans
your
to
business.
seek knowledge,
Go
to eat
to
from the
the
tree,
show notes.
learn,
You'll find a link
to grow,
the Hire
to
Right
stop being
hiring
ignorant.
system
The
scorecard and
church teaches
checklist.
that eating from the
Or
tree
you
of
can just go to
knowledge was the worst thing humanity ever did. The original
constructionleadingedge.com/hiring.
sin,
That will
the
take you
fall
right
from grace.
to that
Jesus
resource.
teaches
Download the
that seeking
resource.
knowledge is how you
Take some
become
action.
free.
Go through it. Justin, for people who are
Religious
like, you know
authorities
what,
hide
I
knowledge
just
from you.
need to
They
hire
keep you
Justin.
ignorant.
I don't need
They
a
don't use the keys
scorecard,
themselves,
the
so
gold
they won't let
pass,
you
go
use
straight to the
them
front of
either.
the line. I
But
need
you
some
should be
help. I
wise.
need the
You
proven
should seek
system.
knowledge,
What's the
even
next
if it
step
means
if people want
disobeying
to
false
contact you?
authorities. even if it means
Please reach
questioning
out
what
to
you've been
me
told.
at my
They are
webpage,
teaching the complete opposite message. The church says
www.jltalentsolutions.com,
obey,
or my
don't
email
question.
address, Justin at
Believe what we tell you.
jltalentsolutions.com.
Jesus says question
I'd
everything.
be honored to help
Seek
you.
knowledge.
First, do
Think
an
for
initial
yourself.
investigation
Be
on
wise.
your
Here's
profile
saying
and on your
number
team.
13.
Identify
And this
a
one is
free
absolutely
job
crucial.
profile for your job
Jesus said to
description
his disciples,
and go from there.
compare
If you're
me
thinking
to
about
someone
growing
and
your
tell
business,
me whom I am like.
This is one of the first
Simon
moves that
Peter
you need to
said to
make.
him,
There's no
"You are like a
downside.
righteous
It's
angel."
only going to
Matthew
help
said
you.
to him,
So highly
"You are
encourage
like a
you
wise
to get in
philosopher."
touch with Justin. Either
Thomas said
get
to him,
your grubby
"Master,
little hands
my
on
mouth is wholly
the
incapable
hiring
of
system
saying who you are
scorecard
like."
by clicking the link in the
Jesus
show
said,
notes, or just
"I
contact
am not
Justin
your
directly.
master,
Make sure you tell him
because
that
you have
you
drunk and
heard his
become
interview
intoxicated
on this
from the
podcast.
bubbling
I can vouch for
spring
Justin.
which I have
We've
measured
had
out."
mutual clients who've been working
you
with
hear what
Justin
he
for
just said?
years now.
I am not
and
your
Justin
master.
knows his stuff.
He's
Thank you for the
rejecting
work
the
you're
idea
doing.
of
Thanks
being
for being here on the
worshipped.
podcast.
He's rejecting
and
the idea
keep
of
up the
being
great
put on a
work.
pedestal.
Todd, thank you very much.
He's
It's
saying,
an
"I
absolute
found a
pleasure and
source of
honor
wisdom,
to share something that we're so
bubbling
passionate
spring of
about
knowledge,
in a
and
mutual
I've drunk
space
from
where
it,
we
and
can
now
help
I'm sharing
our
it with you.
audience grow
You
significantly.
can drink
Thank you
from
so
the
much
same
for having
spring.
me.
I'm not
Absolutely.
special.
Hey, before you hit
I'm not
stop
your
and skip on to
master.
the next
I just
episode,
figured
let me ask you
something out, and I'm
something.
showing
If you're
you how
building
to
custom
figure it out
homes or
too.
big renovations,
That's the message.
and you're starting
Not worship
jobs
me.
before
Not
scope,
pray to me.
subs, and
Not believe I'm
selections are
God and you're
completely
not.
dialed in,
Learn what
how
I
long
learned.
can you keep scaling
Access
like
what I
that
accessed.
before something
Become
cracks?
what I became.
That's exactly what we'll
You have the
unpack
same potential.
on your
But
free
of course,
business evaluation
that
call.
message had to be
In
destroyed.
about 45 minutes, my
Because
team
if
will help
Jesus
you
isn't
do a few
special,
things.
if everyone
Grade
has the
your
same
current
potential,
handoff from
then what's the
office
point
to field,
of the
put some real
institution?
numbers to the hidden
What's the point of the
profit leads
hierarchy?
that could be in your business.
What's
There
the
could
point
be
of
hidden
priests and
profits
bishops
in your
and
business.
popes
Sketch out what a
claiming special
repeatable operating
authority?
system would look like in
Now, at this
your
point,
business, from
you might be
sales
thinking, okay,
to pre-construction through
interesting
completion.
historical
And if it
documents,
looks like we can help, we'll
fascinating
book a
alternative
follow-up
perspective.
call to talk
But
about
how do we
the
know
right
this is the real story and
implementation
the Bible
program for you. If it's
So
not,
let
you'll
me
still
show you
leave with
something that
clarity
removes all doubt.
and next steps.
Let me
We
show
will
you
leave you
evidence
better
that's
than
not
we
based
found
on
you.
which
So to book
texts
your
you
call
believe
and be
or
sure
which
that you qualify for that
interpretation
call,
you
go
accept.
to
Let me show you
constructionleadingedge.com
astronomical proof
/apply,
that Christianity as you know it
APPLY, or click
is
the show
coded
notes.
sun
There's
worship
a
from
link
ancient
in the show
Egypt and
notes
Babylon.
and book
A
your
researcher named
business
Jordan
evaluation
Maxwell
call.
spent 60 years studying ancient religions.
How do you go from
symbols,
being the problem
mystery schools, astronomy. He wasn't religious.
in your
He wasn't
construction
trying to
business
prove or
to being the
disprove
reason it
anything.
finally
He
grows
was just
without
looking
you
at patterns,
involved in the
looking at
day
evidence,
to day. How do you hire
looking
the
at what the
right
historical
who's in your
record
business
actually
so you can
shows.
step into a real
And what he
CEO role,
discovered
still be
is
at
that
home,
every
be
major
present, and
element
not
of
glued
the
to your
Jesus
phone,
story
all while your
matches
projects run
ancient
without you?
astronomical patterns.
How do you go from being
not
the
history,
problem
not
in your
biography,
construction business
astronomy?
to being the reason it finally
Let me show
grows
you
without
exactly
you being
what I mean.
involved in the day-to-day? And
Jesus'
how do you
birthday,
convince
according to
prospects
Christian
to pay
tradition,
you
is
for a
December
structured
25th.
pre-construction
Now let's look at
process
what's actually
when
happening
you've
astronomically
always been doing free
on
estimates and
December
it seems like everybody else
25th.
around you does?
December
You're listening to
21st
the
or 22nd
Construction
is the
Leading Edge
winter
podcast
solstice,
from
the shortest day of the year in the northern
constructionleadingedge.com,
hemisphere.
where we are all about
After the winter solstice, for
systematizing
3
your
days,
construction business so
December
you can
22nd,
maximize freedom,
23rd,
impact,
24th,
and wealth. My name is
the sun
Todd
appears to stop
DeWalt,
moving south.
and my team and I
It
have helped
seems to
hundreds
pause
of
at its
construction
lowest point in
business
the
owners
sky.
put systems in
And
place
then
so they
on
can
December
eliminate
25th,
chaos,
it
grow
begins moving
their
north
profits, build stronger
It's
teams,
reborn.
and get
It
their
resurrects.
lives back.
The
This
sun dies
episode
for 3
is a
days
case study of
and is
how
resurrected
one
on
of
the
our clients,
25th.
a custom home builder
The Son of
named
God
Cody
dies for 3
Reimer,
days
owner of
and
Oaken
is resurrected.
Builders in southern
Same pattern.
Manitoba, went
Same
from a
symbolism.
2-man
Same
operation, being stuck
Now
in the
you might
day-to-day,
say
burned
that's
out,
just
and
coincidence.
close to
So let's
quitting,
keep going.
to now leading a 12-person
Jesus traveled
team,
with 12
taking real
disciples.
time off, and actually
The sun
feeling
travels
like a
through
CEO.
12
There's a few things
zodiac
we're going to walk through
constellations every
that
year.
you'll take away from this episode.
The sun is
How
always
Cody
surrounded by
realized
12
his business
signs.
was
Jesus is
unintentionally
always
designed to
surrounded by 12
fail
disciples.
because everything depended
Coincidence?
on him.
Let's go
We
deeper.
talk about a few of the specific
Due to the wobble of
systems
Earth's
that he
axis,
installed to
something
turn
called the
things
precession
around.
of the equinoxes.
We also talked
The
about
sun's
how
position
he
at the
sells
spring
pre-construction
equinox slowly
as a paid
shifts through
service.
the
Some of the
zodiac
specific
constellations.
things he says
Each
so that
age lasts
clients
about
happily say
2,160
yes
years.
to him getting paid for
From about
pre-construction, and
4,300
then we
to
dig into the
2150
who,
BC.
not how
We were in the age of
mindset
Taurus the
that
bull.
let him hire the right
And
people,
what do you see in
get out of
ancient
the
religions
day-to-day,
from that time?
and be present
Bull
at his
worship.
family instead of staring
golden
off into
calf.
space, as
Apis,
he
the
described.
sacred
So if you're a
bull in
construction business owner and you feel
Taurus
like you own a
symbolism
job,
everywhere. From
not a business.
2150
This episode
BC
shows
to
you what it
about
looks
1
like
AD,
to fix
we
that
were
in
the
real
age of
life,
Aries
and we
the
also talk
ram.
about some of the
And what shows up?
side effects
Ram's
of
horns,
success, some
the
things you need
shofar
to
in
be prepared
Judaism,
for
sheep sacrifice,
when it works.
Aries symbolism.
Some people are surprised
Then
by
around
that.
1
And
AD,
be sure to
we
listen
enter
to the
the
end
age of
when we
Pisces
talk
the
about
fish.
the belief
And suddenly
that
the symbol of
was
Christianity is a
quietly
fish.
holding Cody
Jesus
back, how
says,
he
"I will
broke
make
it,
you fishers
and what
of men."
changed when he
The
went
miracle of
from,
loaves and fishes.
as he said,
Fish
sanding
symbolism
nail
everywhere.
holes
And Jesus
to
himself
operating
says in the
like a
Gospel of
CEO
Matthew,
while his
"I am
12-person
with you
teams
always
keeps
until the
things
end of
moving
the
without
age."
him.
Not the end
Quick
of the world.
public service
The end of the
announcement if you're
age.
thinking about scaling
That's
your business.
astronomical
all right?
terminology.
A
talking
company
about the
studied
age of
why
Pisces.
successful
But it
contractors
goes even deeper
fail,
than that.
and they found
look at
two
the
things.
actual
Number one,
words you
they found
use.
contractors
The
don't
word
starve to
amen
death.
that
They get
Christians
too much
say
work
at
too
the end of
fast
every
with
prayer.
inadequate resources, and then
Where
they
does
run
that
out
come
of
from?
cash. The
It
second
comes
thing
from
they learned
Amun
after
Ra,
studying
the
a couple of
Egyptian sun
hundred
god,
successful
the
contractors
hidden
that failed.
god.
This is a pretty
Every
depressing
single
study,
time
by
a
the way.
Christian
They
says
also found
amen,
that contractors
they are
are
invoking the
actually
name of an
more
Egyptian
likely to go
deity.
bankrupt during a
The word
growing
Easter,
economy
the
than
resurrection
during a
holiday.
downturn.
Where does
So,
that come from?
how do you know
Ishtar,
if your construction
Babylonian
business is
goddess of
ready to scale?
fertility.
How do you know when it's
That's
time
why
to hire
you have
more
eggs
people,
and rabbits at
go after
Easter.
bigger projects, sell
Those
more,
are
take on
fertility
more
symbols
overhead?
from the original
That's a
pagan
question that I
festival.
get a lot.
The
So
word
I created
church,
an online
where you go
assessment
to
called
worship,
"Is Your
comes from the
Construction
Greek word
Business Ready to Scale?"
Kyriakon,
And the
which
link
means
is in the
house
show
of the
notes, or you
Lord.
can go to
But Lord doesn't mean
constructionleadingedge.com
God.
/
It means
ready.
property owner.
READY.
Landlord.
Take the
When
assessment.
you
It
enter a
takes couple
church,
minutes.
you're
and it'll give
entering
you
the
a
Lord's
customized
house.
report.
You're
So,
on his property.
with that being said, let's get to my
subject to his
conversation
authority.
with Cody
Vatican,
Reimer,
the
owner
seat
of
of Catholic
Oaken
power,
Builders.
comes
Enjoy.
from
All
Vaticanus,
right, Cody, welcome to
the name
the
of an
podcast,
Etruscan
man. How
goddess
are you
of
doing
the
today?
underworld. The Vatican
doing really
literally
well. It's
means
good to be
place
here.
of
Thanks for having
divination.
Let's
or place of
start
the
with
dead.
this. Tell us a little
None
bit
of
about your
this is
business,
hidden.
the name of the company,
It's
where
right
you're
there
located,
in the
and
language.
what kind of work you
It's
do.
right there in
All
the
right,
dates.
so we run
It's
Oaken
right there
Builders,
in the symbols.
and we are
They just
a
bet that you would never
small
look it up.
custom home
They
builder
bet that you would
based out of
accept what you were
Rosenort,
told,
which
and
is a
never
small
question it.
town in
And they
Canada,
were right about 99%
30
of
minutes
people.
south of Winnipeg.
But you're
We
not
kinda
most
run
people.
a really
You're still
tight-knit
here.
company here,
You're
a
still
relationship
listening.
focused.
You're still
and
questioning.
Yeah, that's
So
the
if Christianity
business
is
we have
coded
here.
sun
How
worship,
did you
if the church
get
was
started in
created
business,
by the
and
empire
when
that
did you
killed
start?
Jesus,
My dad
if the
was
words
a
themselves
firefighter,
reveal pagan
career
origins,
firefighter, and he
then what was
on his
Jesus
off days he
actually
would
teaching?
pick up carpentry projects,
What
that
was
kind
the
of thing.
real
And
message
he's always
that
been
was so
a
dangerous?
carpenter by
They
trade
had
as
to
well.
bury it under
And
layers
so
and
when I was
layers
about
of mythology.
14, I started going to job sites with
This
him
is where
and
Professor
working with him,
Jiang's research
decks,
becomes absolutely
fences,
profound.
siding projects, just little
He
things.
spent
I've
20
also
years analyzing
always been a
ancient
dreamer
wisdom
at the
traditions.
same time and had an
Plato,
entrepreneurial
Buddha,
mind,
Lao Tzu,
like starting new
Zoroaster,
things.
the Stoics,
And so I
mystery schools
eventually
of
started.
Egypt and
We started
Greece.
our company.
and he
just
found something
me on the tools by
extraordinary.
myself. That's
They
where it
all
all
teach the
started.
same
After I
core
got
truth.
married, my father-in-law
They use
was
different
was a
words,
general
different
contractor,
metaphors,
and he
different
managed
cultural
his jobs all
contexts.
from off the
But the
tools.
fundamental teaching
And so I saw
is
a brand new
identical.
side of construction that
Here
I
it
hadn't
is.
seen. And so when I started to
Consciousness
synthesize the
is
two worlds is when I
fundamental.
realized, oh, this could become something
The
bigger.
material
My
world,
construction
the physical
experience
universe,
plus learning
all
to
the
manage
stuff you can
from,
touch and see.
away
That's
from the
temporary.
tools. And
That's
so the
constantly
business
changing.
dreams
That
started
comes and
going from
goes.
that. And that's kind of how I
But your
really
consciousness,
got into
your
it
awareness,
and developed the
the
vision
fact
for it
that
as
you
well.
are experiencing reality right
you were
now,
entrepreneurial.
that's
Was the
what's
construction
real.
business the first
That's what
business that you
matters.
started? Was it your first
you have something
entrepreneurial
inside
venture?
you that can't be
It was,
destroyed.
and I've started a few since.
Your body will die.
But that's kind of
Your
the
physical
original
form
dream.
will return
We
to the earth.
talked
But the part of you
originally
that's aware,
back in
the part that's conscious,
early
that
2024,
continues
I believe.
in some form.
Maybe a little bit.
whether you call it a
earlier than
soul
that.
or spirit or
You started
energy
working
or
with us,
information,
I think, in
something continues.
fall of
The material
2024,
world
somewhere
is a
summer,
trap.
fall of 2024. So it's
Chasing
been a
money,
couple of years
power,
now. What was going
status,
on back then?
other people's
What were
approval.
you dealing with in the
It's all
business that
empty.
led you to reach out
It
to
doesn't
us
lead to
initially?
fulfillment.
That was a low time.
doesn't make you happy.
In my career.
It's like
so we had
drinking
a
salt
lot of
water
work.
when you're
I
thirsty.
was still
It seems like
a
it
guy
should
on
satisfy
tools,
you.
for the most
it just
part.
makes you
I had
more
built
desperate.
up a crew and had just kind
And
of
knowledge
gotten
is
off the
freedom.
tools. And
Don't obey blindly.
one guy
Don't
after
accept
another,
what authorities
my
tell
crew
you just
left.
because they
It
claim
was a
to
low
have special
point. I
access
was
to
really
truth.
searching and wondering
Question,
what was the next step.
learn,
I was even considering
grow.
hanging up the belt and
Think for
just
yourself.
going into a different career.
Buddha called
But
this enlightenment.
I really
The
felt
realization that the
like
self
there was
is an
more to
illusion and
this. I
suffering
felt
comes
like there
from
was a
attachment.
calling in my life
Plato called
to
it
serve
remembering the forms.
people and
The
the
idea
community
that true
with
reality
our
exists
business
in a
and to give
realm
glory
of
to God.
perfect ideals, and we're just seeing
So
shadows
a
on
new
a cave
spark
wall.
was formed, and
Stoics
I
called it
had just kind of
living
started listening to your
according to nature,
podcast.
aligning
You
yourself
had
with the
recommended
rational
on
order of
there
the
reading the
universe.
book E-Myth. I read the
Jesus was
book.
teaching the
The
same
light
thing.
bulb started going
Adapted
on.
for his
I'm like,
time,
oh,
his
this
place,
is what I've been missing
his
all this
audience,
time. At the same
his
time,
cultural context.
I didn't know how to implement. I did
But
not
here's
know
what
how
made
to
Jesus
get
different.
going with building
He was teaching
building a
this
business. I
under
knew
Roman
how to build
occupation.
houses, but I did not know how to
And the
build a
Roman
business.
system of control
It was at a low
was
point,
based on two
very
things:
stressed,
fear
without a clear
and reward.
vision,
Obey,
and
or we
also
kill
the
you.
next steps to really start
Obey,
walking
and we'll
towards that
give you
vision.
status
But that
and
low
security.
point
But Jesus taught,
is a tough
death
place to
doesn't
be,
matter because your
where
consciousness can't
things
be
aren't going
destroyed.
well. You have this vision,
wealth doesn't
where
matter
you want to be,
because the material
feel
world
this
is temporary,
calling. You just
which means
you just
Rome
know
has zero leverage
there's,
over you.
there's something more. You should be doing
From the
something else.
Gospel of
But
Thomas, saying
when you
number
look
56,
around,
whoever has come to understand
things
the
are good.
world
I think a lot of
has
people
found
have
only a
felt this
corpse,
way.
and whoever has
where
found a
you have this
corpse is
vision,
superior
and not
to
only
the
are you
world.
not making progress toward the
world,
vision, but
the
maybe you're going
empire,
backwards.
the system of
Things
power
are going
and money
in
and
the
status.
opposite direction.
It's spiritually dead.
And we can
It's a
only connect the
corpse.
dots.
And once
looking
you see
backwards,
that,
right, it's really tough.
Once you
in
really
that spot.
understand that,
But as
you're
you
free.
look back on that
You're
now,
superior
and
to
you
the
can
world.
connect the dots.
Not because you're
what,
better than other people,
What were the
but because
good
you're
things
no longer
that were going
controlled by the
on? When you look
world's
back on it,
rewards and
are there any like,
punishments.
oh, I
This is
see
like the Matrix.
what I was being
As long
prepared
as you
for,
believe
I
the
see
Matrix is real,
what was going
it
on.
controls you.
I had tried a few
It can
times to
threaten
kind
you
of
with death and you're
get
terrified.
off the tools
It
and
can offer you power and
and,
you're seduced.
Scale the business.
But once you wake up and
to a point
realize
where we
it's
can
not
have multiple
real,
projects going
Once
and
you
that kind
see
of thing.
it for
I
what
tried
it
multiple
is,
times and
it has no
had
power
failed
over
each
you.
of those times. There
You're
were some
free.
good foundations as far as
And a
like
free person is the most
you know,
dangerous thing
we've
to an
always
empire.
emphasized communication.
Think about
and
this practically in your own
follow-ups
life right now.
and
What
trust
controls you?
in the client
What makes you
relationship and all
anxious,
these things.
stressed,
A business
afraid?
is
For most people, it's things
structured
like, I need
whether
more
intentionally or not.
money, or I need
And,
people to
and
approve
our
of me,
business was structured
or
in
I
a
need
way
to
that
maintain my
it
status,
was impossible to scale.
or I'm afraid
There
of
was no
losing
way
what I have,
because
or I'm
at the
afraid
end
of
of the
death.
day,
But if
and
you
this
really
was one of the biggest
understood
realizations I had,
mean,
and
really
it was pretty
internalized
humbling at the time.
that your consciousness can't
The
be
realization
destroyed,
was that I was
that
the problem
material
with my
things
business.
don't bring fulfillment,
I was what was wrong with
that
it.
other people's opinions are
The
just
reason it
noise.
couldn't grow was because of me.
How would you
Because
live
as long as
differently?
I was the everything to the
What
business,
would you do if you weren't afraid?
it couldn't go anywhere.
What would you
because
create
for one, I'm not
if you
good at
didn't
everything.
need approval?
I have
Who would you
weaknesses.
become
I have
if
strengths.
you stopped chasing
And secondly,
empty status?
there's just
That's
no way
what
that
Jesus
amount
was
of,
teaching
of
people. And Rome
execution
watched
can run through one
slaves who
person.
suddenly
So you
didn't fear
realize
death.
that the business
They
was
watched
impossible
poor
to
people
grow
who
the
suddenly
business
didn't envy the rich.
because
They
it
watched
was
oppressed people
designed around
who
you.
suddenly
And what I
weren't
would
bitter
tell
or
people is
vengeful.
most construction
Rome
businesses
panicked.
are
Because the
unintentionally
entire
designed
system
to fail.
depends on people being
Right.
afraid and
yeah,
desperate.
100%. Yeah,
If people
Nobody
aren't
does
afraid,
this on purpose.
you can't
They
control
don't
them
actually
with threats.
design their
People aren't
business
desperate.
to fail. They actually
can't
don't
control
even
them with
design their
rewards.
business. Maybe they
And
don't
then
even think about
There's the most
having
radical
a design
teaching
for
of
the
all.
business.
one
Love
more
your
realization would
enemies.
be that
Pray for those
yes,
who persecute
I'm the problem. Secondly,
you. Now on
I
the
didn't have a
surface,
clear definition of
that
what
sounds weak.
entrepreneurialism was.
It sounds passive,
I thought
like you're just
being an
letting
entrepreneur
evil
meant
people
starting new things.
but it's actually the
And
most
I am
psychologically
a
sophisticated
vision guy.
teaching
I'm
in
a
human
dreamer.
history.
I have 100
Let me
different
explain
ideas in my
why.
head all the time. Acting
If
on
you
those
hate your
ideas is
enemy,
not being an
They
entrepreneur.
control you.
An entrepreneur is a
They live in your
builder
head.
of
They
an
dictate
idea.
your emotional
And
state.
I think that
You
was
think about
something
them
I had to learn
constantly.
the hard way because
You fantasize
generally
about
when I would
revenge.
start to step off
You're
the tools,
consumed by anger
I would
and
immediately
bitterness.
start something new.
They have power
Either
over you
related
even
to the
when they're
business
not
in a different
physically
direction
present.
or something completely
But if you can
different.
genuinely
And in
let
doing so,
go,
I was trying to push on
if you
too
can
many
look at
wheels
your
at the
enemy
same
with
time.
understanding or
And what I
even
needed to do was
compassion,
focus my energy
you're free.
on building
They no
one
longer control your inner
thing,
state.
turning one wheel,
Think about someone
and
in your
then
life who hurt you.
starting to bring in people to
Maybe
start
it was
pushing on
years
that
ago.
same wheel until that wheel
But when
starts
you
to spin
think
on its
about
own.
them,
What were some of
You
those
still
other
feel
things
that
that
anger
you
rising up,
started or
right?
attempted to start?
Your
We
heart
got into
rate
some
increases,
crypto
your muscles
trading.
tense.
We got into
You
some.
replay what happened.
What else? There was
You
some
imagine what you should
real
have said
estate and
or
land
done.
stuff stuff that worked
That
out to
person
varying
is
degrees.
controlling you right
Started
now,
doing some more
in this
stock
moment.
market stuff as well.
Even
But
though
again,
they
it's
might
just a
not
divided
even remember
attention
what they did.
and not focusing one's
As long as you
energy
hold on to that hate, they
100%
have
on one
power
thing.
over you.
But it's amazing.
But
It's amazing
forgiveness
what you
isn't
can get
about
done
them.
when you do actually start channeling
It's not
that
about
energy,
saying
right?
what they did
That's a
was okay.
challenge for
It's
the
about
classic
freeing
visionary
yourself from their
types.
control. It's
Lots
about
of big
cutting that energetic
ideas,
cord so they can't pull your
sometimes
strings
organizational
anymore.
whiplash,
the really
this
deep
direction, and then a
part.
180-degree turn, we're going to go in
When
this
you look
direction.
at
Just
people
lots of ideas.
who do
And I'm glad
evil
you said that.
things,
Being an entrepreneur is not
people who
about
hurt others,
having ideas.
people
It's
who
about
abuse
actually
power,
building
If you
something,
really look,
focusing your
you'll see
energy,
their
which
suffering.
is really tough.
They're trapped in
when
their own
you're a
prisons.
visionary.
They
And
can't trust
completely
anyone.
agree about divided
paranoid.
attention. You only
They're
have so
empty
much
inside.
focus. You only have
They're
so much
spiritually dead.
decision making.
The Roman emperors had all the power
so
in the
much
world,
creativity.
but they lived in constant
And
fear
if
of
you
assassination. They couldn't eat
if you
food without
diffuse
poison
that
testing.
out among
They couldn't trust
7
their
or
own
8
family
projects, you
They
just
were
don't
isolated,
really go anywhere.
paranoid,
And the same thing can happen
miserable.
even in the business itself.
had everything,
right? Like
and they had
too
nothing.
many initiatives in a
So
business.
when Jesus
is-
says, "Love your
like, you only get
enemies,"
as far as you bring
he's
your
not
team.
saying,
at the
"Let
end
them
of the
hurt
day. Even
you."
just less
He's saying,
is
understand
more energy
that they're
focused
suffering
on
more
a
than
few
you are.
things, do them well,
They've
get them
destroyed their
executed
own
well,
souls
and
in the pursuit of power.
then we
might
start
be
looking at
their
the
victim,
next goals.
but at
That's
least
really
you're
good.
still alive.
You mentioned some
inside.
light bulbs went on.
least you can still
when
feel
you read
love
the E-Myth.
and joy and
maybe you've already
connection.
covered this, but I'm curious. What were
They
some of the
can't.
big light bulbs,
And when you
the big
see
realizations you had
When you
from
really
that
understand
book?
that,
The fact
the
of
hate
being
dissolves.
able to
because you're
visualize
trying to be a good
and
person,
organize a
but because
business
you
on paper
genuinely feel
from an
sorry for
accountability
them.
chart standpoint,
you see them
that
as
was one of the big
pitiful
light
rather than
bulbs to
powerful.
envision,
And that
to actually
shifts
sit down and
everything.
like define
you're not
what all the
controlled by them
hats in the
anymore.
company are, or all the
You're
seats,
free.
and
And
write
freedom of
down what the
consciousness is the most
responsibilities
dangerous
are,
thing in the
and,
world to
and
people
like
who want to control
structure, build a
So
structure
Rome
for the
killed
business
Jesus around
that
30
you can
AD because
actually
he was teaching
execute
people
on.
to be free.
The whole concept
And then
of,
for
of
300
being an
years,
entrepreneur, what that
his
actually
message
means,
kept
and what
spreading.
an entrepreneur
His
needs to
brother
do
James
with their
led
time.
the
And that
original
was another
movement.
big piece that came
People
from
were
that.
being
I
transformed
would
by
highly
his
recommend
teachings.
it as to anyone
And
who's
Rome
starting off in
tried
business.
killing more
Okay,
people.
so
But that
back in
just created more
2024,
martyrs.
you joined
So they
our
did something
Systematize Your
brilliant
Construction
and
Business
evil.
Program, and then
They took over the movement from
moved
the
on
inside.
into our CEO
They
Alliance.
created an official
So let's go back
version of
to
Christianity
the first
that taught
couple
the
of months
opposite.
of work together
Instead
in
of
our
you
Systematize
are
Your Construction
divine, it
Business
became
Program.
only
You're putting
Jesus is
the
divine.
systems in place.
Instead of
Take us
question
to the
and seek
moment
knowledge,
when
it
you
became
realized that
obey.
this work you
and
were doing,
have
the systems that
faith.
you were implementing,
Instead
were
of you
actually
don't
working.
need an institution.
It probably wasn't
became,
during the program.
You must
honestly.
go through the church.
I would say it was in
to
the
be
months that
saved.
followed.
And they
once we had
destroyed
kind
every
of
text
started
that
implementing
contradicted
systems.
this new
The
version.
biggest one, I think,
But
being
some of those
the
texts
handoff
survived.
pre-construction
hidden in
process.
jars,
That was the first real
buried in
process we
caves.
ever built for the
And
company.
in 1945, a
And
farmer
I think the first
found
moment where I was like,
them. And now you know what they
started
say.
to
You know what was buried.
feel like,
You know what they tried
oh man,
to erase.
this is working.
But there's one more
was-
question
there was a
we
Monday
need to
morning,
address. And it's the darkest
and,
question.
I got up,
If
went
these
to the
texts
office,
existed, if
and
people knew Jesus taught
my phone
freedom
was
and
quiet.
inner power, why did most
and
people
nothing
accept the church's
happened.
version?
And
Why did
I
they
didn't
choose obey
hear
and be
anything,
saved
and it was
over
kind of
think
eerie
and be free?
and kind of refreshing at the same
The
time.
Russian
And I
novelist
remember
Dostoevsky
lunch rolled
wrote a
around.
story in
I hadn't gotten a
1880
single text
that
message
explains this
or call.
better than
Now,
anything
at that
else
point,
I've
I had
ever read.
hired a project manager.
It's called The Grand
but
Inquisitor.
I wouldn't have hired that project
It's
manager had I
fiction.
not had the
But
big
it
five
cuts
in
to
place
the core of human
for them
psychology
to operate
in a
on,
way
and
that's
the accountability
absolutely
chart to help me
devastating.
see that, and
Here's
all
the
these
story.
things. And so
Jesus
that's when
returns to
I was
Earth
like,
during
oh,
the
wow.
Spanish Inquisition in the 1500s.
this is the first time I've had taken
People
a breath
recognize him
during the work
immediately.
week. That was
He
energizing.
starts healing
And then
the sick, raising
and then
the dead,
getting that first
performing the
that
same
first,
miracles as before.
feeling of
And everyone is celebrating.
maybe I own a business,
But the
not
head of
just
the
a
Catholic
job.
Church, the
And
Grand Inquisitor, has
that
him
was
arrested.
very energizing and motivating
And
to
that
keep
night,
going. And
Inquisitor
from there, I
goes
feel
to
like
Jesus'
the momentum
cell.
is just built.
And he
what were
says,
the top
"We
2
know
or
who you are.
3
We recognize you.
systems or processes
And we're
or
going to have
changes
to
that you
burn you
made
at the
that have had the
stake
most
tomorrow,
impact,
because
the
you're a
most
threat to the
positive
happiness of the
effect for
people."
you?
The nail the handoff has
Jesus
been
is confused.
absolutely the
He
biggest.
thought he came to
having
save
a
people.
system in place
But the Inquisitor
to
explains,
design a house on paper,
He says,
and it's become
you
one of
came
our
to give people freedom.
biggest marketing
You
and
told them,
sales tools
think
as
for
well.
yourselves.
And we've developed,
find your own
you know,
truth.
we talk about it on our website.
responsibility for your own
we present
choices.
it. We have presentations
people
built
don't
around
want
it.
that.
It's absolutely
People
like a
don't
value
want freedom.
proposition in our company
Freedom
now.
is
And
terrifying.
everything
Freedom
comes
means having
down
to decide
that pre-con
what's right.
process. And we continue to every quarter we have, you know, we innovate on it. So we meet, we talk about how can we improve it more, and continue to implement an improved process. The next one would probably be just the strategic planning framework, learning to step back as a CEO, 10,000 foot view, and envision what a couple years from now is going to look like really lean into the dreamer side that most entrepreneurs have, but just don't give themselves space to operate in. And man, is that fun. It's really fun to dream, and then tied to that is the accountability chart. And like, envisioning what the business could look like. I just get so energized doing that kind of work. And then lastly, I would say the CEO calendar would be, I guess, a system that I use and I constantly refine. And again, it's talking about that, keeping your energy focused on the right wheels, the right things in the business, staying in that quadrant 2, as per Eisenhower matrix, staying on the important, non-urgent things is so huge because they eventually will become urgent if you don't think about them. And then tied to that would be more of a CEO Alliance thing, would be the weekly pulse. Has been a massive tool, and that ties into my calendar, right? So every week, just like stepping back again, what's important, what are my goals for this month, for this quarter, and making sure that my calendar reflects. Those things have absolutely just completely 180'd our business.
Nice. I want to talk a little bit about the pre-construction process. And you said that you're marketing that. Some people would say, okay, I need pre-construction for myself just to eliminate chaos on our projects. But the idea of marketing that to customers, in fact, some people would say, I don't want to go put requirements on my clients because, they get a custom experience and I don't want to put guardrails around them and force anything on them. But you said you're marketing your pre-construction process. So here's my question. Now that you've been doing this for a couple of years, what's in it for your clients to follow a pre-construction, fairly rigid pre-construction process? What's in it for them?
So the first few times I proposed pre-construction as a service to people, I was the one who was more anxious about the idea and what are they going to think about this. But in every single situation, I have seen how clients respond so positively to the idea of paying someone who's a professional to properly plan their house, because what it gives them is peace of mind. A lot of people have had all sorts of experiences with contractors, and we don't always have the best reputation when it comes to timelines and budgets and some of that stuff, like contractors as a whole. But planning out a build and having a client be a part of that process so intimately allows them to have that peace of mind that what they are hoping for is what they will get, and that the budget will align with their expectations, and that they can be a partner in that process, not just receiving a house, but they actually get to be a part of building that house. So yeah, peace of mind, confidence. The build process goes so much smoother, less hiccups, and our projects are staying on budget, and our clients are happier at the end of the day. So yeah, that's a few things.
Quick break for something that might hit close to home. If you are a custom home builder, remodeler, or a commercial GC and your business basically lives in your head, this is for you. I was on a business evaluation call recently with a builder doing multi-million-dollar custom homes and big renovations. On paper, from the outside, everything looks great. But in reality, he was working 60 to 70 hours a week. And when we looked at it, he admitted that he was spending about 75% of his time in reactive mode, putting out fires on low rent activities. When we talked about his handoff from the office to the field, he graded it at like a C- or a D+. You see, they were starting jobs before the scope was nailed down, subs weren't clearly lined up, material selections were half-baked, and there was a lot of we'll figure it out as we go. Classic just enough to start trap stuff. And that led to costly mistakes, delays, and there were a couple of near disasters on high-profile projects that he absolutely could not afford to screw up. And then when we went through the evaluation, we found hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in hidden profit between the rework, giveaways, lost productivity, schedule delays, and then the opportunity cost. And the common thread was a weak pre-construction and handoff process. There was a pre-construction deficiency. And that call is what I would like to invite you to today. It's a free, about 45-minute business evaluation call with my team. We'll walk through a simple diagnostic to grade your office to field handoff. We'll quantify the hidden profit that may be in your business, and then we'll map out what a real operating system for your business would look like so it can run without everything going through you. Then if it looks like we can help, we'll schedule a second call to go through the implementation program that fits your specific situation. If it's not a fit, you'll still walk away with clarity and a concrete plan. But here's the deal. This is not for everybody. It's for companies doing over $1 million a year in revenue. And we only have capacity to take on a handful of clients each month. So if you want your business to look real different 12 months from now is the time to take action. To book your business evaluation call, you can click the link in the show notes or simply go to constructionleadingedge.com/apply, APPLY, and book your business evaluation call. So open up the Cody Reimer sales playbook. Some people are wondering, they're still doing free estimates. And they're like, how can I possibly convince a prospect to write me a check for pre-construction when everybody else is doing free estimates? What's one thing that you say to a prospect, maybe a question you ask them that helps them see the value of paying you for pre-construction?
I like to ask clients about their previous experiences. Usually from those experiences, you can draw out different fears and pain points that they've experienced in their life. I also like to ask clients what's important to them. What are they looking for in a builder? What does success look like to them? If we're a year or two from now and they're sitting in their new house, what does this look like? And from that, I can usually hear what's important to them and also what their fears are. And once I know what those things are, I can share with them how our pre-construction process will alleviate either those fears and will deliver on those things that they are hoping for in their build. And then on the flip side, how not doing pre-construction means that they're choosing to go in with not full visibility on the project, and they're increasing their risk on the project. They really are. Clients have come to that place because they've managed their finances well. They're in a position to build their forever home, and they've done it through proper, management of their business or their finances, whatever it is. This process is an investment into their build, and they understand that. And we've had no pushback on the pre-construction process, and it's been surprising for me.
The way I like to describe the sales process is you find their current situation, and then you help them get clear on their future situation. Like you said, imagine you're sitting in your new home. Tell us what a win looks like. So you have the starting point, the end point, and then identify all the risks, obstacles, and pitfalls in between. What are they concerned about? Maybe even show them some things that they didn't know about, some of the pitfalls of free estimates, etc. And then your job is to show them how working with you and your pre-construction process is the path of least resistance from where they currently are around those pitfalls, risks, and obstacles to their desired end state. The mistake a lot of people make in selling is talking about themselves and their business and showing pictures of their grandpa's truck that he drove when he started the business back in 1947 and talking about all of this other stuff. But prospects want to talk about, like the Toby Keith song, I want to talk about me. I want to talk about my fears, my hopes, my dreams. I like that. I like that approach.
And further to that, like pre-construction happens regardless if it's intentional or not. Just like a business being built, you will do pre-construction. It's just going to happen during the build, and you will pay for it, and usually more.
That's the thing about pre-construction. You're doing all of these things. Every selection gets made, every subcontractor gets selected, every decision gets made. You just get to pick when you make them. Will you make them under the gun at the last minute while the meter's running, when the temperature's going up, or are you going to do that during the planning phase early on? All right, so you've done a lot of work in your business the last couple of years, done a great job implementing these systems, designing your business intentionally, focusing on pre-construction, getting your accountability chart dialed in, getting yourself out of the business, right? Even extracting yourself from the day-to-day to some extent. Let's talk about the results you've seen from the work you've done over the past almost 2 years now. Let's talk about what's different about your business. Can you share a few quantifiable or measurable results that you've seen, whatever that might be? Some things can be measured, some things can't, but what are some quantifiable, measurable results that you've seen from the work that you've done?
Our top line revenue has gone up bottom line percentage has gone up as well. We're more efficient. We've been able to clean up our finances and some of that stuff. Our team has grown. We have more of the right people in defined seats, and people understand their roles.
How many people are on your team now?
There's 12 on our team. We got 4 or 5 in the office and the rest in the fields. It's the idea of working as a team towards the same goals, and me getting to, to set that vision, and just my time. I mean, that's quantifiable. I'm not, working 50, 60 hours a week like I was before, which isn't even that crazy, I guess, but I didn't have much capacity. I'm getting into life stuff now, but yeah, it's good.
Compare and contrast what your day-to-day and what your time looked like a few years ago, and then what does it look like? What do you spend your time on now? What are the big differences?
Before, I would have been, like I said, working 50, 60 hours, so doing estimates and whatever, finishing up on emails and stuff in the evenings, drained all the time. I would say my mental capacity was very limited. My ability to be present at home with my wife and kids, often just like staring off into the distance at supper time, and my wife's wondering if I'm there or not. I was solving a problem in my brain or thinking about the next thing I needed to get done tomorrow or whatever it was. And now I have a lot more freedom with my time than I used to have. I can take off to go watch my kids track and field or whatever it is. Last week I was off for pretty much the whole week, and that was kind of a last minute decision, and nothing fell apart while I was gone. It was kind of crazy. I've reduced my hours in the office. I'm not working even a 40-hour week anymore. And I don't need to. I'm able to drive the area of the business in, as far as sales goes, and have time and energy for my kids. A big realization that I've had, and I didn't realize that this was going to be like, I'd always dreamt of this business and building this business and growing and all these things. And what the capacity increase has done for me, it's allowed my entrepreneurial mind, my dreamer, to think about what the goals for my family are and who do I want to be for them as a dad, as a husband. And I can now, dream about those things the way I never could. Be there for all their things and actually be present at the dinner table and have a proper conversation and be switched off from work. I think my wife is probably the most thankful of anyone. And she says I'm a different person than I was 2 years ago.
So some people actually struggle. This is an unexpected problem they have when they're not required to be in their business full time and there aren't fires to put out and the business kind of runs without them. They struggle with different things. They struggle filling the void, you might want to call it. Sounds kind of crazy to people who are working 60, 70 hours a week, but it can be a problem. As you made that transition and the business ran without you, is there any part of that was a problem for you that you had to work through?
The whole identity thing is a piece of the puzzle there. And I think when you build something, you kind of stake your name on it. And it's very normal to take the ebb and flow personally of the business. When you start to, scale back your own time in that entity, there's a fear there that sneaks in, like what's going to happen if you aren't involved and as much. And I struggle with that. And part of being in the CEO Alliance with other contractors and with coaching there has helped me to see that, like, construction, owning a business, it's part of what I do, but it's not who I am. And separating the identity from the business is pretty huge. And when you do that, it opens up your opportunities as well. And so you talk about filling the void. I mean, for me, like I said, it's maybe less about, again, what am I going to fill it with? What kind of busy work am I going to fill this with? And rather, for me, what kind of dad do I get to be now and husband? And, I can go on a breakfast date with my wife on a Friday, and I can, like I said, check out early and go to sports or go fishing with my kid on a day that I should be maybe in the office. And it's pretty awesome.
One of the things we chatted about a little bit before we hit record was this concept of who, not how. I'll just let you explain it. Can you talk about what the who, not how concept means to you and some practical ways that you've tapped into that?
Yeah. So as a business owner, I mean, you're moving from one problem to the next. Once you solve a problem, generally that leads to the next problem, whatever that is. And you're constantly just facing challenges and this kind of thing. As a business owner, you become accustomed to problem solving on your own, and you have to a certain degree, but at the same time, you have many limitations. For me, learning about, like, first of all, again, what are my strengths and weaknesses in business? How am I wired? I'm not the best person for every seat on the bus. And I'm actually hindering my business by remaining in that seat. Plus, I don't know what to implement in that seat. I'm not passionate about it. It doesn't energize me. There's so many things that just cause it to be a hindrance. And reading that book, again, that was a recommendation, I think, from the podcast, and reframing the question of how am I going to, get marketing going? How am I going to manage this many projects at a time? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? And reframing that to who is going to do this in my business, and that there are people wired for these seats that are the opposite and that they're energized by it. If I can align these people with the goals of the company, we can become something much greater than the parts. That was an experience learning how to think that way and to reframe my response in my mind, and then learning at the same time how to delegate and teach and coach people into these roles, but also at the same time, cutting them loose to make their own decisions and that kind of thing. It tends to favor increasing capacity versus demand, I have found, but demand follows, because when I increase the capacity in a certain part of the business by bringing in a who, it frees me up to go and sell more or whatever it is. We have seen that to be very beneficial for our business.
Some people think, well, yeah, I know I need help, but I can't afford them. And the answer, what we've seen over and over, and I think what you've experienced, is when you get clear on who you need and you bring on the right who, and they're part of a plan, part of a strategic blueprint, you have clearly defined roles and responsibilities, you set them up for success, they're not a cost, they're an investment. And the right who's will make you money. They're not a cost, they're an investment. So if somebody came to you and said, listener, hey, if you invest $100 with me, I'll pay you $150 a month. It's a no-brainer investment. Well, the right people in the right seats are usually no-brainer investments. Yeah, so it's a different way of thinking about it. And frankly, what I found is those limiting beliefs are what keep people stuck. The I can't afford to hire people belief, it sounds really logical, really responsible, but that's what keeps people stuck. It's not the lack of people, it's not the lack of opportunity, it's that mental malware. That's what keeps people stuck. Or I have to do it myself, or I can't let go of control, or there aren't any good people out there, or I have to be whatever. That's the real problem that needs to be solved. And that's a tough one because it's in here and it's in the blind spots.
It's the same thing, like even when you're at that decision point and you're thinking, what could go wrong? You often you're at this fear wall, right? And instead of thinking what could go right with the situation, and usually that list is a lot longer than what could go wrong. And if you hire the wrong person, I mean, you got to deal with it. You got to let them go, right? Cut them loose.
So implementing changes in business is tough. It's one thing to learn a concept, plenty of books, plenty of podcasters out there, but implementing changes is tough. So what would you say are one or two of the keys to implementing systems and actually making stuff work in your business? What have you found to be keys to making meaningful change in your business?
Starting out after the program and starting to make changes, a lot of it was coming from me, and I was kind of like, this is what we're doing, and that's fine. I was the boss, so I'm allowed to say that, but I have found that if I can help people understand where we're going first and the why behind things, and allow them to be part of the conversation, although maybe I shaped that conversation a little bit, the buy-in has increased a lot. That's probably been one of the things I've learned, has been setting up those conversations and those initiatives with the why, and helping people to see again what the outcomes are that we can work towards. Another big one is just like, I need to slow down. I try to do too many things, and I try to go too fast, and change takes time. and it's worth it. It's totally worth it. But it can feel like a slog sometimes. And again, if someone else isn't getting it, it's not just their fault. It's probably on my side too. I haven't communicated something clearly. I haven't, laid it out in a way that they understand the why. And I think when people get the why, and people want to work towards something besides just 5 o'clock. And when they can understand that, that's when you can see people come alive in their work. And it's something I'm still learning.
Can you share an example of what sharing the why means? Because some people might think, well, I want to make enough money to buy an island, and I don't know that that's going to be all that compelling for my team. Can you share an example of maybe an initiative that you were focused on and what it practically looked like to share the why?
So we were doing some annual planning at the beginning of this year, and I set up vision and a goal, not like an annual goal, but like just a vector. Like we're going to head towards, we want to try and get to the point where we can handle this many projects at this kind of project value or whatever. But it was very important to me that I spent time talking about how that would benefit them. So I'm also a big believer in like the 10X is easier than 2X concept. And I talk about a lot, like what is 10X thinking versus 2X thinking, and how all we try and do is just grow by spinning our wheels faster. Nothing, that's 2X thinking, and how we can't get anywhere and we become less happy and all the things, right? But when we think about like a 10X goal, and how what that means is we have to change our paradigm and the way we are going to do things as a business, and also the way your role is going to look, but not in a bad way, more so to refine that role in a way that you're more operating in your strengths and in your passion. And so, explaining that why and how your job is going to get better because we're growing, and that will also lead to, greater impact for you, greater impact for the business, and, monetarily, things are going to get better for you, all these things, right? Helping people level up through the business leveling up, right? It's kind of like this, we're going to grow the business and grow you at the same time. And when people get that and they're given an opportunity, a lot of people haven't been, given the opportunity to really continually lean into their strengths and like cut out the stuff that drags them down. We all have to do stuff we don't want to do, but that's been something we've focused on, has been that. And it's not easy. Like it's a lot of mental gymnastics. Let me tell you that, like trying to align people's giftings, their goals, and the business goals. But when people see it, it's beautiful.
Yep. Business is easy. People are hard, right?
Yeah.
If it weren't for the people, gosh, it would be so much simpler. That's leadership, is explaining, trying to tap into your people's intrinsic motivation. And by explaining the why, I think that's a huge one. So you mentioned the CEO Alliance. You were part of the CEO Alliance for a year and a half or so. So how would you describe the CEO Alliance in your own words, and what has being in that group done for you?
The CEO Alliance was a space to connect with like-minded construction business owners and wrestle through, the challenges and, things we were facing together. And alongside of that, having some awesome coaching with Monish there. And if I could sum it up, that's how I would sum it up.
If somebody's listening to this thinking, maybe I should sign up to work with Construction Leading Edge team and get some of these systems in place and be part of the CEO Alliance. If they called you and said, Cody, what do you think? What should I do? Why would I want to join this? What would you tell them?
Oh man, email Todd right now, because you're missing out. Every day you don't do it, you're a day behind. And I don't think I'll ever be able to quantify the ROI on going through the program, because we haven't arrived yet. Ask me in 10 years, ask me in 20 years what the ROI is, because it's set in motion something that I needed the help to start. And the coaching, the accountability, the learning, I'm forever grateful. So yeah, 100% recommend. I would be like, yes, do it now.
I appreciate that. So you're a big vision guy. What is one goal that you're focused on right now in your business or your life?
One big thing is our marketing and networking we're working on right now. We've recently launched kind have a strategic partnership program. And so I'm kind of working on implementing that. I get to meet with some amazing folks in our market and connect with them, find out what, as far as strategic partners, what their struggles are and how our pre-construction process can help them serve their clients and how we can work together. And that's been kind of a new initiative that I've been working on. It's been really fun. And on the personal side, I feel like my work isn't done here yet. We continue to look at ways to continue adding systems and processes in the business. We recently hired a COO integrator. This morning, him and I, we had a 3-hour strategic planning session together. And I had to pinch myself because 2 years ago, I was sanding nail holes. And so here we were, and I was, I was delegating to him some planning for the rest of the year. My role has changed, and I get to work on pretty high level stuff now, stuff that moves the needle and energizes me. And all the while, like I said, making more time and space for my kids and taking more time off. Those are kind of some of the things I'm working on.
Couple of rapid fire questions for you. What's one thing you believe to be true about business that some people think is unconventional, maybe even a little crazy?
I would say it goes like you are what's wrong with your business. That's probably the biggest lesson I've learned.
Yeah, most people would say the problem's out there, and they look out there and they never look at themselves.
I don't know if that's super crazy, but
it's a little unconventional because plenty of people saying, look out there, you just need more marketing, you need more leads, you need more people, you need a different website, you need different whatever, new software. But the problem is the guy looking at you in the mirror.
Yeah. It's freeing. It's honestly freeing at the end of the day, because we're not trying to shoot anyone down here. We're just saying, hey, look, like, you can't be everything to everyone, and that's okay. Stop trying to do that, and let's build something.
Last question I like to ask everybody: what's your hometown? And if somebody's passing through that area, what is the one restaurant or bar that they absolutely need to visit while they're in that area?
Well, yeah, Rosenort, Manitoba, very small town. Look it up. And if you come through, you got to check out the Rolly Stone. Nice little burger joint. It'll be taken good care of there.
The Rolly Stone. Got it. Well, great stuff. Well, Cody, I'm super happy for you. Really proud of the work you've done. It's been fun to watch the transition over the past 2 years now, from our very first conversation to where we're at today. And I'm really happy for you. And it's a testament to the work you've done and the work your team has done and how you've stuck it out and implemented. And I'm really happy for you. And I'm really grateful to have had the opportunity to work with you, and also really grateful for you taking the time to be on here today. This has been super helpful.
Yeah, Todd, thanks. You. Same thing to you. Just so much gratefulness for the process the last couple of years. And again, to anyone out there, it's a lot of work, but it's worth it every single minute you put into it. My business and my family and my life, it's all changed because of it. So yeah, feel very grateful.
Great stuff. Thanks, Cody.
Thanks, Todd.
Hey, before you hit stop and skip on to the next episode, let me ask you something. If you're building custom homes or big renovations and you're starting jobs before scope, subs, and selections are completely dialed in, how long can you keep scaling like that before something cracks? That's exactly what we'll unpack on your free business evaluation call. In about 45 minutes, my team will help you do a few things. Grade your current handoff from office to field, put some real numbers to the hidden profit bleeds that could be in your business. There could be hidden profits in your business. Sketch out what a repeatable operating system would look like in your business, from sales to pre-construction through completion. And if it looks like we can help, we'll book a follow-up call to talk about the right implementation program for you. If it's not, you'll still leave with clarity and next steps. We will leave you better than we found you. So to book your call and be sure that you qualify for that call, go to constructionleadingedge.com/apply, APPLY, or click the show notes. There's a link in the show notes, and book your business evaluation call.
Hey folks, having to pre-record again today on August 6th because I'm about to go on the road, but there are a couple of things I wanted to call your attention to in this moment. And I would say to you that we are in what I would consider the heat of the chaos summer, because as somebody said, who would ever have thought that the biggest chaos agent in the United States would be the president? But here we are, right? So a number of things happened today that I wanted to call out just so that if you're feeling uneasy about the things going on around you, there's some pattern to them. And I would urge you to remember that currently the administration is pretty much in free fall. And what I mean by that is that there have been stories swirling for a while, but now there are stories in the open, an exclusive story, for example, from the Washington Post, that Trump's war on Iran has seriously shorted the United States of missiles, of munitions. In the first month of fighting in Iran alone, according to reports, the U.S. fired off more than 850 Tomahawks, the Tomahawk cruise missiles, and more than 1,000 of another important system. And that has put the United States in a position of being short on these crucial missiles. So where we are with that is now there has been public reporting on those shortages from the Iran war, Trump's sort of war of choice on Iran. And as that has made it into the media, we have also been getting reports from the White House officials that Trump is furious over this, and that he is screaming at his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, about it. Pete Hegseth, you will remember, is the one who's been talking about returning some sort of hyper-masculinity to the Defense Department that he once renamed the War Department, and really just sort of thought that he could go in and throw his weight around and the United States would get control over Iran. And instead, we have gotten mired in a really poor situation. I'll tell you more about that in a second. But Hegseth reportedly responded by blaming his deputy, both for the shortages and for not informing Trump of those shortages, which, again, we're in this interesting moment where we have it's almost like all the dogs have caught the car, right? They wanted control of the government, they got control of the government, and now that they don't know what to do with it and are actually causing trouble right and left, what they're doing is blaming other people. And Hanks is saying, well, it wasn't me, it was my deputy, is an extraordinary dereliction of duty there to hold the bag if you've made poor decisions. In any case, what's interesting about this story is there are many different interesting aspects of it. One of them is this misuse or apparent misuse of the American military. Second is the fact that neither Trump nor Hegseth want responsibility for having done this on this war of choice, as I say. But third, and don't overlook this, third is the fact this story leaked to the media. There are people within Trump's inner circle. Allegedly, this conversation took place at that cabinet meeting at Camp David a number of days ago. And this is a conversation that, normally would be kept buttoned up, but somebody is talking to the press, which suggests that the ship of state is springing a bunch of leaks, right? So that's right there of interest, and suggests that the war in Iran is not actually going the way that the administration would like it to, even for all its protestations that it is. And even though the rest of us can look at this and say, hey, this has been going on since February 28th, and things seem to be getting a lot worse, not better. On that front, theoretically, again, Trump apparently expected this strike to last a matter of hours. And we are now, it started on February 28th. We're now at the beginning of August, and it's dragging on. And again, Trump has had to back away from his threats to continue strikes because it appears he does not have the weaponry to prevent counter strikes. But Trump is madly trying now to patch holes in this story about the lack of the cruise missiles, for example. And last night on his social media site, he insisted that the United States has, this is a quote, massive amounts of munitions, and that large amounts are being manufactured and shipped to the U.S. as needed. And which is interesting because theoretically the U.S. makes its own missiles, right? And then he called the leakers, said that they should be prosecuted, that they should be locked up. So they are leaking what he says is not true information, and yet they should be locked up. Really kind of frantically maneuvering there. But again, theoretically, we've got these negotiations going on and have had for months. And Trump, as you know, keeps coming out saying, we're on the verge of a deal. And then he backs off and says, I'm going to bomb them into oblivion. We're on the verge of a deal. I'm going to bomb them into oblivion. In something that looks A, like market manipulation, but B, like just enormous frustration because he does not have a way out. Well, there's more news out today that Iran and Oman, who are the two countries that border the Strait of Hormuz, which somebody described of like an elbow. And that's a really good way to think about it. It's a narrow point through which more than 20% of the world's energy has, seaborne energy has flowed until February 28th, and it is and then Iran took control of it so that it's been able to control what goes through that strait. And this is the primary reason that we've had such an extraordinary jump in gas prices in the United States and diesel prices, which I'll tell you more about in a second. But Iran and Oman have apparently been continuing to negotiate and to come up with a deal, even though the American negotiators have found themselves repeatedly undercut by Trump's social media threats, because every time he says he's going to cut a deal, it's not as good a deal as we had before February 28th. So then the hardliners say you can't do that. And then he says something violent again, and Iran walks away. So because they really clearly have control of the situation here, because they're controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Anyway, the deal that is apparently, and this is very, very, very preliminary, but that is coming out in places like Reuters, is that Iran and Oman are willing to open up the Strait of Hormuz for a period of 60 days for continuing negotiations, but that will not include U.S. or Israeli flagged ships. Again, this is very preliminary. But also that they are talking about Iran controlling one of the directions of the ship traffic through the strait. And on that, Iran would like to have fees of 5 to 7% of the value of the cargo. Now, remember, Trump insisted we were going to do it and we were going to take 20%, which kind of undercut the idea that America stood for freedom of the seas. It was a real mistake when he did that, because now the answer is, hey, you guys were going to take 20, we're only going to take 5 to 7. But that does undercut this concept of freedom of the seas, to which the United States of America has adhered since at least 1941 with the Atlantic Charter signed by FDR and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. If Iran is seeking fees of 5 to 7%, Oman is seeking fees of 3%. So this would be a fee structure that would essentially take costs of 3% on one side, 5 to 7% on the other, and is just an enormous loss to the United States. And I'm putting it that way and not in any other context, because I'm trying to build this idea of the chaos summer. This is a huge loss for the Trump administration. It's also a huge loss for the United States of America, and a huge loss for the world, because having thrown onto the table the idea of freedom of the seas as negotiable, that's going to be a huge deal for world trade. World trade has depended since World War II on freedom of the seas. That's why goods got cheaper. Now that is no longer apparently going to be the case. So that's the reason I'm putting that there, is because that is one of the things I think that is contributing to this chaos in the White House, is the acknowledgement that the war in Iran, there's no way to spin the war in Iran as a success. Trump keeps trying to say it is has guaranteed that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And most observers think the opposite is true, that it has made it very clear to Iran that it needs a nuclear weapon, because the United States walked away from negotiations while they were ongoing and simply started bombing, and it's done enormous damage to that country, which Iran can easily say wouldn't have happened if it had a nuclear weapon, which is we're in again, as my mother would say, Mel with a Hess on that one. But one of the pieces of this crisis in Iran is the fact that it has driven food prices very high, as have the crackdowns on immigration in the United States, especially undocumented immigration, who many of those people are those who harvest our crops. And at the same time, the price of gas and of diesel, which is what powers the trucks, for example, that get produce to market, and that power boats, by the way, that go out to fish. Diesel is their central means of propulsion as well. That's driving food prices and the prices of goods higher as well. And so increasingly there is concern in the economy about rising inflation, which has consistently gone up over the course of this summer, that is really pinching people, and they're very aware of it. Now, Trump has been trying to say, and said just yesterday, I believe it might have been the day before, I've kind of lost track of time as usual, that we're in the best economy that's ever been. He gives himself an A+ on the economy. Everything is just ducky. But if you have been to the grocery store, you know that that is simply false. And he is really trying to convince people that the economy is good when in fact it's not. So you've got that hanging out there as well. Now, you also had yesterday, or whichever day he was in Nevada, Trump talking about what he is trying to do around the world. And he started to boast about what he has done in Venezuela, where he said we are taking billions and billions of barrels of oil and selling them. And again, this is all opaque. Nobody has any idea where this money is going. And then he said, sort of chuckling, you know how this is, to the victor belong the spoils. Okay, that's a complete refutation of American foreign policy since World War II. The idea that we would have a rules-based international order. You simply couldn't go into another country and take its resources for yourself, which was, of course, one of the key elements behind World Wars I and II, and behind wars before that as well. So he has said that that's what he is doing in Venezuela. Of course, Congress never said that it agreed with this, never went along with this. And then he said, and we're doing the same thing now in Iran, where and this is not a direct quote, where he said something like, we're bombing the hell out of them or something. But clearly he is trying to rework the American role in the world as being one of the big dog in the fight, where we just go and take stuff. At the same time that we are madly scrambling, because that desire to just go and take stuff means that we are in what one reporter called an extreme munition shortage because of that. So, you know, there's not good news on any of these fronts right now. And then there's another set of stories coming out. There is the increasing focus on the corruption in the Trump administration. One of the stories out today talks about how companies that are affiliated with Trump's sons have gotten more than $3 billion in government contracts. That's my money and your money going into the pockets of companies that are associated with Trump's sons, even if they were companies that don't have any experience, for example, in drone making. Now they've got government contracts. And this is happening across the board, that Trump's cronies are getting government contracts. Very wealthy people are getting government contracts, people like Elon Musk. And that, I think, shows that concentration of our money in the pockets of Trump and his people, I think really shows in the changes that he's made to Washington, D.C. I think that's why the reflecting pool, for example, is so important, or that triumphal arch, or now they're talking about the car race around Washington. That's our money. That's taxpayers' money, much of which has been taken from the national parks, for example, to work on his vanity projects. And, you know, I don't know about you, but I look at this use of my tax dollars. And, you know, I'm really sensitive to how tax dollars are used. You know, this is like my happy place, is to talk about the way we use taxes, that they are signs of what our society values. And to see our hard-earned tax money going into these projects and these contracts, and the many ways in which the Trump administration is grifting, not only off people of wealth and people who are investing in cryptocurrency, for example, but also off the American taxpayer, is incredibly frustrating and, to my mind, angering. And if you're not paying attention to that, it kind of again, makes my hair catch on fire when I think about how really carefully in our town we comb over the town budget and over the school budget and recognize that money that people are putting into, some sort of a project is money that they are not putting in food on their table. And that you need to be really careful of that. And to watch, for example, Trump putting a helipad by the White House without congressional approval again, and then deciding that the slope was unfortunate and having it torn out. Those are our tax dollars that you basically just put in a pile and lit on fire. And so that rising anger is there as well. Now, where is this all going? One of the big things that has happened is the attempt of Republicans in the Senate to really make Dr. Anthony Fauci the central story of this moment. That is, Fauci worked for the United States basically for his whole life. He was the guy behind PEPFAR, the president's AIDS program in Africa, which is credited with saving more than 25 million lives. President George W. Bush awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom for that work. Trump commended his work on battling COVID. And yet there is this real attempt to focus, especially the attention of the American base, but also the American people, on this 85-year-old retired doctor in this moment. So what's happened today, or what happened last week, is that the Senate Oversight Committee that's overseen by Chair Rand Paul from Kentucky called Fauci in front of them to testify. And just so you understand what's happening there, Fauci in his career has testified before Congress more than 200 times. I mean, he's testified there more than pretty much anybody. He's testified more than 200 times. But he recognizes that they are trying to change the subject, and they're trying to prosecute him much as they are trying to prosecute the former special counsel Jack Smith, who is the one that indicted Trump for retaining classified documents after he left the White House and for trying to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. So before he left office, former President Joe Biden gave Fauci and a number of other people who were in danger of political prosecutions a pardon. Now, if you have gotten a pardon, that is supposed to mean you can't plead the Fifth Amendment. You can't rest on your constitutional right to refuse to incriminate yourself, because you can't be incriminated because you have a pardon. But generally, those pardons only apply up until the time that they are given. That there's a limit to what they cover. And that's pretty much what legal theorists think would happen here, is that Fauci is protected for things he did before that, but not after. And it's pretty clear that Senator Rand Paul desperately wants to put Fauci behind bars. He has said so repeatedly. And I do want to point out here that Fauci has never been charged with a crime. He's never been indicted. He's never been charged with a crime. They got nothing on this guy. So they hauled him in. He's retired now. They hauled him in before the committee last week. And he gave a statement. And this is after they had found his diary after almost a year-long search on government servers. He was a government employee, so he wrote it there. And they had released it to the public without even telling him they had it. I mean, which, by the way, I didn't actually think made him look bad. I thought it made them look bad, the stuff that was in it. Anyway, he said, I've testified here more than 200 times, but he called out Paul's, and this is a quote, obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his public releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me. The only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, behind bars, which is exactly what they did to Jack Smith. They asked him a question that he answered literally correctly. And yet they are trying to say that he perjured himself by not answering, explaining that they had made a mistake in their questioning. That's not going to fly. But they're really making his life miserable over that. So what happened today is that the committee itself, on a party line vote, voted to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. I'm sorry, he read that statement and then he said, I'm just going to have to take the fifth, which is a constitutionally protected right against self-incrimination, because he said, you're trying to find me to slip up. You're trying to make me slip up so that you can get me on perjury. So today that committee voted to hold him in contempt of Congress for taking the fifth. And that now goes to the Department of Justice, which will decide whether or not to prosecute him. But this whole thing, again, they never said he did anything wrong. They're actually sort of trying to manufacture him having done something. And I have to say, I pulled something for you about that, because what I heard when I saw this historian here was the witchcraft trials, the Salem witchcraft trials in the 1600s, in which the accusers looked for any kind of testimony that could incriminate the people that they didn't like. And there's a lot of testimony about that that's really interesting, but I have always most liked the testimony of a couple against a woman that they had had an argument with. And their argument was that, or what they told the court was that after they had argued with this woman, their cows didn't produce milk. Listen to this. We fought with her. The night following, our cows lay out, and finding of them the next morning, they stayed out in the fields, and finding of them the next morning, we went to milk them. And one of them did not give but 2 or 3 spoonfuls of milk, and one of the other cows did not give about half a pint, and the other gave about a quart. And these cows used to give 3 or 4 quarts at a meal. 2 of these cows continued to give little or nothing 4 or 5 meals, and yet these went to a good English pasture, and within 4 days the cows gave their full proportion that they used to give. And you remember that the contours of the Salem witchcraft trials were that these, usually women, but people who were on the outs with a certain group of the community, marked by religious adherence, were forced to talk, usually under some form of torture, to prove that they were in fact in Congress with the devil. And the idea that you could look and find anything on somebody, even in something as simple as a cow not giving milk, is, one of the, I always think about this, when we get rid of the rule of law, that's really what you're coming down to, is the idea that the people accusing you can always find something that you've done wrong. And that's what I see here is, this poor woman who happened to have a disagreement with her neighbors, and the next day their cows didn't give out a lot of milk, and somehow that proved she was a witch. And I sort of feel like when you're in a situation where this person has refused on his constitutional rights to say anything that could get him into trouble, they are now trying to prosecute him for that, not for anything that he might have done that they argue he did during COVID, but for making the cows not give milk. I'm sorry, that's putting 2 things together, but for not being willing to speak so that they can then incriminate him. And that's I think a real sign of just how desperate the Republicans are, that they want to change the subject. There are a lot of people who are still very traumatized. I think we're probably all traumatized, but some people who are still want somebody punished for COVID. And Anthony Fauci is a person that they can make that happen to. And this is a moment. That's a real moment in our history that will be in the history books. That people are comparing it to McCarthyism, which if you had to read The Crucible by Arthur Miller, Arthur Miller uses the Salem witchcraft trials to eliminate McCarthyism. We're doing that same thing all over, and the attempt to prosecute Anthony Fauci is 100% going to be in future history books because of this attempt to demonize somebody in order to distract from the real problems with this administration, and crucially the fact that the American people are turning away from this administration. That is, the numbers and the polling suggests that the administration and the Republicans are going to be in real trouble in the midterm elections. And this matters deeply to Trump, because if in fact real investigations take place in either the House or the Senate, or both, but certainly in the House, who knows what's going to turn up. And one of the things that the Talking Points memo pointed out, I think it was today, is that the administration has been openly admitting that they are not releasing funds to Democratic dominated states, while they are doing it to Republican states. And this is just blatantly illegal, right? And they're admitting it pretty openly. And one of the things Talking Points memo said today is, are they admitting this solely to get away from actually having discovery, because there's something worse in discovery? And that, I think, is a legitimate question. Discovery is when you get to look at the paperwork and have testimony and all that. And this, I think, reflects the fact that this administration does not actually want to have investigations into its behavior. And that brings up the last piece to look at, speaking of chaos agents, is, as somebody said, who would have thought the president would be our biggest chaos agent? But where he is really doing that is, of course, in his attempt to skew the midterm elections. This is a very real concern. And I just want to have on your radar screens that Trump has asked the Supreme Court of the United States to intervene in favor of an executive order he issued on March 31st, 2026. And that executive order had a number of pieces in it. But one of the pieces in it is that it barred the United States Postal Service, the post office, from delivering mail-in ballots to voters that were not on an approved list that the states had turned over to the federal government. And a judge put a hold on that, said you can't do that, because essentially this would give Trump power over state voting rolls and who gets mail-in ballots. He has gone to the Supreme Court and asked the Supreme Court to overturn that. And legal analysts say that in any normal administration, this would be a non-starter in August before an election, but who knows with the Supreme Court. So he is once again trying to find a workaround to make sure he can determine who's going to be able to get a ballot in the 2026 elections. So the whole point of why I wanted to jump on today was to say, we're in the midst of the chaos now. As I said, this is going to be a crazy summer. It was going to be a landmark summer that we were real. It was going to be, I just kept saying it was going to be bad. We're in that now. There's chaos everywhere. The people are starting to be aware of what's going to happen with the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP that the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress made in their bill of July 2025. Not a single Democratic vote on that, by the way. I saw somebody last night blame the Democrats for that vote. Not a single Democrat voted for that bill. And you're sort of watching this whole Trump MAGA dream collapse. And out of that, we are getting sheer chaos. Now, the good news is that we are also getting new ways to look at what we want to come out of this moment, what we want the government to do, what we want it to look like, where we want to put our money, and so on. And I really urge you to participate in that and to participate in local elections. You know, all the local elections matter. That's how you're going to change the ship of state. Pay attention to state elections. Your state legislatures matter hugely, and there isn't a state in this union where there isn't a state election where you can make a difference in your state legislature. And there are some states where you can really make a huge difference in the state legislature, and that's really going to matter because of things like protecting the right to vote. going forward. So please pay attention to those and pay attention. People always say, I live in a blue state, what can I do? There's no state where there isn't an election that is contested where you don't want to fight back against the radical right as it seeks to take over school boards, as it seeks to take over the state legislatures, as it seeks to take over congressional delegations, as it seeks to take over state Supreme Courts. And then, of course, you have the national elections as well. So please participate in all those things, but also show up for the causes you care about. And it's been really interesting because I've been doing these videos with a bunch of different people, and I've started to ask lawmakers especially, what do they care about? Where's the place that they want to put their muscle? And it's interesting because a lot of those people have actually been doing work for a long time, sort of off the radar. Last night, for example, I interviewed Representative Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, and I put that question to him, what do you care about? And he said, I care deeply about nutrition. I've been working on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program forever. There's all kinds of different ways we can make these things better. And truthfully, I don't think I would have called him out for that, because you usually see him in the news as being somebody who's sort of in the Republicans' faces talking about different ideology of government and so on. But there are lots, and then I talked to Shelley Pingree, the representative from Maine, the day before, and it turns out her big thing is the national parks. She does a lot of things, but she cares deeply about the national parks and the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Endowment for the Arts and how we can repair the damage to those. And then, of course, there's Senator Andy Kuhn, who's trying to push through Medikids. And those are just three that are top of my mind because I've talked to them recently. Every place you go, there are people working on subjects that you care about. So put your weight in the game, and we can change where we are right now. And just a sort of a personal aside on this one, I'm writing a book, which is kind of why everything's a little crazy these days. And I just spent all day yesterday reading about the people who were elected to Congress after Watergate in the 74 elections. So Nixon resigns in August 74, and then there's the midterms. And in the midterms, basically the Democrats run the table. They flip about 49 seats from from Republicans to Democrats. They take over a bunch of governorships. They get, I think it's 4 seats in the Senate, and a lot of the really pro-Nixon Republicans get voted out too. So the Republicans tend to be less extreme than they were before that. And in the wake of that election, we got the War Powers Act, actually a little bit before that. We got all kinds of ways to try and rein in a government that had run amok. And we also got all kinds of ways in which the government protected the American people. That's when we got many more rights for people of color, for women, and so on. And it not only at the national level, but also at the state level. I mean, it's really pretty astonishing, all the laws that got passed and all the difference that it made. And watching that, what it really feels like we're seeing now is the attempt of this administration to erase all that, to get rid of all the ways in which Congress and state legislatures tried to rein in a runaway president like Richard Nixon. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking, this is my lifetime we did this. This is, I wasn't paying much attention because I was pretty young, but literally this took a midterm election, and a lot of stuff doesn't happen when Nixon is still there to veto things. But then we get the election of 76 and we get Jimmy Carter. And then it's just this whole slew of new laws that are protecting individual rights, that are protecting minorities, protecting women, getting the United States out of covert operations the way that Nixon had them in, and so on. And that, often I reach back to FDR or to LBJ. Today, by the way, is the anniversary of the Voting Rights Act that I'll be writing about tonight, probably. But this is actually not that long ago. In many ways, we're watching a backlash to it, I think. And putting the time and effort into reclaiming the state legislatures, the local governments, and the national legislature is really worth it. And in our lifetimes, most of us, we can see a time when we did that, and it worked. we just got to get back there again. So so with that, I hope you'll stay engaged. I got to hit the road, and I will we'll see y'all soon. Thanks for being here.
Everybody has narcissistic tendencies, and we're all self-absorbed, but nobody wants to admit it. It's always somebody else. It's always Donald Trump. It's always Elon Musk. But everyone has a manipulative side. There are no saints in this world.
But can you use it productively?
Yes, most definitely. There's deep narcissists who are very problematic, and there's healthy narcissists. And knowing the distinction between the two will help save you years of misery.
What if I'm dealing with a narcissist?
I want you to do the following. I want you to...
Robert Greene is one of the most influential writers in history.
Unraveling the secrets of power, strategy, and human psychology
that are essential for purpose, resilience, and success.
What is it about human nature that we just don't want to admit?
One is that envy is deeply ingrained in all of us. In fact, always wanting to be better and superior to others is the most motivating factor of 90% of human behavior. But if you don't admit it to yourself, that ugly emotion is like a nuclear bomb to all aspects of life. It will seize you by the throat and make you miserable. But there's also understanding things like we all judge on appearances, that everyone has a dark side, and that we are all actors. And I will get into the nitty-gritty of all of them, because it's really about how powerful people use those traits for their success.
People are lonelier than ever, and when you look at the impact that's having, it's equal to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. What is the antidote for this?
I empathize with it very much so, because when I was younger, I was losing in the game of life. I was very depressed and even suicidal. But what lifted me out was...
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Robert, at this moment in time, what do you believe your followers, your fans, the people that love your books, what do you believe that they're struggling with the most? And I'm asking this question because I imagine you get thousands of DMs and messages from these people. What are the common themes?
Well, the most common question I get, particularly from people in their 20s, is they don't really know where they're headed. They don't know what their career is, what I call in mastery, their life's task. And I talk a lot about it in interviews and in the book Mastery. And I make the point that it is the most important decision in your life, figuring out what you were destined for, why you were born, what you were created for, what makes you unique. And I say that everything from that realization, from that understanding, kind of stems from that. Your sense of fulfillment, your happiness, everything will come from that one realization. And a lot of young people are very confused right now, and I don't blame them. These are very, very confusing times that they're going through, much more confusing than anything I had to deal with. Particularly, I think, the influence of technology and social media. And what I mean by that is to know who you are, to know what you were meant to do in life, why you were born, what makes you unique, requires a lot of reflection on yourself, self-awareness, self-knowledge. You have to go inward. And when your attention is always focused so much on what other people are doing, what other people are saying, what they think is hot, what they think is cool, you become kind of a stranger to yourself, right? So when I talk about that concept to them, it's like, it sounds interesting, Robert, but I have no idea what that is. I don't know what my life's task is. Now, that's maybe 30 or 40% of the emails that I get. It's quite high, but it's not all of them. But it is a trend I've noticed with young people who are going through, I think, very, very confusing times. And I'm very empathetic to it because I was actually someone who was quite lost in my 20s, and I know the pain that can cause. Not feeling like your life has any meaning. I think that's something that really is tormenting a lot of young people. What does life mean? What will give me a sense of meaning, right? To what I'm doing, to where I'm headed, to my daily experiences. And not having that is deeply disturbing, and I've been through that myself. I think I'm getting a lot of that kind of feedback in a lot of those emails, among others.
And is there a strategy that young people, or really anybody that feels lost or aimless in their life, should and is able to deploy to find their purpose, to find the direction, the thing they should be aiming at?
Well, you know, you have to get out of this way of thinking that so many people have, which everything has to be simple and linear, and I'm headed in this direction, there's got to be a solution, like I'm hacking my way to the truth. Life doesn't work that way. Life is very complex. So I can't give you a single track answer to finding your life purpose, you as an individual, but I can give you kind of clues. I can kind of direct you towards certain paths that have worked for me and that have worked for hundreds of thousands of other people who've become masters or very successful in their field. And the first thing is you have to go inward. So you have to resist the pull that our culture gives you. You have to also really want this. That's probably what it really comes down to. Are you unhappy? Are you frustrated? Are you hitting kind of rock bottom? Is this a turning point in your life where you realize if I keep going this way in 5 years, it's going to be really serious? Okay, it has to be important to you, and you have to have a sense of urgency. And with that sense of urgency, you have to make some decisions. And one of the decisions that's absolutely essential is to pay less attention to what other people are doing, to pay less attention to what other people are saying, to pay less attention to what people are telling you you should be doing, and to go inward and think about yourself and think about what you love and what your interests are that have nothing to do with what people are doing on social media, the things that grab you, that excite you deeply inside in a way that's almost irresistible. Now, for me, I can say that it was always been writing. Okay, and I just couldn't figure out what kind of writing. But there's also things like, when I ever read anything that has to do with ancient history, particularly the origins of humanity, hundreds of, tens of thousands of years ago, I am so excited. I can read every single article about that, every discovery that takes place in Africa about our origins. It just puts my mind in a spin to think that this is who we were 100,000 years ago, and this is who we are now. I want to know more. That's like one of these things that hits you in the gut. Well, the people out there, you have that. There's something like that. You had it when you were a child. You had it when you were 2, 3, 4 years old, 5 years old, and you've lost it because you're listening too much to other people. So it's kind of like archaeology would be the metaphor. You have to dig and dig and dig and find those bones and those relics and those artifacts from your past, the things that really excite you, as well as the things that you hate. Now, if I were to go, kind of do a reverse engineering, which I do with a lot of people who are successful like yourself, I could go back and kind of find that with you, where that hit you because you had a particular path that led you to doing these podcasts. I know it wasn't a straight line. You deviated, you were in some other job that you hated, and then you slowly found your way. Each of those stories, there's a lesson for people, right? And that's what I compiled in Mastery. But it all begins from a sense of urgency. I can't go on this way. I have to find something that I love. When you're 20 or 21, maybe you don't feel that urgency because you're so young. You look good, you have lots of energy, the world's kind of open to you. But you have to be careful because time passes really quickly. Those years in your 20s, they go by faster than you think. And if you're turned 30 and you never thought about this, and you're kind of been wandering around trying things, it starts to get a little difficult, much harder for you. So it's better if you have that sense of urgency when you're 21 or 22. And the other thing I would say is you don't learn anything if you're not excited by it. So you have to have a sense of fun and adventure about this. So discovering what your life's task can't be this dreary, boring thing that Robert's advocating you do, where you, I have to spend time with myself, I have to look, do a journal, blah, blah, blah. No, it's fun. It's an adventure. Trying different things that fit into this general shape of what you were destined for. It's a blast. When I was in my 20s, I had more fun than anybody. I had an amazing time. It was the best years of my life. I was trying all sorts of different things. I was exploring, I was traveling, I had adventures. So I don't want your life to be boring. I want you to learn, I want you to have adventures, but you have to have a sense of direction, a sense of purpose to guide that kind of, those different adventures that you go on.
Do you think it's harder to find your sense of purpose and what you're deeply connected to as you get older?
Yeah, I think so. Your mind gets a little bit more rigid. You think you know all of the answers, right? But what happens with a lot of people, I also get correspondence from, or let's say turning 40 or even a little bit older, and they're coming to those crossroads, is it's even much more painful than when you're in your 20s, because there's a sense of regret. There's a sense that you've wasted your time. And to get back to a path that will suit you can be very difficult, as you mentioned. But there's also another side to that, which is you probably have been learning some skills in your life. You probably have had some experiences that have changed you. Because when you're 21, 22, you don't know the world. You don't know people. You think you know everything, but you don't know anything, right? You've never had any experiences in life. You never had to suffer. Maybe you have, but not really suffering like you do when you get older. Okay, so you're 40, you've had tough experiences, you've been hardened, you're not so fragile, and you've learned things. If you change your mindset at that age and you go, I'm going to take what I have, my experiences, my skills, what I've learned, and I'm going to redirect it towards something more exciting for me, then it will work for you, right? But as you say, it can be harder because you're more set in your ways.
And you've built a life, you've built a network, you've built a reputation for being this thing, whether it's lawyer, doctor, dentist, whatever it might be. And so there's a element of shedding that might have to occur. Shedding people, shedding a city that you live in, shedding a way that people know you, an income. And that's deeply difficult. And I think some people would prefer the certain misery of their current situation to the uncertainty and the shedding that occurs when they go in search of something else.
Yeah, but I mean, the pain that you feel when you get older, and we humans have very active minds. We're gifted with the most powerful organ in the entire universe, the human brain. The billions of possible connections in our brain is greater than anything in the entire universe. It is the most amazing instrument, and our brains are very active. And when you get older and you don't have anything to put your brain onto, and things are slowing down, you don't realize that that's what's making you depressed. You don't realize that the fact that you haven't been able to fulfill what you were meant to fulfill is actually the source of your misery and unhappiness. You will blame it on other people. You will blame it on the world. You will blame it on politics. You won't look at yourself and realize that it comes from you. And the sadness comes from you and the fact that you're not maximizing, you're not exploiting this gift that you were given. So it might be difficult to shed all of that. But I've talked to people, I'd say more like around 30 years old, who say, Robert, I'm at this horrible job. I'm in a fast food place or something. I don't remember what it was, or I'm a barista, whatever. I'm so unhappy. I have a wife and I have 2 kids. What do I do, right? And so I go into their misery a little bit, and then I say, okay, let's first figure out something that you think you would really want in life, something that will have an income, because you have to pay for your wife and your children. You can't just go off and write poetry or become a rock star. You have to support yourself and your family. What could that possibly be? And we dig and we dig and we dig. I say, all right, we have an answer, a kind of an idea. I want you to do the following. I want you to carve out 2 hours or as much as you can at night, where you start exploring this field on the internet, and you start considering maybe going to night school, okay, and taking classes that will change this course. And then I want you to think of 5 years where you're going to be, a goal, 5 years ahead. And they tell me overnight, just having that has changed them. Suddenly from their depression, they have hope, and they feel 1,000,000 times better, and they have energy just from realizing that there is a possibility. It's going to take hard work, but there is an answer. There is a place to go. And so it changes it when you have some sense of direction.
There'll be so many people listening to that now, and they'll be thinking, I have a plan, I have an idea, or at least a kernel of an idea, but I've spent the last 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years thinking.
And not doing?
And not doing.
Yeah.
People stop me all the time and they'll say, Steve, I'm thinking of starting a podcast. And I'll say, like, how long have you been thinking about this? For the last 2.5 years.
Yeah. You know, I talk in Mastery about a concept called learning by doing. And back in the Middle Ages, they used to have an apprenticeship that you would go through. 7 years. You would learn to be a craftsman, right? You'd first go from being an apprentice to a journeyman to a master. By doing things, the brain learns. But if you never do anything, you're never going to learn. So if you suddenly said, I've been thinking about a podcast, I would say, get off your ass and start the podcast tomorrow. And it fails. You have learned so many things. You've learned more in those 3 months of failure than you have been 2 years thinking or 5 years of getting an MBA from some school and putting yourself in massive debt. Learn by doing, learn by failing.
Why is planning and procrastination that comes with the prolonged planning so tempting for people? Like, why do we love to plan?
Because you're afraid of failure, quite honestly. I mean, Freud has a word for it in German, Erfolgsangst, which means fear of success. Because this is something that afflicts a lot of adolescents. Because if you're successful, you now have responsibility. You now have a reputation. You now have succeeded, and your next venture could fail, right? There's pressure that comes with trying something and putting your name out there. And if I don't ever try anything, if I don't bother, if I blame the world, I blame my parents, I blame my education system, I blame my partner, this, that, and the other, then you never have to worry, you never have to have that responsibility, you never have to have that fear of success. And that holds people back. So it's easier to not do anything and stay in your little bubble and go, God, if only I had money, I would have written this great novel, I would have, done this, or that, the other. It's just crap. You're trying to delude yourself, and you're afraid of actually putting your neck out on the line. That's what it comes down to. It's a common syndrome among adolescents.
I was reading, I think it was the book, The Courage to be Disliked, and it was talking in one of the sections about how some people they prefer to live in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
And the realm of possibility is the space you live when you declare to the world that you're going to do something and be something, and before you actually do it. So when I tell my friends, listen, I'm going to become an actor, for example, the year and a half where I go around saying that I live in the world of possibility, where there's been no feedback to disprove me yet, which is nice.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of getting the credit for being the type of person that's aspiring to change.
Yeah.
And that realm of possibility before you get feedback or try
Yeah.
is a very nice place to be for some.
It is, and it's very addicting, and it's kind of a narcotic. But the thing is, so you've got this realm of possibility, which you could become anything. I could become an actor. I could become a great novelist. I could become a CEO. I could be Elon Musk II. But the way the world works is you don't achieve anything unless you have limits. Having limits and hitting that wall and that resistance is what makes you learn, is what makes you great, is how the human brain functions. And what I mean by that is, let's say you're learning the piano. Right? You can't just start out playing anything and just doing all the notes. It's very limited what you can do, right? And you have to go within those limits and those walls and learn the first things first, and then those walls start to expand a little bit. But you're constantly pressing against limits, and those limits make you stronger and stronger. It's like when you're swimming, the resistance in the water is what makes your muscles bigger, right? Mm-hmm. The resistance of limits is what makes your brain bigger, makes you more successful, makes you learn. But if all you do is live in that nebulous world of possibility, you're never developing, you're never getting any muscle, you're never getting any strength. You're not developing life skills. It's a tough world, Stephen. You know that. People can be very cruel. It can be a very mean-spirited world. You have to have a thick skin in this world. You have to develop some toughness. And you develop that toughness by trying things out and by failing. And if you fail, my wife's in the film business, and we know a lot of actors. An actor, you think it's all glamorous, but it's actually like 99% rejection. People are constantly rejecting you. And they're rejecting you for things that you have no control over, like your looks, And so what separates the actors who succeed and the ones who don't are those that have a bit of a tough skin. They don't take that rejection, I'm I'm so unworthy. I hate myself. Oh, the world's so awful. They go, all right, I'm going to go on to the next one. I learned what wasn't working there. And you develop some toughness. If you don't develop that toughness, you're never going to get anywhere in life. And you get it by trying and working at it.
And when you're in that sort of first chapter of your professional life, is there anything from all of the work that you've done, the writing that you've done, that a young person should be trying to acquire? And I say that, should they be aiming at knowledge, skills, reputation, money, network?
Definitely not money. Definitely not reputation. Perhaps, or fame. Perhaps network can help, but what you really want to do in this world, in the 21st century, in our decade, is skills. You want to be learning skills. The more skills you have, and I mean true skills, I don't mean trying something out for a year and then going on to something else for another. I mean getting real skill at something, right? Whether it's in computers, whether it's in the arts, in any field. Real skill. And then if you can develop 2 or 3 skills by the time you're in your 20s and still have some fun, the world is going to open up to you, because what you're going to be able to do when you turn 30 is you're going to go, I can take that skill that I learned in computers, I can take that skill I learned in media and in creating a podcast or whatever, and I can create a business that's going to combine the two in a way that no one has ever thought of, because I'm a unique person. The world will open up to you. Skills are the gold of the 21st century. And if you're seduced by money, if you think about money, you're doomed, because that's not what matters in life. Because let's say you have 2 job offers. One is at Goldman Sachs, opening position for $150,000 a year, and one is at some startup for $30,000 a year, and you're living in New York and you're going to be starving. You're going to be sharing a miserable little flat somewhere in Bushwick, whatever, okay? Take the $30,000 a year job, because you're going to learn so much. You're going to be hands-on. Whereas in that other job, you're going to be lost in there. You're going to be among hundreds of other young people, and you're not going to have responsibilities. Here, you're going to have responsibilities. So money is not what matters to you. Because when you're in your 20s, you can starve. You can live on less food. You can have it a little tough because you're young. I know myself. I was very poor. I lived in London. I had a job in London in 1984, I believe. 84. And I was making, I think it was £30 a week. Maybe it's less than that. It was my starting salary. And my girlfriend at the time, the only thing we could eat was turnips and cauliflower. Cauliflower cheese was our main dish. But I was 25, I could handle it. So you can handle not making money and learning, because that's what's most important.
I don't think many young people in that first season of life realize how long life is. So, we try and take shortcuts. We try and get to the money as fast as we can. But you're telling me to take a longer road, which is the acquisition of skills, even at the cost of some of those short-term rewards that are very tempting to post on my Instagram.
Yeah. Well, also, you look at somebody like Steve Jobs. I can relate to that because he wasn't interested in money at all. It was never the motivating factor. It's never been my motivating factor, right? I wanted to have fun, and I wanted to be successful, and I wanted to be able to write. He wanted to design the most beautiful pieces of technology in the world. It ended up he was like the richest man in the world at the time, but he never cared about money. It wasn't what motivated him. I never cared about money, and now I'm not as rich as Steve Jobs, but I'm doing fairly well. Because it'll come to you. If you play the game right, if you learn the skills when you're young, and then you develop your own business, by the time you're 35, you'll be making 4 times what you would have made at that Goldman Sachs job, right? Mm-hmm. That's how the game is played these days. Starting your own business, being an entrepreneur. Being an entrepreneur is the most powerful position you can aim for. Some people aren't destined for that. That's not in their DNA. But to me, that's what we should all be aiming for, to be your own boss. Because personally, I hated working for other people. But being an entrepreneur, starting your own business, one that has a niche in this world, you're going to make all the money that you'll ever need.
It's quite painful being an entrepreneur, though. I think it was actually Elon that said, building his businesses is like chewing glass and staring into the abyss. And I can relate to some degree of the businesses that I've built over the years, and just the immense hardship and uncertainty. And, you know, I guess there's at times a subtle envy for your team members who are unaware of the chaos that one has to endure to make sure everybody's paid on time and, you know, make sure everyone's happy.
Okay, but the lesson for me in all of that is altering your sense of what pleasure and happiness is. So in the moment, it's painful, right? And we don't like pain. Nobody likes pain. I don't like pain, right? But if your sense of what pleasure is and happiness is only like here, from the present moment to here, it's going to be very hard to get out of that. But if your sense of pleasure and happiness is here,
long term,
yeah, then you've got power, you've got maneuverability, you have room to maneuver, and that's the key to the whole thing. So,
okay, so you're saying that if I have a short-term view on happiness, I expect it today, now, and every day.
Yeah.
Then my life's not going to be great. But if I expect happiness to be a long-term,
yeah. So I mean, look at you now. Is what I'm trying to say. You're pretty happy, I imagine.
Yeah, I am.
You're pretty fulfilled, right?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have gotten there if, when you were 24 or whatever, you just gave up because it was so painful. I better just go grab that easy job working for a bank or something. You'd be miserable now. Whereas look at you now. That's what I'm trying to open people's minds to. Follow Stephen Bartlett here. That's the model.
One of the things that I think helped me get here is my dark side. You talk about dark sides a lot. And when I say my dark side, I mean the insecurity, the shame, the wanting to fit in, all of those kinds of things that acted as a driving force. And a lot of people have a dark side. I've heard you talk about how all great achievers have a bit of a dark side in them. How do we channel our dark side so that it's productive and not destructive? I was talking to someone the other day who is a very successful entrepreneur, and they have their own story of like shame and embarrassment and trying to run away from a certain life they used to have.
Right.
And that made them successful. But now they work 18 hours a day. They're just like almost addicted to their work.
Right.
So I wonder if it can go too far.
I see. Yeah.
But they say they're happy.
They do.
Yeah, they say they're really happy.
Do you believe it?
It's hard to distinguish true happiness from the contentment that you get when you are successfully escaping your dark side. Do you know what I mean by that? Because this individual has successfully ran away from their darkness, and they appear to be in a state of contentment.
Yeah.
Because they're succeeding in their pursuit of running away from their past. But I don't know if that's happiness. Some yogi might tell me that happiness is when you stop running.
Well, you know, I worked for somebody, I was on the board of directors for this company, American Apparel, which no longer exists. And the CEO, Dov Charney, was the founder of the company, an incredible entrepreneur who, from one little shop here in Los Angeles, when I met him, created this empire. And it was incredibly rewarding, and he was, I'd say, a very fulfilled person, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't stop. It was like a demon possessed him. He had to have more. He had to build more buildings. He had to have more American Apparels all over the world. He leveraged himself, and then when the crash occurred in 2007, just after the company went public, he was so in debt that the company never recovered, right? He tried too hard. He didn't know the limits, okay? So part of this isn't, when I said if money motivates you, then you're gonna have that demon. If fame and reputation motivates you, then that demon is gonna seize you by the throat and gonna make you work 18 hours until everybody eats your dust and you humiliate all your enemies and you're miserable, right? So knowing who you are and knowing what matters is going to save you from that kind of demonic possession, because you're actually not going to be very successful if you're like that. You're going to burn yourself out. You're not going to have very good ideas. What happens to a lot of people when they become successful is, first of all, it goes to their head. They think they have the Midas touch. They think they've got the golden touch. And then their minds start going in this kind of this singular direction. They learned how to do something and they're just doing it. And they don't know how to learn. They don't know that there's other ways of doing things, right? And that's what happens when you become completely possessed and your mind isn't open and it isn't free and isn't expanding and you're not creative anymore. To be creative will require you to try something different, to not expand your company endlessly like he did, and instead to take the 5 branches that you have here in Los Angeles and make the product better and be more creative with it, and don't be possessed by money and fame and reputation. That's the answer, I think, there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Yeah, something that I think many a person struggle with, which is in part this idea of focusing on the thing in front of you versus getting too distracted with other opportunities. And I wanted to talk to you about this idea of focus.
Sure.
And how important you think it is for mastery.
Yeah.
I meet so many young people who will say to me, oh, I'm doing this little crypto thing here, and I've got this hair business here, and I've got this other thing here. What would you say to those people that are trying to become a master in this world as it relates to focus?
It's funny because I'm helping the son of an old friend of mine who's got that problem, and he's incredibly successful. I hope he's not listening to this. He's 20 years old. He's very wealthy. He's done amazing things. But he's one of those people who spread himself out to all these different things. And I can't find a through line, what connects them all, except making money and having connections and stuff. And it's very alluring in this world, particularly, where there's so many possibilities, where you can get on the internet, you can learn this, that, the other. People are doing these things. You can get into crypto. You can, start your own business here. You can get into the health and fitness world. You can, and then later on try to figure out how to connect them all. But life doesn't work like that. That's not how the brain functions. That's not what we were meant for, because it doesn't start from you. The whole thing has to start from you. It can't start from the world. It can't start from what other people are doing. It can't start from what's sexy. It has to come from within. If it doesn't come from within, then you're going to be floundering for years and years and years. And so what I've done with this young person, whose name I won't mention but I love dearly, is what is it that really is in your heart? What is it that you really, really love? How can we connect this crypto with this media business that you're starting, with the sports world that you're starting, with this fitness thing? What connects them all, And to me, I was getting the sense, we haven't solved it yet, but he's kind of excited by celebrities and by that world. And that's fine. I think there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm saying, well, maybe what connects all this is the film business, right? Because the film business is pretty wide-ranging. To be a producer, to raise money, you're dealing with all kinds of different people, you're networking, you're meeting starlets, it's a glamorous life, but it's focused, okay? So, when you focus on something, the world just kind of opens up, but you have to be focusing on the right thing. So if you were meant to be a writer and then you decide because you want money to go into law school and then you focus very deeply on law school, what will happen is for a year or two, you'll be able to skid by, but then the wheels will start going slower and slower because you're not interested in it. You're not connected to it. You get bored and your focus will start falling to pieces. But if it's something you love, you can focus on that for 7, 8, 10, 12 years and never get bored.
From observing a certain family member of mine do a very similar thing, part of it as well is that when she would start one pursuit, starting X business, it would get hard, as it always does. And when you look over at the person across the road, they seem to be having a much easier life with their thing, or with their crypto, or with their whatever.
Yeah.
And they tell you the story of how much money they've made and how easy it was, whatever. So you get tempted into believing that the grass is greener, you pursue that. So now you're doing two things. Now your first thing starts to suffer.
Yeah.
And I think especially in the early season of life, when you don't have Elon Musk resources, much of the game is focusing enough on one thing to build those resources so that you have the chance of being able to do it more than one thing or spreading your bets a bit more. But in that first season, when you're in resource accumulation phase, I think my early investors in my company, I remember one day emailing my first investor, who's a very successful man, and saying, I've got an idea. And it was an idea other than the one he'd invested in. And I remember the email, I was 18 years old, and he hit me so hard on that email. He was like, if you don't focus on one thing, you will never, ever
Wait,
be
you were
successful.
the one that was interested in this other
Yeah,
thing.
I was trying to...
He was the one,
Yeah, so my investor, he was a very successful man, and I emailed him this other idea, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
And he sent me this email back, which was like being hit by a whip. And he was like, if you don't focus on one thing now, you will never be successful. Because also you rob yourself, as you said, of the chance of accumulating deep skills.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, I remember this is something that wise people know. And if you're young, if you have like a mentor like you did, who could tell you the truth, the ropes as they are, it will help save you years of misery. I remember when we were at American Apparel, it was the year 2007. The company was just about to go public. I was about to be put on the board of directors, and this man came to me who was like your investor, and he said, Robert, just make sure that Dove's doesn't mindlessly expand. Make the brand focused, have it focused on one thing, and then he will be successful. At the time, I thought that was interesting, but I didn't really have the guts to like explain that to Dove. But there are people out there who understand the truth of this. But the other thing about envy, like you say, you see your other friend doing crypto and they're having so much fun and making so much money. I tell you, it's bullshit. They're not having as much fun as you think, right? People create a front on Instagram or TikTok or wherever, where life seems so glorious, but they're never having as much fun as you might imagine. You know, in my book, Laws of Human Nature, I talk about Aristotle Onassis, who in the 60s was the wealthiest man in the world. He was married to John F. Kennedy's widow, Jacqueline Kennedy, Jacqueline Onassis. Who could be happier than that? He had yachts, etc. He was the most unhappiest, miserable person in the world, as Jacqueline Kennedy explained in her autobiography. He was such a mean-spirited, unhappy person. Yet everybody envied him because he had this beautiful wife and all that money. The people you envy are not doing nearly as well as you think, so don't let that influence your decisions in life.
I've never forgotten a certain Johnny Ive clip that I watched many, many years ago. I think it must have been 5 years ago now, where he talks about working with Steve Jobs. And this is what he says in the clip, and I've never forgotten it, never forgotten it.
This sounds really simplistic, but it still shocks me how few people actually practice this. And it's a struggle to practice, but is this issue of focus. Steve was the most remarkably focused person I've ever met in my life. And the thing with focus is it's not sort of like this thing you aspire to or you decide on Monday, you know what, I'm going to be focused. It is every minute, why are we talking about this? This is what we're working on. You can achieve so much when you truly focus. And one of the things that Steve would say, because I think he was concerned that I wasn't, he would say, how many things have you said no to? And I would, honestly, I would have these sacrificial things, because I wanted to be very honest about it, and so I say, oh, I said no to this, and no to that. And but he knew that I wasn't vaguely interested in doing those things anyway. So there was no real sacrifice. What focus means is saying no to something that you, with every bone in your body, you think is a phenomenal idea, and you wake up thinking about it, but you say no to it because you're focusing on something else.
Yeah, amen. That's the church of focus. I agree with completely. I mean, I hate using my own examples because I'm a rara avis, I'm a rare bird. But, I have this book that I'm writing, okay? And it's on a very specific subject. And I get distractions all the time. People want, I can do this speaking engagement in India where I've never been before, or Egypt, kind of thing, or get involved in this television project. And I'm actually never really seduced by it because I just love writing. But where it really comes down to is I'm writing this book and it's been going really not well, it's because I'm not focused on the actual thing I'm trying to say. So you can bring that level of focus down to the finest point of your business or your writing or whatever. What is it you're trying to say? What is it you're trying to accomplish? What is your brand really about? Get into the nitty-gritty, get into the little fine grains of sand and know what that is. So every time I'm writing my chapter and I start writing about something that's not directly relevant to what it's about and what the reader's going to be interested in, I'm making a mistake, and I make the mistake for several weeks, and then I realize it and I pull back. So that level of focus has to have a lot of energy behind it, because you're so in love with what you're doing that when you deviate from it, this little radar inside of your brain goes, you're off, you got to get back to it, right? And it's painful, but when you do get back to it and when things do click, it's incredibly pleasurable. So the focus for young people that seems so painful, God damn it, everyone else is having so much fun and I'm having to learn this. Just keep telling yourself that you're doing something that your brain is going to reward you with several years down the line. So that friend of yours that seems to be having so much fun, in 3 years, they're going to be sliding down the ladder, working at some crap job, whereas you're going to be rising up. So just keep your mind on the larger issue there, and know that working with what your brain works well with will pay incredible rewards down the line.
When they talk about compounding returns in life, they always say that it's slow, then it's fast. And even this podcast, if you look at the graph of this podcast, for the first 3 years of me recording in my cupboard on Sunday nights alone, completely flat. No one's listening. And then by maybe I'd say year 4 or year 5, it goes straight up.
Yeah.
And that's a consequence of those first 3 years were acquiring skills, understanding what people liked and why they liked listening to the show, and actually getting better as a talker, a speaker, an interviewer, etc. And what most people miss is they miss that internship of the slow, lonely, unrewarding couple of years because they lose focus. No one's clapping, no downloads. I've never seen another route. I've never seen another path there. I've never seen the overnight success.
Well, I mean, I know I can name 5 other podcasters who have the same story as you who've told me that. Lewis Howes, Chris Williamson, Jay Shetty, they all have the same story. For several years, nothing. Crickets. And I knew these people when they were just starting out. And then that happens. I remember when I was working with 50 Cent on the book, The 50th Law, you know, people look at rap stars and they go, wow, the glamour, the fun, the excitement, the sexiness, the lifestyle. But he said, you know, I knew him because I was with him. Nobody worked harder than 50. He was incredibly disciplined and incredibly focused. And when he made it in the music business, it took incredible years of difficulty, hardship, and failure. But nobody ever sees that. They only see him in concert and all the glamour and all the fun. They never focus on the years of grit and near failure. He got shot, he nearly died. His record label dropped him. He had to work his way back up into the music industry from the very bottom until Eminem finally noticed him. But we don't see that in these celebrities, all the grit and the hard work that took them to get there. We just see the success and we get seduced by the success.
I've heard you reference before Howard Gardner's Frames of Mind, Theory of Multiple Intelligences book. And in that book, it says that there are 5 types of intelligences: logical intelligence, linguistical intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, spatial intelligence, and bodily intelligence. And it defines them quite differently. Logical is the ability to reason and solve problems and think in abstract terms like scientists and mathematicians. Linguistical intelligence is things like writers, lawyers, and poets. You're one of those writers. Interpersonal intelligence are leaders, psychologists, and teachers. Spatial intelligence are architects, artists, and pilots. And lastly, bodial intelligence is athletes, dancers, and surgeons. How important is it to know your form of intelligence to be successful in life?
So, figuring out what that is incredibly important. And the reason why I like this book so much is we tend to think of intelligence as intellectual, as, you know, computer programming or mathematics or whatever it is, you know, having a PhD in this field. But that's not intelligence. Intelligence is also bodily intelligence. Like somebody like Kobe Bryant in basketball is as intelligent as Albert Einstein, but in a different way. So you have a parent who's always geared towards, going to the best school and being an intellectual giant, and their child wants to do ballet or sports or something, and you kind of look down on that and you say, no. You're setting your child up for misery. Recognize what one of these frames are for your child and press on it and let them go in that direction, because it's what they're naturally gearing towards. It's what's fun, right? So if for me, it was linguistic intelligence, words. Since I was a child, words bewitch me. I can't believe that we have words to name things and that there are these symbols with letters that have sounds, but a lemon isn't a lemon, it's just a word. And I was like 5 years old, what the hell can that be? That's so interesting, and that you could take a word apart and spell other words with it. So I knew from very early on that it was words. And I absolutely stink at one of these intelligence is mechanical intelligence, knowing how to build things. I'm terrible at that, which is very odd because my father was brilliant at that and he wasn't good at any of the others and I didn't inherit it. So that goes all, that kind of debunks genetics right there. But, so figuring out which one of those and leaning in it and making that the direction of your life is so important. So if your thing is interpersonal intelligence and you understand that, and yet you're not heading into a job in which you're social and around people, you're going to be so miserable. But if you know that what your thing is interpersonal intelligence, you've got like 100 different directions you can head into. That doesn't mean you have to only be a social worker. It just means you have to be a leader of people because you understand you like being around people, you like working with others, you're very empathetic. There could be 100 different kinds of jobs. But once you know that, it gives you a sense of direction. It's by far the most important step for people, and I always recommend people reading this book because it's very, very important.
Much of the reason we lose focus, as I've seen in my own friendship group, in my own family, is because of envy.
Yeah.
How important is it to get control of one's envy? I've heard you describe it as the ugliest emotion.
Well, it's ugly in the sense of, it's an admission that you feel inferior, that you feel that somebody is better than you are. And who wants to admit that? There's a very famous psychologist named Alfred Adler from the 1920s. He was a disciple of Freud. He thought this ability of always wanting to be better and superior to others was the most motivating factor of 90% of human behavior, that we always want to feel at least that we're superior in some way. And the sense that we're inferior creates what he calls an inferiority complex. So it's very, very painful to tell yourself that this person is doing better than you are, or that they're younger and better looking than you are, that their wife is more interesting than you, or their kids are doing better, because it means it's a slight on you, right? We are very prone to envy genetically by the way our brains operate. So it's a known factor that chimpanzees are prone to feeling envy, right? If you give one chimp a banana or a grape and don't give another one, they'll be giving that kind of evil eye, the stink eye that we associate with envy. So it's something that's in primates. And what it comes from, I believe, is that our brains operate by comparison. That's how we learn, that's how we understand things. We understand that this is a wild animal because it's not that other thing over there. Our brains compare bits of information to decide what is what's different from what's the other thing. So our brains are geared towards comparing. And when you create a social animal, we are the most social animal on the planet, and you have that brain that's constantly comparing, we're using that mechanism to compare ourselves to other people and always wanting what other people have. And they've noticed in hunter-gatherer societies from back in 30,000 years ago, the few that still had existed in the 20th century, that envy was a huge problem among them. And so that when one person was given a gift, everybody in the tribe was so upset and angry that the person who was given the gift had to give it to other people so that they wouldn't be the target of envy, because it could lead to being murdered, right? So envy is deeply ingrained in all of us. We're constantly comparing ourselves to others, okay? But we don't want to admit it. So if I compare myself to some other writer who I think is having a better life than I am, who's sold more books than me, what I'll do in my mind, instead of saying, he deserves that or she deserves that because they are actually a better writer, I'll go, they don't really deserve it. They're a hack. They're just doing that because they know what the public wants, and they're not. My books are going to be read 100 years from now, but nobody will read their books in 5 years. I justify it to myself, right? I don't feel envy. No. I'm not saying that person's superior. In fact, they're actually inferior to me. That's the games that we play when we envy other people. And it's something that social media is like a nuclear bomb of envy, right? So 60 years ago, I wouldn't have known what my neighbors or friends from college are doing and how much more money they're making and how happy they are. But now you know what everybody on the planet is doing and how good they are and how happy they are and the incredible trips they're taking and, you know, the great schools that their children are getting into, on and on and on. So it's this machine for manufacturing envy, and it's infesting our political system as well. It's seeping into all aspects of life, but nobody wants to talk about it and nobody wants to admit it. The main thing with envy is to admit that you feel it, okay? So I will get on my hands and I will say, you know what? Sometimes I actually envy Ryan Holiday. He's 30 years younger than I am. He's written already more books than I have. Before I even wrote my first book, he's got a family. He's got these great homes. He's doing really well. Yeah, sometimes I feel envy. I'll admit it, okay? If you don't admit it to yourself, then it just festers and something ugly will happen. And so what I'm able to do with the feelings of envy that I might have is, I think, God, Robert, there's no reason to feel that way. Go through a process and go, he's actually deserved all the success he's had. You know, he deserves it because he's worked really, really hard and he's a really good person. He's ethical. He deserves it. And so you should be happy for him, which I am. I'm incredibly happy for him. But I have that first little twinge of envy. You have to admit it to yourself. And it's not an easy thing to admit because it means you're admitting you feel inferior for a moment.
Can you use it productively?
Yes.
That envy?
Yes, most definitely. And I talk in Laws of Human Nature about strategies for doing that. One of them is there's somebody that you envy in the world. Well, instead of festering with that ugly emotion, make that a spur. Instead of envy, feel what's called emulation, where you feel competitive and you're going to be as good as they are or better than they are. You're going to use that sense of inferiority to motivate you to work harder and harder and harder. Another thing is, so when somebody has failure and we're actually kind of gleeful about it, it's called Schadenfreude, right? The opposite of Schadenfreude is a phrase that Nietzsche called Mitfreude, which means instead of feeling pleasure in their pain, you feel their pleasure as well. So instead of feeling envy, try and feel happy for the other person. Now you'll say that I can't do that, but yes, you can. You have to practice it. There's a great psychologist named William James who called it an as-if strategy. So just tell yourself that I'm actually happy for their success. And when you do that, it's actually a really great feeling to actually feel good about somebody else doing well. Is a very ennobling feeling. It kind of raises you up. Instead of lowering you down and making you feel ugly, it makes you feel noble. It makes you feel better about yourself. And it kind of opens up your whole emotional life. So I have other strategies in the book, but those are a couple.
I was wondering why your book, Power, is still selling unbelievably well. I mean, most books, when they come out, they have their moment and then they're done. But for some reason, what you write in this book is as compelling, tempting, and attractive to people now more than ever. And one would then assume that's because people feel more powerless. And when they see the book, it offers them a promise of something that they so desperately want.
Yeah.
Is that an accurate assessment?
I think it is. I mean, I've noticed in the last 6 years or so, the sales have been higher than they've ever been before. And a lot of it, young people went through the crash of 2008, then they had to deal with the COVID and the pandemic. And in those years where the world seemed upside down, the book was selling better than ever. So I think helplessness and feeling a loss of control, and feeling like there might be something out there that can guide me a little bit in this very confusing, anarchic times that we're living through, can be very seductive and very appealing. So, I mean, there's always change in our world. There's always chaos. But when the book came out in 1998, it wasn't nearly as chaotic as it is right now. So I think you're right. I do attribute the success, not necessarily to my brilliance or to the brilliance of the book, but to the fact that people are feeling more and more powerless.
People are lonelier than ever, according to many of the stats. And when you look at the impact that's having on people, it's equal to smoking 15 cigarettes a day, according to some reports. They're more likely to live alone. They're more likely to feel lonely, to report feeling lonely. They're more likely to feel that they have nobody to turn to in a time of crisis, according to some studies as well.
Yeah.
They're more addicted than ever before. You can class that in a number of ways, chemical addictions, but social media addictions and other things. And that's the state of especially young men. It's young women too are having their own struggles, especially with anxiety and the comparisons and those kind of things we've talked about. But young people generally, and especially young men, are killing themselves at higher rates than ever before. Suicide, as you know, is one of the biggest killers of young men. What is the antidote for this sense of powerlessness, loneliness, isolation, addiction, aimlessness?
Well, our tendency would be to bring it down to the individual level, but I think it's also a cultural problem. I think our culture is contributing to it. The kind of aimlessness in our culture where we don't really talk about the skills that are necessary to get ahead. Our culture promotes all kinds of bad values. It emphasizes fame and celebrity. It doesn't talk about discipline. It doesn't give young men a sense of purpose and direction. It doesn't value them. Right now, a lot of young men feel like, it's women that are getting all the attention. That why am I, what is my purpose here? So I think it's a cultural problem more than anything else. And when I say that, that kind of absolves individuals. But I don't mean to do that as well, because you are an individual, you live in this culture, and you've got to get yourself out of that kind of hole that this culture is imposing on you. And so I have a lot of sympathy for it, because I don't think it's completely your fault that you feel lonely, or that you're isolated, or that you don't have friends, that you don't know how to socialize. I didn't have this phone in my hand when I was in my formative years, and I had to meet women when I wanted to, at that point in my life in the 70s when I was in my 20s. And so I had to go out there and suffer from rejection. I had to go to bars, I had to go to clubs. I had to put myself out there and meet them, and it was tough. And I learned skills, seduction skills, whatever you want to call them, but just social skills about, women think differently than you. They have different values than you. What are their values? Get outside of yourself and think about what it's like to be them, and what you can do that's going to please them, and get them, how you can enter into their world. You have none of that now, none of that. It's all,
swipe, swipe, swipe.
Yeah. So you're not going out, you're not developing that muscle, you're not putting yourself in live in interacting with people where you're feeling their body language, their nonverbal communication. So no wonder your social skills are atrophying. And as your social skills atrophy, it becomes harder and harder and harder to go out there and put yourself on the line, because you're not good at it. So you fall into this hole of becoming lonelier and lonelier, because it's harder and harder to get out of it. Okay? So I have tremendous empathy, and I would never preach or blame young men in particular for the problems that they're having. And I empathize with it very much so because I myself went through a phase where I felt very, very unhappy and even suicidal when I was younger. And I understand how your life can turn that way. So I don't mean to ever come across as somebody who has all the answers, because I think it's cultural. But if you are an individual, you have to see that, first of all, it's not a bad thing necessarily to be lonely. Part of the problem of loneliness is it's got this taboo against it, this bad name. Like, it's terrible to be lonely, terrible to be alone, right? And so you feel shamed for the fact that you're lonely. But actually, it's extremely important in life to be alone sometimes and to be able to be on your own and to think about yourself and to kind of come to terms with who you are and to embrace what makes you different. And you can't do that if you feel ashamed about being lonely or if you can't ever be alone. So knowing how to be alone is very important. It's what will make you successful. It will bring you skills. So don't think of it as something necessarily terribly negative in your life. But the other thing is, you have to force yourself. You force yourself to go to the gym to develop muscles and become stronger. You have to force yourself to interact with people and get out of your phone and have real experiences instead of virtual experiences. And if you do that 10 times a month, just like going to the gym 10 times a month, your social skills will get better and better. Your social muscle will get better and better, and you'll feel better about interacting with people.
On that point, I remember law, I think it's law 18, I'm just having a look.
About isolation, yeah.
Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous.
Yeah.
Solitude is not a defense because it cuts you off from valuable information, allies, and opportunities. There's a difference, isn't there, between being lonely and being alone? Because being alone is one thing, but the state of loneliness feels like it's a slightly different proposition.
Well, it's the difference between you feel very unhappy that you're not connecting to other people. We're a social animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you feel like people don't like you, they don't respect you, that you can't interact with them on a level that's meaningful. Whereas the feeling of being alone for me, wow, I don't have to be around ugly, idiotic people. I can just be by myself. I can read a good book. I don't have to interact with people whose ideas I don't like. I can just be myself and be as weird as I want. Wow, what a relief. I'm so happy being alone. Now, I'm not like that all the time. It would be terrible. But sometimes I do feel that way. And that's the difference. And that's a good thing. I remember once I was on an airplane and I saw a young woman who was by herself, and I could sense that it was driving her crazy, and she had to use her phone to never feel alone, right? Even in the middle when we're flying over the ocean, she had to somehow connect onto the internet and be sending emails and texts and anything. And I got this kind of desperation in her, this intuition, this feeling that being alone was just horrifying for her, you know? And I think that's not a good thing. I think it's a terrible thing. So yes, isolation is bad. You need to be, you're a social animal. You're meant to be around other people. But if you can't be alone, you can't ever figure out what makes you different and what makes you unique. So you have to be able to play both sides of the game.
To listen to that voice.
Yeah.
Inside, to turn inwards.
Yeah.
It is hard to turn inwards when you never have moments of solitude, I guess. When you said you were suicidal in your earlier years.
Yeah.
What lifted you out of that state?
Well, I had a girlfriend who was very understanding, who helped me a lot. So I wasn't completely alone. And then a little tiny voice inside of me was saying, you have interesting thoughts. You're a strange person, Robert. I've always been strange. I never was like other people, and even in high school, I was always something off about me, which could be made me lonely, which could make me be a problem. But I kept saying, there's something different and off about you, right? and you have skills as a writer, it's going to happen someday. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. Keep trying, right? And so finally, I'm 35, 36 years old. I was in Italy at the lowest point of my life. And then I met this man there who was a book packager, Joost Elfers, and he asked me if I had an idea for a book. And suddenly, I almost get emotional just thinking about it. Everything just shifted inside of me. It's like, yeah, I could write a nonfiction book. And I just improvised what would turn into the 48 Laws of Power. He got so excited, he said, I will pay you to write I forget what the word is, to sell it, and then I'll pay you to live while you write it. And so suddenly it went from darkness to light because I had a purpose. And all of my misery, I could take all of the bad bosses I had, all of the horrible psychotic bosses who were so stupid and so political and so manipulative. And I could go, wow, I've got all this material to write the 48 Laws of Power. All my worst experiences can go into this book. It all has purpose for it. I'm not saying that's going to happen to everybody, but I was literally at that moment before it happened, pretty much near rock bottom. And I asked my wife, what would have happened if this didn't turn out? Would I have committed suicide? Would if I'd gone the same path and gotten into done some hack job, I'd probably be incredibly overweight and alcoholic, and I might have already died of a heart attack. Or maybe I would have found my way to something else, but it was a really, really low point in my life.
Purpose.
Yeah.
It's crazy how it can lift you out of darkness. It can turn the lights on.
Yeah.
It's just so unbelievably hard to find for so many people. I mean, you're not going to find it in your bedroom necessarily, sat there thinking.
But opportunities come. You just have to be ready for them. So I had this opportunity that came to me. And you might say, well, that's lucky. That's never going to happen to me. But it will happen to you. You're just not ready for it. You're just not recognizing it. Some person will cross your path that can lift you out of what you're doing, who can connect you. But you're not paying attention. You're not ready for it. You don't think you deserve it. So there is opportunity every day of the week. It's around you, is what I'm trying to say.
There's so many studies, and there was one on TV by, I think it was Darren Brown, the illusionist, that show certain types of people are pessimistic towards opportunity. And when you do studies where and there's one particular study where they have a newspaper and they give it to one group of people who I think are pessimists and one group of people that are optimists. And the researchers say, when you find the £100 voucher or $100 voucher, just come back to us. And what happens is they scroll through the newspaper and the pessimists never find it. But on the first page of the newspaper, it says, stop, go to the researchers now, you've won $100. The optimists find it. And Darren Brown did a similar thing, the illusionist, in the street, where he put, I think it was like a £50 or $100 note in the middle of the street as they were walking down the street. And the optimists find it, they see it, but the pessimists just walk right past it.
Yeah.
I think it was a winning scratch card potentially. And that really opened my mind to like my state, my mental state, my psychology is determining whether I see these opportunities or totally miss them. And then it's almost this downward spiral, because then I'll think, God, I'm such an unlucky person.
Right.
Without realizing that I'm playing a really important role in creating my own fortune or misfortune.
Right. Yeah, I have a chapter in Laws of Human Nature about the nature of your attitude creates your circumstances, which is sort of the same thing you're saying, which is there are two kinds of attitudes that I talk about. One is an attitude that's closing, that's constrictive, that's narrow, and there's one that's expansive and open. You could call that pessimistic and optimistic. But the closed attitude is you're only seeing life through this narrow little spectrum where everything is bad, people don't like you, there's hostility all around you. And what that means is you're not seeing reality, you're creating reality. You're creating that reality. You're seeing it, and that's what happens to you. The expansive attitude is, life is amazing. All these incredible things are possible. I have hope. Any moment there could be an opportunity. And that's not reality either. But you're going to create that reality by feeling that way and seizing an opportunity, the smallest crumb of an opportunity. You're going to create those good circumstances. So by your attitude, you create the bad things that happen to you in life.
One of the sort of adjacent points here about purposelessness, about loneliness, about the struggles and plights of young men in the world that they face and young women is the conversation around pornography. If you go on many of the social media apps these days, you will be exposed to pretty explicit pornography, whether you were searching for it or not. There's certain apps in particular where even if I'm scrolling on my feed, certain things will pop up and I go, Jesus Christ, like, you know, I'm at work here. And I was thinking about this more broadly because the studies show that about, I think it's like 80% of men and about 40% of women in the United States use pornography. And I wondered if you had a view on how it robs us of the hard work it takes to form romantic relationships.
Yeah.
And if the act of consuming pornography is robbing us of the desire for the real thing.
Well, it's an addiction, and you have to understand that you are being manipulated, that you are being programmed, that these people have figured out exactly the kinds of things, the kinds of images that are going to hook you, and you're being played. You're a fool. They're playing with you, just like Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook knows all the algorithms to hook you to the news feed. You're being played by the images they know how to create and keep you always wanting more. Just like fast food has all these tricks to constantly be eating their Doritos or whatever it is. Okay, but the other thing is, so I'm not going to preach and moralize about pornography from a prudish aspect of it, because I'm not a prude. But I have a chapter in the book that I'm writing on the sublime, on what I call love sublime, and the act of loving not God, not the universe, but another human being, an individual, man or woman, gay or straight or whatever it is, and how sublime that is. And what it is in that relationship, the boundaries between the two of you are allowed to melt, and your ego can soften, and you can feel their world and they can feel your world, and you have a connection that for a social animal is the highest form of connection. It's superior to a religious connection, I'm sorry. And what it requires is, we have the expression falling in love. And it literally is falling. It's like you fall. You're open and you're vulnerable and you're letting yourself fall. And when you're not, what stops you from doing that is you don't want to be hurt. You don't want to be vulnerable, right? Because if you open yourself to someone else, you're likely to get hurt. And so the moment there's a disagreement between you, or there's a moment where a friend says something nasty about this person you're interested in, you stop falling, you cut it off, and that romantic thing ends and dies. But if you get past that and you allow yourself to open up completely and you just keep falling, this incredible thing can happen. And I describe it to you, and I describe it, the dynamics of that and examples of that, and why for a social animal it's like the ultimate experience. And so pornography is completely robbing you of that, because love of another human being is a sense of enchantment, right? There's like this spark that's happening, this electricity, and it's obviously sex is involved, so it's a very physical relationship as well, but it goes beyond that. It also has a kind of spiritual component, right? But it's a sense of enchantment where the world becomes alive to you. Everything is beautiful in the world in those moments, right? Mm-hmm. And pornography is disenchanting you from everything. It's making it all mechanical and ugly, and it has no romance to it. It has no dimension to it. It's almost as if the two humans involved in it, or however, are like machine parts, right? They're not human anymore. And there's no emotion involved. There's no kind of spiritual connection. It's depressing. It's really, really depressing. When I see it, I feel really sorry that I experienced this, and I feel really sorry for the people who are in that industry. I find it really, really ugly and alienating. Now, I'm not, as I said, a prude, and I could watch a great movie with a love scene in it, and it's very exciting and beautiful. But the seduction element, the element of, I saw a movie recently, a Japanese movie by the great director Ozu from the 50s, and there was a man who was married, and he was about to have an affair with this woman who was kind of seducing him, and they had this kiss. I thought, wow. I hate to use the word turned on, but I was getting really excited. It was so full of emotion and energy, and it made the sexual element so much more powerful by the element of romance, by the element of something kind of transgressive. There was no nude bodies, there was no sex you ever get to see, but the lead up to it and the nature of the emotions involved made it, to me, deeply, deeply exciting. And if young men particularly can't have that experience, if everything is so mechanical, is so computerized, it's going to be like AI, it's going to be like AI sex, then you're losing your soul, you're losing your capacity for really falling in love, for really having that kind of dimensional experience, which, by the way, can be extremely physical, and it can only last for 3 months. I'm not saying it has to be 20 years with one woman or one man. It could be for 3 months, but it enriches you, it makes you more human.
I've invested more than £1 million into this company, Perfect TED, and they're also a sponsor of this podcast. I switched over to using matcha as my dominant energy source, and that's where Perfect TED comes in. They have the matcha powders, they have the matcha drinks, they have the pods, and all of this keeps me focused throughout a very, very long recording day, no matter what's going on. And their team is obsessed with quality, which is why they source their ceremonial grade matcha from Japan. So when people say to me that they don't like the taste of matcha, I'm guessing that they haven't tried Perfect TED. Unlike low-quality matcha that has a bitter, grassy taste, Perfect TED is smooth and naturally sweet. And without knowing it, you're probably a Perfect TED customer already if you're getting your matcha at places like Blank Street or Joe and the Juice. But now, you can make it yourself at home. So give it a try, and we'll see if you still don't like matcha. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you 40% off our matcha if you try it today. Head to perfectted.com and use code STEVEN40, or if you're in a supermarket, you can get it at Tesco's or Holland & Barrett, or in the Netherlands at Albert Heijn. And those of you in the US, you can get it on Amazon. The other thing that a couple of psychologists on my podcast before have alluded to on this subject is that they told me about a study with rats where they messed with the part of the rat's brain that is responsible for causing dopamine. Yeah. And then when they put food in front of the rat's mouth, if the rat was like 6 inches from the rat's mouth, the rat would starve to death because they had impacted the rat's dopamine, so it no longer had motivation. And they speak of dopamine as this sort of motivation chemical. It's the thing that gets you to take action. So if you're frying your dopamine receptors by doing these sort of high dopamine activities.
Oh, right.
I'm wondering if we're sort of breeding a culture of lower motivation individuals. And because of this thesis, I was kind of looking at some studies around this, and it does say that constant exposure to high dopamine activities can lead to dopamine desensitization or deregulation of dopamine receptors. And then this can lead to a significant reduction in your motivation. And there's multiple studies here that point in this direction. So I'm wondering how, when I look at some of the stats around purposeless and people having less partners and being more sexless, if there's a through line here that when you make dopamine easy through pornography, we're less likely to go in, get up out of our bedroom and take an action.
Yeah, but it's not just pornography. There's too much of that in social media as well on other levels. So, you have to you have to understand what it means to be a human being, first of all. And we're physical animals. We can't be in our heads all the time. We think with our bodies, right? We think with the chemicals mixing in our bodies. We're very physical, and we're social animals to the core. And that social animal, what makes us superior is that we connect. I can kind of look at you and I can maybe understand what you're feeling, what you're thinking, and we can have a discussion and our ideas can go back and forth and connect and go to higher levels of understanding or lower levels of disagreement. But that's what it means to be a human being. You're not this fucking AI machine. You're not a bot. You're not an algorithm. You're not a little piece of data that Mark Zuckerberg can mix with. You're a human being with a body, with physical problems, with hormones, with emotions that are coursing through you. And you have to become a physical creature, which means doing things in the world, taking action, working, building a business, doing things with your hands, exercise, meeting people. Be inside of your bodies. And when you're in pornography, you're disembodied. You're not in your body. You might be wanking off, as far as I know, probably are, but you're not really inside of your body in any meaningful way. And so it's like my hope, if there's any hope, is that, and there's seeds of it in the world now, where young people are going to start getting disgusted with this because the human spirit is still very powerful. And it's still like, I don't want to be like this. It doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel right. And at some point, my hope is in 20, 30 years, after I'm probably dead, there'll be a movement where people are going to be so against this that they're going to go in the opposite direction. They're going to be returning to what it means to be a human being. There'll be a rekindling of interest in our past, in the primitive past, in the pagan past, things I'm writing about in my book right now. And I see things like that sometimes, like in the New York Times, they had an article a few weeks ago about a group of young people in college who hate social media and absolutely refuse it and will not, it's like almost like a fraternity or a sorority. They will not allow anybody into their group who ever looks at their phone. And I go, yay, right on, brother. I could have, if I'm in college right now, I would join that. Not that I think everything is evil. I have my own phone, etc. But if I were young, that sense of, this is a nasty world. I want to return to what it means to be a human being. I want to spark a movement, a revolution that goes back to that. I hope that that's going to happen. I hope that's in the cards.
What is it about human nature that we just don't want to admit?
Well, first of all, we don't want to admit where we came from, our primitive roots, that we are animals, that before we invented language, we were living like any other animal in the outdoors, right? And I remember one day I was in Sydney, Australia, about 10, 12 years ago, and they had this amazing zoo. I hate zoos because I'm an animal lover and I think zoos are like prisons. But I wanted to see the strange exotic animals there. And they had this amazing chimpanzee compound, right? Where the chimpanzees could kind of roam around freely. And I was fascinated, and I sat there for like 2 hours because it was like watching an office in Manhattan or something, where there was the alpha male and all the other males were kind of following behind him, like, like the CEO of a company. And I was looking around and I noticed all the people were like giggling and they were so embarrassed and they couldn't, they were laughing. That was their reaction. Because it made them so uncomfortable to see this animal that's so much like a human being, but is also still an animal. They were just so uncomfortable by it. It made me realize that we're very, very uncomfortable with that aspect of ourselves, right? The part that we can't really control so much, that isn't logical, that isn't rational, that isn't clean, doesn't, all these civilized things. So we're in deep denial of our animal roots. But we're also in denial of our own nature. So we want to imagine ourselves to be these kind of saintly, moral, rational creatures, always thinking about what's good for other people, and it's just a fairy tale. That's not the world as it is. It's the world more like I described in the 48 Laws of Power, where people are manipulative, where people are playing games. Not everyone. But everyone has a manipulative side. Everyone has a dark side. We actually are deeply irrational creatures. We don't want to admit it. We don't want to admit the parts of ourself that reflect this kind of animal nature, our irrationality, our aggression, the envy that we feel towards other people. It's always other people who are like that. So I give the example of narcissism, and I try to make the point in the book. In narcissism, you know, I make the point that everybody's self-absorbed. You know, when you're reading a book and you see your birthday happens to be there, which is a fact, you're like, whoa, that's my birthday, because it's you, your astrological sign, that's me. We all are interested in ourselves. We're all self-absorbed, right? And when somebody suddenly talks about us, our ears prick up. I'm not moralizing it, it's just the truth. It's me, it's everyone. We don't want to admit it. It's always somebody else. It's always Donald Trump who's a narcissist. It's always Elon Musk who's a narcissist. Everybody has narcissistic tendencies. That's human nature, and we want to deny it.
And should we be aspiring to not be narcissists? Or does one just accept their narcissistic tendencies and lean into it? Because much of what I read in the book about power is how narcissism seems to get you ahead to some degree.
That's debatable. But
I mean, look at some of the people that, you know, we've been talking about that have reached the very top of the professional pyramid in life, you know, the presidents and such. They've got narcissistic traits, and it seems
sure. And some of them are kind of what I call deep narcissists who are very problematic, and some of them are healthy narcissists. So a lot of artists are what I would call a healthy narcissist. So a lot of our artists aren't necessarily the best people, right? They're not often, you know, you wouldn't maybe want to be their friend. They're maybe not the most faithful person as far as a partner is concerned. But they put all of that narcissistic energy into their work, and they create beautiful things that contribute to humanity. Steve Jobs was not a very nice person, right? He was very aggressive, he was very assertive, and he was a control freak. But look what he created, okay? That's healthy narcissism. What's the first thing they tell you in AA? I've not been in AA, but I know it. It's admitting that you're an alcoholic.
Okay.
If you can't admit you're an alcoholic, how are you ever going to stop being an alcoholic? But you first have to admit it. So if you want to stop being a narcissist, you have to get on your hands and knees and admit that you are a narcissist. Because if you deny it and you say everybody else is, if you can't look inward, how can you ever change that? And even the most saintly person on this planet, the Mahatma Gandhis, the Martin Luther Kings, they had definite, strong narcissistic tendencies. There are no saints in this world. Everybody have these tendencies. So get off your high horse, look inward, and see those traits that are narcissistic within you.
What if I'm dealing with a narcissist?
Well, who isn't? In this world today, you're always dealing with a narcissist.
What do I do about that? Because I was thinking about some of the laws in your book where you say things like, don't outshine the master.
Yeah.
If I'm dealing with a narcissist, should I hide my strengths and my weaknesses in order to sort of pander to them and not outshine them?
Yes, but as part of law number 1 is, this is the great thing about being a human being. You can do two things at once. You can be consciously playing the game of, I'm not going to outshine him because he or she's going to fire me, because I'm going to make them feel insecure. But at the same time, in my head, I'm going, that person isn't better than me. They don't deserve their position. They're actually kind of incompetent and stupid. And someday, by being loyal and learning from them, I'm going to rise up, and I'm being smart because I'm a social animal. And then at that point, I can just say, get away from me. I don't need you anymore. I'm better than you. You can outshine them, but you play the game. But the worst thing is if you internalize it and go, I actually am inferior. I'm not going to outshine because I'm not a good person. I don't deserve it. And then you've internalized this sense of inferiority, and it's going to haunt you the rest of your life. So you can play both sides of the game at the same time.
You talk about acting in life to get ahead. Do we have to be actors, in your view?
Well, this is where I start getting a little bit cranky, Stephen, because everybody's an actor, right?
Nobody admits it, though.
When you're 3 years old, you're already acting, right? You're crying because you're trying to get your parents' attention. You're making trouble with your siblings because you're trying to get something that you want. You're learning to be manipulative. Children are very manipulative. Children are consummate actors. They learn that they can get what they want by behaving a certain way. If I'm an angel, mommy will give me this, that, and the other thing, even though I know I'm not an angel. We are a social animal, and we have words, and we have language. And with words and language, we can say one thing and be another. We can lie, we can deceive. We can tell people, I loved your screenplay. You were fantastic in the movie. Man, you're looking so great today. We don't mean any of it. But we can do that because we have words and we can lie about that. We are all actors. If everyone went around saying exactly what they felt about the other person, no one would ever get along. We would have killed ourselves off by now. You're always telling the boss the things that they want to hear. You're always telling your partner. You're always kind of hedging exactly what you feel. You're an actor. I don't understand what's so complicated about that. I don't understand why people can't see that they're every day of their life. And in another instance, you're never the same with two different people. The way you are in front of your father, as you are in front of your son or in front of a colleague, you're a completely different person. Your jokes are different. Your body language is different. You're an actor, okay? Some people are good at it, some people aren't, but you're an actor.
Well, I think at the root of this is there's something ugly about being manipulation, lying, acting. So no one would want to volunteer that they are doing that. But from what I'm inferring from what you said is that in order to get ahead in life, you're going to need to lie a little bit, manipulate, and act.
Well, you are. It's not like you need to be. You are doing that. Even though you may not admit it, you are doing that. You see, the thing is, it's getting back to that scene at the Sydney Zoo, where people are deeply uncomfortable with these aspects of their own character and their own personality. And I don't want you to go around thinking, God, it's great to be manipulative. It's great to just screw people over and get what I want and not care about them. No. But it's better to admit that you are capable of manipulation, that you do it often unconsciously and often in a passive-aggressive manner. It's better to admit it, and it's better to be able to play the game when you have to, like always say less than necessary. It's going to save you a lot of pain. You don't have to go around all your life practicing these things. I don't think you want to.
What was that law?
Always say less than necessary. Law number 4.
Can you explain that one to me?
In looking at powerful people, the person who talks less always gives off a greater aura of power than the people that are yabbering all the time, that are talking, that can't control their tongue. And the idea is, if you can't control your mouth, if you just keep talking and talking, it gives an aura to other people that you can't control anything else. You have no self-control. And that is a very unpowerful aura. And obviously, the more you talk, the more you are prone to say something kind of stupid and irrational that you're going to regret. And so powerful people know to command an audience. They sit there, they let other people talk and argue, and then occasionally they utter something that's maybe a little bit ambiguous. And everyone goes, whoa, that's very interesting. Robert said that. What does that mean? You look powerful, right? You give off an air of mystery, you give off an air of control. And so a lot of people have a hard time with it because they think, oh, shouldn't I just be able to say whatever I want and just talk? Well, no, you don't. Not in the social world, not in the work world. It's going to get you in trouble. Learn to control what you talk and learn that there are moments that saying less is actually much more powerful than just yammering on and on.
I was, through my years of business, running businesses and stuff, I came up with this idea, which I've shared with a few people, called your contribution score. And much like we have a credit score, where if we're reckless with our finances, our credit score gets lowered. I think the same applies for the contributions we make in group settings, but just generally the contributions we make. And I came to learn this over time because in one of my offices many years ago in a different company, there was this one individual who in the meeting rooms would, when people were brainstorming, before they'd thought of what they were going to say, they'd interject and say, what about if we we could do like a pop-up with maybe we'll do like, they were thinking out loud. And what I would observe as the CEO is the minute they spoke, it was almost like people rolled their eyes and tried to cut them off because they developed this contribution score, which says when X person contributes, it's always ill-formed, not productive, and takes too long. But then there's this other guy who I remember from my Manchester office he hardly spoke. And every time he spoke, it was important. So the minute he starts speaking, it's like the room shifts towards him. It's like with bated breath.
Exactly.
And so there's an art of protecting one's contribution score.
Yeah, I remember 50, I would go to meetings with him.
50 Cent?
Yeah, and he would hardly say anything. And people would be trembling. My God, he's not talking. He's not saying he's interested in my ideas. He'd just sit there with this kind of wry smile on his face. And then when he'd say something, they would let out a breath. Oh, he's saying something. It'd be very short and curt, but he completely commanded the room because he just sat there as if he wasn't really happy with what people were doing, and it made them compete to make him happy.
Interesting. Really interesting.
He's a master of the 48 laws of power.
The other law that I was thinking a lot about, if we're jumping back to the laws of power, is let others do the work, but take the credit. Your face when I said that.
Well, some of the 48 laws is irony, and, people have to be able to understand and read what's ironic. So, like I have a chapter in there, play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. And I'm not really saying go out and create a cult. I'm showing you why you might be in a cult right now, because this is how cults operate. Okay, so when I worked in Hollywood, I worked at one point for a film director. And we had this process where we would sit in a room and we would talk about the story. And we would discuss the dialogue stuff. And I would give all of this dialogue and ideas in there. And I'd be writing it down. And I'm not saying half the screenplay, but at least a third or a fourth were like my ideas, my contribution, my dialogue. I never got a single credit for any of it. It was always his name that was on there. People go, wow, bro, Sam, that was so fun. That was really brilliant. I love that line. It was my line. Okay? So I learned this is the law of the jungle. When you're working, particularly in entertainment and media, people take your work and they put their name on it. So like, when you're watching a television show with some news broadcast or whatever, or an interviewer, their jokes aren't their own. They didn't write those jokes. They have a team of people writing it. All those great facts that are coming up, a team of researchers are putting it there. You never hear their names. You never know who they are. They took their work and they put their name on it. That's the law of the jungle. And the law of the jungle is don't get upset about it. It's part of the game. I got upset when that happened. I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, but I got resentful. Nobody's recognizing my work. Whine. The adult, if I had been smarter, was, that's just how it is, Robert. Just calm down. At some point, people will see your screenplays or your books or whatever, and you'll be fine. But I'm trying to show you this is how the world operates, and don't be so naive, and don't think it's not like that.
And if you had kicked up a fuss, you might have accidentally outshone the master.
Oh, I've been fired.
It's interesting because there is an element of this where like trying to take the credit can really also lead you to being fired, because I remember back in a previous company that I'd started, had a big team, about 200 people in Manchester, and there was this one kid in his early 20s who would always sulk if in our like public company channel, someone just innocently forgot to include his name in credit when credit was being handed out. And it would happen maybe once every 6 months. You just like forgot that he had contributed to the project. And that happens in all businesses. People don't tag you sometimes. And I remember hearing that he was outside on the steps bitching. That's the best way I can describe it. Just like complaining to other younger team members that he hadn't been included in that message. And it developed this horrible reputation for him as someone that was always complaining and always trying to take credit, because it's ugly to be seen as trying to take credit.
Well, so if you read the law carefully, it's really about how powerful people use this. So if you're an underling and you do the work, you don't want to take credit for it because it's going to get you in trouble, right? But powerful people have used for centuries the labor of other people and put their name on it to make themselves look powerful and to make them seem like they've got endless energy. Okay? So you have to apply that law with intelligence. If you're an underling and you're doing some project, it's a group project, don't go out there and take credit for it, because people are just going to laugh at you and you're going to make a terrible fool of yourself. So every law has a context, you know, but that's powerful people use that law. And if you don't think that's how it operates, I'm sorry, but you're in for a world of pain.
I think there's an overarching thing here which can be discovered in your other book, The Laws of Human Nature, about mastering your emotional self.
Yeah.
Because none of these things are going to be possible if you don't have mastery over your emotions. I'm not going to be able to refrain from snatching credit. I'm not going to be able to not outshine my master if I don't have this sort of foundation of emotional control. Is that true? Is emotional control really where this all begins?
Yes, it is self-control. Of course, you can take it too far where you have no emotions and you're just a cold fish out there. You know, it's good. Emotions are important. You're not going to write a book. You're not going to start a business unless you're excited, unless you have that emotional energy. So I'm not talking about stifling your emotions. That would be incredibly counterproductive and unpowerful. But there are emotions that are going to get you in trouble, particularly as a social animal. So it's not like you stifle your emotions. You learn how to channel and control them. And you learn that certain behaviors are going to be read as unpowerful, as hysterical, as somebody who can't get things done, as ineffective, incompetent. So as an actor, you learn to sort of present the right front, the right facade. And that requires a degree of emotional control. Yes, for sure, it's very important. And it's not easy, because when you're young particularly, you're wired to be emotional, and you're gonna learn this the hard way, which is how I learned it. I'm trying to teach you some lessons so maybe you won't make as many mistakes. But it's a hard thing you learn, and you learn it by the mistakes you make, by saying something foolish that costs you your job, by outshining the master that costs you your job.
You learn it from the mistakes you make. Is there any practices that you know of that would enable me to increase my self-awareness? Because, you know, we're all going through experiences in life, but it seems that some people are learning from those experiences and becoming more wise and more effective, and then other people are kind of repeating the cycle over and over again. And I think I asked this in particular because you're a writer. So you spend a ton of time thinking about what's happened to you, your jobs, experiences, your feelings.
If you do a foolish mistake, there are two ways to go. And the common route is, that asshole, they screwed me over. It's their fault, you know, right? Or I made that mistake, but you know, if circumstances had been better, if I had more money, if this person supported me, all would have gone well. That's what we naturally do. And that's the kind of person that never learns from life. So your first instinct must always be, and not your first instinct, I correct myself, your second instinct, because your first instinct is always going to be that. There's a great book, I can't remember what the writer's name was, Mistakes Were Made But Not By Me. I recommend that book highly. It came out about 10 years ago. I think it's Elliot Aronson.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Very good book. Anyway, your first instinct always will be, it was a mistake, but it wasn't mine. I'm not to blame, all right? Everybody does it, I do it. Your second instinct is to step back and go, whoa, wait a minute, that's not right. I'm fooling myself. Actually, I played a role in that, in what happened there. And what is that role that I played? What could I have done differently? Maybe it's very subtle. Maybe it was something in my body language that turned people off, that made them not like me. Or maybe it was something I said or I did that could have changed the circumstances. What is it that I did? Then you can learn from the experience. And if only 10% of it is your responsibility, at least see it as 30% so that you can learn from it, and exaggerate your role in the mistake, because then you can learn from it. You can understand that you can correct these mistakes, right? So initially you're going to always blame the other person, then you're going to step back and you're going to go through this little dance. You're going to go, no, I think I've definitely played a part in what went wrong here.
Things go wrong. and we leap to blame. And once we leap to blame, we often leap to revenge.
Yeah.
We want to take revenge. We want to right the wrong that's happened to us. We want to correct the injustice. And you talk about this as part of human nature, but also give us some advice. I think it was actually in the Law of Power book about, I think it was Law 36. When we feel like we've been wronged, Robert, when we feel like there's been an injustice, what is the best course of action?
It depends on the wrong and in the injustice.
So let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Someone at work I heard they said something to my boss and it's cost me my promotion, and they're talking about me behind my back, and it's annoying me.
Well, there are several avenues that you can go. Everything depends on circumstances. So if you're going to be a strategist in life, which is what I recommend, you have to look at the particular parameters and not just go, there's one answer. There's several possibilities here. So number one, maybe you're in an awful job with awful office politics. I have a thing that I get talked about in one of my recent talks of you can scale a culture of a group on a scale of 0 to 100. 100 is what I call a reality group, where people are only interested in getting the job done and everything is on results. 0 is where everything is political and everything is personal and everything is about who knows who and how you brown nose your way with the boss, okay? So if you're at a company that's at that 20% level, then get your ass out of there, okay? You have a colleague like that, but there are probably other colleagues like that, and that person is probably always causing problems. Do you need to be at this job? Is the main thing you have to first ask yourself. And if you do need it, you need the job, and it's only this one person, then you have to go through a few steps. Number one, is it worth taking personally? What if I, not take the high road because I hate that phrase, but what if I say, it's not really worth it for me to get upset. It's better off in the long run to just act like, it didn't happen, and to end up getting the promotion on my own in a different way and proving myself as success is the best revenge, and how can I get there kind of thing. Ignoring him or her and what they did and only focusing on what you can do to get back, to get the promotion that you deserve. The third possibility is sticking it to this other person, which is always something that I think is something you might have to consider doing, right? Which is playing the game back at them. So when you're dealing with people who are unethical, like a Putin kind of type, where they're willing to do anything to get power and you're not, it's asymmetrical warfare. They have more options than you do, okay? This person that did that to you, they're gonna do anything for power, and it puts you at a constant disadvantage. What do? You have to do what they have in warfare called a deterrent strategy. You have to show this person that you're not somebody you can mess with, that you're gonna do something to hurt them, but it's controlled and it's a one-time thing. You're gonna damage their reputation. You're gonna spread some nasty rumor about them, but you don't have to feel like you're lowering yourself. It's just, I'm doing it one time to show them that from now on, you better not mess with me because damn it, I've got a gun in my back pocket and I can use it. You can't just roll over because they're gonna keep doing it to you time and again. So you've got 3 options and you've got to choose what's the best one. If you hate your job and you can't get around this person, quit. If you don't feel comfortable going the low road, and if you think it's a better strategy in the long term for you and your soul and your safety to simply focus on your job and get revenge that way, that's probably the best solution of all. But sometimes you need to have a shot across their bow to say, look, you can't attack me because if you do, there are going to be consequences to pay.
Because these types of people, they prey on those who seem weakest, right? Predators love prey.
Yeah, but if you do the option number 2 and you show that that they didn't affect you and you kind of act like it didn't matter sort of thing, but you still work hard and you're still doing your job, they're going to wonder like, that's pretty impressive. That's interesting. This person has self-control. And they're maybe going to be afraid of you in that sense by the composure that you show them. So everything depends on who you are, your nature, and the nature of this Machiavellian character that you're facing, you know? But be alive to the moment and the circumstances and play for the long game. So sometimes the long game means showing that you can mean action, because then they're going to leave you alone for the next couple of years.
When we zoom out on what's going on in the world, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. One of the things that's changed is our society, as I think I've heard you say, is less united by some of these great myths of religion and, you know, I've heard you talk about democracy and all these kinds of things. And as a result, people no longer believe in the same ideas because every form of authority is now under question. And you're someone who studies history. You're someone that understands the cycles of history. What cycle of history are we in at this moment in time? And how does one navigate it?
Well, you have to take a big picture, especially if you're someone like me who studies history a lot. So there are always these moments in history of cycles of chaos and it could be caused in the past by a plague, by some terrible war that goes on, like the 100 Years' War in Europe, where people feel genuinely powerless and helpless, and there's a crisis of meaning in the world. And I could point to specific moments in the ancient world, in Asia, in Europe, but it goes on and on. It's a cycle that happens. And when people feel powerless and helpless, and there's all this chaos going around them, then they tend to be attracted to authoritarian figures, to easy solutions. They get much more irrational. They're much more likely to fall for cults and for belief systems that offer simple solutions and easy one-sentence answers, like "Make America Great Again" kind of thing, you know? Wow, that's simple, it's easy. Yeah, we'll vote for that, right? So in moments of chaos and helplessness, people are going to grab for something that anchors them, that gives them a sense of meaning, right? But it's often something very, very dangerous. So we're in a moment like that right now, I think, around the world. It's not just the United States. Believe it or not, things can happen under the skin and are subtle, like climate change. There are a lot of people who don't believe in climate change, but it's affecting everyone. It's making everyone a bit neurotic, the sense that we can't control our climate, right? That these disasters are going to keep happening and happening. That's a major sense of helplessness. The global economy, where now your business is at the mercy of something that's going on in Indonesia or Japan or China, is a tremendous sense of helplessness and a lack of control. And your political figures don't seem to be responding to you in any way. Like their actions, their talk doesn't lead to the kind of results that you want. So you're very prone to following what demagogues say, who offer you like easy solutions. Okay, so if you're living in a time like that, and it's more dangerous now than in the past because of social media and because of memes and because of the viral effects that are sweeping through humanity, right? They didn't have that during the bubonic plague, during the 100 Years' War, during the French and Industrial Revolution, which was another period of incredible dramatic change in Europe at the turn of the 19th century, right? So they didn't have that, which adds to the brew and makes it much more dangerous. So having a longer view is to say, well, you know, this is a moment of chaos, and I'm going to be in control of what I think and what I believe. So I'm going to have a degree of distrust of what people are telling me. I'm not going to get so emotional when people start saying, this is what's evil, this is what's wrong with the world. And to be very, very, very wary of people with simple solutions who say, if we just do this one thing, everything will be great. If we just add tariffs, if we just get rid of all the immigrants, America will be fabulous. These are fairy tales that are being peddled to you. I'm not trying to be political because the other side peddles their own kinds of fairy tales. Believe me, I understand that.
Can I ask you a question about this book, which is kind of linked to what you're saying now, the 48 Laws of Power? What demographic emails you the most about the book?
Young men.
Young men voted for Trump.
I know.
You're someone that I sense, and from what I've understood from my research, isn't a big fan of Trump. And so what do you say to those people about why you have that position and what they're misunderstanding potentially?
The thing I do want to say is that you want to be able to think for yourself, okay? So let's say you think Trump is the answer. He's going to solve all of our problems. Well, be capable of stepping back and going, maybe some of the things he's doing I don't agree with, aren't right. You know, have some discrimination, have some self-distance, be able to criticize your own side. So I'm on the left, on the Democratic liberal side. They are buffoons, they are fools, they are absolutely incompetent, and I'm not afraid to say it. They make terrible mistakes. They blew this election. They're stupid. And it's painful to say that because it's the side that I support. But I do not believe in everything that they promote. There are things I disagree with them on them. Some of their woke policies I just find are ludicrous. Okay? So be able to stand back and say, I don't agree with everything he says. Have some dignity, have some self-worth, say that I can think for myself and not get so emotional, right? So you think being masculine and being a bro is just say, oh, Robert, F you, you're such an idiot. You're so blah, 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 blah. Put YouTube comments because I get them all the time, F you, you can fill in the blanks, right? That's not being masculine. That's not being tough or strong. That's being an idiot because you're not able to think for yourself, right? Being emotional isn't masculinity. Masculinity is self-control, I'm afraid. Being masculine is being able to step back and go, this isn't necessarily the right thing to do. I have to think about it. I have to do something that's more productive, that's positive. I have to criticize myself sometimes. Weak people can't criticize themselves. So if you're listening to me, at least be willing to say that maybe some of my ideas are wrong. My ideas and your ideas, right? That to me is strength. That to me is a masculine virtue. Being able to criticize your own side and not get always so emotional and overheated and leaving nasty YouTube comments, as I'm sure I'm going to get right now.
You made me reflect on something I read the other day. I think it was on X. And it was a study that shows that when the more testosterone you have, again, which we can use as like a proxy for masculinity, in studies, you're more likely to think for yourself. So they had two groups of people,
Whoa.
And they gave one group of people testosterone. I think it was a group of men testosterone. They both had to do this test, and the ones who had the higher testosterone levels had been given the artificial testosterone. They were less likely to cave in to external social expectation.
Wow.
Which I thought it's a proxy for what you're saying, which is
right on,
potentially
man.
real masculinity is having the strength of your own convictions and being able to ignore social pressure to conform. You talked about wokeness in the left and how they messed it up.
Yeah.
I consider myself to be, I'd say apolitical, but it sounds like a strange thing to say. I can just see the merits in things on both sides, so I really struggle to identify with a side.
Sure.
I think, okay, that's good for the economy, that's good for different social classes and stuff. And so I also just have, I think, a very strong negative reaction to the binary choice that you're kind of forced to make.
Yeah, right. I agree.
I've always kind of stayed out of it in that regard.
Good.
But in terms of this wokeness and the way that the left have screwed it up, what have they got wrong?
Well,
and what's Trump got right, I guess?
Well, I don't know. It's too painful for me to say what Trump got right.
Well, you've got to be able to.
I know. Well, he is. I'll tell you what he gets right and what he's really brilliant at, which is communication and messaging. So the Democrats completely suck at that, right? they couldn't craft a message to save their life if they were, if everything depended on it. They're just terrible at it. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to make a simple message. Now, I said simple messages can be deceptive, but in politics, you have to have something like that. You have to stand for a vision, for something straight, and you have to be strong, and you have to be willing to fight for it. So I do have the ear of some people in the Democratic Party, and I say, what you got wrong and what Trump got right is to show the public that you are fighters, that you are strong, that you believe in something, and that you're willing to upset other people, other groups, because you believe in certain things. A large portion of the public he doesn't care about. He's interested in his base. He doesn't care if he's hated. Okay, Democrats don't care if you upset this special interest group or that special interest group. Some people have to hate you. Being hated is a good thing. Stand for something and be willing to fight. You got that all wrong, he got that right, so I can admit that. And he's much better at communicating and messaging, okay? When it comes to policies, there's a pretty big gulf between us about what I think is good and bad. But, I mean, wokeness is, it's an ideology that isn't really connected to everyday life, to what's going on around us, right? It's kind of a purity test of these are certain things that we hold, and you better either, if you believe in them, you're on the good side, and if you don't believe them, you're on the wrong side. It's a polarity, it's a black and white binary way of looking at the world, and that's not reality. That's not how things are. Things aren't black and white. Things have a gray zone. Yes, there are things that are evil. Murder is evil. Social injustice. We can all agree on certain social injustices. Yeah. But it's not like this purity test of if you don't believe in this, you're an evil, bad person. So on the Israel-Palestine issue, for instance, now I happen to be Jewish, right? And I've never been a Zionist my whole life. I'm very happy to be Jewish. I was bar mitzvahed, and I have nothing against it, and I'm proud. I'm not a practicing religious person in Judaism. I understand because I lost a large part of my ancestry during the Holocaust. It was deeply part of my childhood, a very traumatic thing that even my parents we're still recovering from. So when it comes to Israel-Palestine, I'm very conflicted because I've met Palestinians who had a terrible impact on me as they described the horror of what happened to them and how the loss of their land and how what a beautiful country Palestine was and how traumatic it was to lose their home. But at the same time, Jews were completely homeless from the Holocaust, and they did originate from this land. I can see both sides, and it's very painful. And if I were to craft a solution, first of all, I think Netanyahu is a horrible person, but there is a middle ground that could be had where there could be a two-state solution. But the woke people, oh God, forget it, man. You're in favor of genocide. Get out of here. That's not life. That's not reality. That's not how the world works. It's not how things happen in this world. You're not dealing with the real world. You're just trying to act like you're morally pure. You're not really willing to sacrifice, to roll up your sleeves and come up with practical solutions. You just want to yell and rant and act and look like you're the most virtuous person on the planet.
But isn't this one of the laws of human nature? Fitting into our tribes? Because I think being in the sort of political middle or wherever I am, you get attacked from both sides. Because sometimes you'll have a conversation with this person and they'll say, oh my God, you're right wing. Then I'll have a conversation with this person and they'll say, oh my God, you're left wing. And so you never fit. And actually my instinct is tempted. My primitive instinct is like, just fucking pick a side, Steve, and then at least you'll have a bunch of people to protect you. Yeah. You talk about that as well, how having a group of people around you and not being in isolation offers protection.
Yeah.
So it's tempting.
It's tempting, but you're going to lose your soul. You're going to lose your dignity in the process. So it's fine to be part of a group. I remember I was a young man in 1983. I was on the left, for sure. I don't deny it. I went to Nicaragua to report as a journalist on the war going on between the Contras and the Sandinistas. And I was more on the Sandinista side. And they've ended up, as things have rolled out, that Sandinistas are truly evil. I mean, Ortega and what he's done to Nicaragua is truly evil. But at the time, I thought they were pretty great. And I remember one day there was this immense plaza that they had, and I was in Managua, and Managua had just suffered this incredible earthquake. Half the city was in rubble still, but there was this immense plaza. It was filled with everyone because the Pope had come there. And, you know, and it was a big deal because the Sandinistas was like, you know, anti-God or something, which wasn't true. Anyway, I was there with hundreds of thousands of people, and the feeling of being in the group where everybody was on the same side was so intoxicating. I felt a ripple through me that I've never had in my life again, of just being connected to all of these people. It was so joyous and exciting, but then it's also very dangerous as well. So, you know, I liked having that experience, but as I got older, I go, I don't want to feel like that again, because I think it can turn very ugly and dangerous, as it ended up turning that way in Nicaragua. You know, it's like a Hitler crowd kind of thing. I'm always fascinated, weirdly enough, as a Jew, by Hitler documentaries. I can watch every single Hitler documentary. It's just riveting to watch, like these Nuremberg rallies. My God, it's like a drug. It's insane. All the people with their torches, all marching in the same way with these insignias, everything. You could understand how people would get caught up in that kind of mania, right? But it's very dangerous. And even that moment in Managua, later when I think back on it, maybe I should have had a little more self-distance from that.
Do you think we're in a similar time now where we're getting caught up in mania?
Yes, we're getting caught up in easy solutions and things that aren't really thought out. I mean, what is human stupidity? Question that has obsessed me for a long time. And in fact, the third book in my series was originally supposed to be the history of human stupidity, but my publishers thought it was too negative a subject, and it would have also been too long of a book. But stupidity is the inability to think of the consequences of your actions, to think that you are certain that you know the answers, to take action based on this certainty, but to not think of steps 3, 4, and 5 that are going to happen as a result. And man, I'm seeing that all over the place on our political map, where people take action. It's like our id is running the world, like adolescence, like, you know, I'll do this, man, this will be cool, this will be interesting. You don't realize that you're going to get in a car wreck because you took this drug and you're driving your car. We're getting a lot of that kind of adolescent mentality. I'm going to take this action because it's fierce, it's angry, it's going to solve things. But the consequences down the road, 5 years from now, are going to be horrific. That is human stupidity.
You said that Trump is deploying the laws of power. What laws of power has Trump successfully deployed?
Court attention at all costs. He's the master of it. I remember I was on a book tour. I can't remember where it was, some corner of the world. Maybe it was Australia, maybe it was Singapore. And everybody was talking about Donald Trump. It was like the whole world is obsessed with him. I don't think there's ever been a moment in history where anybody has had that kind of power. Court attention at all cost. He's the absolute master of it. He's law number 27, play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. He has a cult-like following, right? People, nothing he does can be wrong. He was actually, God is on his side. God is protecting him. That's a cult. I'm sorry, but that's a cult. This is politics. It's not religion. You know, enter action with boldness. He knows how to enter action with boldness. Law 28, I believe, or 29. So there's several laws. He creates compelling spectacles, but there are a lot of laws that he violates as well.
At my company Flight Studio, which is part of my bigger company Flight Group, we're constantly looking for ways to build deeper connections with our audiences. Whether that's a new show, a product, or a project, it's why I launched the Conversation Cards. I've relied on Shopify before, who's a sponsor of today's podcast, and I'll be using them again for the next big launch, which we'll hear about soon. And I use them because of how easy it is to set up an online store that reaches all of you, no matter where you are in the world. With Shopify, the usual pain points of launching products online disappear completely. No matter the size of your business, Shopify has everything you need to make your business go to the next level and better connect with your customers all over the world. To say thank you to all of you for listening to my show, we're giving you a trial, which is just $1 a month. You can sign up by going to shopify.com/Bartlett. That's shopify.com/Bartlett, or find the link in the description below. One of the things I was thinking about over the Christmas period was identity and the pitfalls of having an identity in life. And it reminds me of Law 48 in the 48 Laws of Power, which is to assume formlessness.
Yeah.
What do you think of the subject of identity? Because it's useful to some degree, but it can also be our downfall, as you alluded to at the start of this conversation, when you say that, someone gets to 30, 40 years old and they've almost have like a midlife crisis because they're now like successful, I don't know, accountant.
Yeah.
And that's their identity, that's their friendship circle. I'm wondering what your perspective on identity is.
It's good not to think in such concrete terms of this is who I am, to place labels on it. Like I'm a lawyer, like I'm a right-wing Trump follower, like I'm an entrepreneur. You're much more than that, right? There's something else about who you are, right? You have a soul. I know that's an old-fashioned concept, but I believe that people have a soul. And it can be their character, their traits that they have, that they have when they were born. It's what makes them who they are. It's their sense of dignity that they return to that self. But I can't put a label on it. I can't put a word on it. I can't say it's being a lawyer, being white, black, left, right, or whatever, right? I like to think, and this will sound like I'm John Lennon in Imagine or some sentimental thing like that, but I like to think of myself as a citizen of the world, as a citizen of the universe. So personally, maybe it's just me, I'm interested in every single culture, in every single religion. I am just as much fascinated by the Yoruba religion in West Africa as I am by Buddhism, Islam, etc. They all fascinate me. Every country, every culture has something incredibly interesting about it. I've been studying things like the Aztec culture, I wrote about extensively in my new book. Just an amazing story, amazing history. It's not me, I'm not ethnically Mexican. I'm not related to it through time or anything, but I'm related to it as a human being, and I identify with it on a very deep level.
Which part?
The sense of magic, the sense of awe in the face of this universe, the incredible sense of spectacle that they created. And I describe it in my new book, the city that they created, Tenochtitlan, is one of the greatest, most beautiful cities that ever existed, that mankind has ever created, on a par with Venice, Italy. Completely destroyed by the conquistadors. Nothing of it remains. If you go to Mexico City, you'll see nothing. They destroyed everything. But the picture presented by the first conquistadors that arrived there, my God, this is like a fairy tale. It is so beautiful. Their artwork, their culture, their music just blows me away when I read about it. Their philosophy, I identify with that. If we only had some distance, if we only realized that we all come from the same roots, that there really is no such a thing as an ethnicity, that we all come from the same human beings, that it's all relative, that all the cultures are related, that all human beings are interrelated. It's such a simplistic notion, but it kind of destroys all of our separations, all our partisanship, all of our niggly little sense of identity. I don't get my identity from being from California or Los Angeles or being Jewish or being American. I get it from being a human being with this incredible vast history. nobody else is going to follow me in this. I know it's just me. It's my wish. And if human beings in 100 years could believe that, it would be so beneficial for us in some way. It would mean we all have to protect this planet so that we can give it to our children, that, climate change affects all of us, that we're all in this together. I know I'm sounding not like the guy who wrote the 48 Laws of Power, so excuse me for that.
The book you're referring to, that you're currently writing and you're getting to the end of, thankfully, is it called The Law of Sublime?
Law of the Sublime, yeah.
You've progressed with that book since we last spoke, so I'm just wondering if I ask you the question now what that book is about and why you're writing it. You talked earlier on in this conversation about being really clear on why you're doing something. Why are you writing that book?
Well, I write my books always with a sense of urgency, like it's going to help people because we're facing a problem. I felt the 48 Laws of Power was at a moment where people were too naive. I felt The Art of Seduction where people didn't understand about the psychology of dealing with the sexes, etc. I wrote the War book because I felt people were terrible at strategy. The 50 Cent book is different, but Mastery because people had lost a sense of how to master profession. Human Nature because people were really bad at dealing with people. Now, the problem I think is our minds are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. We're so absorbed in things that are so unimportant, so banal, so trivial, so stupid. At the same time, science is showing us the most marvelous things you could possibly imagine, about the Big Bang Theory. We're being able to understand what the first minutes of our universe were like. We're able to take a picture inside of a black hole and understand what's going on in a black hole. We're able to understand the history of Earth. Someday we're going to know how life began. It's insane what science is showing us about this world, about the world that we were living in, about this world that we were born into. And I want to open your eyes and expand your consciousness instead of shrink it to the dimensions of what we're actually facing in this world. How insane it is to be sharing the planet with animals and their strange consciousness, how they think differently, but how we can connect to them. We're the only animal that's conscious that we know of, but we can connect to animals on a way that is just insane. I call it the interspecies sublime, right? I'm talking about how our childhood was a moment of incredible sublimity, how we were so open. Some people had a very painful childhood, I don't know, but we were very open to the world and very imaginative about how strange it is to be alive. That very easily dinosaurs could be roaming this planet right now if a meteor hadn't knocked out the dinosaurs 60-some million years ago, okay? On and on and on. I talked about love, I'm writing now about artworks and aesthetics and things that trigger the sublime in us, nature, death, which will be obviously the last chapter. But I just want you to sense that there is something very strange about being alive in the 21st century and not take it for granted and not just be caught up in everything that's so familiar and conventional and banal, and open your eyes, because as you do this, your emotions open up. You're able to feel different things. Your thoughts open up. You're able to have different ideas. You become more creative. Your consciousness expands. Anyway, I could go on forever because I've been writing the book forever, but that's sort of what it's about.
And you think it'll be ready by 2026?
If it isn't, I don't know if I'll still be here, because it's hard to explain, Stephen, but I can't type and I can't take a walk and I can't do the things that I used to do to kind of decompress. And so I have to handwrite everything in 2 notebooks with sticky pads here and there. It's like a rat's maze. And then I dictate it on the computer. It's taken me, ends up being like 6 years of work because the process has been so difficult for me. So my publisher, I'm going to finish in a few weeks the 10th chapter. I have 2 left. I'm projecting to finish that by the end of the year, which would give me enough time to have it published in 2026. I hope, I pray, because if not, I don't know if my body can take it anymore.
Do you mean that when you say that? You're not sure if your body can take it anymore?
Yeah, I can't, man. I can't take the focus. It's like For 3 weeks now, I've been going, this isn't working, this isn't working, this isn't working. I'm not sleeping. My stomach is all churning. Okay, I'm getting too old for this. Then suddenly I break through and go, whoosh, and then it comes back, and then it happens again and again. When I start a chapter, the first couple months, I'm relaxed, I'm breathing, I'm fine. Then when I near the end of the chapter, I turn into the tightest person you can imagine, and I'm so tight. And then I finish it, and whew. So I can't take much more of this, to be honest with you, because I had a stroke. I'm not a young man anymore, so I'm not gonna be overly dramatic here. I don't want to be a drama queen. I'll live, I'll be fine. But seriously, I couldn't take another 2 years of this. I couldn't make that.
2 years of this book?
Yeah, no more.
You're gonna write another book though, aren't you?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna write a book about kittens, or about or about the Lakers, or something easy. I don't know.
Something nice and simple.
Yeah.
One of the clips that I saw the other day, that's one of the most viewed clips from you, was about the primary law of human psychology is that people judge based on appearances. This isn't a nice thing to confront, although everybody knows it's true. What does that mean?
Well, it was a talk that I gave recently in Atlanta, and I was trying to show the game of power as it's played, the rules of the game, and the one thing that I was trying to emphasize is that power is a game of pure psychology. And what I mean by that is, when you have a sports, you have a game like baseball, it's all statistics and data mostly, right? So, and there's a winner and there's a loser. They won the game 5-0, etc. Okay? So there are parameters. There's very little psychology involved, although in sports and soccer, football, and stuff, there's some psychology, but a lot of it's just playing and winning. But power isn't like that. So when we elect a leader like Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, you might say, oh, he got more votes. But what is your judgment, your decision on voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Was it you spent 4 hours with a spreadsheet going over all of their economic policies, deciding this is what's going to happen, this is how it's going to benefit me? No, it was based on appearances, on psychology. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like he had more authority. I kind of like his ideas, but you're not going very deeply into it, right? It's his appearance that mattered. CEOs are often hired because of their optics, because it's not based completely on the amount of money they've made. And believe me, I saw this firsthand when I was on the board of directors. People were hired not on their superior track record, but on their political skills. Often, yeah.
Political skills as in their ability to do sort of office politics and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, there was some, metrics involved, but a lot of it was optics. Okay, so the idea is success, the power game, the laws of power are understanding human psychology. Never outshine the master. You're creating the appearance that you respect the master, that they are better than you, that you are going to obey them, that you're going to follow them. You're playing that game. Always say less than necessary. You're wearing the mask of somebody powerful who learns to control their tongue and control their behavior. Court attention at all costs. You know the behavior that will get people to look at you and attend to you. Do not build fortresses. You understand that appearing isolated at somebody is very dangerous. You know how to play the perfect courtier. You create the appearance of power. And that is the power game, is creating the appearance of it. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, of course, results do matter. They do figure into the picture. I won't deny that. But the main part of the game, the main part of the laws, are understanding the role of appearances, being a good actor, and knowing how to manage that properly in a group situation.
So if two people walked in here and one of them had the appearance of power and one of them didn't, what would the person who had the appearance of power be doing? How would they be carrying themselves? How would they be speaking?
Well, a lot of our idea of a leader and power is nonverbal stuff. Because as I said, we're an animal, we're a social animal. We don't like to understand that, but it's true. And so a lot of it's the body language. So a powerful person in a meeting is kind of relaxed. They're kind of like this. They can put their bodies anywhere, right? Whereas other person's like all tight and nervous and aware. A powerful person has a directed focus. A weak person is like always looking around, touching their hair, touching their face. There's a word for it, I forget what it is in nonverbal communication, but it's a sign of insecurity, right? A powerful person is able to look at everybody in the room directly, whereas somebody who's weak is always kind of averting their gaze. There are these signs of kind of confidence and charisma where you feel you are powerful and it emanates outward. Your eyes have that certain gaze. It's unfortunate because for women, it's a little bit harder to play that game because some of the things that read as powerful for men, for women should read as powerful, but often read as she's mean, she's a bitch, right? So women have a harder time in playing this game of appearances because they're judged so much on their looks and not about these other things. So it's complicated, but there are these kind of cues that people give off that show that they've inwardly feel secure and powerful, and it kind of emanates outward. There's a law in there, act like a king to be treated like one. If you feel like you're a king or a queen, people will believe that you are, right? It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I have the story in there of Christopher Columbus, who was like the son of like a grocer somewhere in like Portugal or whatever. But he convinced all of the kings of Spain that he came from nobility. And it was a total con game, and they believed it, but he carried himself like that. He believed it, and they gave him all this money to go and explore America. That's sort of the iconic story that I use for that.
So you can fake it till you make it?
You can to a degree, but at some point it'll catch up to you if you can't deliver results. So if it's all just make-believe, if it's all just hype, if it's all just appearance and optics, you won't get very far because you have to end up producing. And some of the laws are about that. It's not all about that. So plan all the way to the end is about like getting the results that you want by planning all the way to the end, you know? So it's not just faking it. That'll get you somewhere, but at some point you have to produce.
Real confidence, the real confidence to be relaxed in your chair, to hold eye contact with somebody. Where does that come from when we think about confidence and power?
Well, it can come from one of two things. It can kind of come from almost a form of insanity where you believe since you were a child that you were destined for something great. I'm so amazing, I'm so wonderful, and you feel it. And it's not completely made up. You actually do get things done, but you have that natural air that like a prince would have, right?
What if you don't have any confidence? Can you cultivate it?
Yes, you can. You can. The thing is, the best way to cultivate it is to actually have results that show, to actually have a record to go upon. So you can kind of fake it like Columbus did, but Columbus already had achieved some things when he did that. He'd already had some naval skills, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But it's good to have some things to hang your hat on that will help give you that confidence, so it's not completely faked. But William James, the great American psychologist, talked about as-if strategies. And it's a very important concept in psychology from the early 20th century. If you believe as if you are confident, as if you are powerful, it will tend to be read that way, right? And so, like, he had the analogy, if you smile, even though you don't feel like smiling, you'll end up kind of maybe feeling kind of happy. So the physical action will create the psychological action, was his belief, because he was very much a believer in the body, things starting from the body. So if you believe physically and embodied that you are great, that you deserve this, it will kind of become part of your psychology and it will radiate outward.
But for those that don't, they just don't have that belief. Can you lie to yourself? Can you tell yourself, I am strong and I am powerful?
Well, everybody has some good qualities. movies, right? Everybody, I think almost everybody has something that they can go back to in the past and go, I was actually very good at that. That was actually a good moment. I actually was scored in that particular moment. And you can think about that. I mean, actors do that all the time in movies. When they want to express an emotion, they go back into their past, like they have to express sadness. They go back and they think about their father or mother who died, and they call that emotion up. You can call that emotion up of when you did something actually really great. You might have only been in high school when you were on the sports team and you threw the touchdown or something. Okay, think about that and it'll come back to you. Everybody has something that they can be confident about, I hope.
If there was one law that the powerless amongst us, who feel powerless or lost in the current world, one law or one fact of human nature that people who are feeling lost and purposeless and adrift right now should be thinking the most about, which one springs to mind?
Well, there's no one sharp answer to this kind of thing, but one law that I would highlight is enter action with boldness. And what I mean by that is if you're feeling timid, if you're feeling that you're not confident in something, you will start a project and it will fail because you feel that way, because you don't enter into it with the right energy. So if you take something and you do something boldly, everybody loves the bold, everybody admires it. Even if it's stupid, even if it fails, it will gain you that kind of attention. And so, let's say you're thinking about starting a business. Well, just go ahead and do it and be bold about it and start it and be as dramatic as you can and be as confident as you can. And it creates a self-fulfilling dynamic. People admire it. They don't admire the timid and the insecure and the guy who spends 2 years talking about that podcast he's going to start. They admired that bloke who just decided, all right, I'm going to start it. I don't care. If nobody likes it, fine, you know? I remember this guy who interviewed me once. He had a magazine called Bad Ideas, and it was a really successful magazine in like the early 2000s. And I said, where'd you get that idea? And he said, my mother told me that to start that magazine was a really bad idea, right? So I thought I'd put the title there, you know, and that would be the title of it. And I just went ahead and started it. And it was very successful because it was a great like marketing gimmick, and it also worked, and it was actually full of bad ideas of the thing, but in a very interesting way. So being bold, being different. Everybody nowadays, I'm getting on my goddamn soapbox again, and I apologize to everyone about this, but everyone is so similar. Everybody is so afraid. Everyone's trying to be like everybody else. You go out there and you start something that's different, that's you, that's unique, that's loud, that proclaims I'm a different voice on it. You're going to get attention. So I want more bold people in this world. We've got too much fear, you know? I'm not maybe a big admirer of, in some ways, of Elon Musk, but damn it, he's always bold and it always works for him. He doesn't start just a minimal business about maybe sending rockets out there. He starts a thing that's going to take you to Mars. He's bold and people love it.
The world moves out the way of boldness. I was thinking as you were speaking about a memory of mine of being at a festival in New York City called Global Citizen. It was like Beyonce was performing and stuff, all the biggest names in the world. And my friend was drunk. And we were in the like VIP section behind the stage, but we could see that there was this access all areas artist section. And because my friend was drunk, I've never witnessed anything like it. This guy gets me, takes my hand, goes, come with me. He walks directly at the two massive security guards with this boldness, this conviction. They just moved out of the way.
I thought you were going to say they punched him.
No, they just moved out of the way because of the way he was walking. They just thought, well, he must be in here. And they moved out of the way. They didn't check his pass. They just moved out of the way. And he continued to do that all day. And it was because he was drunk. He's done a documentary about this. He used to be an alcoholic. So he had this confidence when he was drunk where the world would just like move out of his way. And he ended up going in what I believe to be the president of some Asian country's dressing room, again, because he was just walking at things.
Right.
And the way he was walking, it just moved out of his way.
Right.
But I've never forgotten that. Actually, I deployed it today when I went for a run. with my girlfriend because I wanted to use a bathroom in a restaurant. And I figured that if I just walk with a certain conviction, the staff will let me pass. They'll assume maybe I'm sat here. Yeah. And I ended up walking through a conference where you have to it was like a conference hall in this hotel where they're checking people's badges. Just because the way I was walking, nobody checked mine.
Right.
And there's a metaphor here for life, and you kind of allude to it in your book about the bolder you are, the better. Some of these subheadings I find really cool. Lion circle, the hesitant prey. Boldness strikes fear, and fear creates authority. Going halfway with half a heart digs the deeper grave.
Yeah.
Hesitation creates gaps. Boldness obliterates them.
Yeah.
And audacity separates you from the herd.
Yeah. If I have one legacy, if I create more bold people in this world, I will be happy, because we've got too many timid hares out there. We need more bold lions.
Yeah, something.
Start your business, write that book, do it. Just do it, please. And then write me afterwards and either blame me or thank me.
I wish I'd been bolder when I was starting my entrepreneurial career. I wish someone had said to me, whatever your dream is, Steve, when you describe it to people, times it by 10. Whatever number you're trying to raise as an investment, times it by 10.
That's for sure. In negotiations, you ask for 200,000, that's what you get. You ask for $1 million, you maybe get 500,000, but it's 300,000 more than you would have gotten if you'd been timid. Always in negotiation, ask the higher price and mean it and say it with conviction, right? And make sure you think your price is high, you'll get the higher price.
It takes a certain confidence though, and that's really what's, I think, at the heart of the problem. Yeah. Maybe we just all need to be a bit more drunk. That was a joke.
That's the lesson. That's law.
Well, we have a closing tradition on this podcast.
Okay.
Where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're going to be leaving it for. The question that's been left for you is, close your eyes and imagine yourself 10 years from now. Where are you? What are you doing? And who are you with?
I'm hoping that I'm alive and healthy and that my walking has gotten better so that I can take a walk, and that I'm with my wife, and that we're climbing a mountain, which I haven't been able to do. I loved hiking, and I'm able to do that. I will be crying in that moment because I am so frustrated not being able to do what I love the most. And if that moment arrives in 10 years, God, I don't know, I'll be so joyous, to be able to do something that I love so much and has been taken away from me, and to have it back. I'm not asking to be, an athlete or do what I could do before. If I could just take a simple walk up a hill, I'd be so happy. That's what I'm imagining.
It's a really important lesson because we just take it all so for granted, don't we?
Please don't. And other people I read about who've had experiences like this, who were in an accident at a young age. It's worse because I was already in my early 60s, who've had this. It's just like, how do you deal with it, People who were athletic, who were energetic, who were outdoors, and then it's all taken away. It's a terrible story, but you learn life skills and you learn how to deal with it. And then I still have my brain, so I'm able to write a book, thank God. But I really, really want to be able to swim and hike again. God, I'd be so happy.
It's puts everything in perspective when you tell me that you'd be crying tears of joy to walk up a hill.
Just to walk straight up the hill where on the street I am, I would be crying. I would. My wife can attest to that because I'm so frustrated. I'd be so happy, Yeah.
What would you say to someone like me who is quite clearly, because of the privilege that I have of my mobility, going to be taking it all for granted and
people walk by my window in my office. I've told you, I think it was on my last conversation I mentioned this, so I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I see them walking their dog or riding their bicycle or jogging, and I go, they don't realize how beautiful that looks to me. They don't appreciate it. And because they don't appreciate it, it doesn't mean that much to them. It means more to me than it does to them. They should be appreciating it. They should be thinking, I think of my neighbor, he's just out in his driveway fixing cars and he's listening to his music. He should be so happy that he's got his body, that he's doing this, that he's in the moment, that he's present. But he's not. I'm the one that's feeling his joy at being like that. But you should be feeling that in your everyday activities, that you're alive, that you're a human being, that walking, you take for granted walking. As somebody who can't walk, I know, like, you're always balancing on one leg. You don't realize that when you walk. The miracle of a human walk is at every moment you're always on one leg. That's a balancing act. And you're able to do that and you're able to run and do it. Don't take that stuff for granted, you know? Because I can't, every step I take, I have to think about balancing on that left leg of mine.
You had a wasp or a bee sting that resulted in a stroke, which is what
pretty much
changed your mobility. If you could go back and speak to Robert before that, 20-year-old Robert, and you could just whisper something to him.
I would whisper to 20-year-old Robert, just don't think about it, Robert. Everything's going to come out okay. You know, don't, just be who you are. Don't regret anything. It's all working out for the best. And just, I can't say, like I would say, enjoy the moment, because I was enjoying my 20s immensely. But maybe when I was 34, I would have said, you know, don't give up. It's going to happen. Everything's going to fit into place and you're going to have an amazing life. You're going to be meeting Stevie Wonder, one of your idols, when you were a kid. Bob Dylan is going to be mentioning you in a book and has read your book. The people that you loved when you were a kid. You're going to be meeting and hanging out with 50 Cent. You're going to be meeting presidents. You have no idea what's ahead of you. Okay, I would have maybe said something like that. But then maybe I would have gotten lazy and I wouldn't have written it because I would have thought, oh, it's all going to happen. So.
So maybe the doubt and the worry and the is useful.
And the neurotic energy,
Robert, thank you so much. We're all very, very excited for your upcoming book.
Oh yeah, so am I.
So you talk about urgency. We can't wait.
Okay.
And we're very much looking forward to it because I know how much you pour into these books and you've expressed how much you sort of agonize over it being exactly what you wanted to say. And not all authors are like that. Some are a little bit more flippant. So I appreciate that so much, and I appreciate the time that you've spent on my show and the value that you've given my audience. I was looking at some of the comments earlier, and it's just incredible the impact you've had on people by sharing your own story, talking about the stroke and the gratitude that that's given you for life and the gratitude we need to have. So thank you so unbelievably much.
Very well. Thank you for the opportunity, for the honor of being on this incredibly exciting podcast of yours. And as I say, every morning, this is my third time, I've always had I've always been in a good mood the morning before. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it's something about being on your podcast. So thank you.
The honor is all mine. Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to this show. If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much.
So we are here today on a special day because today's Wednesday. We were just here 2 days ago. This is a very rare occasion. We're going to talk about bridging the wealth gap. But when I say bridging the wealth gap, see, you're thinking about money immediately. Money is just one of the byproducts. You've heard me say it before. You'll hear me say it again. Wealth is not money. Wealth is your ability to create value for someone other than yourself. That's what wealth is. The more people you can create value for that are not you, that's where your wealth comes from. And I am here with international best-selling author, one of the most brilliant people that I've ever had the privilege of meeting, somebody who is going to expand your brain in ways you didn't know it could expand. And I am here with the co-author of 10x is easier than 2x, the gap in the gain, personality isn't permanent, be your future self now, Slipstream, and now his latest book, The Science of Scaling. And a lot of people, unfortunately, when they read this gentleman's books, they think that he's talking about some tactics to do so they can have some desired thing in the future. But what he is always talking about, at least from my perspective, and he can correct me on this if I'm wrong, is he's talking about becoming the best version of yourself. And when you become the best version of yourself, you will be able to do the best things and you will be able to have the best things. It is my privilege and my pleasure to have live in studio none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Dr. Benjamin Hardy. Ben, glad to have you here, brother.
I always love being with you, Myron. I always love being with you, man. We knew this would be fun.
Oh, we knew it would be fun. We've been talking about this for a while, so here we go. We're gonna dive in the deep end of the pool. You started out with when we were right before we went live, you started out with a quote. Do you want to start with that quote? No. Start where you want to start.
No, I'll start with the quote, because what was the question? No, there was we were talking about, is it easier?
Yes, is it easier? Is it easier to follow the path that most people are on? Because most people live life by analogy, by copy, by imitation. They don't even recognize who they are, and so they're just following other people around. And it seems easier to follow the crowd. But is it easier, or does it just feel easier, was my question.
Yeah, so that took me to this quote right here, which is behind me. It's by Robert Brault. And Robert Brault said, "We're kept from our goal, not by obstacles, but by a clear path to a lesser goal." And so everything that we're doing is based on our goals. And that's one of the core psychological insights that I always want people to understand is, you're here in this room, you're watching this because it's relevant to your goals. If it wasn't relevant to your goals, you would see it as noise, you'd push it away, you wouldn't do it. And so usually we're taking a default path to a lesser goal. And so I think that's the short-term easy, the long-term hard. But that's what we're always doing, is we're either going for the right goal and going through the obstacles, going through the transformation, or we're shifting to a lesser goal. And whenever you start shifting to a lesser goal, you're in a lot of ways contradicting yourself. You're starting to lie to yourself, contradict yourself, and starting to then justify. And that then leads to a massive, it leads to inner conflict that then creates complexity and confusion and starts slowing down growth. And so that's when you see someone who's not growing intensely, it's because they're still saying yes to lesser paths, to lesser goals. And that happens all the time.
So good.
And sometimes it gets hard to discern if it's a lesser goal.
So let's look at that phrase. Michael, can you go ahead and broadcast cast the vibe board as if I were writing on it? We are kept from our goal not by obstacles, but by a clear path to a lesser goal. So the objective that we have in front of us, the big thing that we're supposed to do, the big version of ourselves that we're supposed to experience, the big results that we're supposed to produce and experience. If it's a clear path to a lesser goal, is the reason we're not getting to that lesser goal, to that big goal, is because the path to the big goal is not clear.
The path to the big goal is often not clear. It takes a lot of work to get to make enough progress, and the path to the higher goal transforms a lot along the way. It's not just a singular path, it will transform a lot. And so as you're advancing towards the true goal, the pathway and the people involved are going to change, but you'll never get far enough along that journey because you keep saying yes to the lesser goals. And so you're going to heavily miss, you won't filter enough to actually get to what we were talking about, the level of mastery, transformation. You won't get there because all of your attention and commitment and accountability are to lesser goals, whether that be fear of disappointing people, whether it be me getting that quick paycheck, whether it be I don't want to fire that person, so I'm going to keep them. Whatever it is, these things that we keep out of fear lead us to.
Sorry, my phone.
They lead us to this, and I know he can be a controversial figure, but this is from an engineering and from a system design standpoint. Elon is an absolute genius at engineering and system design, as well as business, obviously. And so he says that the most common mistake of a smart engineer is to optimize a thing that shouldn't exist. And I think that this is those lesser goals, is optimizing things that shouldn't be in the system, optimizing things in your life that shouldn't be there at all. A lot of businesses are literally focusing on the wrong thing, and they're spending a lot of time optimizing the wrong goal or the wrong KPI. And so being able to know what is the right goal, what do we need to strip out that shouldn't exist, so that then we can advance on the right path. That's what we're looking for. But I think that this quote is a heavy hitter, because I think that the majority of what most people are doing is optimizing things that if they had a better goal and were committed to a cleaner path, they would stop optimizing most of the things that they're now doing.
So my very first, you probably don't know this, but my very first financial breakthrough in my life was in 1999. It was April 1999. And in 1998, I made $48,000 for the whole year, right? A whole year went by, right? I made $48,000. And in April of 1999, I accidentally made, and I say accidentally because I didn't have it as a goal. That's what I mean. So I accidentally made $6,200 in 1 week. So in 1 week, I made 1.5 times as much as I used to make in a month. And 1998 up to that time was my best year, right? And so the first thing I said was, wow. And then I said, I can't believe how easy that was. And then I concluded that that must mean that it's easier to make a lot of money in a short period of time than it is to make a little money over a long period of time, which changed my whole life, because I made a decision in that moment to not look at and not look for the hard ways to make a little bit of money anymore. I ignore all the hard ways to make a little bit of money and only focus on the easier ways to make a lot. That was a decision I made in 1999.
So it changed how you filter. That changed your goals, and it changed how you filter options and choices.
1,000%. Which is why the first time I ever heard you, a couple years ago in Mexico, when you were talking about 10x is easier than 2x, everything you said resonated with me. I was like, oh, this guy gets it. And so, I don't know if you remember, but we had an initial conversation, came up and asked you a question, and from that time on, it was just like, it was like click. It was like this electric conversation from that point on, right? And so this whole idea that why are people optimizing things that shouldn't exist? Why are people running down a clear path to a lesser goal? Why are, okay, everybody here heard that. Sad but true. Many people here, I won't say most because I don't know, but many people here will leave here and continue to do the exact same thing for the rest of the day, and the rest of the week, and the rest of the month, and the rest of the year. Why?
All right. Care if I just go in teacher mode for a minute?
Please do. Please do.
So I've shared this before. I mean, many of you have probably seen this, but your question on being versus doing, I think, had a lot to do with this. So this is the common approach, and I think we shift into this linear approach. This is the natural default, is to let the past determine the present, and then let the present determine our approach to the future. This has huge consequences, but it leads us to defaulting into what we're now doing versus really intensely thinking about the future and who we want to be. And so when you said doing, I was thinking, this is what you're doing. When you think being, you're bringing the future forward. So this is the model that I want you all to catch yourself on all the time, which is that, and there's a lot of important points with this view of time. The first one is that the past and the present the past and the future are not outside of you psychologically. Psychologically, these are just simply tools for filtering the present. The better and better I get at learning from my past, the less I'll repeat it in the present, right? If I get better and better at learning from my past, could be mistakes I've made, challenges I've made, the better I get at framing and understanding my past, the less it's directing me. The more I'm directing it, learning from it. And so this is just showing that the past and future are tools, and their purpose is to make better decisions in the present. And they do impact you in the present. But the important point with these is and this is just true, is that the future holds 10x more weight than the past. If it doesn't, then you're in trouble. If the past is holding most of the weight, then you actually have bad psychology. And then that leads to very bad strategy. And so if your past holds the weight, then what that means is the past is dictating what you do, even if it was a great past. Even if it was a successful past, right?
So good.
Yeah, So this is what you want, is you want to let the future determine what you do in the present. And we actually already are doing those things, but the problem is when our future is based on our past. And so this is when you let your past, whether it's bad experiences, shape your goals. I had this traumatic experience, I'm never gonna let that happen to me again. And so now your goal is to never let that happen to you again. So it's an avoidance-based goal. And so now you have a future that you're trying to avoid versus a future that you want that you're trying to approach. In psychology, you're either approaching or avoiding, right? And a lot of our goals are avoidance-based goals. I was talking to a guy who's running a nice company, $31 million in revenue. And as we were walking him through this framework, he realized that he was stalling his company from growth. And he realized, oh, I have had a hidden goal that has been impacting our company. They said we want to go for revenue, but he didn't realize that he had a lesser goal that he was trying to avoid, which was he didn't want to happen. He was unaware of it, by the way. It was a hidden goal, an unconscious goal. But he became conscious of it and realized that his company was being driven by his past. And he realized his father had an experience, like he had an experience when he was a young man, that his father was running a big firm and it failed. They had 500 employees and it failed. And so he did not want that to happen to him. And so he was, even though they had a great company, he was trying to avoid what had happened to his father. And so he actually didn't want to grow the company, even though he didn't realize that. But so much of his decisions were to avoid that from happening. And so another way that the past impacts the future is when you take your prior performance and you use that as the basis for your goals. So let me give an example. You made $1 million last year. So you use that as the basis for the goals you have this year. Okay, I made $1 million last year, so I'm going to go for 1 or 2 million, 1.5 or 2 million this year. That's using the past to shape your goals, and that is going to lead to an ineffective future that doesn't have a powerful enough impact on the present. The whole point of the future as a tool, and even of goals as a tool, is to massively impact your present. The future is a tool for shaping your present, for directing your present, for forcing you to look at things you don't want to look at, and the better you frame your future, the better you can look at the present and honestly begin examining everything you're now saying yes to. And most of the things you're saying yes to are lesser goals. They're optimizing things that shouldn't exist. And the only way to begin to figure that out, to Myron's question, is to have a much better, more powerful future that you're using to look at the present and to filter the present and to make decisions in the present. And so the future is the tool to impact the present, but it's the quality of your future that determines how you can filter the present. Because your future determines the pathways you take. The future determines what you say yes and no to. The goal shapes the path. And so to the idea of 10x is easier than 2x, going for a goal that's 10 times bigger naturally forces you to find different paths than the one you're currently on. Almost everything you're now doing can maybe 2x you, right? Maybe with more effort. Almost nothing you're doing right now can 10x you. And so that goal or that future, and there's a lot of different ways to look at it. In the science of scaling, I look at not just the scale of the goal, but the timeline of the goal. So we'll keep going, but there's a lot there. But the beautiful thing about a properly
Is there anybody else who can't breathe right now, or is it just me? Okay, thank you.
The beautiful thing about a properly framed future, the first beauty of a properly framed future is that it allows you to start being far more honest with yourself about all the things you're now doing that can't get you there. And then you have to start to grapple with, am I willing to let this go? Anyways, go ahead.
So good. So a couple things. So this is why, this whole thing you just explained is why people take their past experience, they project it on the screen of their future, they recreate the past and the present, and they think they're living in the present, but they're actually just living yesterday again. Is that right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, if people are using the past as the basis for their goals, they're just repeating the past.
Okay. And so a better way to do it is to take our desired future and superimpose it on our present to see who we have to become now in order to experience that then. Am I close?
Oh yeah.
he said, oh yeah. So when we were in Mexico, because I'm gonna share something with you you probably are not aware of about me. So when we were in Mexico, I wanted to have a conversation with you about some of your concepts, because you and I always go to level 11 million when we start talking, right? And so
Myron's one of my favorite people to talk to, by the way.
Oh, and you were one of mine.
I love this man.
And so for a long time, I would speak out, and everybody here knows this, and say, I think goals are a bad idea. Now, I like really, really a bad idea. And when you were talking in Mexico, it helped me get some clarity on why I believe setting goals is a bad idea. So a couple things. Dr. Ben is my friend. I'm his friend. We're friends. We're not always going to agree on everything. I don't even always agree with me on everything. So we're not going to always agree on everything, okay? And if you understand that you can gain so much insight by having conversations with people you disagree with. I don't know if any of you have read the book, Thank You for Arguing, but if you haven't, I would recommend it. Okay, anyway. So like I have this really strong belief about setting goals. Like, setting goals is not a good idea. I don't even have goals, right? And y'all have heard me say that many times, right? Y'all have heard me say that, okay. Then when you were talking, it made me realize why when I heard you talking in Mexico a couple weeks ago, it made me realize why I was so vehemently against setting goals, and it gave me a new awareness. So I'm gonna share that awareness with you, and then let's talk about that concept, okay? Here's the awareness that I gained. The reason I was so vehemently against setting goals is because the word goal is something that all of us have in our vocabulary, but we all have different dictionaries.
I agree.
Right? And so it's like people say you can sell without being salesy. And every time somebody says that, I'm like, I hate that saying. You can sell without being salesy. What does that even mean? But the reason when somebody, like if somebody says, I'm gonna ask the question in here. How many of you don't like sales? Don't like sales? Everybody in here loves sales. Really? Come on. How many of you don't like sales? Let's be honest. Okay, good. Now, here's my contention. The reason people don't like sales is because what they think sales means. And people who don't like sales because of what they think the sales means. And what they think sales means is I'm going to talk people into buying something they don't want, don't need, can't afford, and I have to either convince them, congeal them, beg them, bug them, or otherwise bother them to say yes to me so I can get some money from them. Is that what y'all mean when you say I don't like sales? Yes? Okay. But selling is not convincing. Selling is the opposite of convincing. Convincing is what people who can't sell resort to because they can't sell. Convincing is when I attempt to get you to do something I desire you to do for my reasons. Persuasion is when I help you make a decision you already desire to make for your own reasons. So the reason I gave you that analogy is because the reason I didn't like the whole idea of setting goals is because everybody that I ever heard talk about setting goals used it in a totally different context with a totally different definition than you. And here's how they use it. They use it to verbally claim that they desire an outcome that they have no intention of working towards, and then beating themselves up tomorrow for not doing the things today to make that thing happen. So that's when I heard the word goal, that's the definition that I had in my mind of goal. When I heard you talk about goal, I was like, oh, I never thought about it from that perspective before. You talk about a goal as a desirable future outcome that if you decide, in fact, you call it an impossible goal, right? Most people set goals they think are possible but believe are impossible. But that's another conversation for a different day. But you were talking about an impossible goal. So something that clearly is impossible for you the way you're going about life right now, right? And the whole purpose of a goal from the way you talk about it, and I could be wrong by it, straighten me out completely. I'm open for it. The way you talk about goals in an impossible goal and accomplishing an impossible goal in a way shorter time frame is because when you set that goal that's impossible and you collapse the time frame down to something that's ridiculous, it forces you to abandon the person you've been being and become the person you have to be in order for you to achieve that objective. Talk to me.
That's going deep into quality of goals, but one of the core things that I want to help people understand is that everything they do is driven by goals, even if they don't realize it.
So define goal for me.
Yeah. So I'll give everyone here in person an example. When you woke up, you all were in different locations. How did you all land here? At a certain point, you had the goal of driving your car to this location. This became the future that you were driving to. That's why we all landed here in the same spot. Mm-hmm. You know, you created that situation, but they all had the goal to be here, else they wouldn't be here. They'd be at different places doing their jobs. You'd be filming a podcast or something. You know, and like you got your day would be different, but at a certain point, it became your goal to come here. That's why you're here. The people who are online, they probably didn't know that this was going to happen. So they're scrolling, and now they see this, and now it becomes a goal. It might be a lesser goal, a clear path to a lesser goal for them. Often where our goals end up being reactive in the moment. Oh, I see a distraction, I'm gonna go for that, right? But everything we do, if you think about it from a spiritual perspective, I think a lot of what you do is to please God. So that
100%.
So you might say that's not a goal, but it actually is. It's the thing driving you. It's the thing shaping your choices. It's the thing shaping your path. And so
that's what you mean when you say goal, the thing that's driving you and shaping your path.
Yeah, the thing that's driving you is your goal.
It is your intention.
Yeah.
It is your set intention.
Yeah, and you can have micro ones and macro ones. You know, you have a core thing that's driving what you do, and you might not want to give it the term of a goal, but it is. I often hear people say, I don't have a goal, and they might be actually like literally trying to grow a business. It's like, well, why does that business exist then? Does it have a purpose? Of course it has a purpose. The purpose is the goal, right?
Okay.
And so not only is all human psychology shaped by our goals, and the goal might be, I want to please my dad, right? Or I want to make money, right? Like those are goals, even if they're not stated. Mm-hmm. They actually are stated. So a lot of people, why do they work until they're 65? Because they want to retire.
Yeah, their goal is to retire.
Their goal is to retire and to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And so that's what shapes their process. That's what allows them to stay in a job for 30 years, right? Mm. That became a philosophy that was outside of yours, and so you had different goals.
Mm. So philosophy outside of yours, so you had different goals.
Yeah.
So your philosophies shape your goals.
I think your philosophy largely shapes your goals for sure. Yeah, it does.
Okay.
And developing new and better philosophy, and then becoming aware of yourself and where you have goals that either contradict themselves or that are no longer worth having. There's a lot of goals that we still have that are, the most awesome thing that will happen to us is eventually when we can let that thing go. Let me give a few more examples. Is that all right?
Please do.
So one of the key things that I want to help you understand is that all human psychology is shaped by our goals. What we see, what we don't see, literally what you see, what you filter for, like how you see things. And then what you build and what you don't build. I was thinking so we talk about how all human systems are driven by goals. And so this building is a system, and it actually has a goal. It might be for you to film content in, but there's a reason this place exists, and there's a purpose for it. Mm-hmm. There's a purpose for those lights. Like all human systems are shaped by a goal. And the more quality the goal, the more quality that the system can be built. And so this is, I share this a lot, but I just want to give this base understanding, and then I want to explain how you can get stuck with the wrong goals without knowing it, and then pursue lesser paths and ultimately not scale, which is what we're talking about, make massive progress. So this is just a picture that shows frame. I talk about this a lot, but essentially with our psychology, everything we see is shaped in what we call our frame, right? And our frame is largely based on our goals. Our experience shapes our frame, but our frame and what we see and what we're focused on is based on our goals. And so this is just a picture that shows that there's a ton of different pathways you could take. There's a ton of different information you can see. Most of that stuff is going to be invisible to you. There's a ton think about the endless information on the internet. Most of it you're not going to see. And a lot of it that you see, you're going to completely disregard because it has no relevance to you. That's the difference between signal versus noise. And in psychology, we talk a lot about pathways, thinking that everything we're doing is looking for pathways to our goals, whether they're known or unknown goals. And so everything we see and everything we do within our frame is based on our goals. And so this, what I want to show you here, and I used the example in 10x is easier in 10x is easier than 2x of my son Caleb. The idea is in Orlando where we live, if he wanted to go to college and play college tennis, there are a lot of pathways to that goal. This is an example of pathways, that there's a ton of pathways for a 2x goal or for a smaller goal. There's a ton of options, right? But if he wants to go for pro, the options become far less. Like there's way less options to a bigger goal, right? If he wants to play professional, there may be 1,000 possible pathways, even in Orlando where we live. Academies, coaches, phenomenal ones that could get him into college. If he wants to go to pro, most of those pathways, most of those options become noise. They become optimizing things that shouldn't exist. They're non-viable pathways to his goal, therefore they go below the floor. That's what I say. They become optimizing things that shouldn't exist. They become dead-end pathways that can't get him where he's going. And so even if he was putting a lot of effort on a bad path, it wouldn't get him to his goal. And so it forces you to filter and find the pathways that could get you there. And so that's the point of the higher or the 10x goal or the impossible goal, is that it forces you to grapple with what you're doing right now can't get you to the goal. Now you have a choice. Do you keep what you're doing now? Do you stay on that path, or do you face it? And are you willing to go find a better path, better partners, better people, better process, whatever it is? And so ultimately you have, the hardest thing for people. So Steve Jobs said that innovation is saying no to 1,000 things, right? Michael Porter, who created the field of competitive strategy, said that strategy is basically what you say no to, right? And so you have to, in order to actually focus, right, which is what Steve Jobs was talking about, you actually have to have the right frame and be willing to get rid of all of the lesser goals, all the dead-end paths, stop optimizing things that shouldn't be there, and go and find that innovative path that we were talking about before, that innovative path. Most people will never filter and find the right thing to focus on, let alone take that focus as far as it can go, because then they end up getting distracted or they fall back below the floor. And so I want to show a quick example, and then we'll dive into this, and then Myron, we'll go wherever you want to go. So I want to show an example, and maybe some of you guys have heard me talk about this, but there's different ways to become aware when you're optimizing things that shouldn't exist, or when you're pursuing ineffective goals, even if you think you're going for the right thing. So this is a guy who, he's a 22-year-old guy. I talk about this story in The Science of Scaling, but he wants to own a European soccer team. So there's a young man who wants to own a European soccer team. He's 22 years old, and I asked him, I said, I love that goal. That's a huge goal, I said, but when are you going to do it? And he said, by the time I'm 55, I'll get there. Right? That's pretty realistic. He's 22 years old. We all, by the way, often our timelines are arbitrary, but usually it's the time frame for our goal that makes them very ineffective. So in his case, he wanted to get there by 55 because he felt like, well, first off, most owners of sports teams are older, and it takes a lot of time to accumulate the type of money and funds to do that, right? And so, but the thing that I want him to see is that he's not actually on a path to doing it. And so I said, your timeline is bad. If you're giving yourself to age 55, right, you're giving yourself 33 years, which is reasonable. I said, what would happen to your path and to your plan if rather than getting there by age 55, you only gave yourself to age 30? Now it's impossible goal territory, right? Now he's like, I have no clue how to do it. And so what happened with him was, this is just a graphical vision of showing that if you move the timeline on the same goal, the path has to change. You can't get there. So if he gave himself 20 or 30 or 40 years, if we now gave him only a few, his old path wouldn't work. And so there's a linear path and there's a focused path. But the thing about the long path that messes people up is that it allows you to optimize the wrong things. So in his case, when I said, what would happen to you if you, rather than going for the goal, I'm not telling you what goal to pursue, I'm just saying what would happen if you took the goal and rather than having 33 years to do it, you had like 5 or 6. Then he started to see the what he believed to be requirements to achieve that goal, and now he had to question those requirements. He said, I really want to get a PhD. He's like, I also want to run a firm. And I want to do this and this and this and this. He had a long laundry list of requirements in his head to eventually get to that goal. And I said, well, if you move the timeline forward and now you only have till age 30 to do it, what happens to all those things? He says, I don't know. He says, because I really thought I needed to get a PhD. He said, I really wanted this. And I said, well, if you only have till age 30, is that even relevant anymore? Does that even work? Or no? The problem with having too long of a timeline to do something, and this is true even directly of a business, is that he wasn't actually solving the goal. His stated goal is, I want to own a European soccer team. But he's not solving the goal. He's not he's not actually developing the relationships, the knowledge, the situations to actually do that. What he's trying to do is get to the next step on his linear journey, which is getting into a PhD program. So he's now spending the next 5 years optimizing for getting into a PhD program, not how do I get the European soccer team. So he's actually not even solving the goal. He's solving a false requirement. He's solving something that shouldn't exist if the goal was framed properly. He's literally, and this, what are you taking from this?
Oh my goodness, it's just so good. No, keep going. I'm going to save my questions because I've got questions.
So this is what people do in their life is because of how poorly framed their goals are, they're on dead-end pathways that the best thing that can happen to this young man is facing that goal of having a PhD. By the way, all goals are means, right? But in that case of that PhD, he sees that as a pathway to his goal. But it's a bad pathway to his goal. It's an attachment that we all get attached to the path, right? And so in his mind, it's a beautiful path. He loves that path, but it's a bad path to his stated goal. And he doesn't realize that. And so part of why we're framing the future in these ways, going for an impossible goal, right? When I say the future shapes the present, what we want to do is we want to frame the future in such a way that it forces us to grapple with the present a lot more effectively, right? If we make the goal a massively higher, in his case, his goal was already so high that I didn't need to change the goal, but his timeline was so bad that when the goal was that far away, it justified really bad thinking. It justified a bad path, which would never work, by the way. His pathway was not going to work because he wasn't solving the goal. He was solving lesser goals that he thought were there. And so what you want to do is you always want to use the goal and start solving it immediately. Actually solve the goal. Find the path to the goal. If you start actually solving the goal, you'll start to actually learn what it takes to solve the goal and to achieve it, instead of achieving some false milestones that are allowing you to optimize things that shouldn't exist and that are actually ensuring you'll never hit it. If your goal is more than 10 years away, you're not going to hit it. I'm telling you, you're not going to hit it. Because the decisions you're making today are the very decisions that will make it fundamentally almost impossible for you to hit, because you're making decisions that are counter to the goal. And this happens in business all the time. I'm going to show you just a business.
And families and health and everything.
Yeah. But you end up spending years optimizing a thing that you thought was going to get you to the goal, and it's literally taking you the opposite direction. It has nothing to do with the goal. Him getting a PhD has nothing to do with his goal.
Right.
And not that I'm against it. I have a PhD, right? But you have to ask, what is the thing you're optimizing for? If he actually is optimizing for owning a European soccer team, and if he actually made that the goal, and if he forced that goal on his present and forced himself to look at everything he's now saying yes to, and forced himself to look at all the things he's doing, most of it, if he was honest with himself, would go below the floor. Most of it would be clear paths to lesser goals that have no reality to the goal itself. And so what you want to do is you want to frame your goals so effectively that it forces you to find what's called the crux. The crux is the thing that actually has to be solved to hit the goal. He's not solving that, by the way. He doesn't even know what that is. It might seem impossible because he's probably going to have to get a lot of money, but there are pathways to getting to that goal, but he's not thinking about those. He's not solving those. He's not even considering those. His next 5 years is swallowed up in getting a PhD. Not even getting it, getting into it. And so the crux, this is a book by a guy named Richard Rummelt called The Crux, How Leaders Become Strategists. The crux is a concept in rock climbing, and if you see the picture, the crux is the most crucial part of a climb. They call it the hardest difficult problem. In climbing, they call them problems to solve. But the crux is the thing that actually needs to be solved to hit the goal. And the problem with most people is they don't even know what the crux for their goal is, and they're certainly not putting their time and attention on solving it. And so in his case, he's not solving the crux. He's solving how do I get into a PhD program, which is actually making his life complex and taking it in the wrong direction. So Dr. Richard Rumelt said this. He says, you will have a much harder time dealing with a gnarly challenge or a goal, whatever it is, if you have not distilled it down to a crux. No one solves a problem they cannot comprehend and hold in their mind. And so he actually can't comprehend how to hit his goal. Let me give another, so what I want to show you here is that this is an example, by the way. This is a complex versus a simple system. The complex system is a system that has too many competing goals and priorities. In his case, his path to his PhD is a very complex path. It's a very complex system. Mm-hmm. I got to get a PhD, I got to go this way, I got to run this firm, I got to do this, I got to do that. There's a lot of conflicting and competing goals and priorities that are creating complexity that are not a clear path. He does not have a clear path to his goal. And he's optimizing many different things that are not, and this is, and the left side, or the complex system, is what most businesses are. Most businesses are doing way too many things and they actually don't know why. And they're doing it, honestly, largely out of fear. They're doing it out of fear of committing to the true goal and solving it. And so they're holding on to a lot of things because they're not willing to get so good at what they do that they can succeed. Instead, they're holding on to a lot of mediocre and decent things that are actually creating complexity and muddling their focus and creating a lack of definition of who they are. And so they're not defined. They're not saying, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is who I do it for. And more importantly, remember, focus and innovation are saying no to 1,000 things. Strategy is saying no to almost everything, even really great things. And so this is what Steve Jobs said. I already said it, right? Focus and innovation means saying no to 1,000 things, letting go of clear paths to lesser goals. You can know that someone's not going to scale or they're not going to grow fast, and you can see it because they're not growing fast because they haven't grappled with this. They're still pursuing too many different things, and they're unwilling to choose a focused path, right? So I said frame, floor, focus. Your frame is what you see. It's based on your goals. Your floor defines what you don't do. When you have a really high floor, you have to start saying no to a lot of things, including your lesser goals. And then you can actually create a focused path, which most people won't do. But if you actually focus and you're focused on the right thing, the actual crux.
So you just said you have to let go of a lot of things, including lesser goals. Would it be even more accurate to say you have to let go of a lot of things, especially lesser goals, because those are the things that are the most distracting?
Yeah, those lesser goals are false meanses to where you thought you needed to go, right? Or they're things that you were attached to
for whatever reason,
from prior premises. Your past self is not a bad person, but they had different premises than you. And often we hold on to the goals of our past selves, and that stops us from letting those go and going the better path. And so, it's sometimes hard to grapple with. This meant a lot to me in the past, but it's now a bad path.
Can you go back to your slide that had the trajectories, the two different trajectories? That one. So, the path, the 1-year path versus the 10-year path. That's like, I don't know that anything could be more beautiful than that picture. Because the amount of inertia that you have to overcome, which is my present self, my past self, the amount of inertia that you have to overcome in order to take the focus path it's way greater. The trajectory makes gravity feel heavier, but the strength that you develop to overcome that level of gravity on that path will make you so strong that the feeling of the weight of gravity doesn't matter. So this, like when I saw this, it made me think of some stuff that you wrote in your book Slipstream, which is mind-blowing. So I want to ask you 3 questions from Slipstream with regard to this illustration.
Sure.
Okay. One of the premises of Slipstream is life is measured by distance traveled, not by time elapsed. Focus on personal growth, not clock time. Can you expand on that? Because most people think that the quality of their lives is measured by the number of years of experience they have doing a thing, but it's really more accurately measured by the number of experiences they put in those years. So, can you expand on life is measured by distance traveled, not time elapsed? That's the first one.
Yeah, so this goes into physics a bit, but if you think about...
That's okay, I like physics.
I know you do. And corrects me where I'm wrong, Professor. No, I'm a very novice physicist, but...
me too.
So when you think about, when they talk about planetary and like physics and outer space, they talk about the amount of time it takes for light to travel distances, right? And so they say that I believe the sun is 8 light minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're saying we're calling them light minutes, but we're really talking about a distance. We're talking about the distance between Earth and the sun, right? And so when we talk about distant galaxies, right, we're talking about how they're like 2 light years away. We're talking about the amount of time it takes for light to travel a distance, right? And so from a physics standpoint, time is usually it's largely a measure of distance, which then kicks into Einstein's relativity theories.
That's what...
You know, where when an object is moving faster in space relative to some other object, that object's the one that's going faster, its time goes slower. And so for example, if an object can travel from one distance to another in a year, and another object can travel that same distance in 10 years, then this one has slower time. They traveled the same amount of time in 1/10 the time, 1 year. So their time is 10 times slower. They
both traveled the same distance.
They traveled the same distance, but one, it took them 10 times longer. So that one, their time went 10 times faster. They lost 10 years. This one lived 1 year, that one lived 10. So this one had slower time.
That's why it's so important to shorten the time period between where you are and where you're headed.
Yeah. And so time, it's better to look at time as distance rather than time as minutes, because if you look at time as distance, you can think, okay, I have this distance I want to travel. I can do it in 30 years, or I can find a pathway to making that same distance in 2. It's the same distance.
The distance
it's going to be different pathways. One pathway is going to be and so it's better to look at distances rather than how long it's going to take. Because if you look at the distance and then you start messing with the different pathways, you can travel the same distance in much less time. So you don't have to lose all that time.
Is it because the slower path is fueled by labor, and the faster path to the same distance is fueled by leverage? And that leverage is optimizing the thing that will get you there, optimizing for the thing that will get you there in that amount of time versus just allowing yourself to do.
Leverage is a huge part of it. Not only your own leverage, but other people's leverage, right? Technology leverage, yeah. Going for the faster goal will require a lot more leverage to get you there. And so it takes you into a concept we call super who's. Should I go into that? Yeah, no.
Let's go into super who's.
Yeah, leverage is monster. You know, but the thing is there's different ways to access leverage, right? And there's different forms of leverage, right? It could be capital, that's a form of leverage. It could be knowledge. It could be connections, right? There's different forms of leverage, but if you want to get to if you want to hit the same goal in 1/10 of the time, you're going to need a lot more leverage. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. I love this.
So, what you said, the faster progress stretches, the faster you progress, it stretches your perception of time. So the quicker you move toward a goal, the slower time feels.
The slower time goes relative to the person on that journey. On the longer journey.
On the longer journey.
Yeah. So you achieve. If someone wants to be a millionaire, one person they're on a 30-year path. One person's on a 1-year path.
I literally had.
And so 30 years went by for the one. That's fast time. Their time just zipped by.
I literally had a friend of mine say to me last night on the phone. Literally, this is what he said. I can't fathom making 7 figures. And I thought to myself, I can't fathom making less than 7 figures a month. Like, that was my thought. I didn't say that, but I thought it. Right? No, no, that was that was. But my point is that going faster increases the quality of your life, because if you're making time slow down relative to everybody else who's on a slower path, then you get to fill your life with more experiences. So it's actually, even if you live the same number of years, you've lived longer because you've covered more distance over the same time.
Some people have lived thousands of years or thousands of lifetimes
in their one lifetime, whereas other people don't even live all 10 years in their whole experience of life.
And if you're traveling a massive distance, and that distance can be psychological, think about it this way. Think if you had a tough childhood, right? And you whether your parents are dead or alive. I'm just gonna give an example. Say your dad is, whether they're alive or dead. I could give an example of someone, Wayne Dyer, right? He talked about, hating his father for his whole life, and then going to the gravesite of his father and facing things, and probably traveling more psychological distance in a day than he had avoided for years, right? And so there was a girl I was talking to, she's in her late 20s, who grew up in a tough situation, and she hasn't talked to her dad in 10 years. And I said, you're not gonna grow your business effectively until you go and talk to your dad and clean that up. And so she called him, and they went out to lunch, and so she covered more emotional distance in that one day than she had in a decade. Right? But think about how different that day was, and how much she had to deal with psychologically, and how much she had to let go of and face that she had not been facing forever.
And so now she doesn't have to carry all that weight with her.
Now she doesn't have to let her past determine her future. So, so the distance traveled means
she's not building her past away from her. She's not building her present away from her past anymore. Now she can actually work towards her future.
Now she can actually build a future that's not trying to avoid the past. Yeah. So I'm going to tell a story about leverage. Leverage and pathways to the idea of a faster goal or a higher goal needing different leverage, right?
This is great.
This is a great story, right? So this is Alicia. This is a beautiful lady. I love this lady. So different, if you want to hit a higher goal, or if you want to hit the same goal in 1/10 the time, the pathway's going to be different, i.e., I love what you're saying. Path and leverage might be synonymous, or at least close to. Leverage is maybe how you get to how you achieve the path.
Yeah.
So Alicia has this technology called Level Up Score, and she's been in the credit industry for 20 years. She's had a one-on-one coaching practice for 20 years, coaching people who have bad credit and giving them resources. Here's the good credit cards. There's the bad ones, right? Here's how you work in this free, complex, difficult system so that you can get your credit to a level where you can go get your house mortgage or whatever. She's been helping people do this for 20 years. Loves the people she serves. And she also is very, to the idea of gifts, she was very good and so immersed in the field that she was able to kind of see patterns in the field. And she was able to see that there's not ever really a useful tool that individuals can use to actually know a clear path to what they're trying to accomplish. In order, you run your credit, you get a score back, but then how do you actually take just a straight up path to what you're trying to do? That didn't exist in that field. And so she created the software that you set your goal, you stick your information in there, it gives you a credit score, and then it gives you a tailored path, including resources to get there. And so that's Level Up Score, and that didn't exist. So she made that back in 2019. She wanted to do it since 2009, but what happens? We get stuck on clear paths to lesser goals. We stay busy in a complex system optimizing things that shouldn't exist, and we don't let the future shape the present. Instead, we're trying to sit in the present and try to force that into the future, right? Buckminster Fuller. So he said, you don't change things by fighting the existing reality. He said to change something, you have to have a new model that makes the existing reality obsolete. Right? So you need a new future that makes the existing system obsolete rather than trying to fight the existing system, which is your current life. So for her, she'd wanted to do this for a long time. In 2019, she partnered with Wahoo. She realized she can't build this software, especially while she's so busy. She probably couldn't have built the software anyways, because that's just not her skill set. So she partnered with a guy. He built Level Up Score. Awesome. But she's still too busy. So for the next 5 years, she just lets it sit on the shelf. This phenomenal tool that could change the industry is sitting on the shelf and no one's using it because she's busy in her job. And so at the beginning of 2024, last year, seeing if there's some legs to this thing, I'm gonna start trying to get it out there. So in the US, there's 50,000 credit repair companies. I actually wish I had a picture. Well, I'm glad I'm on my phone. Actually, I could probably show you guys something. I probably will. But anyways, so there's 50,000 of these credit repair companies in the United States. And the credit repair companies are really the ones who serve the individual. The individual goes to these credit repair companies to get help with their credit. So she built her software to not go to the individual necessarily, but to go to B2B. She wants to go to the credit repair companies who serve the individual, right? And so what she did was she went to these credit repair companies and called them one at a time, the ones in her local area. Sorry, I know it's a little... It might be me.
The microphone's ringing.
Yeah. So, and it might be me. But anyways, yeah, we'll get it. So during Q1 of last year, 2024, she cold called these credit repair companies. She called 10 of them.
Wow.
Explained Level Up Score to them. Said, this is the software, this is what it does. And 10 out of 10, they all said, this is incredible. We would love to use this for our clients. We're going to get it. Check. Yeah.
Okay.
They said, we would love to use this for our clients. And so then they would create a little rev share deal. Every time that they would let their clients use the software and get a data output, they'd get some money and she'd get some money, right? And so she had 10 people using it, 10 of these businesses using it by the end of Q1 of last year. That's when she joined us, learned Frame Floor Focus. And basically what happened was we told her, Alyssa, you need to set an impossible goal. Because right now you're operating linearly and you're gonna lose a lot of time. You're gonna lose decades on your path. Your path's not powerful enough to get you where you're trying to go. Your path's not powerful enough to scale Level Up Score. And so we told her, set an impossible goal and let that shape your path. And so she said, I'm gonna go for 100 of these companies using my software in 90 days. And we told her, she found out herself that that was not an impossible goal. She found out herself that that was a false goal. She found out, why? Because it kept her on the same path. She thought I could just cold call another 90 of them, right? But that's not how it works, right? And so I said, you need a bigger goal that forces you to find something different. And so she said, okay, Ben, I'm gonna go for 1,000 of these companies using the software in 90 days. Now she doesn't know the path. And this is a super important point that I learned from Dan, who I wrote 3 books with. Most people won't set a goal unless they think that unless they have the confidence that they can achieve it, right? And so most people won't set a goal because they said, I don't know if I can accomplish it. So why would I set that? Because I don't know if I can do it. That's not the point of a goal. The point of a goal is to allow you to look at what you're doing, to analyze your path, and to find better paths. The goal is a tool. It's not something to be emotionally attached to. It's not something to define yourself by. It is a tool for looking at the present, for being honest about your current path, and then for strategically finding better paths. Goals are tools. People don't set huge goals because they say, I don't know if I can do it, so why would I set a goal I don't believe in? You don't need to believe in it yet. You'll get there, right? You don't need to believe in it yet. Right now, let's just use it as a tool to examine what you're doing. So she did that. She took the impossible goal. She took 1,090 days, and she said, I have absolutely no clue how to get there, right?
But not having a clue how to get there, doesn't that mean she knew for sure what she was doing could not get her there?
Precisely. She knew her current path and her current system was obsolete, right? And so she then had a choice. Keep the dead-end path, even though it's well-trodden and she knows it, and she knows it well, or let go of that path for a better path, for different leverage.
And oftentimes you don't even get to find the better path until you let go of the lesser path.
That's when it gets spicy. I'll say that's not always the case, but that's often the case.
Right.
Often you have to raise the floor and let go of the lesser path so that you reach a level of commitment that you can go and filter and find the path and the people that will get you there. Often that's the case. And back to the idea that most people never actually get to the right focus because they're still on the clear path to the lesser goal. So they never let it go enough and to get above the floor so they can then go and find that path or that partner or that opportunity or that life. So with her, what happened, and there's a concept I really now, this is the beautiful part about writing a book, is you then see what could have and should have been in there. So I'll explain that in a second. So by simply moving the goal up, before we were talking about move the timeline forward. Now we're saying keep the same timeline. In her case, 90 days. We're just going to 10x the goal because now we have to look at different pathways to get there, right? So 2 different ways to make your goal seemingly impossible is one, just take the goal and make it much bigger, or take the timeline and make it much shorter. Again, we're using this goal or a frame to look at the present and then to begin being honest about the dead ends and to begin filtering and finding better paths or better leverage.
Could you do both?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Increase the goal and shorten the timeline.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And one question people often ask is, at a certain point, does it just become too impossible? Yeah. Like at a certain point, it stops being a good tool, right? If she said, I want to get 1,000 in 2 hours, that might force some creative thinking, but it might be just, so at a certain point, the bounds become, it stops being an effective tool, right? You want to be a powerful tool, a power tool. The future is a power tool for shaping the present. So what happened for her, and I want to explain levels of analysis. Levels of analysis is a really powerful concept in psychology, but I'll just explain it. So she thought about, how do I get to 1,000 in 90 days? She knew she couldn't go directly to the companies, the 50,000 credit repair companies. She couldn't go directly to them, but she wanted 1,000 of those 50 companies using her software in 90 days. So she had to think, how do I get there? How do I get there? How do I reach 1,000 or thousands of these companies in that short of a time? It can't be me cold calling them. So what are other ways? So she was thinking of pathways. And this is when real pathways thinking kicks in, is when you're thinking from the goal and you're thinking from a goal you don't know how to solve. You always want to think from a goal, never toward it. Because if you're thinking toward it, you're taking the present and trying to shape you always want to think from the goal. And it should be a goal you don't know how to reach, because then that's going to force you to think about pathways you don't have. Does that make sense? I see this.
It makes 1,000%.
I see this, man. I see. So pathways thinking only becomes effective. Pathways thinking is what it's called in psychology. You could also call it strategy. But this is why John Doerr, by the way, John Doerr is a billionaire venture capitalist. He said a goal properly set is halfway reached. And the reason for that is that a goal properly set is halfway reached because it allows you to start stripping out the dead ends that won't work and saves you decades. Because now you start to strip out the pathways that don't work. So thinking from her goal, not toward it, pathways thinking, a thought hit her. Rather than going straight to the, to the credit repair companies who serve the clients, what if I went to the people one level above? Who are the people that serve the credit repair companies? And she realized there are other software companies in my space that have thousands of these credit repair companies using their software. She knew them all. She knew, because she's in this space so much, she knew the dominant softwares that these credit repair companies use. And she thought, my old pathway was that I would need to have 1,000 who's to hit my goal. If I wanted 1,000 of these credit repair companies on her old linear path, non-leveraged path, she would need 1,000 yeses to get 1,000. She's going straight to the individual. She would need each individual company to say yes to get to 1,000. Now she's thinking, if I actually went to the software companies who are already in my space, who serve 1,000 of these, I would only need one yes to get 1,000. That's higher leverage, right? And so she realized there's tons of software companies in my space now. Then her fear kicked in. She thought, well, I'm a very small software company. Level Up Score has 10 clients. Like, these big software companies that serve thousands of these credit repair companies are not going to want to talk to me, right? So she stopped. So she stopped herself out of fear. But anyways, she decided, and this is actually an important point. There's a concept. A lot of people say, should you talk about your goals or should you not talk about your goals? If you start talking about your goals, you become signal to the right people. The right people will know who you are and what you're doing.
So
right?
Good.
It's true. Like, how can the right people know if you're signal for them if they don't know what you're doing? And usually when you have a very high goal and you start to develop a unique pathway to get there, you can become very attractive to the right people because they see a phenomenal opportunity in what you're doing too, and they align with it. And so if you're not going to talk about your goals, and if you have a poor goal, like if it's a small goal, obviously that's not going to attract phenomenal leverage, right? And if you don't have a unique pathway to doing it, you're not going to get you're not going to get those super who's, because they don't see any, you're a noise to them. They're not going to see any reason to get involved in what you're doing, because their super capability or their leverage isn't going to be impactful for what you're doing. So anyways, she was talking about Level Up Score to one of these companies. She was cold calling one of these companies because she still, even though she knew she wanted to go to software companies who serve those credit repair companies, she was still too afraid to go call those software companies. And so instead she defaulted back to, I'm going to call these companies. And so she was talking to one of them, and she was explaining to one of these credit repair companies about Level Up Score, and the guy was just insanely amazed by it. And he's like, I love this thing. He's like, I want to introduce you to several of my friends who also work at these companies. And she's like, you know what? She's like, I'd be happy to be introduced to those people, but to be honest with you, I actually don't want to serve just a few of these credit repair companies. I want to serve thousands of them. And then she said, I actually think I should try to partner with other software companies. There's ones called like My Credit Score Now and stuff. And there's a lot of these software companies that do different things. And she said, I think I should partner with another software company, because these software companies, sometimes they have 1,000 or sometimes they have tens of thousands of these credit repair companies using their software. And he said, I have someone for you. Literally, he said, I have someone for you. He said, I have a friend who owns a company called Credit Repair Junkies. And Credit Repair Junkies is a software that serves these credit repair companies and helps them improve their client experience. And so the next day, literally the next day, she's on the phone with the owner of this company. She's explaining Level Up Score. And he's in shock. He's like, this thing is incredible. And they form a partnership right there. He actually has 8,000 of these credit repair companies using Credit Repair Junkies. And he says, we're gonna form a partnership, and all 8,000 of my clients are now gonna start using Level Up Score. In one day. In one day. Right? Literally. She went from 10 to 8,000
in one day.
In one day, and with one who. Right? And so to Myron's concept of leverage, these are what I call super who's, right? So I wrote who not how, but super who's are the ones with the leverage to get you to your goal. That leverage could be knowledge, it could be distribution, it could be technology, it could be capability, right? That one who had leverage in that he already had 8,000 clients. And so he could bridge that gap that almost no one else could. Does this make sense? So I want you to see something. This is a book called The No Rules Rules, written by Reed Hastings. Reed Hastings, and I don't know if you guys can see it, so I'm going to summarize it for you, but he's the guy who, I think that they acquired Netflix when it was a small company. They acquired Netflix when it was small, when it was like competing with Blockbuster, right? By the way, when you have a bigger goal, it often reframes your company, right? They had to reframe from selling like DVDs to, they had to go digital, right? Because the bigger goal forced a different model and a different path. But what he said was this, and this relates to leverage and talent and people. He said, this is at the very beginning of Netflix. He said, with a fixed amount of money for salaries and a project I needed to complete, I had a choice. I could hire 10 to 25 average engineers, or I could hire one rock star and pay significantly more than what I'd pay the others if necessary. So that's what he did. He ended up, rather than hiring 20 average engineers, he spent a lot more money hiring one rock star. And then he said this, and it's in the yellow, but he said, I've since come to see that the best programmer doesn't add 10 times the value, she adds 100 times the value, right? And then down below, he quoted Bill Gates. And Bill Gates said that a great software writer is worth 10,000 times more than an average software writer. So to the idea of leverage, and they call it the power law, but the power law is similar to the 80-20 principle, that certain inputs create dramatically different outputs. Certain people create fun. So for Alicia, she started to apply the power law with her better frame goal. Rather than one at a time, she found someone that could create 8,000x the results of one. That's the power law. And so when you're going for big goals, and if you're going for scaling a company, those are we call those super who's. Those are the kind of people that you need involved in your project, but they won't be interested in your project if you have a small goal, or if it's not a clearly defined goal. If you're trying to do too many things for too many different people, how are you going to attract that talent or those partners? You need leverage to scale.
So good. So good. Okay. Brains have been sufficiently bent into a new shape and a new form. So,
but Alicia, just to say, she's the humblest person you'll meet. That goal scared her, but by better pathways thinking, she took a great thing. She'd worked so hard for a great project. But a lot of us have great projects or ideas or knowledge, but we don't get to the better path, right? And she did have to sell her company. She did have to let go of her coaching practice. She had to let go of a lot of things that she was doing to scale this thing. So, but I'm just telling you, to the point of Myron, she's not different than any of us. She just found a better path and made a commitment to doing it and was willing to let go of her old path and her old business when that was required. So, go ahead, Myron.
So, in 10x is easier than 2x. I think the thing that really hit me hard, besides the fact that 10x is easier than 2x, is when you talk about the Pareto distribution principle, that 20% of what you're doing produces 80% of results, which means that if you're going to 10x, you need to eliminate 80% of what you're currently doing and then focus on the 20% that's left.
And from a power law, it usually goes way smaller than 20%.
Well, because
it goes,
then you take that 20%.
It's the 20% of the 20%.
Then you take 20%, and you take 80% of that and do it again, and then you take 80.
But it is
that
concept. You just keep doing that. But you got to let go of the 80%.
So it sounds like what you're saying is it's the reduction and the elimination of lesser paths,
ineffective paths that are eating your time, whether they're products, etc., maybe strategies, whatever. Like,
could be
most
whatever.
of them are not sufficient to the goal.
Okay. So when that's what I mean when I say when you talk about goals, it's very different because you said you use goals as a tool, but you don't just use it as a tool. You use it as a tool specifically. A goal in the future, in a compressed time frame, you're using that to figure out what to eliminate in the present.
And back to strategy being about what you're not doing, focus being about what you're not doing. The better frame goal allows you to begin dismantling your present and getting rid of stuff that shouldn't be there. It forces you to look at things more clearly and more honestly, if you will, right? You might not.
So why won't people?
Sometimes their future's not framed effectively enough to begin looking at it, right? Mm-hmm. They may be on a path that's not really working or that's not very effective, or they might, to the idea of the young man, I don't know why he thinks a PhD is important, but I don't think he's thinking so hard why he thinks it's important. He might have his reasons, right? He might love researching, right? He might want to prove himself to his dad, and so we have to be a lot more rigorous with ourselves, a lot more honest with ourselves. Like, is this really worth the 5 years? Is this really even a pathway to where I'm going, right?
Is it a good idea for us to evaluate why we think that's a valid path?
We need to be very rigorous about that. Yeah. And sometimes it's non-linear. Sometimes it's not always obvious, but when you're thinking, the beauty of framing the future a certain way, and my belief and my knowledge that human beings are shaped by their future and shaped by their goals, when you start to just change the goal, right, and mess with a better goal, it forces you to analyze your pathways. It forces you to be more rigorous. And so I really view goals and even the future as a strategic tool. That's why I think that psychology and how we think about our future and even our past, psychology is fundamental to strategy. And so I'm talking about a different form of psychology, which leads to, in my mind, a more rigorous form of strategy, which is looking at what you're doing and being honest about it. So I'll give an example of myself even last week. Last week I wrote a little blog post about why Last week, I unscheduled 50 podcasts, and but Myron, you're much better than those podcasts. No, I'm just kidding. No, by the way, one of them is right here, and I'm gonna go back to yours. Trust me. But listen. The reason I did it was this. I realized I was on a bad path, and I had to face it. And the reason I was on a bad path wasn't because podcasts are bad. The reason I was on a bad path, and I didn't realize it, was because our goal, the goal of my company, is so big that podcasts are insufficient for us to hit that goal. For us to hit that goal, it's not a bad path. But for my goal, I had to look at it and say, the rest of my year is scheduled, including traveling a lot for my 7 kids and being at keynotes. And those are great goals. Those are great paths if I'm an author trying to get book sales and things like that, but that's not what I actually am right now. I'm running a company called Scaling.com, and we have partners, and we're trying to get members into Scaling.com, and me being out on the road all the time is not going to get us to our goal. One of the reasons is because when you're building a big company, you have to actually build a good product. And if I'm out on the road doing all of these podcasts, I'm not helping my team build this incredible product. And if the product's not great and the training's not great, then it doesn't matter how much distribution we get in. People are going to be upset because it's not good. And so I realized I'm not focused on the right thing. I'm focused on the wrong thing, but also I messed up because we actually have brought a super who onto our team. We brought a guy onto our team named Joseph Wynn. Joseph Wynn wrote a book called Don't Believe Everything You Think. That book is one of the biggest books in the world right now, and it was self-published. Wow. He was the super who we needed. And so what happened was when Joseph Wynn came into our company, and again, his book, it sold like 2 million copies in the last 2 years, and he's got very different marketing methods than me. He doesn't go on podcasts. Not that those are bad paths, but for him, he's gotten very, very good at running ads and giving away and selling books. And so one of the things that Joseph did when he came to us was he said, you can't be at a traditional publisher anymore, Ben, if we want to hit this goal of getting 5,000 members into our program. He said, we need more flexibility in using your books as leverage or as tools. We need to give this stuff away for free. And your publisher's not going to let you do that. And so our goal made my system as an author obsolete. I had to leave my publisher that I've been with for 5 books, Hay House, who I love, because our goal doesn't fit that. They have a different goal than we do. They want book sales. We can't optimize for book sales anymore.
And so you can't be in partnership with somebody who has competing goals.
I mean, I could have kept them there, but it would have created complexity in the system because we're both trying to optimize for different things. And the system that they require for books makes it difficult for us. And so we went to them. Luckily, like, I'm one of their top authors and they love me and they trust me. And Joseph has such knowledge and leverage that we met with the Reed Tracy, who's the owner of Hay House, and Patty, who's like the VP. And we said, we kind of have 2 choices. We really want to be able to give the audiobook away. They own the audiobook because I sold it to them because I'm at a traditional publisher. I said, we either need to buy that back or you can trust us and let us give it away. And we believe that if we gave away a ton of copies, that would enhance the sales anyways because of word of mouth. So they did something special. They said, we will trust you. This doesn't normally happen. And they said, we will let you give the book away for free, even though it's still. So we now have a much more profound path than I had before Joseph, because the Super Who brings pathways with them and knowledge and capabilities and leverage. And part of that leverage, by the way, is this. Now that we can give the audiobook away, and now that we can run ads like crazy to give away the audiobook, rather than trying to optimize for book sales, I can continue to optimize for the actual goal of the company, which is to get 5,000 people in there and to help them scale. And so now, because Distribution is taken care of because of our Super Who and his knowledge and capabilities. He can now spread the book with ads. I no longer have to manually be spending my time. I'll still be in spots, but I no longer have to manually spend the rest of my year talking about the book, because now the ads can lead people to the free book, and that makes my path obsolete. Now I, because of Joseph's leverage, can shift my focus to actually doing the thing that needs to be done, which is building the product. And I couldn't do that before because I felt I needed to go out and market. So one of the things I talk about with Super Who's, I talk about Steph Curry in basketball. You like this guy? You a big Steph Curry fan? Who's talking?
My brother Jeff.
This guy, my man. So what happened with Steph Curry is like the best shooter of all time. And so what happens with Steph Curry is he is swarmed by the defense. He's always double or triple teamed, right? Everyone's just swarming him, and it makes it harder for him to get open shots. Him still being the best shooter in the world, even with triple coverage, he still makes more shots than people with only one person defending them. But when you bring a Super Who to your team, it transforms the dynamics. So what they did was they brought, like halfway through the year, they traded for Jimmy Butler, right? And what happened is that Jimmy Butler is really good. And so Jimmy Butler usually hangs out down below the hoop, and because he's so good, he draws a lot of defense to him. And so what does that do for Steph Curry? It creates space for Steph Curry to get way more open shots. So because Jimmy's on the court, Steph now is different, right? I'm saying because Joseph's on my team, I no longer need to do this. I can now be over here, right? Because of his leverage. And so what happened with Steph Curry was as soon as Jimmy Butler got there, the volume of threes that he started shooting went through the roof, because now he's way more open than he's ever been. And so now Steph is a more powerful tool because of his Super Who.
So good. So.
But I had to let go of a path. I had to let go of pathways that worked for me in the past, that are awesome pathways, but they're dead pathways to my goal. And given my system and given the leverage of my system, it would be irresponsible for me to be doing that to my team. And if I'm below the floor on a lower goal or on a lower path, if I'm below the floor, our company is going to suffer and we might fail. If I'm doing the wrong thing, if I'm below the floor, the company could fail.
Right.
And so I can't justify being on paths because they were decent before, because I'm therefore optimizing the wrong thing. So you have to use that discernment, and you have to get that leverage so that you can be in the right place, or else you won't scale.
Okay.
What are you taking from this?
So this whole experience of life is about growth and progress and moving forward and becoming more, so you can do more, so you can have more, be, do, have. So if you think about becoming more, building a bigger business, selling more books, giving more books away, all of the goals that all the people have that we're talking to, talking with, talking about, it all boils down to this whole concept of transformation. Transformation, what is transformation? Becoming more than you've been being, so you can do more than you've been doing, and then ultimately you'll have more than you've been having. Okay, so if transformation is the objective, because transform means to change, right? If transformation is the objective, like I just recently did a video on the 6 steps of transformation. I talked about it some when we were in Mexico, when I came up and drew on the board, right? So the first step in transformation is awareness. You become aware of something that previously you were unaware of. So you now have a new focus. Your awareness is that you're focusing on something that used to seem like noise, but now it's clearly signal, right?
Yeah, you couldn't see it before.
You couldn't see it before. It was invisible.
Or you didn't understand
Or
it
you
before.
couldn't see it because you were unaware of it for whatever reason. And there are a lot of myriad of reasons a person could become unaware of this different way of being. Like I was totally unaware of the fact that it's easier to make a lot of money in a short period of time than it is to make a little money over a long period of time. And when I say that, I mean it's easier to make $100,000 in a month than it is to make $100,000 in a year. It's easier to make $100,000 in a week than it is to make $100,000 in a month. It's easier to make $100,000 in a day than it is to make $100,000 in a week.
But every time you shorten the timeline, you just need more leverage.
Exactly. Every time you shorten the time, which is a different path. Exactly.
Different people with different leverage, different partners, but it's a different path.
It's a different path.
But every time you move that time forward, it's more intense leverage. It's more powerful.
It's more intense leverage. It's more powerful leverage. It's more thrust. It's a greater trajectory, but it's easier because you have that leverage. It's easier. But then you have to be able to recognize the leverage, and then you have to refine your ability to use that leverage as well. So all of that comes into play. So you become aware, but awareness alone is not transformation. Because once you become aware, then you have to take the next step, which is you have to set a new intention, right? You become aware, you set a new intention. So I'm going to go all the way through all 6 of them, then I'm going to come back to the first one and share what I gathered from what you said in all of your work about this one thing. So it begins with awareness, then you set an intention based on that awareness. So that's number 2. 2B, 2.5, 2.5, whatever you want to call it. It's not 3, but it's part of 2, is recognizing that disruption always follows intention. As soon as I decide to do something new, the first thing that shows up is something hard. When I decide to go on a new paths pose new problems that we didn't have on our old path. Most people erroneously conclude that the new problem is a sign that they're going in the wrong direction, when in reality, oftentimes the new problem is a sign that they're going in the right direction. But you just have to become a different person who can last through who trusts that the disruption that follows your intention was put on that path to make you strong enough to stay there when you get there, wherever there is. Okay? So awareness, intention, 2.5, disruption always follows intention. And then I have to make a decision. And decision is not the same as a choice. Choose means to pick one. Decide means to cut yourself off from every other possibility. When you make a decision, there is no going back. If you choose, you can flip-flop. You can go back and forth. You can be wishy-washy. But when you decide, things that used to be a yes are now a hard no, right? Because I made a decision. And then discipline is number 4. I have to have the discipline to do the thing I'm supposed to do, the way I'm supposed to do it. Every time I do it that same way. It's discipline, right? I'm disciplining myself to stick with my decision in spite of opposition, in spite of everything. In spite of misperception, in spite of being misunderstood, in spite of being called names, I am sticking with this because it's a decision that I made based on the awareness and my intention and my decision. Discipline. And then I have to take time for recognition. I have to recognize the progress that I've made. And I have to see that, to me, this is where the gap in the gain comes in, right? I'm not running from my past. I'm acknowledging the progress I've made from the path because I'm being drawn by the future. And then last is celebration. I celebrate the progress that I've made because I've literally done something, and I've done something way bigger, that's many orders of magnitude bigger, in a fraction of the time, or both. So, those are the 6 things.
Beautiful.
But what I'm seeing in everything that you talked about this morning is the thing that is shaping my new awareness. Me becoming aware of something didn't put it there. It was there before I became aware of it, right? So what's shaping my new awareness in your model that you're talking about is the future desired outcome, goal, objective that I decided this is going to be my thing. It's that future outcome that causes that awareness. Talk to me.
Yeah, to me, there's probably other ways to become aware, but that, in my mind, is the shortest hand way to become aware. Is to just reorient your
The ultimate
future.
shortcut to awareness
is to have a new and better future that forces you to begin re-looking at the present. I think that's because I really do think that the future is the primary tool through which we look through the present. Or we look, the tool is the lens through which we're looking at the present.
It is the primary tool, or it's the best primary tool?
I think
because the past is a tool that some people use to look at the present.
We do, yeah.
Right.
But even the research says that the primary reason we look at the past is for its implications on the future. So when we're thinking about history, we do it sometimes for its own sake, to learn. But what is that learning for?
To impact the future.
Yeah. So the past, even in a proper form, even our own past. No, literally, very few people. Even if I'm thinking about my own past, people don't spend that much time thinking about their past for its own sake. Although we sometimes do that. I might just think about that episode, right? But it's not like how much time am I really spending doing that? Usually when we think about the past or our own past, we do it for its implications on our future. So we're using it really as a tool for thinking about different future scenarios, things to avoid, right? Or things to pursue, or things that are not worth the squeeze. So the past is primarily a tool for having a better future, for learning. And so, yeah, the future is really the best way to become aware. I want to show you this. I've shared this with people, but I'm in love with this old school Frankl. I'm just a big Frankl guy. It's like the absolute psychologist in me. But Frankl was in the concentration camps, and that's a situation where you start to become unaware because of how numb you get. Your life is taken from you, your family's all killed, your career's gone. These people were Jewish people who were taken into the Nazi concentration camps, right? And he was one of those people. And this is what he said. He said that the only way to restore a man's inner strength in the camp had to succeed first in showing him some future goal. Like, you literally... And so he said what happened was, he said once he said in the beginning they were trying to boost people because people lost hope. They were so sad in those concentration camps. Their families had been taken. And so they would try all sorts of means and methods to give people happiness or to just help people get through the day. Can't imagine how awful that is, right? And he realized all of their methods were weak. None of them worked until they helped people have a future goal. Once people had a future goal in the concentration camps, then all of a sudden, not only could they handle the day, not only could they handle the present, but also they could enjoy. Literally, he said happiness and meaning. And he said that they could notice things like birds, or they could notice another person who was hungry and give them the piece of bread. Because with the future gave them a different perspective. It gave them meaning, hope, happiness, and it allowed them to not suck in and just be so caved into the moment.
When you are. For most of us, time is a set of numbers we use to gauge our days. We live our lives by the clock.
That reminds me.
Waking up, racing to work, going to bed, and on and on.
Because he wrote Man's Search for Meaning.
It wasn't always like that.
Human fulfillment.
When I was a kid,
from my understanding,
I had no particular place to
it's multifaceted.
No appointments to be.
And I find when
my days were bounded
I found this concept in Scripture that if a person is missing any one of these three things, they are on some level
now my
feeling
life is
unfulfilled.
a race against time.
Okay.
But what am I racing against?
It's really interesting that the first thing that God tells us about God